Keep out of Dad's gala. My brother threatened you. You'll destroy us." That night, his top investor spotted me and gasped, "Miss Harper, you're Richard's daughter?" And the ballroom fell dead silently. The text hit my phone like a gunshot in the dark. "Show up at Dad's 65th gala, and I'll ruin you. Security's armed." My brother Nathan's words burned into the screen, each letter a fresh jab to the gut. I stood in my office, 30 stories above San Francisco's glittering skyline, the Golden Gate Bridge a faint smudge through the fog. My fingers tightened around the phone, the sapphire locket at my throat. Mom's last gift, cool against my skin. Nathan thought he could scare me off. He thought I was still the little sister he could bully into silence. He had no idea who I'd become. I tossed the phone onto my desk, where a Forbes plaque gleamed. Innovator of the Decade, Emily Langston. Langston, not Harper. I'd shed my father's name like a snake sloughs off dead skin, back when I walked away from his empire and his expectations. 8 years ago, I turned down a gilded CFO title at Harper Tech Solutions, his semiconductor juggernaut, because I didn't want a throne handed to me like a party favor. I wanted to build something real, something mine. And I had VoltCore Innovations, a $6.8 billion 0-cent AI energy titan that was rewriting the rules of sustainable power. Nobody knew Emily Langston was Emily Harper. Not Nathan, not my stepmother, Victoria, not even my father, Richard, the man whose birthday gala tonight was the talk of Silicon Valley. Another ping. Victoria this time, her words dripping with that polished venom she'd perfected. "Stay away, Emily. Your chaos could tank our $2 billion 0-cents merger." Chaos. That's what they called it when I dared to dream bigger than their boardroom cages. I could almost hear her now, clinking champagne flutes at the Regency Grand, whispering to senators and tech moguls about the disappointing daughter who'd thrown away her legacy. If only they knew the truth. Their precious Harper Tech, bleeding $3 billion 0 cents in market share, was a dinosaur gasping for air. And my fusion cells? The AI-driven tech every manufacturer from Tesla to Boeing was scrambling to license were the only thing that could save it. I glanced at the clock. 6:45 p.m. The gala started in an hour, and at 9:00 p.m. sharp, Charles Vanguard, the billionaire kingmaker of Vanguard Ventures, would announce our takeover bid. I'd step out of the shadows, reveal myself as VoltCore's CEO, and seize control of Harper Tech. My father had been begging for a meeting with Ms. Langston for months, clueless that the elusive genius he was chasing was the daughter he'd disowned. Tonight, I'd walk into his world and turn it upside down. But first, I had to survive getting there. I slipped into a crimson gown, sleek and understated, no logos or flash, just power in every seam. The sapphire locket gleamed against my collarbone, a reminder of Mum's dying words, "Forge your own path, no matter the cost." She'd given it to me when I was 17, before cancer stole her away, back when I was still the golden child Dad paraded at tech conferences. I grabbed my clutch, slid my phone inside, and headed for the elevator. My COO, Michael Chen, had texted earlier. "Everything's set. Vanguard's locked in. You sure about this?" I'd replied with 2 words. "It's time." The San Francisco streets were a tangle of dusk and neon as my driver, Sam, pulled the Bentley onto the Bay Bridge. I leaned back, replaying Nathan's threat. Armed security? He wasn't bluffing. The Harper family didn't just play dirty. They played to win. I'd seen it in boardrooms, in whispered deals, in the way they'd erased me from their story after I left. But I wasn't the naive 22-year-old anymore. I'd built VoltCore from a garage lab to a global force, outsmarting rivals who'd tried to steal my patents, sabotage my prototypes, even hack my servers. Nathan thought he could intimidate me. He was about to learn how wrong he was. A low hum snapped me out of my thoughts. Sam's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Miss Langston, we've got company. I turned, my pulse kicking up. A black SUV loomed behind us, its tinted windows swallowing the bridge's lights. It accelerated, closing the gap, its grille a predatory snarl. "Lose 'em," I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding my veins. Sam floored it, the Bentley surging forward, but the SUV matched us, weaving through traffic with chilling precision. My mind raced. Nathan? A competitor? Someone who knew my plan? The SUV swerved, cutting off a sedan to our left, then lurched toward us. Metal grazed metal with a sickening screech, and the Bentley shuddered. "Hold on!" Sam shouted, jerking the wheel. We skidded toward the bridge's edge, the guardrail inches away, the black water of the bay yawning below. My heart slammed against my ribs, but I forced myself to focus. "Sam, take the next exit!" I yelled. He nodded, feinting left, then cutting right, slipping through a gap in traffic. The SUV overshot, tires squealing, and for a moment we were clear. Sam gunned it toward the off-ramp, the city skyline swallowing us as the SUV vanished in the distance. I exhaled, my hands trembling slightly. "You okay, Miss Langston?" Sam asked, his knuckles white on the wheel. "I'm fine," I lied, checking my phone. No new messages, but the clock read 7:20 p.m. I was cutting it close. Whoever was in that SUV wasn't just tailing me. They wanted me off the board before the gala even started. The question was why. We pulled up to the Regency Grand, its marble facade glowing under a canopy of chandeliers. Valets in crisp uniforms swarmed the entrance, where Lamborghinis and Teslas lined up like trophies. I stepped out, smoothing my gown, the locket a quiet anchor against the storm in my chest. A valet reached for my clutch, but I froze when his gloved hand brushed mine. Tucked into my purse was a folded note, its edges sharp as a blade. I hadn't felt anyone near me. My eyes darted to the valet, but he was already moving to the next car, his face blank. I opened the note, my breath catching. "Leave now, or you won't leave alive." The words hit like a slap, but I crumpled the paper and shoved it into my clutch. No time to panic. I squared my shoulders and strode toward the entrance, where a crowd of Silicon Valley's elite spilled across the steps. CEOs in bespoke suits, influencers snapping selfies, politicians angling for photo apps. The air buzzed with money and ambition, the kind of energy that could make or break empires in a single handshake. And tonight, I was here to break one. Lauren, Nathan's wife, stood at the check-in table, her blonde hair swept into a flawless updo, a tablet glowing in her manicured hands. She was the gatekeeper, the one who made sure only the right people got past the velvet rope. When she saw me, her smile froze, her eyes widening like she'd seen a ghost. "Emily," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, "you can't be here. Nathan said—" "Good evening, Lauren," I cut in, my tone ice-cold and precise. "Check your list. I'm invited." Her fingers fumbled on the tablet, scrolling frantically. I leaned closer, just enough to make her flinch. Charles Vanguard's office called ahead. "You'll find my name." She swallowed, her face paling as she tapped the screen. Yes, here it is. Emily Langston +1 for Vanguard Ventures. But how? I didn't wait for her to finish. I swept past her, my heels clicking on the marble floor, the weight of her stare boring into my back. The ballroom opened before me, a sea of crystal chandeliers and black tie glamour. A massive banner stretched across the entrance. "Happy 65th birthday, Richard Harper, visionary and pioneer." My father's face smiled down from a looping video montage, his silver hair and sharp jawline every inch the tech titan. The crowd applauded as the screen flashed his achievements. HarperTech's IPO, its Pentagon contracts, its glory days. No mention of the $3 billion 0 cents debt, or the competitors eating his market share alive. I scanned the room. Victoria held court near the bar, her $50,000 0 cents diamond bracelet catching the light as she laughed with the senator. My half-sister Chloe, 24 and hungry for attention, clung to a crypto bro in a velvet blazer, her giggles loud enough to cut through the string quartet. And then I saw Nathan, his broad shoulders tense in a tailored tux, his eyes locking onto me from across the room. He didn't hesitate. He stalked toward me, his jaw set, his fists clenched like he was ready to throw me out himself. "What the hell are you doing here?" he hissed, stopping inches from me. His cologne was sharp, expensive, but it couldn't mask the fury in his voice. "I told you to stay away. You think you can just waltz in and humiliate us?" "Lovely to see you too, Nathan," I said, my voice calm, almost playful. I sipped the champagne I'd grabbed from a passing tray, letting the bubbles steady me. "It's a beautiful party. Dad must be thrilled." "Security's on speed dial," he snapped, his face reddening. "You've got 30 seconds to leave before I make a scene." I glanced at my watch, then met his eyes. "Actually, I think you'll find Charles Vanguard's about to arrive, and he personally requested I be here for the announcement." Nathan's scowl faltered, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Vanguard? What could he possibly want with you?" Before I could answer, a murmur rippled through the crowd, heads turning toward the entrance. The air shifted, heavy with anticipation. Charles Vanguard had arrived. At 67, Vanguard didn't need to raise his voice or flash his wealth. His presence alone was enough, a quiet, unshakable power that silenced the room. His gray suit was understated, his silver hair swept back, but every eye followed him. Vanguard Ventures had backed half the unicorns in Silicon Valley, and tonight everyone knew he was here to drop a bombshell. My father practically sprinted to greet him, his hand extended like a kid reaching for a gold star. "Charles, so glad you made it," Richard said, his voice too eager. "Let's talk inside." But Vanguard's eyes weren't on my father. They were scanning the room, sharp and deliberate, until they landed on me. A smile curved his lips, and he brushed past Richard without a glance, walking straight toward me. The crowd parted, whispers trailing in his wake. Nathan stiffened beside me, his breath catching. Victoria's laugh died mid-sentence. Chloe's crypto bro stopped talking, his mouth half open. "Miss Hopper," Vanguard said, his voice warm but commanding as he offered his hand. "An honor to finally meet you in person." The room went still. You could have heard a pin drop, or, in Victoria's case, the clatter of her wine glass hitting the floor. Nathan's face drained of color. Richard froze, his hand still outstretched, his smile collapsing into confusion. "Harper, I don't understand," Richard stammered, his voice cracking. He turned to Vanguard, then back to me, his eyes wild. "You know Emily?" Vanguard's smile widened, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Know her? Richard, your daughter is the most brilliant mind in tech today." He paused, letting the words sink in, then turned to the stunned crowd. "Though, judging by your reactions, I'm guessing none of you realized Emily Langston and Emily Harper are one and the same." The silence shattered. Gasps, murmurs, the clink of a dropped fork. Nathan's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Victoria clutched the bar for support, her bracelet trembling. Chloe blinked at me like she was seeing a stranger, and my father looked like he'd been punched in the chest, his face ashen, his eyes locked on me as if I were a ghost. "That's impossible," Nathan finally choked out, stepping forward. His voice was hoarse, desperate. "She's been gone for years. She walked away from Harper Tech. She hasn't done anything." I tilted my head, meeting his gaze with a cool, unflinching stare. "I've been building Volt Core Innovations," I said, my voice cutting through the room. "Valued at $6,800,000,000, 0 cents. Leading the world in AI-driven fusion cells. That nothing is about to save your company from collapse." Richard's hand trembled as he gripped a chair for balance. "Voltcore," he whispered, the name a prayer and a curse. "The company we've been trying to partner with." "That's you?" Vanguard cleared his throat, his tone brisk. Speaking of which, shall we proceed with the announcement? He gestured to the stage where a spotlight was already warming up. The crowd leaned in, hungry for the reveal. I took a step forward, my heart pounding but my resolve ironclad. Vanguard Ventures and Voltcore Innovations are acquiring a 75% stake in Harper Tech Solutions, I said, my voice clear and unshakable. I'll step in as chairwoman and CEO of the rebranded Harper Voltcore Industries. We start production on our fusion cells in 6 months. The ballroom erupted. Gasps, whispers, a few stunned claps. Nathan's face went scarlet, his fists clenching. "You can't do this," he shouted, his voice raw. "This is our company." "Actually," Vanguard interjected, his tone smooth as silk, "we can, and we are." He turned to the crowd, his presence commanding their attention. "Voltcore's technology is a decade ahead of the market. Every major player wants in, but Ms. Harper insisted her family's company get the first shot. A courtesy, not a requirement." Victoria shoved forward, her voice shrill. "Richard, you can't let her take everything. She'll destroy what we've built." I laughed softly, the sound sharp enough to make her flinch. "What you've built? A company drowning in debt? Clinging to outdated chips while the world moves to AI? HarperTech's 3/4 from bankruptcy, Victoria. I'm not destroying it. I'm saving it." Richard's stoic facade cracked, his eyes flickering with something I hadn't seen in years. Regret, maybe, or realization. "Emily," he said quietly, stepping closer. "We can talk about this, please." "Now you want to talk?" I asked, my voice low but firm. I held his gaze, letting the weight of 8 years settle between us. "And I showed you my AI prototypes. You told me to stick to spreadsheets. When I said the future was fusion energy, Nathan called my designs science fair projects. When I left to start Voltcore, Victoria said I was abandoning my family. Well, I didn't abandon anything. I built something that matters. And now, I'm here to save the company that never thought I was worth listening to." The crowd was silent, hanging on every word. Vanguard watched, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp. Nathan grabbed Richard's arm. "Dad, you can't be serious. She's bluffing." Richard shook him off, his voice sharp. "Be quiet, Nathan." The words cut through the air, and Nathan flinched like he'd been slapped. Richard turned back to me, really looking at me for the first time in years. "The fusion tech," he said softly. "It's really yours?" I nodded, pulling out my phone and tapping into Voltcore's secure system, a hologram projected above the device. Dozens of patent filings, schematics, AI, algorithms, all stamped with my name. "Every cell design, every neural network, every breakthrough," I said, meeting his eyes. "While you were pitying me, I was reshaping the industry." His hands shook as he took the phone, his eyes scanning the display. Confusion gave way to awe, then to something heavier, guilt. His eyes glistened, and for a moment I saw the father who'd once believed in me, before ambition and pride tore us apart. "Save it," I said gently but firmly. "We'll talk about the past later. Right now, I need to know. Are you ready to follow your failure of a daughter?" Vanguard stepped forward, holding out a pen and a crisp folder. "The contracts are ready, Richard." The room held its breath. Richard hesitated, his gaze locked on mine, then took the pen. His signature scratched across the page, each stroke louder than the last. Victoria gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Nathan turned and stormed out, dragging Lauren behind him. Chloe stared at me, her expression unreadable, like she was seeing me for the first time. "Ladies and gentlemen," Vanguard announced, his voice booming across the ballroom, "please join me in welcoming the new chairwoman and CEO of Harper Voltcore Industries, Ms. Emily Harper." The applause was slow, uncertain, but it grew, a wave of sound that crashed over me. I stood tall, the sapphire locket warm against my skin, my mother's words echoing in my mind. I'd followed my path, and it had led me here. not as the daughter they'd wanted, but as the woman they'd never seen coming. The rest of the gala blurred. Handshakes, congratulations, reporters jockeying for quotes. I slipped onto the terrace, needing air, needing space. The San Francisco skyline sparkled below, the bay a dark mirror reflecting the city's lights. I touched the locket, grounding myself in the moment. I'd done it. I'd taken back what was mine, not out of revenge, but out of necessity. Harper Tech would survive because of me, and maybe, just maybe, my family would finally see me. Footsteps broke the silence. I turned to find Richard, his face lined with exhaustion, his eyes searching mine. "That night," he said quietly, stopping a few feet away, "you showed me your first AI model. I didn't even look at it. I didn't turn away." "No," I said. "You didn't." He swallowed, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was wrong, Emily. About everything." I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw not the titan who'd dismissed me, but a man who'd finally glimpsed his own mistakes. "Can you forgive me?" he asked. I brushed the locket, Mom's words steadying me. "That depends," I said softly. "Are you ready to learn from me?" He nodded, his eyes brimming with tears. "Teach me," he said. I didn't answer. Not yet. The night was young, and the real work was just beginning. I'd built Volcor from nothing, faced down threats, outsmarted enemies. But this was different. This was family, and family cuts deeper than any rival. As I looked out over the city, I knew one thing for sure. The gala was just the opening act. The real fight, the one that would define me, was still to come. The Regency Grand pulsed with the kind of energy that could ignite a fortune or snuff one out in a single breath. Champagne flutes clinked like tiny bells, their golden bubbles catching the chandelier light, while whispered deals slithered through the crowd. Mergers, betrayals, power plays disguised as small talk stood at the edge of the ballroom, the sapphire locket at my throat a quiet tether to my mother's memory. My crimson gown, a deliberate contrast to the sea of black tuxedos and muted silks. I was an outsider in their world, and I wanted them to feel it. Across the room, Victoria held court like a queen, her $50,000 0-cents bracelet flashing as she gestured to a senator, her laugh sharp enough to cut glass. My half-sister Chloe, barely 24, draped herself over a crypto-billionaire, her eyes wide with calculated adoration as she tossed her hair and giggled at his every word. They were the perfect picture of the Harper dynasty, polished, untouchable, oblivious to the cracks in their empire. But I saw the truth. Harper Tech Solutions, my father's once mighty semiconductor giant, was a house of cards teetering on a $3 billion 0-cents debt. And I, Emily Harper, disowned, dismissed, erased, was the only one who could keep it standing. Nathan's voice sliced through my thoughts, low and venomous. "I'll have you dragged out in handcuffs." He loomed over me, his tuxedo pristine but his face twisted with rage, the kind that had simmered for 8 years since I walked away from Harper Tech. My brother, the golden son, had always been Dad's enforcer, guarding the family name like a rabid dog. Tonight, I was the threat he couldn't control. I met his glare, my voice cool as steel. "Charles Vanguard wants me here. Check your facts." Before he could spit another threat, a waiter approached, his tray balanced with a single flute of champagne. "For you, ma'am," he said, his eyes darting away too quickly. I took the glass, my instincts prickling. The liquid shimmered, but something was off. A faint cloudiness at the edges, a chemical sheen. I'd spent years in labs, analyzing compounds, spotting anomalies. This wasn't champagne. It was a sedative, maybe worse. My pulse quickened, but I kept my face neutral. Nathan was still glaring, oblivious. I glanced at the waiter, now retreating into the crowd, his tray empty. A setup. I set the flute on a passing tray and swapped it for another, my movements smooth, unnoticed. You were saying? I prompted Nathan, sipping the new glass, the bubbles sharp and clean. He opened his mouth, but the room shifted. A collective inhale, a turning of heads. Charles Vanguard had arrived. At 67, he was a legend, his gray suit understated, but his presence a gravitational force. Vanguard Ventures had bankrolled the tech giants that defined our era, and tonight he was the kingmaker everyone watched. My father, Richard, practically tripped over himself to reach him, his hand outstretched, his smile too wide. "Charles, welcome," he said, voice thick with desperation. Harper Tech's survival hinged on this night, on the merger Victoria had mentioned, on the deals Richard hoped to close. But Vanguard's eyes weren't on my father. They cut through the crowd, sharp and deliberate, until they found me. He strode forward, ignoring Richard's hand, the room parting like water. Nathan stiffened beside me, his breath hitching. "Ms. Harper," Vanguard said, his voice warm but commanding as he offered his hand. "A privilege to meet you." The word Harper landed like a grenade. Victoria's wineglass slipped from her fingers, shattering on the marble floor, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. Chloe's giggle choked off. Richard's smile froze, his hand still hovering mid-air. Nathan's face drained of color, his eyes darting between me and Vanguard. The crowd leaned in, sensing blood in the water. "Emily?" Richard's voice cracked, disbelief etched into every syllable. "You know her?" Vanguard's smile was a blade, subtle but lethal. "Know her? Richard? Your daughter is the architect of the decade's greatest tech revolution." He turned to the crowd, his gaze sweeping over their stunned faces. "Though it seems none of you knew Emily Langston and Emily Harper are the same person." Gasps rippled through the room, a wave of shock and curiosity. Nathan's jaw clenched, his hands balling into fists. Victoria clutched the bar, her bracelet trembling. Chloe blinked at me, her mouth half open, like she was seeing a stranger. And Richard, my father, looked like he'd been gutted, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and dawning horror. Before anyone could speak, a low hum filled the room. The massive projector screen above the stage flickered, the looping montage of Richard's achievements replaced by a grainy photo. Me at 16, awkward embraces, standing beside Dad at a Harper Tech gala. The caption blazed in red, "The Harper Failure." Another image followed, me at 18, packing my bags, the day I left home. The disappointment who walked away. The crowd murmured, heads craning, phones slipping out to capture the spectacle. My childhood, my pain, weaponized for all to see. My stomach twisted, but I forced myself to stand taller. This was no accident. Someone had hacked the system. Someone who knew I'd be here. Nathan's ally, a Harper Tech VP named Greg Kessler, caught my eye from the corner, his smirk barely hidden. He'd leaked my presence to a rival firm earlier. I'd learned from Michael Chen, my COO, via a frantic text. Stocks dipping 8%, Kessler's talking to NextGen Corp. Now this. They wanted me humiliated, broken, before I could make my move. I stepped forward, my voice cutting through the whispers. "Cute slideshow," I said, loud enough for the room to hear. "But if you want to talk failure, let's discuss Harper Tech's $3 billion 0-cents debt and its outdated chip designs." The murmurs shifted, curiosity turning to intrigue. "I'm Emily Harper, CEO of VaultCore Innovations, valued at $6,800,000,000, 0 cents. Our AI-driven fusion cells are the future, and tonight, we're here to save the company you've run into the ground." Nathan lunged forward, his voice raw. "You're sabotaging us. This is a stunt." Victoria joined in, her voice shrill. "Richard, she'll ruin everything we've built." The crowd was eating it up, their phones now recording, live tweeting, turning our family drama into a viral spectacle. Vanguard raised a hand, silencing them. Enough, he said, his tone final. Voltcore and Vanguard Ventures are acquiring a 75% stake in Harper Tech. Emily Harper will assume the role of chairwoman and CEO of the rebranded Harper Voltcore Industries. Production of her fusion cells begins in 6 months. The room erupted, gasps, shouts, a few stunned claps. Richard's face was ashen, his hands trembling as he gripped a chair. Voltcore, he whispered, the company we've been chasing. That's you? I nodded, meeting his eyes, letting him see the weight of 8 years. 8 years of dismissal, of laughter, of being told my dreams were childish. A board member, Evelyn Shaw, pushed through the crowd, her voice dripping with accusation. This is outrageous. We'll sue. Those patents are forged. Voltcore's tech can't be hers. The crowd leaned in, sensing a new twist. Tension crackled, the air thick with doubt. I pulled out my tablet, my fingers steady despite the adrenaline. With a tap, I projected my patents, 47 of them, each stamped with my name, detailing every fusion cell, every AI algorithm. Forged? I said, my voice icy. I built Voltcore from a garage lab while you were busy mocking me. Harper Tech's dying because you ignored the future. I'm the future. The crowd stilled, the patents glowing above me like a crown. Evelyn faltered, her face reddening. Richard's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice barely audible. You built this alone. I nodded, the locket warm against my skin, Mom's words echoing. Forge your path. For I could savor the moment, a piercing wail shattered the silence. A fire alarm, shrill and relentless. The crowd froze, then surged toward the exits, panic spreading like wildfire. I scanned the room, my instinct screaming. This wasn't a drill. Through the chaos, I spotted a figure in a maintenance uniform near the stage, tampering with a panel. The sprinklers. He wasn't fixing them. He was rigging them to flood. My heart pounded, but I moved, weaving through the crowd, my heels slipping on the marble. Get back! I shouted, reaching the panel. The saboteur turned, his face half hidden by a cap, but I caught a glimpse of a scar on his jaw before he bolted. I yanked open the panel, my fingers flying over the wires. I'd designed enough systems to know a sabotage when I saw one. A rerouted valve, pressure set to maximum. A flood in this packed ballroom could drown dozens. I cut the main line, the alarm still blaring, and the sprinklers sputtered, then stopped. The crowd slowed, confusion replacing panic. Security stormed in, too late to catch the saboteur. I leaned against the panel, catching my breath, the locket grounding me. Nathan's voice cut through the noise, now live streaming to his phone, his face red with fury. She's a fraud, he shouted to his followers. She's stealing Harper Tech. Shareholders, stop this deal. The crowd buzzed, phones pinging with notifications. His plea was going viral, rallying investors against me. Vanguard stepped forward, unruffled, a contract folder in hand. Richard, he said, offering a pen. The choice is yours. Richard's hands shook, his eyes locked on mine. I saw the man who'd laughed at my AI prototypes 8 years ago, who'd called them cute sketches while Nathan smirked and Victoria rolled her eyes. I saw the father who'd erased me from his story. But I also saw a man broken, realizing too late what he'd lost. He signed, the pen scratching like a blade. Nathan's live stream cut off as he stormed out, vowing, I'll burn Voltcore down! Victoria's gasp was audible, her face crumpling. Chloe, silent until now, whispered, You stole it, didn't you? Her jealous rumor that I'd plagiarized Voltcore's tech spread through the crowd like poison, amplified by her crypto bros' tweets. A journalist cornered me, her recorder thrust forward. Ms. Harper, sources claim Voltcore's hiding dark secrets. A whistleblower's talking. Care to comment? Her words hit like a punch, but I kept my face neutral. A whistleblower? Who? And what did they know? I brushed past her, my mind racing, but Vanguard's voice boomed, pulling the room back. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "welcome the new chairwoman and CEO of Harper Voltcore Industries, Emily Harper." The applause was tepid, uncertain, but it grew, a reluctant acknowledgement of my victory. I touched the locket, Mom's strength steadying me. I'd won the battle, but the war was just beginning. Later, on the balcony, the San Francisco skyline glittered below, the bay a dark mirror. I stood alone, the night air cool against my skin, when Richard's footsteps approached. "I was wrong," he said, his voice raw. "I dismissed your dreams. I didn't see you." I turned, meeting his eyes, seeing not the Titan, but the man, frail and regretful. "Can you follow my lead?" I asked. He nodded, broken but earnest. "Teach me." The next morning, I walked into Harper Voltcore's headquarters, the glass towers gleaming under the California sun. A new slogan adorned the entrance: "Powering tomorrow today." In my office, once Richard's, sunlight spilled across the desk where a package waited. Inside was my mother's journal, its pages worn, a note in her handwriting: "Emily, you are the future." I held it close, the locket warm against my chest, and knew this was only the beginning. To anyone reading this, I say, build relentlessly, even when doubted. Your vision is enough. And if you've ever been dismissed, erased, underestimated, keep going. The world may not see you yet, but when it does, it'll never forget. The dining room glowed under the soft amber light of the chandelier, casting delicate shadows across the polished mahogany table. The air was thick with the scents of roasted turkey, sage stuffing, and cranberry sauce. A tableau of Thanksgiving perfection that belied the storm brewing beneath the surface. Olivia adjusted the centerpiece, a cascade of autumn leaves and white candles, her fingers lingering on the smooth wax as if anchoring herself to the moment. She glanced at her family seated around the table: Katie, her 16-year-old daughter, scrolling absently on her phone; David, her 12-year-old son, poking at his mashed potatoes; and Ryan, her husband of 18 years, staring at his wine glass with an intensity that made her stomach twist. This was their tradition, their sacred evening where the chaos of life paused for gratitude and togetherness. Olivia had spent days preparing, not just the meal but the atmosphere, every detail curated to remind them all what they meant to each other. She smoothed her burgundy dress, took a steadying breath, and raised her glass. "To family," she said, her voice warm but edged with the effort of holding everything together. "To us." Glasses clinked, but Ryan's was slow to meet the others. His eyes flicked up, catching hers for a fleeting moment before sliding away. Olivia's smile faltered, but she pressed on, determined to keep the evening on course. She turned to Katie. "Sweetheart, what are you thankful for this year?" Katie rolled her eyes but set her phone down. "I guess getting into AP art. And maybe you guys when you're not being annoying." David snorted, flicking a pea at her. "Lame. I'm thankful for my new skateboard, and Dad's chili, but not this weird turkey stuff." The table laughed, the tension easing for a moment. Olivia's gaze softened as she looked at her children, their faces lit by the candlelight, so full of potential and fragility. She turned to Ryan, expecting his usual dry humor to round out the ritual. But he didn't smile, he didn't speak. He just sat there, his fingers drumming lightly on the table, a rhythm that seemed to pulse with something unspoken. "Ryan?" she prompted, her voice quieter now, a thread of unease weaving through it. He exhaled sharply, as if he'd been holding his breath all evening. Then he stood, his chair scraping against the hardwood floor. The sound cut through the warmth of the room like a blade. All eyes turned to him. Katie's curious, David's confused, Olivia's wary. Ryan cleared his throat, his posture stiff, his jaw set in a way that Olivia hadn't seen in years, not since the early days when they'd fought over dreams that no longer fit. "I have something to say," he began, his voice low but deliberate, each word landing like a stone. This isn't easy, But it's time. I've been living a lie, and I can't do it anymore." Olivia's heart stuttered. She gripped the edge of the table, her knuckles whitening. The room seemed to shrink, the walls pressing in as Ryan's gaze swept over them, lingering not on her, but on some invisible point beyond. "I'm in love with someone else," he said, and the words detonated in the silence. "Her name is Jessica. She's the new secretary at the firm. She's 22, and she's shown me what it means to feel alive again." Katie's fork clattered onto her plate. David's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with disbelief. Olivia felt the air leave her lungs, her vision narrowing to Ryan's face, his unflinching, almost defiant expression. He wasn't done. "I'm leaving, Olivia," he continued, his voice gaining strength, as if feeding on her shock. "I'm leaving you. I'm leaving this marriage. I want a life that's honest, that's mine, and I want it with her." The room was a vacuum, every sound swallowed by the weight of his confession. Olivia's mind raced, grasping for something to hold on to. Jessica. The name sliced through her, conjuring an image of the young woman she'd met briefly at Ryan's office, bright-eyed, poised, with a smile that had seemed harmless at the time. 22, barely older than their daughter. Katie's voice broke the silence, sharp and trembling. "Dad, what the hell? You're joking, right?" Ryan turned to her, his face softening for a moment, but only a moment. "I'm sorry, Katie. I know this is hard, but I can't keep pretending. You deserve the truth." "The truth?" Katie's voice cracked, her chair scraping back as she stood. "You're throwing us away for some random girl? Are you serious?" "Katie, sit down," Olivia said automatically, her voice barely above a whisper. She didn't know why she said it. Habit, maybe, or a desperate need to regain control. But Katie didn't sit. She glared at her father, tears brimming in her eyes, then stormed out of the room. The slam of her bedroom door echoed down the hall. David was still frozen, his fork hovering over his plate. "Dad?" he said, his voice small, almost pleading. "You're not really leaving, are you?" Ryan knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I'll always be your dad, David. This doesn't change that. I need to be happy too." "Happy?" The word stung Olivia like a slap. She stared at Ryan, at the man she'd built a life with, the man who'd promised her forever in a small church 18 years ago. She wanted to scream, to demand answers, to unravel the moment and stitch it back into something that made sense. But her voice wouldn't come. Her body felt heavy, as if the weight of his words had pinned her to the chair. Ryan stood again, his eyes finally meeting hers. There was no apology in them, no regret, only a cold resolve that made her skin prickle. "I didn't want it to come to this," he said, but his tone suggested otherwise. "I thought you should hear it here with the kids, so we can all move forward." Move forward. The phrase was absurd, obscene in its simplicity. Olivia's mind flashed to the years they'd spent together, the late nights working side by side, the vacations, the arguments, the quiet moments when they'd laughed until they couldn't breathe. Had it all been a lie? Or had something shifted in him, something she'd failed to notice? She forced herself to speak, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. "You thought this was the place to do this? In front of our children? On Thanksgiving?" Ryan's jaw tightened. "I didn't want to hide anymore. You deserve to know who I am." "Who you are?" Olivia's laugh was bitter, cutting through the haze of her shock. "You're my husband, Ryan. You're their father. That's who you are." "Not anymore," he said, and the finality of it was a blade to her heart. David bolted from the table, his chair tipping over as he ran after Katie. Olivia was alone now with Ryan, the remnants of their Thanksgiving feast spread out like a mockery of their life together. She stood, her legs unsteady, and faced him. "Well?" she asked, the question raw and unguarded. "Why her? Why now?" Ryan hesitated, and for the first time she saw a flicker of something. Guilt, maybe, or doubt, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Jessica, she sees me. Not the version of me you want, not the version I've been trying to be. She sees what I could be. And I don't? Olivia's voice rose, her composure cracking. 18 years, Ryan. I've seen every part of you. The good, the bad, the broken. I've loved you through it all. And this is what I get? Humiliation in front of our kids? This isn't about humiliating you, he said, but his tone was sharp, defensive. This is about me taking control of my life. Control? She stepped closer, her eyes burning into his. You didn't just break my heart, Ryan. You broke theirs. You stood there and tore our family apart like it was nothing. Do you even care? Of course I care, he snapped, his voice rising to match hers. But I'm not going to live a lie just to keep everyone comfortable. I'm done pretending. Pretend? The word caught in her throat, choking her. Was it all pretend? The vows, the promises, the nights we stayed up talking about our future? Ryan looked away, his silence louder than any answer he could have given. Olivia's chest tightened, her breath shallow. She wanted to hate him, to rage, to make him feel the weight of what he'd done. But all she felt was a hollow ache, a grief so deep it threatened to swallow her whole. Get out, she said finally, her voice barely audible. Olivia. Get out, she repeated, louder this time, her hands trembling. You don't get to do this and stay here. You don't get to ruin us and act like it's noble. Ryan stared at her for a long moment, then nodded once, as if accepting a verdict. He grabbed his coat from the hall and walked out the front door, the click of the latch echoing in the silence. Olivia sank back into her chair, her eyes fixed on the untouched turkey, the congealing gravy, the candles flickering weakly. The house felt too big, too empty, as if Ryan had taken more than himself when he left. She thought of Katie and David upstairs, their worlds shattered in a matter of minutes. She wanted to go to them, to hold them, to promise that everything would be okay. But how could she when she didn't believe it herself? She stood, forcing her legs to move, and climbed the stairs to Katie's room. The door was closed, but she could hear muffled sobs from within. She knocked softly. Katie? It's Mom. No answer. Olivia rested her forehead against the door, her own tears threatening to spill. I'm here, she whispered, knowing it wasn't enough. I'm always here. She moved to David's room next, finding him curled up on his bed, staring at the wall. His skateboard lay abandoned on the floor, a symbol of the innocence Ryan had just crushed. Olivia sat beside him, brushing his hair back gently. Mom, he said, his voice small, is Dad coming back? I don't know, sweetheart, she said, the truth heavy on her tongue. But we're going to be okay. You, me, and Katie, we're enough. He nodded, but his eyes were distant, lost in a pain no 12-year-old should have to carry. Olivia stayed with him until his breathing evened out, then slipped back into the hall. The house was quiet now. Too quiet. The echoes of Ryan's words lingering like ghosts. Downstairs she began clearing the table, her movements mechanical. Each plate she stacked felt like a piece of her life being packed away, the life she'd thought was hers. She paused at Ryan's seat, his half-empty wineglass still there, a faint lipstick mark on the rim, not hers. Her stomach churned and she set the glass down carefully, as if it might shatter under the weight of her realization. Jessica. The name was a wound, raw and bleeding. Olivia pictured her again, young, vibrant, unburdened by the scars of a shared history. Was that what Ryan wanted? A clean slate, a chance to rewrite himself without the baggage of their years together. The thought made her feel small, disposable, as if everything she'd given him had been erased in a single declaration. She sank onto the couch, the weight of the evening pressing down on her. Thanksgiving was supposed to be about gratitude, about family. Instead, it had become a stage for Ryan's betrayal, a public execution of their marriage. She wondered if that had been his intention all along, not just to leave, but to make her the villain, the reason for his unhappiness. The thought ignited something in her, a spark of anger that cut through the numbness. Olivia wasn't naive. She'd known their marriage wasn't perfect. There had been cracks, late nights at his office, arguments over money, the slow drift of intimacy replaced by routine. But she'd believed in them, in the life they'd built. She'd trusted him, and he'd taken that trust and weaponized it, turning their family's sacred night into a spectacle of her failure. She thought of Katie's tears, David's confusion, and the spark of anger grew into a flame. Ryan didn't get to do this. He didn't get to walk away and leave her to pick up the pieces alone. She wasn't just his wife. She was Olivia, the woman who'd fought for their family, who'd carried them through storms he'd never even noticed. If he thought she'd crumble, he was wrong. She stood, her resolve hardening. The road ahead would be brutal, she knew that. There would be questions, tears, nights when the pain would feel unbearable. But she wasn't alone. She had Katie and David, and they had her. Together, they'd find a way through this, not because of Ryan, but despite him. Olivia stood in the darkened dining room, the silence of the house pressing against her like a physical weight. The remnants of the Thanksgiving feast lay scattered across the table, plates of half-eaten food, glasses with faint rings of wine, a centerpiece now wilted under the strain of the evening's wreckage. Ryan's absence was a void, not just in the room, but in her chest, where a hollow ache pulsed with every heartbeat. She wanted to collapse, to let the grief and betrayal swallow her whole. But the thought of Katie and David upstairs, their worlds upended, anchored her to the moment. She couldn't fall apart, not yet. Her hands trembled as she gathered, moved to the sink, the clink of porcelain against steel, a small rebellion against the chaos in her mind. Each plate she washed was a step toward reclaiming something. Control, maybe, or the illusion of it. The water scalded her skin, but she welcomed the sting. It was proof she could still feel something other than the numbness threatening to claim her. The doorbell chimed, sharp and unexpected, slicing through the quiet. Olivia froze, her pulse spiking. For a fleeting second, she thought it might be Ryan, back to explain, to beg, to undo the damage. But the hope died as quickly as it came. He was gone, and whatever came next, she'd face it alone. Wiping her hands on a dish towel, she crossed the living room, her bare feet cold against the hardwood. The front door's frosted glass revealed a silhouette, too short to be Ryan, too unfamiliar to be a neighbor. She opened it cautiously, the November chill slipping past her like an uninvited guest. "Mrs. Harper?" The man on the porch was young, barely out of college, with wire-rimmed glasses and a nervous smile. He clutched a manila envelope, his coat dusted with the first flakes of snow. "I'm sorry to disturb you so late, especially on Thanksgiving. I'm Daniel Carter from Carter & Associates. I represent your uncle, Edward Grayson." Olivia blinked, the name stirring a memory she hadn't touched in years. Uncle Edward, her mother's eccentric brother, a recluse who'd sent her cryptic postcards from places like Marrakech and Reykjavik, always with a single line of advice: live fiercely, live. She hadn't seen him since she was a teenager, and even then he'd been more myth than man. I don't understand. Is he okay?" Daniel's smile faltered. "I'm afraid Mr. Grayson passed away 2 weeks ago. I've been trying to reach you, but your number wasn't current. I didn't want to leave this in a voicemail." He held out the envelope. "He left you something in his will. It's significant." The word hung between them, heavy with implication. Olivia took the envelope, her fingers brushing the rough paper. It felt too light for the weight Daniel's tone suggested. "Significant how?" "Maybe we could talk inside," he suggested, glancing at the snow now falling in earnest. "It's a bit complicated." She hesitated, the instinct to protect her fractured sanctuary warring with curiosity. But the house was already broken. What was one more stranger? She stepped aside, gesturing him in. "Coffee?" "No, thank you. I won't take much of your time." Daniel perched on the edge of the couch, looking as out of place as a sparrow in a storm. Olivia sat across from him, the envelope unopened in her lap, her mind racing. Edward's death was a shock, but not a grief. Not yet. He'd been a ghost in her life for so long, his absence felt almost natural. What could he have left her? Money? A trinket from one of his adventures? And why now, when her world was already in pieces? Daniel cleared his throat, pulling a file from his bag. Mr. Grayson was unconventional, as I'm sure you know. He didn't trust banks or traditional investments. Most of his estate is tied up in a property, a house in Bar Harbor, Maine, and a small island nearby. He left both to you, along with a cash bequest of $200,000, 0 cents. Olivia's breath caught, her fingers tightening on the envelope. A house? An island? The numbers and places swirled in her mind, unreal, like something from a novel she'd read as a child. I didn't even know he owned anything like that. Are you sure? Quite sure, Daniel said, sliding a photo across the coffee table. It showed a weathered Victorian mansion perched on a cliff, its gables stark against a gray sky, waves crashing below. The house looked haunted, alive with secrets, its windows like eyes watching her. It's called Grayson's Folly. Edward lived there the last few years, off the grid mostly. The island, Little Rook, it's uninhabited, about a mile offshore. He used it for, well, I'm not entirely sure what. Olivia stared at the photo, her pulse quickening. The house was beautiful in a desolate way, but it stirred something in her, a pull she couldn't name. Why me? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He didn't even know me anymore. Daniel hesitated, choosing his words. Edward was particular about his legacy. He wrote a letter, part of the estate documents. It's in the envelope. He said you were the only one who'd understand what the place meant. He didn't explain why. The envelope seemed to grow heavier in her hands. A letter from Edward, after all these years. What could he possibly have to say? And why did it feel like a lifeline dangling just out of reach? She wanted to tear it open, to devour his words, but not with Daniel watching. Not until she could breathe again. There's more, Daniel continued, his tone cautious. The property isn't without complications. Grayson's Folly needs repairs, significant ones. The roof's leaking, the foundation's cracked, and the utilities are barely functional. The cash bequest should cover most of it, but you'll need to oversee the work. And the island, there's some dispute over its title. A local developer claims Edward didn't own it outright. It's not a clear-cut inheritance. Olivia's laugh was sharp, almost manic. Of course it isn't. That sounds exactly like Edward. She rubbed her temples, the weight of the night crashing back. Ryan's betrayal, the kid's pain, and now this. A gift wrapped in riddles and red tape. What happens if I don't want it? Daniel's brows lifted, as if he hadn't expected the question. You can sell it once the title's cleared. The house alone could fetch a good price, even as a fixer-upper. The island's value is less certain, but it's prime real estate if the claim's resolved. Or you could walk away, and the estate would revert to the state, but Edward was adamant you have first refusal. First refusal. The phrase felt like a challenge, as if Edward knew she'd be standing at this crossroads, battered but not broken. Olivia's mind churned. Selling made sense. Take the money, rebuild her life, give Katie and David stability, but something about the house, about Grayson's Folly, tugged at her, whispering of possibilities she couldn't yet see. An escape, maybe, a place to start over, or a trap waiting to ensnare her further. I need time, she said finally, to think, to talk to my kids. Of course, Daniel said, standing. There's no rush, within reason. The estate's in trust for now. You can reach me here. He handed her a business card, his eyes kind but guarded. I'm sorry again for your loss and for the timing. I hope this turns out to be a good thing for you. She nodded, unable to muster a smile. Thank you, Daniel. After he left, the house seemed quieter, the snow outside muffling the world. Olivia sat back, the envelope still unopened, her thoughts a tangle of fear and possibility. She thought of Ryan, of the life he'd shattered without a backward glance. She thought of Katie and David, their trust fractured, their futures uncertain. And she thought of Edward, a man who'd lived on his own terms, leaving her this strange, unwieldy gift. Was it a burden or a chance? She didn't know. But for the first time that night, she felt a flicker of something. Anger, yes, but also resolve. She wasn't done yet. She rose, moving to the kitchen where her phone sat on the counter. The screen glowed with a missed call from her sister Lauren, probably checking in on the holiday. Olivia ignored it for now, her fingers hovering over the envelope instead. She slid it open, pulling out a single sheet of paper, Edward's handwriting jagged but unmistakable. "Liv," it began. "If you're reading this, I'm gone, and you're wondering why I've dumped this mess on you. Don't hate me yet. The folly's more than a house. It's a reckoning. You'll see what I mean when you get there. Take the kids, leave the baggage. You're stronger than you know. Live fiercely, like I told you. E." The words hit her like a current, pulling her under and buoying her up all at once. A reckoning. What did he mean? And why did it feel like he'd known exactly what she'd need, even when she hadn't? She folded the letter, tucking it into her pocket, and grabbed her phone again. This time she dialed Lauren. "Liv?" Her sister's voice was warm, tinged with worry. "You okay? How was dinner?" Olivia exhaled, the story of Ryan's betrayal on the tip of her tongue, but she held it back, not ready to unravel that wound. "Dinner was eventful. I'll fill you in later, but I need to ask you something. Ever hear Uncle Edward talk about a place in Maine? Grayson's Folly?" A pause, then Lauren's voice sharpened. "The creepy house on the cliff. Yeah, he mentioned it once, said it was his sanctuary or something. Why?" "He left it to me," Olivia said, the words surreal even as she spoke them. "The house, an island, some money. I don't know what to do with it." "Holy shit, Liv." Lauren's laugh was half disbelief, half awe. "That's... wow. What are you going to do?" "I don't know," Olivia admitted, her eyes drifting to the photo still on the table. "But I'm thinking about going there to see it. Maybe stay for a bit." "The kids?" Lauren's tone was skeptical but not dismissive. "You sure that's a good idea? After everything?" "Everything," Olivia echoed, her voice firming. "They need something new, Lauren. So do I. I'm not running away. I'm running toward something. I just don't know what yet." They talked longer, Lauren offering support, questions, a promise to visit if Olivia went through with it. By the time they hung up, the snow had thickened outside, blanketing the world in white. Olivia felt lighter, not healed, but hopeful, as if Edward's letter had cracked open a door she hadn't known was there. She climbed the stairs, checking on David first. He was asleep, his face peaceful despite the storm in his heart. Katie's door was still closed, but a sliver of light shone beneath it. Olivia knocked softly. "Katie, can I come in?" A pause, then a muffled, "Fine." Katie sat cross-legged on her bed, her sketchbook open, charcoal smudged on her fingers. Her eyes were red, but her jaw was set, a mirror of Olivia's own defiance. "What do you want?" she asked, not cruelly, but guarded. Olivia sat beside her, choosing her words carefully. "I know tonight was awful. I know you're angry, and you have every right to be, but I need you to know we're going to be okay. You, me, David, we're a team, all right?" Katie snorted, but it lacked venom. Some teen dad he just left, like we don't matter. "You matter," Olivia said fiercely, taking her hand. "You and David are everything to me, and I'm not going to let what he did define us. I have an idea. Something crazy, maybe, but I want to hear what you think." She told her about Edward's bequest, the house, the island, the letter. Katie listened, her expression shifting from skepticism to intrigue, her artist's soul catching on the image of a cliffside mansion, a place untouched by their father's shadow. "You want to move there?" she asked, testing the idea. "Not move, not yet," Olivia said. "Visit, see what it's like. If it's a disaster, we come back. If it's something else, we figure it out together. What do you say?" Katie chewed her lip, a habit from childhood that tugged at Olivia's heart. "David's gonna hate it, no skate park." Olivia laughed, the sound surprising her. "He'll survive. What about you?" "I don't know," Katie admitted, but her eyes gleamed with something new. Curiosity, maybe, or defiance. "It sounds weird, but maybe weird's good right now." They talked a while longer, not solving anything, but stitching something back together, thread by thread. When Katie finally yawned, Olivia kissed her forehead and slipped out, leaving the door cracked. Back in her own room, Olivia pulled out Edward's letter again, rereading it by the light of her bedside lamp. A reckoning. The phrase echoed in her mind, both warning and promise. She thought of Ryan, of the life he'd discarded, and felt a surge of determination. He'd made his choice. Now she'd make hers. She opened her laptop, searching for Bar Harbor, for Grayson's Folly, for anything that might ground this surreal turn. The internet offered scraps, old listings, a blurry satellite image of Little Rook, a forum post calling the house cursed. Nothing concrete, but enough to fuel her imagination. The disputes Daniel mentioned worried her, but they weren't insurmountable. Not yet. She jotted notes, her handwriting messy but purposeful. Contact Daniel, get repair estimates, talk to kids' schools, check flights. The list grew, each item a brick in the foundation of something new. She didn't know if Grayson's Folly would save her or break her further, but she was done standing still. As dawn crept through the curtains, painting the room in shades of gray, Olivia felt a shift inside her. The pain of Ryan's betrayal hadn't faded, but it wasn't the only thing defining her anymore. Edward had given her a chance. Not just a house, but a question. What are you capable of, Liv? She didn't have the answer yet, but she was ready to find it. She closed her laptop, her eyes drifting to the photo of Grayson Mayue. The first light of dawn crept through the curtains, casting a pale glow across Olivia's bedroom, where she sat hunched over her laptop, Edward's letter folded beside her like a talisman. The words she'd read hours ago, "Live fiercely, live," burned in her mind, a spark that refused to dim despite the ache in her chest. Grayson's Folly loomed in her imagination, its weathered gables and restless waves a siren call to something she couldn't yet name. She'd spent the night mapping out her next steps, each keystroke a rebellion against the wreckage Ryan had left behind. Flights to Maine were booked for next week, a tentative bridge to a future she couldn't predict. But as the house stirred, David's footsteps padding to the bathroom, Katie's music leaking through her door, Olivia felt a new weight settle over her, not of despair, but of possibility. Her phone buzzed, shattering the quiet. Daniel Carter's name flashed on the screen, and she answered, her voice steadier than she felt. "Daniel? It's early." "I know, I'm sorry," he said, his tone clipped with urgency. "I didn't want to wait. There's more to Edward's estate than I could cover last night. Can we meet today? It's important." Olivia's pulse quickened, her fingers tightening around the phone. More? The house and island were already a labyrinth of complications. What else could Edward have left her? "All right," she said, glancing at the clock. "The kids are home, but I can meet you at the cafe on Elm Street, 11. "Perfect. I'll bring the documents." He hesitated, then added, "Olivia, this could change things for you. A lot." The call ended, leaving her adrift in a sea of questions. Change things. The phrase echoed Edward's letter, a promise or a warning she couldn't decipher. She rose, slipping the letter into her pocket, its edges worn from her touch. Downstairs, she started coffee, the ritual grounding her as she braced for whatever Daniel had to reveal. The kids would need breakfast, explanations, a semblance of normalcy, but her mind was already racing, chasing shadows cast by a man who'd always lived half in myth. By 11, the cafe was a hum of clinking mugs and murmured conversations, its warmth a stark contrast to the snow-dusted streets outside. Olivia sat at a corner table, her hands wrapped around a latte when Daniel arrived, his coat flecked with frost. He carried a leather satchel, its bulk suggesting more than a simple update. He slid into the seat across from her, his eyes searching hers with a mix of sympathy and caution. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, pulling out a thick folder. "I'll get to the point. Edward's estate is extensive. Beyond the house and island, he left you a portfolio of commercial properties, 3 office buildings in Boston, a retail strip in Portland, and a warehouse leased to a tech firm. There's also a diversified investment fund, stocks, bonds, some private equity. Current valuation after taxes and debts is around $12 million. Zero, said. Olivia's breath caught, the numbers unreal, like stars too distant to grasp. 12 million? Her voice was a whisper, as if speaking louder might shatter the moment. She pictured Edward, his wild hair and cryptic smile, hoarding wealth like a dragon in a cave. Why hadn't he told her? Why now, when her world was a house of cards? "That's not all," Daniel continued, sliding a document toward her. "There's a charitable trust, funded with another $3 million, 0 cents, focused on literacy programs for underserved kids. Edward named you as the executor. You'd oversee grants, partnerships, the whole operation. He was clear. The trust is yours to shape, but it's separate from the rest." Olivia's mind reeled, the latte forgotten. Properties? Investments? A trust? It was a fortune, a legacy, a responsibility she hadn't asked for. "Separate how?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm inside. Daniel leaned forward, his tone deliberate. "Edward was meticulous. He structured the estate to be legally distinct from your marital assets. It's protected, untouchable by anyone else, including your husband. He wanted you to have independence, Olivia, absolute control." The word independence landed like a stone in still water, rippling through her. Independence. Not just financial, but existential. A lifeline thrown across the chasm Ryan had carved. She thought of the years she'd poured into their marriage, balancing his ambitions with her own quiet dreams, always compromising, always adapting. Edward, in his strange, prescient way, had seen it. He'd given her wings, forged in iron to rise above the ashes. "Well, me?" she asked, echoing her question from last night. "He barely knew me." Daniel's smile was faint, almost wistful. "He knew enough. His letters. There are more, by the way. Talk about you as the one who'd carry his spark. He called you the keeper of questions. Said you'd know what to do when the time came." The keeper of questions. The phrase was a riddle, a mirror reflecting her own uncertainty. She wanted to laugh, to cry, to scream at Edward for his faith in her when she felt so unmoored. But beneath the chaos, a clarity was forming, sharp as a blade. This wasn't just wealth, it was power. Power to rebuild, to protect her children, to redefine herself beyond the shadow of Ryan's betrayal. She thanked Daniel, promising to review the documents, and left the cafe in a daze. The snow had stopped, leaving the world crisp and brittle, like her own resolve. As she drove home, her thoughts churned, weaving Edward's gift with the raw wound of last night. Ryan's face flashed in her mind, his cold certainty, his words like arrows aimed at her heart. "I'm leaving. I'm in love with Jessica." The memory stung, but it no longer paralyzed her. Edward's bequest was a shield, a sword, a map to a future she'd chart alone. At home, the house was quiet, the kids still cocooned in their rooms. Olivia set the documents on the kitchen counter, their weight a silent promise. She was about to call Lauren to share the surreal twist when the front door opened. Her heart lurched, expecting Ryan, and it was him, taller than she remembered, his coat rumpled, his eyes shadowed with something she couldn't read. "Olivia," he said, his voice low, almost cautious, "we need to talk." The air thickened, charged with the ghosts of last night's wreckage. She straightened, her spine steel, Edward's letter a quiet fire in her pocket. "You said plenty yesterday," she replied, her tone even but edged. "What's left?" He stepped closer, his hands raised as if to placate her. "I didn't want it to go like that. I was trying to be honest, but you're making this harder than it needs to be." Her laugh was sharp, a shard of glass. "I'm making it harder? You stood there, Ryan, in front of our kids and announced, 'You're trading us for a 22-year-old. You don't get to rewrite that.'" His jaw tightened, a flicker of the old Ryan, charming, defensive, surfacing. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't just about Jessica. It's about us. You've been stuck, Olivia, chasing routines, playing the perfect mom, the perfect wife. You're boring. You've made our life boring. I needed more." The words were a slap, deliberate and cruel, each one crafted to burrow under her skin. Boring. The accusation echoed through the years. Every sacrifice, every choice to prioritize their family over her own desires, now twisted into a flaw. She saw it then, the strategy behind his cruelty, to diminish her, to make her the architect of their failure so he could walk away, absolved. Her hands clenched, but she didn't flinch. "You think blaming me makes this easier?" she said, her voice low, a storm gathering. "You think calling me boring erases what you've done? You cheated, Ryan. You lied. You humiliated me in front of our children. And now you're here, what? Expecting me to agree with you?" "I'm not the villain here," he snapped, his composure cracking. "I tried, Olivia. I stayed for years, going through the motions. But Jessica, she sees me. She makes me feel alive. You never did that, not really." The lie was a blade, but it didn't cut as deeply as he'd hoped. Olivia felt Edward's letter against her thigh, a reminder of her own spark, one Ryan had never understood. She stepped closer, her eyes locked on his, her voice a quiet flame. "You're wrong. I saw you. Every flaw, every dream, every moment you doubted yourself. I loved you through it all. And you? You threw it away because you're too weak to face yourself without someone new to mirror you." His face twisted, anger flaring, but she saw the flicker of shame beneath it. He opened his mouth, then closed it as if her words had stolen his script. For a moment they stood there, two strangers in the wreckage of their shared history, the air heavy with unspoken truths. "Get out," she said finally, not loud but final, a door slamming shut. "You don't live here anymore." Ryan hesitated, his hands flexing, then turned and left without another word. The door clicked shut, and Olivia exhaled, her body trembling but unbroken. She felt the house breathe with her, its walls holding her upright. She wasn't boring. She wasn't the failure he'd painted. She was Olivia, keeper of questions, heir to a reckoning, and she was just beginning. She moved to the counter, opening Daniel's folder, her eyes scanning the details of Edward's empire. Lisa's dividends, the trust's mission. It was daunting, a world she'd never navigated, but it was hers, protected, as Daniel said, from Ryan's reach. The realization was a quiet triumph, a seed planted in the ashes of her marriage. She could sell the properties, bank the wealth, play it safe, or she could step into Edward's shoes, wield his legacy, shape it into something that mattered. The choice was hers alone. She thought of Katie and David, their futures now tethered to this unexpected windfall. They deserved more than a broken home, more than their father's shadow. She'd take them to Maine, to Grayson's Folly, not just to see the house, but to show them who they could be. The island, the trust, the investments, they were pieces of a puzzle, and she'd solve it, not for Edward or Ryan, but for herself. Her phone rang again, Lauren's name lighting up the screen. Olivia answered, her voice brighter than it had been in days. "Hey, you won't believe what just happened." As she recounted Daniel's visit, Ryan's confrontation, the scope of Edward's gift, She felt the story take shape, not as a tragedy, but as a turning point. Lauren listened, gasping, laughing, promising to help however she could. By the time they hung up, Olivia was smiling, a real smile, fragile but fierce. She poured another coffee, sat at the table, and pulled out a notebook. The list from last night grew: hire a financial advisor, research the trust's partners, visit the Boston properties. Each item was a stone in a new foundation, one Ryan couldn't touch. She thought of Grayson's Folly, its secrets waiting, and the island, Little Rook, a mystery wrapped in dispute. There were battles ahead, legal, emotional, personal, but she was ready. The snow began again outside, soft and relentless, covering the world in a clean slate. Olivia watched it fall, her heart a crucible of grief and hope. Ryan had tried to break her, to make her small, but he'd failed. Edward had seen her strength, and now she saw it too. She wasn't just surviving, she was rising, a phoenix with wings of iron, and the world would know her name. The kitchen glowed with the soft light of morning, the scent of fresh coffee mingling with the crisp air slipping through the cracked window. Olivia sat at the table, her notebook open, pages filled with plans that had grown from tentative scribbles to a blueprint for a new life. Edward's letter rested beside her, its edges worn from countless readings, a quiet reminder of the spark he'd ignited. 6 months had passed since that shattering Thanksgiving, and though the scars remained, they were no longer raw. She was rebuilding, not just her life, but herself. The documents from Daniel Carter's folder had become her map. The commercial properties in Boston and Portland were thriving under new management, their leases renegotiated for higher yields, the investment fund was diversified, its returns steady, and the charitable trust, Edward's dream of literacy for the underserved, was taking shape. With Olivia at its helm, she'd hired a team, vetted grant applications, and partnered with local schools, each step a reclamation of her voice. Grayson's Folly, still a work in progress, stood waiting in Maine, its repairs underway, a symbol of her resolve to face the unknown. But the past wasn't done with her. The phone rang, Beverly's name flashing like a warning. Olivia hesitated, her thumb hovering over the decline button. Her mother-in-law's calls had become a ritual of veiled barbs and false concern, each one a thread in a web she'd only recently begun to see. She answered, bracing herself. "Olivia, dear." Beverly's voice was syrupy, a practiced warmth that set Olivia's teeth on edge. "I was just thinking of you. How are the children coping?" "They're doing all right," Olivia said, her tone neutral, a shield against the probing. "We're finding our way." A pause, then Beverly's sigh, heavy with implication. "It's such a shame, isn't it? Ryan's so lost right now. I keep telling him to focus on family, but, well, you know how stubborn he can be. Not that you made it easy, dear, with all your ambitions." The word ambitions was a needle, sharp and deliberate, aimed at the career Olivia had paused to raise Katie and David, now framed as her failure. Beverly had always done this. Small comments, like pebbles dropped in a pond, rippling doubt. "You're looking tired, Olivia. Maybe slow down? Ryan needs a partner who's present, not chasing dreams." Over the years, they'd burrowed into her, undermining her confidence, her place in the family, and now, with Ryan's betrayal laid bare, Beverly's role was clear. Not a bystander, but a puppeteer, pulling strings to keep Olivia small. "I'm not the one who walked away, Beverly," Olivia said, her voice low, a current of steel beneath it. "And I'm done letting you rewrite the story." Beverly's laugh was light, dismissive. "Oh, Olivia, don't be dramatic. I'm only trying to help. Ryan's struggling, you know. That girl, Jessica, she's not good for him. I told him you were the better choice, even with your quirks." "Quirks?" Another jab cloaked in concern. Olivia saw it now, the pattern woven through years of family dinners, holidays, quiet moments when Beverly's words had shaped the narrative. Olivia as the problem, the overworked mother, the aging wife who'd let Ryan drift. It hadn't been accidental. Beverly had sensed the cracks in their marriage long before Olivia had, and instead of mending them, she'd widened them, nudging Ryan toward freedom while casting Olivia as the cage. "You don't get to play both sides anymore," Olivia said, her voice rising, a wave breaking. "You've been stirring the pot for years, Beverly, and I'm done eating what you serve. If you want to help Ryan, fine, but leave me and my kids out of it." She hung up before Beverly could respond, her heart pounding, not with fear, but with clarity. The call was a mirror, reflecting a truth she'd been too entangled to see. Beverly's manipulation had been a silent partner in Ryan's betrayal, a whisper in his ear that Olivia wasn't enough. But she was enough, more than enough. And Edward's gift had given her the means to prove it. The inheritance was her anchor. She'd invested the cash bequest into a new venture, a small real estate firm focused on affordable housing, a nod to Edward's trust. The first project, a renovated complex in Portland, was set to open next month, its units already leased. The work was grueling, a crash course in markets and contracts, but it was hers, built from the ground up, untouchable by Ryan or Beverly's reach. Each deal she closed, each tenant she housed, was a brick in a fortress of independence, a life no one could dismantle. She thought of Ryan, the news trickling back through mutual friends. His midlife crisis had unraveled faster than she'd expected. Jessica, it seemed, wasn't the muse he'd imagined. Her youth a fleeting thrill, not a foundation. His law firm had sidelined him, clients wary of his distracted chaos, and his finances were crumbling. Credit cards maxed, savings drained. Olivia felt no satisfaction in his fall, only a quiet pity. He'd chosen a mirage, and now he was lost in its shimmer. Her own path was clearer. Katie and David were healing, each in their way. Katie, ever the artist, had thrown herself into her sketches, her latest series a raw exploration of fractured families, her pain alchemized into beauty. She'd warmed to the idea of Maine, talking late into the night about painting Grayson's folly, capturing its ghosts. David was quieter, his skateboard still his solace, but he'd started asking questions about Edward, about the island, about what came next. Olivia answered honestly, weaving them into her plans, their trust a fragile bridge she was careful to strengthen. 6 months after that Thanksgiving, Olivia stood at a crossroads, not of loss but of reinvention. She'd flown to Bar Harbor last month, walking the creaking floors of Grayson's Folly, its walls whispering stories she was only beginning to unravel. The house was hers now, half repaired, a canvas for the future. Little Rook, the disputed island, remained a question mark, its title tangled in court, but she'd hired a lawyer, a sharp woman who thrived on untangling knots. Olivia wasn't fighting for the land itself, but for what it represented, her right to claim what was hers. The trust was her proudest work. She'd named it Beacon, a nod to Edward's love of light and learning. Its first grants had funded libraries in rural Maine, stocked with books for kids like David, who hid their dreams behind shy smiles. She'd spoken at a fundraiser last week, her voice steady as she shared Edward's vision, her own woven into it. The applause had startled her, a reminder that she was seen, not as Ryan's wife or Beverly's foil, but as Olivia Harper, a woman who built rather than broke. She sat now at the kitchen table, a new email from Daniel open on her laptop. The Boston properties had appreciated, he wrote, and a tech startup wanted to lease the warehouse long-term. She typed a quick reply, then opened another tab, checking flights to Maine. Summer was coming, and she'd promised Katie and David a trip to the Folly, a chance to explore its cliffs and secrets. They'd go as a family. Not the one Ryan had shattered, but the one she'd forged, stronger for its cracks. The doorbell rang, pulling her from her thoughts. She opened it to find Lauren, her sister's grin a burst of warmth against the April chill. "Surprise," Lauren said, holding up a bottle of wine. "Figured you could use a break from conquering the world." Olivia laughed, the sound lighter than it had been in months. "I'm not conquering anything, just figuring it out." "Bullshit," Lauren said, stepping inside. "You're a frickin' phoenix, Liv. Look at you." properties, a charity, a haunted house. You're killing it." They settled on the couch, glasses clinking, and Olivia shared the latest. Beverly's call, the trust's progress, Ryan's unraveling. Lauren listened, her eyes fierce with pride, and when Olivia paused, she leaned forward. "You know what I love? You're not just surviving. You're rewriting the story. Not his version, not hers, yours." The words settled over Olivia like a mantle, heavy but warm. Rewriting the story. She thought of Thanksgiving, of Ryan's cold declaration, Beverly's subtle poison, the years she'd spent bending to fit their expectations. That story was done. Its pages burned. The one she was writing now was messier, braver, alive with possibility. As Lauren left, promising a girls' trip to celebrate the Portland opening, Olivia returned to her notebook. She sketched a timeline: Maine in June, Beacon's next grant cycle, a meeting with the real estate team. Each line was a thread weaving a tapestry of her own design. She thought of Edward, his cryptic faith in her, and smiled. He had called her the keeper of questions, and she was answering them, one choice at a time. Outside, the world was waking, spring's green edging through the snow's retreat. Olivia closed her notebook, her eyes catching the photo of Grayson's Folly on the counter. It wasn't just a house. It was a beacon, like the trust, like her. She'd fallen, yes, but she'd risen not on Ryan's terms or Beverly's, but on her own. The future wasn't a promise, it was a challenge. And she was ready. She stood, stretching, and headed upstairs to check on the kids. Katie's music still played, softer now, a melody of hope. David's door was open, his skateboard propped against the wall, a sign he was ready to talk. Olivia paused, her hand on the railing, and took a breath. The story wasn't finished, but it was hers to tell, and she'd write it with fire. The lab was a tomb of sterile light and humming machines when the phone shattered the silence. I was locking up, the weight of another late night clinging to my shoulders, when my mother's voice sliced through the line, brittle and urgent. "Venus, it's Rachel. She's dying. She needs you." The words landed like a blade, sharp and cold. I froze, key in hand, staring at the microscope still glowing on my desk, its lens a silent witness to the chaos about to unfold. Rachel, my so-called sister, needed my bone marrow. 6 months ago, I'd have given it without a second thought. Family was loyalty, blood was duty, and I was the older sister, the one who sacrificed. But that was before she burned my world to ash. Rachel wasn't just my sister, she was my saboteur. She'd orchestrated a campaign to ruin me, falsifying reports, whispering lies to my department head, and convincing Tatum, my protege, to testify that my research was fraudulent. 5 years of groundbreaking work, gone. My reputation, my fellowship, my future, erased by her surgical precision. And the kicker? I'd learned she wasn't even my sister. A DNA test born from suspicion after her betrayal revealed we didn't share a father. Blood wasn't just a lie, it was a weapon. I hung up without a word, the hum of fluorescent lights louder than my mother's plea. The hallway outside my lab was dim, and Harper was there, leaning against the wall, her sharp eyes catching the storm on my face. "Family emergency?" she said, voice dry. "Or family manipulation?" "Rachel's got leukemia," I said, my voice flat. "I'm her only match." Harper's jaw tightened. After what she did, the nerve. I didn't reply. She knew the story. Everyone in the department did. Last winter, Rachel's lies had unraveled me. Anonymous complaints escalated to doctored evidence, and Tatum's testimony was the final nail. My research, meant to revolutionize cancer treatment, was branded a fraud. Rachel, the golden child, had always floated through life on charm and applause, while I clawed for every scrap of recognition. When I'd secured a grant she couldn't touch, she'd torn me down. Now she wanted my body to save her. My phone buzzed. A text from my mother. "I'm coming to your office. We need to talk." Of course she was. She always ran to Rachel's side. When I'd crumbled under the scandal, she'd called me dramatic. When Rachel schemed, she called it ambition. I was the disappointment. Rachel was the investment. Harper glanced at the text. Want backup? No, I said. This is my fire to walk through. 20 minutes later, my mother stormed in, dressed like she was hosting a gala, not begging for her daughter's life. She dropped a manila envelope on my desk without a greeting. Rachel's medical records, she said, voice clipped. The procedure's low risk. You'll be fine in a week. Hello to you too, I said, eyebrow raised. Don't be difficult, Venus. This is your sister's life. She forfeited that title when she torched mine, I shot back. Her mouth tightened. You're still clinging to that ridiculous drama. Rachel would never. I have proof, I said, voice low and sharp. Emails, statements, a recorded call between her and Tatum. She faltered, but only for a second. Whatever happened doesn't matter now. She's dying. Convenient logic. I leaned back, opened a drawer, and dropped a thick folder labeled DNA onto the desk. Interesting you mentioned blood. I had questions after the scandal, so I did some digging. Her eyes locked on the folder like it was a bomb. What is that? Truth, I said, flipping it open. Rachel and I don't share a father. She went pale. You're bluffing. I slid the results across the desk. I'm not, but don't worry. I haven't told Rachel, yet. Her hands trembled as she gathered the medical records. She's still your sister. She's not, I said flatly. At best, she's your mistake. At worst, your weapon. Her eyes welled with tears, crocodile tears. I'd seen them before. They weren't grief, they were strategy. I'll give you my answer in 3 days, I told her, and I suggest you think hard about what secrets you're willing to see exposed. She left without a word, the door slamming behind her. I stared at the DNA report, its cold data confirming what I'd suspected. Rachel wasn't my blood, and she wasn't my obligation. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at my kitchen table, a glass of bourbon in hand. The DNA folder open, its pages glaring like an accusation. The truth didn't soften, it hardened. The next morning, I walked into the hospital like I was entering a war zone, my blazer crisp, hair pulled back, an armor forged from years of defending research, not my life. Rachel's room in the oncology wing was too bright, too quiet. She was propped up in bed, scrolling her phone, a silk scarf tied around her head, dying but glamorous. Even in a hospital gown, she looked curated, designer blanket, subtle makeup, untouchable. When she saw me, her lips twitched, not quite a smile. Well, look who finally showed up. Come to save the day? No, I said, staying in the doorway. I came to give you my answer. Her eyes narrowed. She set the phone down. And her mouth twitched again. You can't be serious. Dead serious. She laughed, a brittle sound that turned into a cough. This is about your career? Still bitter about that little misunderstanding? Little misunderstanding? My voice cracked like a whip. You destroyed my name. 5 years of work, my fellowship, my life's purpose, gone. You cost me everything. You're so dramatic, she sighed. I did you a favor. That research was going nowhere. And besides, Mom always said, don't you dare bring her into this, I snapped, stepping closer. She's been cleaning up your messes since we were kids. Not this time. A nurse knocked, peeking in. Rachel flashed a sweet smile. We're fine. The nurse left. I didn't. You want truth? I said, pulling out my phone and opening the DNA results. See this? Paternal markers. Not a single match. You're not my sister, Rachel, not by blood, just by convenience. She blinked, her facade cracking. What are you talking about? Ask Mom, I said, voice low. See how she reacts. Where are you doing this? Her voice was small now, almost childlike. Because the lies don't get to win anymore. I held her gaze. You want to live? Earn it. Full confession. Emails, lies, the sabotage. Sign it, notarized, on record. You're blackmailing me. I'm giving you a chance to atone. Her face shifted, the sweetness melting into something colder, uglier. You always thought you were better just because you worked harder. You think the world cares? I used to, I admitted. Then I watched you burn my life to ashes and walk away clean. She looked at her hands, silent. If I confess, you'll help? Maybe, I said, turning to leave. You sound just like her, Rachel called after me. I stopped, half turning. That's the thing. I learned from the best. Back home, Harper was waiting, her laptop open, documents and maps spread across my table. Ready to find Rachel's real father? She asked. I nodded. It took her less than an hour. DNA databases are brutal. Secrets don't survive when people trade privacy for ancestry. Dr. Eduardo Ferguson, Harper said, pointing to a highlighted name. Chief of Surgery, Memorial Hospital, Phoenix. No listed children, never married. I stared at the screen, the weight of it sinking in. Until now, I murmured. My phone buzzed. A message from Lamar. Heard about Rachel, need to talk. Important. Lamar, my ex, hadn't crossed my mind in 2 years. Our breakup had been ugly, sudden, and unexplained. Until now. I suspected Rachel's hand in it, but proof was another matter. I agreed to meet him. The cafe was unchanged, but the memories stung. Lamar slid into the booth, still handsome, still carrying that quiet intensity. You look good, he said. Success suits you, I replied, voice cool. He sighed. I owe you the truth. I'm used to lies. Rachel came to me right before we broke up, he said. Said you were cheating, showed me photos, you hugging Mike outside a restaurant. That was an investor meeting, I said, my voice flat. A surprise for my project. I know now. Mike told me last year, but by then I'd moved. You'd moved on. He looked ashamed. There's more. She emailed me last week, said she was sick, needed money, asked if I'd reconsider. I stared at him. She was asking for my bone marrow and your wallet. Same week. He nodded. Unbelievable. Back home, I poured another drink while Harper traced Eduardo's lineage. Every lead confirmed it. Want to meet him? She asked. Not yet, I said. First we make the liars sweat. I chose our childhood home for the confrontation. A hollowed-out shell now, stripped of furniture, pictures gone from the walls. Mom was selling it, a fitting stage for the end of her performance. She was there when I arrived, fussing with a tray of stale cookies, as if sugar could soften the reckoning. Rachel sat on the couch, pale and frail, wrapped in a cashmere throw like a fading queen. Her eyes locked onto mine, but she didn't speak. Let's begin, I said, setting my briefcase on the coffee table. Begin what? Rachel's voice was brittle. Your revenge parade? Your confession, I corrected. Mom stiffened. Venus, we can talk like you talked about Eduardo in private? I cut in. Those days are over. The doorbell rang. That'll be Harper, I said, letting her in. She stepped inside, legal pad in hand, calm and observant. Now that we're all here, I said, laying out 3 sets of documents, let's discuss terms. Rachel laughed, a broken sound. You're treating this like a business deal. Isn't that what you did to my career, my relationship, I said. I'm just speaking your language. Her face paled. You talked to Lamar. I did, and I saw the email you sent him last week. Subtle, Rachel. She turned to Mom, voice rising. You said she wouldn't find out. Enough, I snapped. Here's how this works. I pointed to the papers. Rachel, you sign a notarized confession detailing everything. Emails, lies, Tatum's testimony. You also confess to sabotaging my relationship with Lamar. Mom, you sign a statement admitting your affair with Eduardo Ferguson, confirming Rachel's paternity, and acknowledging your role in grooming her to destroy me. You're insane, Mom whispered. This will ruin us. Then don't sign, I said, but you'll never hear from me again. And Rachel, you'll die wondering if I'd have helped. Rachel's eyes shimmered. You'd let me die over this? No, I said. I'd let you die, because neither of you has ever faced consequences. Mom clutched her pearls, trembling with practiced fragility. We're still your family. Wrong, I said. You were. Now, you're just people who taught me to fight. Harper passed them pens. The silence was heavy, bitter. Rachel signed first, her hand shaking, then shoved the confession back. Happy? She spat. No, I said, but that's not why I'm here. Mom hesitated, her fingers hovering over the page. I did what I had to protect my daughters, she said. Which one? I asked. She looked down and signed. I gathered the documents, their weight like currency. Truth is heavy when it's been buried for decades. Harper scanned each page. Legally solid, she said. I stood. I'll send the donation approval to the hospital. But this wasn't forgiveness. This was justice. Rachel coughed, her hand trembling. Wait. I turned halfway. What? What does he look like, Eduardo? Tall, I said. Kind eyes, like someone who could have raised you right if given the chance. Rachel broke, her shoulders shaking. I didn't comfort her, not anymore. Outside, Harper and I walked to my car. You good? She asked. No, I said, but I'm done suffering quietly. Back home, I scanned the documents, stored them digitally, and poured wine. My phone buzzed. Eduardo. Arrived in town. Want to talk about both my daughters? Dinner. Both daughters. Even now he had room for both truths. One built on lies, the other forged in fire. I texted back. Tomorrow. I'll bring everything. Then I turned off the lights and let the weight of the night settle. The emergency room was chaos. Rachel collapsed an hour after signing, her body finally surrendering to the leukemia. Pride and denial had kept her upright. Now both were gone. Mom paced the waiting area, a caged animal. I sat still, her confession burning in my bag. Harper stood nearby, unreadable. This is your fault, Mom hissed. If you'd just agreed to help. Not here, I said. A nurse approached. Mrs. Myers, your daughter's asking for both of you. Rachel was a shadow, her voice faint. I need to tell you something. Mom rushed to her side. Save your strength. No, Rachel pushed her away. I told Janice everything. She has a letter for Venus if anything happens. Janice met me at a cafe near the hospital, shaken, clutching a thick envelope. I didn't agree with what they did, she said. Rachel told me everything. I opened the letter slowly. Mom poisoned us from the start. She told me you were jealous, told you I was the problem. The research scandal, Lamar, the photos, it was her idea. I thought I was protecting myself. I was her weapon. I'm sorry, Venus. My hands trembled. Then Harper called. Eduardo's furious. Your mom tried spinning the story. He wants to meet everyone tomorrow. Perfect, I said. The hospital conference room felt like a courtroom. Rachel insisted on being there, frail but defiant. Mom looked aged, her facade crumbling. Harper stood by the door. Shanice held Rachel's letter. Eduardo was calm, but his eyes burned with betrayal. Let's begin, I said, placing DNA reports and confessions on the table. Today, we get answers. I'll start, Eduardo said. Stephanie, how could you keep my daughter from me for 32 years? I was protecting my family, Mom said. By destroying mine, he snapped. You knew I was divorced. He turned to Rachel. Your mother told me she lost the baby. I would have raised you. Rachel stared at her lap. I picked up the next document. Let's talk about my career. Please, Rachel whispered. Not now. Yes, now. I read aloud. Mom helped me craft the perfect plan to destroy Venus's credibility. Stop, Mom said, standing. This isn't necessary. It's everything, I shot back. Every lie, every whisper, every sabotage. Eduardo read Rachel's letter, his face darkening. You used our daughter as a weapon against her sister? They're not sisters, Mom blurted. Silence fell. No, I said, we're not. And now everyone knows why. Rachel cried. I didn't know about Eduardo. I believed Mom. I thought if you succeeded, she'd forget me. Eduardo turned to me. Are you really willing to let Rachel die to prove a point? I didn't answer. I reached for a final document. I'll donate under conditions. First, public confessions. Second, Rachel's statement goes to every institution that blacklisted me. Third, Eduardo gets access to Rachel. You're blackmailing us? Mom said. No, I said. I'm setting terms. You taught me how. Rachel gasped. A nurse rushed in. We need to move her. Rachel reached for me. I'll sign anything. Just help me. You'll tell the truth? I asked. She nodded, crying. I'm tired of lies. Then yes, I said. I'll help. As they wheeled her out, Eduardo turned to me. You're stronger than I would be. No, I said. I'm what they made me. Later, Eduardo texted, dinner, the three of us. I'd like that. Healing wasn't going backward. It was choosing something new. The bone marrow donation left me sore but satisfied. I sat by my apartment window, watching rain streak the glass as headlines flashed on my tablet. Prominent researcher cleared after fraud scandal. Paternity hoax shocks medical community. Long-lost daughter reunites with father. The truth, finally louder than the lies. Harper called. Seen the retractions? They're begging to fund your next project. Rachel's stabilizing. Eduardo keeps me updated. A pause. You visiting her? Before I could answer, the doorbell rang. My mother stood there, smaller, weighed down by her secrets. She held an old photo album like a peace offering. I know I don't deserve forgiveness, she said. But I'm sorry. You're right, I said. You do. She nodded. I'm selling the house, using the money for Rachel's treatment and to repay what was taken from you. She handed me the album. Photos I'd forgotten. Inside were memories. Me at science fairs, Rachel smiling beside me before the lines were drawn. I destroyed something beautiful, she whispered, then left. I visited Rachel later. She looked healthier, quieter. I know we can't go back, she said, but maybe we can build something honest now. I didn't answer right away, staring out the hospital window as sunlight broke through. Dinner with Eduardo, I said finally. We'll start there. Rachel smiled, tentative but real. I didn't save her because she deserved it. I saved her because I chose not to be like them. The restaurant was warm, softly lit, a stark contrast to the sterile hospital rooms and cold confrontations. Eduardo sat across from me, his eyes kind but searching, as if trying to memorize the daughter he'd never known. Rachel arrived late, still fragile but stronger, her scarf replaced by a tentative smile. We didn't speak of confessions or betrayals. Instead, Eduardo told stories. His childhood in Phoenix, his first surgery, the dreams he'd had for a family. Rachel listened, her eyes wide, like a child discovering a world she'd been denied. I listened too, But my mind wandered to the album Mom had left, to the girl I'd been before the lies took root. After dinner, Eduardo walked us to the parking lot. "This," he said, gesturing to us, "is a start. Not perfect, but real." Rachel nodded, her voice soft. "I want to make it right, Venus. Not just the confession, the rest of it." I looked at her, searching for the sister I'd once loved, the one who'd vanished under Mom's poison. "Then keep being honest," I said. "That's all I'll accept." She nodded, and for the first time I believed her. Back home, I opened the album again. One photo stood out. Rachel and me, maybe 10 and 12, laughing in our backyard, no trace of the war to come. I traced the edges, wondering if we could ever find that laughter again. My phone buzzed. A message from my department head. "New grant approved. Your research is back on track. Welcome home." I smiled, not because the world was right, but because I'd fought for my place in it. The truth hadn't just set me free, it had rebuilt me. And as I closed the album, I knew this wasn't the end. It was the beginning. Of a family redefined, of a career reborn, of a woman who'd learned to wield truth like a sword. The rain had stopped, and outside the city glowed, alive with possibility. I stepped onto my balcony, breathed in the cool night air, and let myself believe in something new.
I was 14 when I learned betrayal doesn't always scream. Sometimes it whispers, low and sharp, like a knife sliding into a drawer. It was a Tuesday in September, the kind of Seattle evening where the rain doesn't fall so much as it hovers, a damp promise that clings to your skin. I was sprawled on the living room rug, algebra homework spread out like a map to nowhere, when I heard it. My parents' voices, hushed but jagged, slipping through the kitchen door they thought they'd closed. "Elise is strong, she'll manage," my mother Margaret said, her tone clipped, like she was signing off on a business deal. "Liam's the one who needs us. His potential, Richard, his future. We can't let her drag him down." I froze, pencil hovering over a half-solved equation. Drag him down? My little brother Liam was 10, a wiry kid with a smirk that could charm teachers and a brain they called gifted. Me? I was just Elise Harper, the older sister who patched his scraped knees and snuck him extra cookies. I wasn't a prodigy. I wasn't fragile. But I wasn't nothing. "He's 14, Margaret," my father Richard muttered, his voice heavy with something I couldn't name. Guilt, maybe? Or exhaustion? What do we even say? "We say what's true," Margaret snapped. "She's resilient. She'll survive." Liam's academy costs more than we can handle, and the trust fund's gone. We need to prioritize. I pressed my knuckles into the rug, the fibers biting into my skin. Trust fund? My grandmother, Evelyn, had died 2 years ago, leaving me whispers of a college fund she'd set aside. I'd overheard her once, her voice soft as she tucked me in. "Elise, you're my listener. That money's for your dreams." Now it was gone? For Liam's academy? The kitchen went quiet, and I should have moved, should have crept back to my room, but my legs felt like concrete. Then Richard spoke again, lower, like he was afraid of the words. "The Wilsons are ready. They'll take her tomorrow. Foster care's not forever, just until we stabilize. Foster care." The phrase hit like a fist, stealing my breath. They weren't talking about grounding me or sending me to camp. They were planning to ship me off. To strangers. Like I was a package they couldn't afford to keep. I wanted to scream, to barge in and demand answers, but my body wouldn't move. I just sat there, heart hammering, as the world I knew cracked open. Dinner that night was a blur. Mom set the table with her usual precision, the clink of plates too loud in the silence. Liam was at a debate club sleepover, leaving just the three of us. Dad avoided my eyes, stirring his coffee until it sloshed over the rim. Mom pushed a plate of chicken and mashed potatoes toward me, her smile thin as a razor. Eat up, Elise. You've got school tomorrow. The food smelled wrong, too heavy, like it was hiding something. I took a bite, then another, watching Mom's hands as she cut her chicken. Her fingers trembled, just once. I swallowed, my throat tight, and felt a strange fog creeping into my head. My fork slipped, clattering against the plate. I'm tired, I mumbled, the words sluggish. Bed. Then Mom said, too quickly. Dad stood, his chair scraping the floor, and guided me upstairs. His hand on my shoulder felt like a stranger's. I collapsed onto my bed, the room tilting, and the last thing I saw was Mom's silhouette in the doorway, her face unreadable. I woke to darkness, my body swaying, a low hum vibrating through me. I was in the back seat of our old Subaru, the leather cold against my cheek. My head throbbed, my tongue thick like I'd chewed cotton. The dashboard clock glowed 2:17 IEM. Rain streaked the windows, blurring the world outside. Dad was driving, his knuckles white on the wheel. Mom sat shotgun, her posture rigid, staring straight ahead. Where? My voice cracked, barely a whisper. I tried to sit up, but my arms felt like lead. She, Elise, Mom said without turning. It's for the best. Panic clawed at my chest. I fumbled for the door handle, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. What's happening? Where are we going? Dad's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, then away. You'll be okay, kid. Just trust us. Trust them? After they'd drugged my dinner? I forced my eyes to focus, catching glimpses of street signs. We were on the edge of Seattle, far from our tidy suburban street. The road was narrow, flanked by dark pines, the kind of place where you could disappear and no one would look twice. Suddenly, headlights flared ahead, too close. A truck barreled toward us, its horn blaring. Dad cursed, yanking the wheel. The car swerved, tires screeching, and I slammed against the door, pain exploding in my shoulder. For a moment, I thought we'd flip, that this was it, my parents' plan ending in a mangled wreck. But the car steadied, the truck roaring past, its driver shouting something lost in the wind. Richard, Mom hissed, her voice shaking. Focus. I'm trying, he snapped, his hands trembling. This isn't easy, okay? I curled into the seat, heart pounding so hard I thought it'd burst. They weren't just abandoning me. They were reckless, desperate, unraveling. I wanted to scream, to beg, but the fog in my head held me back, a chemical leash keeping me quiet. We pulled up to a small house, its porch light flickering like a dying star. The sign out front read, Wilson Family Home. 2 figures stood waiting, shadows in the rain. Dad killed the engine, and Mom turned to me, her face a mask of forced calm. Elise, this is temporary. The Wilsons are good people. You'll be fine. Temporary? I croaked. You drugged me. You're leaving me. Her eyes flickered, but she didn't answer. Dad got out, opened my door, and pulled a duffel bag from the trunk, my duffel, half-zipped, stuffed with clothes I hadn't packed. The Wilsons stepped forward, a middle-aged couple with tired smiles. Elise, welcome, the woman said, her voice soft but strained, like she'd said it too many times. Dad handed them my bag, then shook their hands, his movements mechanical. Mom didn't look at me. They climbed back into the car, and I stood there, rain soaking my hoodie, as their taillights vanished into the night. No goodbye. No hug. Just the sound of the engine fading, leaving me with strangers who smelled of coffee and regret. Inside, the house was warm but cluttered, toys and laundry scattered like evidence of too many lives. Mrs. Wilson, Karen, showed me to a small room with a twin bed and a yellow quilt that wasn't mine. You'll settle in, she said, her eyes kind but distracted. Mr. Wilson, Tom, mumbled something about breakfast and disappeared. I sat on the bed, my duffel at my feet, and felt the weight of it all crash down. I wasn't just alone, I was erased. The next morning, I woke to the smell of pancakes and the sound of Karen arguing with a social worker on the phone. "We're at capacity, but we'll make it work," she said, her voice tight. I stared at the ceiling, my head clearer, but my heart heavier. My phone, still in my pocket, had no messages, no missed calls, just a blank screen like my family had already forgotten how to find me. School was worse. I went back to Franklin High, same backpack, same sneakers, but everything felt different. Kids whispered as I passed, their eyes darting away when I looked. By lunch, I heard the rumor. Elise Harper ran away, ditched her family for some wild life. Liam, my own brother, had spread it, his voice loud in the cafeteria. She didn't want us anymore. I stood frozen, tray in hand, as his friends nodded, eating up the lie like it was dessert. I confronted him after school, catching him by the bike racks. "Why do you say that?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "You know it's not true." Liam shrugged, his eyes cold, already too much like Mom's. "It's what they told me. You're not my problem, Elise." He pedaled off, leaving me in the dust, his words sharper than any knife. That night, I found the note. I was unpacking my duffel, shaking out wrinkled shirts, when a folded scrap of paper fell from the side pocket. It was in Grandma Evelyn's handwriting, curly and deliberate, the kind she used for Christmas cards. "Elise, my listener, there's more for you than they know. Find the vault. Claim what's yours." I read it 3 times, my pulse racing. A vault? An inheritance? It was a spark in the dark. A mystery I couldn't ignore. But it was also a weight, because if Mom and Dad had stolen my college fund, what else were they hiding? Days turned into weeks, and the Wilsons tried their best. Karen made spaghetti, Tom fixed my bike, but their house was a revolving door of foster kids, each with their own scars. I kept my head down, my journal becoming my only confidant. I wrote everything: the drug dinner, the near crash, Liam's lies, the note, every betrayal, every dollar stolen, every birthday they'd forgotten. I wasn't just keeping a record, I was building a weapon. At school, the rumors grew legs. My history teacher, Ms. Callahan, pulled me aside after class, her face stern. "Elise, your mother called. She says you've been skipping school, acting out. If you don't admit you ran away, I'll have to report you for truancy." Her words hit like a slap. Mom had lied to the school, painting me as the problem to cover their tracks. I clenched my fists, forcing my voice steady. I didn't run. They left me. She didn't believe me, her eyes narrowing, and I walked away, the threat of a report hanging over me like a storm cloud. By 15, I was a ghost in my own life. Then came the invitation, a gala for Liam's academy where he'd been named Student of the Year. I didn't want to go, but Karen insisted, saying it might heal things. I showed up in a borrowed dress, my hair pulled back, hoping for a scrap of family. Instead, I was handed a tray and told to serve drinks. "You're not on the guest list," the coordinator said, barely glancing at me, "but we need help." I swallowed the humiliation, pouring lemonade for strangers who didn't know my name. Liam was the star, his smile dazzling under the chandeliers, Mom and Dad flanking him like bodyguards. Margaret caught my eye once, whispering to a guest, "That's our troubled daughter. Such a shame." The guest nodded, pity in her eyes, and I gripped the tray so hard my knuckles turned white. Then it happened. A kid from Liam's debate team, a wiry boy with a cruel grin, cornered me near the supply room. "Liam says you're nobody," he sneered, shoving me inside. The door slammed, the lock clicked, and the air grew thick. It was a storage closet, cramped and dark, shelves pressing in. I pounded on the door, my shouts muffled, but no one came. My chest tightened, the oxygen thinning, my vision spotting. I clawed at the shelves, knocking over boxes, until I found a screwdriver and pried the lock open, gasping as I stumbled into the hall. The boy was gone, but Liam's laughter echoed nearby, and I knew he'd put him up to it. I didn't cry. I went back to serving drinks, my hands shaking, my mind racing. That night, I overheard Mom talking to a lawyer in the gala's quiet corner. "If Elise makes trouble, we'll say she stole from us," she said, her voice cold. "Liam's the heir. She's nothing." I froze, my heart a drum in my chest. They weren't just abandoning me. They were planning to destroy me. Back at the Wilsonses, things got worse. Karen sat me down, her face pinched. "Elise, we're struggling. The state's pushing us to send you to a group home in Tacoma. It's stricter, but we can't afford to keep you unless you behave." Behave. The word burned. They didn't mean it cruelly, but it felt like another betrayal, another door closing. I nodded, promising to be good, but inside I was screaming. I started digging. On the Wilsons' ancient laptop, I found Liam's Instagram, a shrine to his perfect life. "Only child," his bio read, with photos of him and our parents at beaches, dinners, holidays. I was gone, cropped out, erased. One post stopped me cold. A Christmas photo from 3 years ago when I'd stood right beside him in matching sweaters. Now it was just Liam, Mom, and Dad, smiling like I'd never existed. The caption read, "Grateful for my family, always there, always." The lie was so easy, so polished, it made my stomach churn. For my 16th birthday, a card arrived from Liam. No message, just a $10.00 Starbucks gift card and a Post-it. Don't expect more. I tore the card in half, kept the gift card, and added the Post-it to my lockbox. That same week, an email landed in my inbox, no sender name, just a string of numbers. "Your grandmother didn't die naturally," it read. "Ask about the vault." I stared at the screen, my skin prickling. Grandma's death had been sudden. A heart attack, they'd said. Was this a prank, a trap, or the truth? I found Mom's blog next, buried in a parenting forum. "Our daughter Elise chose to leave us for a better life," she wrote, her words dripping with fake tears. "We pray for her every day." The post had hundreds of comments, strangers offering sympathy, calling me ungrateful. I printed it, my hand steady, and slipped it into my lockbox. This wasn't just a lie, it was a campaign. One night, walking home from the library, I heard an engine rev behind me. A black sedan peeled out of an alley, headlights blinding. I ran, my backpack slamming against my spine, but the car kept pace, its driver a shadow in a suit. "Stay quiet, Elise," he shouted, his voice rough. "You don't want to know what happens if you talk." I dove into a side street, heart pounding, and hid behind a dumpster until the car roared away. I didn't sleep that night, the man's voice looping in my head. He wasn't a stranger. He was Dad's business partner, Mr. Callahan, the kind of man who smiled at barbecues and carried secrets like spare change. By 17, I was a senior, pulling straight A's despite the chaos. Another invitation came, Liam's National Debate Championship in Portland. I went against my better judgment, hoping for a crack in their armor. My name wasn't on the guest list. They sat me near the janitor's closet, a folding chair with a wobbly leg. Liam took the stage, his speech flawless, dedicating his win to my parents, who gave me everything. The crowd cheered, but I felt like I was drowning. Mom and Dad clapped, their faces glowing, while I sat invisible, the sister they'd buried alive. I left early, slipping into the rain, my journal heavy in my bag. I didn't know it then, but that night was the last time I'd let them write my story. I was done being their ghost. I had Grandma's note, a lockbox full of truths, and a fire in my chest that wouldn't die. They thought they'd broken me, but they'd only taught me how to sharpen my edges, and I was ready to cut. The rain didn't stop that night in Portland. It followed me out of the debate championship, soaking my sneakers as I trudged through the parking lot, my journal pressed against my chest like a shield. Liam's voice still echoed in my head, dedicating his win to my supportive parents as if I'd never existed. The crowd's applause had felt like a door slamming shut, locking me out of a family that had once been mine. But worse was Mom's attempt at a hug, her arms outstretched for the cameras, her smile a polished lie. I'd pushed her away, whispering, "You buried me alive," and watched her face flicker, not with guilt, but with calculation. That's when I knew this wasn't over. They weren't done with me, and I sure as hell wasn't done with them. I slipped into a diner across the street, the kind with sticky booths and coffee that tasted like regret. My hands shook as I pulled a USB drive from my pocket, the one I'd left on the dessert table at the gala, labeled Truth in Sharpie. It held a single file, a screenshot of Mom's blog post, the one where she'd written, "Our daughter Elise chose to leave us for a better life." I'd tipped it to a journalist, a burner email sent from the Wilsons' laptop, no name attached. Now, sitting under the diner's flickering neon, I wondered if I'd lit a fuse I couldn't control. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Got your tip. Meet me tomorrow, 9 a.m., Pioneer Square. Come alone." My stomach twisted. A journalist? A trap? I didn't know, but I typed back, "I'll be there," and hit send before I could overthink it. Back at the Wilsons, I barely slept. The house creaked, the other foster kids' snores a reminder I was just one of many. I lay on my narrow bed, Grandma Evelyn's note in my hand, her words a lifeline: "Find the vault, claim what's yours." I'd tucked it into my journal, next to the lockbox key I'd started carrying like a talisman. The vault was real, I felt it in my bones. But where was it? And why had Mom and Dad gone to such lengths to erase me from their lives? The questions gnawed at me, but so did the fear. If they drugged me once, what else were they capable of? Morning came too fast. Seattle's Pioneer Square was a maze of cobblestones and coffee shops, the air sharp with salt from the sound. I wore a hoodie, my hair tucked under a baseball cap, trying to blend in. The journalist was waiting at a bench, a woman in her 30s with sharp eyes and a notepad. "Elise Harper?" she asked, her voice low. I nodded, sitting at the edge of the bench, my pulse racing. "I'm Dana Torres, Seattle Times." "Your tip? Margaret Harper's blog post? It's explosive, but it's not enough. I need you to go public. Put your name on it or this stays a rumor." I froze. Go public? Expose my parents? Liam? The whole twisted lie? "If I do that," I said, my voice barely steady, "they'll destroy me. They've already tried." Dana leaned closer, her eyes narrowing. "They're already destroying you, kid. That post has thousands of shares, painting you as the villain. You want to fight back? You need to own the story." She slid me her card, her number scrawled on the back. 24 hours, Elise. Or I move on. The pressure was a vice around my chest. I pocketed the card and left, her words looping in my head. Own the story. But at what cost? School was a minefield that day. Kids stared, whispers trailing me like smoke. Liam's lies had spread, and now I was the troubled sister who'd abandoned her gifted brother. In English class, Miss Callahan cornered me again, her voice dripping with fake concern. "Elise, your mother's worried. She says you're lashing out, spreading lies. Confess to the truancy and we can help you." Help me. I wanted to scream that Mom had drugged me, dumped me, stolen my future. Instead, I said, "I'm not confessing to something I didn't do," and walked out, her threat of a report hanging over me like a guillotine. That night, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. "Elise Harper?" a man asked, his voice smooth as polished stone. "This is Arthur Kim, your grandmother's estate lawyer. I need to see you. There's something Evelyn left you." Something your parents don't know about. My heart skipped. The vault. Can you come to my office tomorrow, downtown, 3 p.m.? I agreed, barely breathing, and hung up. The hope was intoxicating, but so was the fear. If Grandma had hidden something for me, why was it a secret? And what would Mom and Dad do if they found out? Mr. Kim's office was in a converted Victorian, all dark wood and brass fixtures, the kind of place that smelled like old money and older secrets. He was older than I'd expected, with kind eyes but a guarded smile. "Elise," he said, sliding a manila envelope across his desk. "Your grandmother was very clear. This is for you alone." Inside was a letter in her curly handwriting, a small silver key, and a bank document. The letter read, "Elise, you're the true heir. There's a trust fund hidden in a Seattle bank vault meant for your future. Don't let them steal your light." My hand shook as I read the document, a $50,000 0 cents trust, untouchable by anyone but me. But the letter ended with a chilling line. "The key to the safe deposit box is yours, but it's not here. Find it before they do." I looked up, my voice barely a whisper. "The key's missing?" Mr. Kim nodded, his face unreadable. "Evelyn was careful, but she didn't trust your parents. She hid the keys somewhere only you'd know. I don't have more answers, Elise. Be careful. Be careful." The words echoed as I left, the envelope clutched to my chest. A trust fund, a missing key, and a family that had already proven they'd do anything to keep me down. I was in deeper than I'd ever imagined. When I got back to the Wilsons, the house was dark, the front window shattered, red spray paint screamed across my bedroom wall. Traitor. My breath caught, my knees buckling. The other foster kids were huddled in the living room, Karen's face pale as she called the police. "It happened an hour ago," she whispered. "A car sped off. Black sedan, no plates." I knew that car. Mr. Callahan, Dad's associate, the man who'd chased me weeks ago. This wasn't a prank, it was a warning. The police came, took photos, and left with promises to look into it. But I saw the doubt in their eyes. Another foster kid, cased kid, another problem they wouldn't solve. Karen hugged me, her hands shaking. "Elise, we can't keep you safe here. The state's pushing for a group home. You need to stay out of trouble." The pressure was crushing. Stay out of trouble? My family was hunting me, and I was the one who had to behave? I didn't sleep. I sat on my bed, the envelope open, Grandma's letter in my lap. The missing key was a puzzle, a taunt. I thought of every place she'd loved, her garden, the pier, the bookstore we'd visited. Nothing clicked. But the trust fund was real, and so was the threat. If Mom and Dad found out, they'd come for it. They'd already stolen my college fund, $30,000, 0 cents funneled to Liam's debate tours and luxury camps. His Instagram posts tagged "Grateful Son." I found them late that night. His smug face in photos from Paris, Tokyo, Dubai. I was sleeping on a borrowed mattress, and he was living my future. The next day, Mom and Dad showed up at the Wilsons. I was in the kitchen, washing dishes, when Karen called me to the living room. They sat on the couch, Mom in a tailored coat, Dad's shirt wrinkled, both looking like they'd rehearsed their lines. "Elise," Mom said, her voice soft, "we're in trouble. Liam's academy fees, the house. We're drowning. We heard about your grandmother's trust. We just need a little help as a family." Her eyes were wet, but I saw the lie in them, sharp as glass. I crossed my arms. "You stole my college fund. You drugged me. You left me. And now you want my money?" Dad's face hardened. "We raised you, Elise. You owe us." I laughed, bitter and raw. "Owe you? You buried me." Mom stood, her voice rising. "You're selfish, Elise. Liam's future is at stake." I held up the bank document, watching their eyes widen. "This is mine. Grandma made sure of it. You're not touching it." Dad slammed his hand on the table. "You'll regret this. We'll see you in court." They stormed out, the door slamming, and I stood there, shaking but unbroken. That night I woke to footsteps outside my window. A shadow moved. Then a brick crashed through the glass, landing inches from my head. I screamed, scrambling back, my heart pounding. Karen and Tom burst in, but the figure was gone. On the brick was a note. "Drop it, or next time we aim better." I recognized Dad's handwriting, the same scrawl from my old birthday cards. The police came again, useless again, and I sat on the couch, the note in my hand, fear and fury warring inside me. I needed help. I called Nora, my friend from computer lab, a hacker with a knack for finding what shouldn't be found. "I need to know about the trust fund," I told her, my voice urgent. "How did they steal it?" Nora worked fast, calling me 2 days later. "Elise, it's bad. Your parents forged your signature to redirect the $30,000, 0 cents, to Liam's academy when you were 14. The bank didn't question it. Your mom's a co-signer. I've got the documents, but you need to be careful. They're not playing." I thanked her, my mind racing. Forgery. A crime. I had proof, but using it meant war. College changed everything. I got into the University of Washington on a scholarship, majoring in journalism, pouring my pain into words. I started a whistleblower platform, Unheard Voices, exposing family fraud. It was small but growing, a few hundred followers sharing their stories. But my family didn't stop. Anonymous emails hit my university inbox, accusing me of betraying my family, demanding my expulsion. I traced one to Mom's IP address, her digital fingerprints sloppy but vicious. Then she posted on X. "Elise turned her back on us. We gave her everything." The post went viral. Thousands of strangers calling me a monster. My scholarship was jeopardized when a donor, a friend of Mom's, questioned my character. I had to meet with the dean, pleading my case. My voice steady, but my heart breaking. The Wilsons helped me draft a cease and desist letter, warning Mom and Dad of legal action. I sent it certified mail, my hands steady as I sealed the envelope. Mom's response was a lawsuit, filed the next week, claiming I'd stolen family heirlooms, Grandma's jewelry worth thousands. It was a lie designed to bankrupt me, drag me through court until I broke. I hired a pro bono lawyer, a young woman named Priya, who believed me. "This is harassment," she said. "We'll fight it." But the stress was a weight I couldn't shake. Then came the bombshell. In court documents, I found a single line: Liam Harper, adopted at age 2. Adopted? My brother, the golden child, wasn't biologically theirs? I sat in Priya's office, stunned. "Why favor him?" I asked. Priya shrugged. "Maybe control, maybe guilt. We'll dig." The revelation was a crack in their armor, but it raised more questions. Why hide it? Why sacrifice me? One night, leaving the library, I was cornered in the parking lot. A man in a ski mask stepped from the shadows, his voice low. "Drop the lawsuit, Elise, or you're done." I backed away, my phone recording in my pocket. He lunged, grabbing my arm, but I twisted free, sprinting to my dorm. The recording was shaky but clear, his voice matching Mr. Callahan's. I filed a restraining order against Dad and Callahan, my hands shaking as I signed the paper. The judge granted it, but I knew they wouldn't stop. The final blow was the hack. My platform server crashed, leaking my evidence. Nora's documents, my journal scans, everything. Trolls swarmed, calling me a liar, a grifter. I fixed the breach with Nora's help, but the damage was done. I was exposed, vulnerable, and running out of time. I fought back. I posted a video, Truth Over Lies, 3 minutes of raw honesty. I didn't name Mom, Dad, or Liam, but I told my story, the drugging, the abandonment, the theft. I showed the forged trust fund documents, my voice steady. They thought they could erase me, I said. But I'm still here. I uploaded it at 2 a.m., expecting nothing. By morning, it had 100,000 views. Liam's ex account went private. Mom's posts were flooded with criticism, strangers calling her out. I watched the numbers climb, my heart pounding. I wasn't invisible anymore. The National Youth Summit in Chicago came a month later. I was invited to speak, now a recognized activist. I flew out, my speech titled Family is Who Fights for You. The auditorium was packed, students, educators, press. I scanned the crowd, my breath catching when I saw them. Mom and Dad front row holding a sign. Elise, we're sorry. Their faces were soft, repentant, but I knew better. This was optics, another performance. I took the stage, my hand steady on the podium. I grew up being told I'd manage, I began. Not that I'd be loved, not that I'd be seen, just that I'd survive. But surviving isn't living. I told my story, not for them, but for the kids in the crowd, the ones who'd been erased like me. Family isn't who leaves you, I said. It's who walks back and earns the right to stay. The applause was thunder, some tearful, some stunned. I stepped down, my chest light, my purpose clear. They approached me at the reception, Mom's perfume sharp, Dad's throat clearing, nervous. Elise, Mom said, her voice too soft, we're proud of you. Can we talk? I didn't flinch. You had years to talk, I said. You chose silence. Now it's my turn. Dad reached for my arm. I stepped back. You don't get to rewrite this, I said, and walked away, not in fear, but in peace. A summit photo caught my eye later. From my first event at 15, my name tag mislabeled volunteer. Someone had rewritten it in Sharpie. Speaker, I smiled, the weight lifting. A girl, maybe 16, approached, clutching a notebook. Your speech gave me courage, she said. Ascend, her eyes wide. I hugged her, whispering, be. At the summit's end, a stranger slipped me a note. The vault key is with Liam. I froze, my mind racing. Liam, my brother, the favored son, held the key to my inheritance? I flew back to Seattle, the note burning a hole in my pocket. I visited Grandma's storage unit, a dusty space outside the city. Inside was a box labeled For Elise, filled with letters, a carved family tree, and bonds in my name. $100,000, 0 cents. Untouched. The letters revealed Mom's jealousy of my bond with Grandma, her resentment driving the favoritism. You were her light, one read. She never trusted Margaret. I sat on the concrete floor, tears falling, not for pain, but for truth. Liam's foundation, Bright Futures, was flagged by the IRS for fraud. Millions misreported. Mom emailed me, desperate. Elise, we're broke. Can we stay with you? You're strong. We're family. I forwarded it to Priya, deleted it, and declined Liam's role at a cousin's gala. At my platform's first gala, I ensured every name tag was perfect, handwritten, spelled right. As I stood on the patio, fairy lights glowing, the doorbell rang. I opened it, no one. Just the wind curling through the street, carrying a silence that wasn't empty. It was freedom, earned, untouchable. I closed the door, my story mine to tell, and smiled.
Hello, dear readers. Welcome to a world where secrets burn brighter than chandeliers and betrayal cuts deeper than glass. I'm thrilled to invite you into this electrifying saga of ambition, deception, and unspoken love. A tale crafted to keep your heart racing and your eyes glued to every word. This story dances on the edge of opulence and danger, weaving a tapestry of family rivalries, hidden empires, and a woman who dares to rewrite her destiny. So, settle in, let the Hamptons' salty breeze pull you in, and prepare for a journey that's as intoxicating as it is unpredictable. Let's dive into the chaos of the Carter Family Gala, where one shattering moment changes everything. Subscribe, share your thoughts below, and let's unravel this together. The Hamptons' night was a velvet shroud, pierced by the golden glow of 1,000 fairy lights strung across the Carter estate. The air thrummed with the clink of crystal flutes, the low hum of a string quartet, and the sharp laughter of the elite, their voices slicing through the salt-kissed breeze. The sprawling oceanfront mansion, with its ivory columns and glass walls, stood as a monument to the Carter dynasty's unchallenged reign over New York's high society. Tonight's gala, the family's monthly spectacle of wealth, was no mere dinner. It was a battlefield, where fortunes were flaunted, egos clashed, and secrets simmered beneath polished smiles. Emily Carter stood at the edge of this glittering war zone, her silhouette framed by the towering marble fireplace. The flames danced, casting shadows across her sharp cheekbones, and the simple black dress she'd chosen, thrifted, unassuming, a deliberate rebellion against the couture armor of her kin. Her hazel eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the room with the precision of a hawk. She was no guest here, no bystander. She was the architect of an empire none of them could fathom, a billionaire cloaked in humility, and tonight she was a ticking bomb. The chandelier above, a constellation of Swarovski crystals, swayed imperceptibly. Its weight, a half-ton of opulence, hung like a guillotine over the crowd. Emily's gaze flickered to it, a prickle of unease curling in her chest. She dismissed it, chalking it up to the champagne-soaked haze of the evening, but the air felt wrong, heavy with a menace she couldn't name. "Emily, darling, you're awfully quiet." Aunt Beatrice's voice cut through the din, sharp as a shard of ice. She leaned forward, her emerald necklace glinting like a predator's eyes. "Hiding something, are we?" Her smile was a blade, thinly veiled by etiquette. Emily's lips curved, a flicker of defiance. "Just enjoying the show, Aunt Beatrice." She lifted her glass of sparkling water, the bubbles catching the light like tiny stars. "The show, indeed." Her cousins Logan and Victoria were already deep in their ritual of one-upmanship, their voices rising over the quartet's mournful strains. Logan, all bronzed arrogance and tailored Tom Ford, swirled his bourbon with a smirk. Just closed on a private island off the Bahamas. 50 acres, coral reefs, and a helipad. Neighbor's some crypto king who's basically printing money. His eyes darted to Victoria, daring her to top him. Victoria, her platinum hair cascading like a waterfall, tossed her head back with a laugh that was more weapon than mirth. "Oh, Logan, that's cute. I just signed for a penthouse on the Seine, top floor, private elevator, and a view that makes the Louvre look like a postcard. You can't buy that kind of prestige." She flicked open her Chanel clutch, pulling out her phone to flash a photo, her diamond bracelet winking like a warning. Emily's fingers tightened around her glass, her amusement a secret she guarded fiercely. If only they knew. Her cousin's boasts were pebbles tossed into the ocean of her own achievements. Horizon Ventures, her brainchild, was a $3,200,000,000 zero-cents juggernaut. Tech startups, luxury hotels, urban developments, all woven into a legacy of ethical innovation. And the Carter Grand Hotel, the very stage for this gala, was hers, acquired 6 months ago in a silent coup they'd never trace back to her. To them, she was Emily, the family's quiet failure, scraping by in a Brooklyn loft. In truth, she was the shadow pulling their strings. The chandelier swayed again, a low creak echoing through the vaulted ceiling. Emily's heart stuttered. She glanced at Mia, her assistant, stationed discreetly by the French doors. Mia's brow furrowed, catching the same sound. Something was wrong. "Emily," Logan's voice dripped with faux concern, "we were just wondering about that little rental of yours. Brooklyn, right? Still slumming it in that loft on Willow Street?" He leaned back, his grin a challenge. Victoria chimed in, her tone saccharine. "I mean, I didn't even know people our age still rented. It's so quaint. Her eyes gleamed with malice, savoring the jab. Emily set her glass down, the clink deliberate. I like the space. Her voice was calm, a still lake hiding a riptide. The Willow Street complex wasn't just her home, it was her first conquest, bought through Horizon Ventures years ago. To them, she was a tenant. To the world, she was the landlord. Beatrice's laugh was a whip crack. You're 35, sweetheart. Time to grow up. Buy something real, not some crumbling walk-up. Her patronizing smile made Emily's skin crawl, but she held her ground, her silence a weapon. The chandelier's creak grew louder, a groan of metal and glass. Heads turned, murmurs rippling through the crowd. Emily's pulse quickened. She stepped forward, her instincts screaming, "Everyone, move!" The world exploded in a deafening crash. The chandelier tore free, plummeting like a meteor. Screams erupted as guests scattered, tables overturning, champagne flutes shattering. Emily dove, tackling an elderly guest to the floor as the crystal behemoth smashed into the parquet, sending shards flying like shrapnel. Dust choked the air, and for a moment, silence reigned, broken only by the sob of a violin bow skidding across strings. Emily's ears rang, her breath ragged. She pushed herself up, glass crunching beneath her palms. Blood trickled from a cut on her forearm, but she barely noticed. Her eyes locked on the wreckage, jagged crystals, twisted metal, and a single chilling detail. A severed cable, its edges too clean, too precise. This was no accident. "Emily?" Mia's voice broke through the haze, her assistant rushing to her side. "Are you okay?" Emily nodded, her mind racing. "Get security, now!" Her voice was steel, but inside a storm churned. Someone had wanted her dead, or at least shaken, and in this room suspects were legion. The gala dissolved into chaos. Guests fled, their designer heels clicking like gunfire. Logan and Victoria stood frozen, their faces pale, while Beatrice clutched her pearls, her composure shattered. Emily's father, Richard, emerged from the crowd, his silver hair disheveled. "Emily, thank God!" he rasped, pulling her into a rare embrace. His warmth was fleeting, tainted by the distance that had grown between them since her mother's death a decade ago. "I'm fine, Dad," she said, pulling back. Her eyes scanned the room, cataloging every face, every flicker of guilt. The Carters were a family of vipers, and she'd just dodged their first strike. As security cordoned off the wreckage, Emily's mind rewound to earlier that evening. Driving to the estate, the Hamptons cliffs looming like sentinels, her car had faltered. The brakes, sluggish at first, had failed entirely, sending her SUV skidding toward a sheer drop. She'd yanked the wheel, fishtailing onto the shoulder, her heart slamming against her ribs as the ocean roared below. A mechanic's inspection later revealed cut brake lines, sabotage unmistakable. She hadn't told anyone, not even Mia. But now, with the chandelier's fall, the pattern was clear. Someone wanted her out of the game. The gala resumed in a smaller salon, the mood brittle. Emily stood by a window, the Atlantic's dark expanse mirroring her thoughts. Mia slipped her a tablet, her voice low. Preliminary report from the team. The chandelier's support was tampered with. Clean cuts, professional job. Emily's jaw tightened. Cross-reggers guest lists with known contractors. And check Logan's recent calls. Her cousin's smug face flashed in her mind. Logan, with his island and his debts, had the motive and the means. But was he bold enough to try murder? "Emily, you're shaking," Mia said, her brown eyes soft with concern. She was more than an assistant. Mia was Emily's confidant, the sister she'd never had. Their bond, forged in late-night strategy sessions and shared dreams, was a lifeline in this viper's nest. "I'm fine," Emily lied, her fingers brushing the cut on her arm. The sting grounded her, a reminder of what was at stake. Horizon Ventures wasn't just a company, it was her soul, built from the ashes of a childhood spent in her family's shadow. Her mother, Claire, had believed in her, whispering dreams of a better world before cancer stole her away. Emily had vowed to honor that faith, to build something real, not just buy and flaunt like her kin. Logan's voice cut through her reverie. "Well, that was a spectacle. Emily, you're lucky you didn't end up a pancake." His grin was too easy, too practiced. Beside him, Victoria sipped her martini, her eyes narrowing. "Lucky?" Emily echoed, her tone flat. "Funny how luck works." She let the words hang, watching Logan's smile falter. Victoria's fingers tightened on her glass, a tell Emily filed away. Beatrice swept over, her perfume a cloud of jasmine and ambition. "Emily, you must be traumatized. Why don't you stay in the guest cottage tonight? We'd hate for you to drive back to that loft of yours." Her pity was a performance, but Emily saw the calculation beneath it. They wanted her close, controllable. "I'm good, Aunt Beatrice," Emily said, her smile a mirror of her aunt's. "My landlord's pretty accommodating." The lie was effortless, a shield. The Willow Street complex, with its red brick charm and century-old oaks, was hers, bought, restored, and cherished. Its tenants, families, and artists who'd called it home for decades were her silent allies, their loyalty earned through fair rents and meticulous care. Victoria's laugh was a blade. "A landlord? Oh, Emily, you're too old for this bohemian nonsense. The Carter name used to mean something." Her words dripped with scorn, but Emily caught the flicker of unease in her eyes. Victoria sensed a shift, a threat she couldn't name. "Age still means something," Emily said softly, her gaze locking with Victoria's. "Just not what you think." The room seemed to still, the weight of her words settling like dust. She was no longer the girl they'd mocked, the coder who'd dropped out of MIT to find herself. She was Horizon Ventures, the force reshaping their world, and soon they'd know it. The night dragged on, the gala's glamour tarnished by the near tragedy. Emily slipped onto the terrace, the ocean's roar a balm to her frayed nerves. She closed her eyes, letting the salt air wash over her. Memories of her mother flooded in, Claire's laughter, her gentle hands braiding Emily's hair, her whispered promise. "You're meant for more, my love. Don't let them dim your light." Tears stung Emily's eyes, a rare crack in her arm. She'd built Horizon for her mother, for the world Claire had dreamed of, but the cost was solitude, a heart guarded by steel. A shadow moved behind her. She spun, her hand instinctively reaching for the small knife she kept strapped to her thigh, a habit born of too many close calls. It was only Mia, her face pale. "Emily, you need to see this." She handed over a flash drive, her voice trembling. "Found it in my inbox, anonymous. It's a recording from Horizon's server room. Someone's been leaking our acquisition plans to Logan." Emily's blood ran cold. A mole, her empire, her sanctuary had been breached. She plugged the drive into her phone, the audio crackling to life. Logan's voice, unmistakable. Bartered with an unknown contact. "She's moving on Carter Grand. We need to stop her before she digs deeper." The call cut off, but the implication was a knife to her gut. Logan wasn't just greedy, he was dangerous. "We tightened security," Emily said, her voice low. "Triple encryption, new access codes. And get me everything on Logan's financials. If he's desperate enough to sell me out, he's drowning in debt." Her mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. The brake lines, the chandelier, the mole. Logan was orchestrating a war, but why? What did he know? Mia hesitated. Emily, there's more. The board's spooked. If your identity as Horizon's CEO leaks before the takeover, our stock could crash. Investors don't like surprises, especially not a Carter family feud. Emily's chest tightened, the weight of her empire pressing down. She'd built Horizon from nothing, coding in a cramped dorm room while her family laughed. Now it was a beacon, a promise of progress, and she'd die before letting it fall. Then we move faster, she said. The board meeting's tomorrow. We expose them before they expose me. As Mia nodded, a gust of wind carried the scent of smoke. Emily's eyes snapped to the horizon, where a faint orange glow flickered. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Check your loft. It's getting warm. Her heart stopped. Willow Street was 20 miles away, but the threat was clear. She grabbed Mia's arm. Call the fire department, now! They raced to Emily's SUV, the same one that had nearly killed her hours earlier. The drive was a blur, the Hamptons' winding roads a gauntlet of shadows. Emily's mind churned, guilt and fury colliding. Her tenants, families, elders, dreamers were in danger because of her. She'd vowed to protect them, to be their shield, but now her war had brought the flames to their door. Sirens wailed as they reached Willow Street. The complex, her pride, was engulfed in smoke, flames licking the upper floors. Firefighters battled the blaze, but Emily's eyes locked on a figure in the crowd. Logan, his face unreadable, watching the inferno. Their gazes met, and for a moment, the world narrowed to the two of them, hunter and prey. He turned away, vanishing into the night, but his message was clear. This was war. Emily threw herself into the chaos, helping tenants to safety, her dress torn, her hands blistered. Mrs. Alvarez, a tenant since the 80s, clung to her, sobbing. You saved us, Miss Carter. You always do. Emily's throat burned, not from smoke but from the weight of their trust. She wasn't just their landlord, she was their guardian, and she'd failed them tonight. As dawn broke, the fire was contained, the damage severe but not total. Emily stood amid the wreckage, her heart a battlefield of rage and resolve. The arson report would come later, but she knew the truth. Logan, or someone he'd hired, had struck at her core. She touched the locket at her throat, a gift from her mother, and whispered a vow. I'll burn their empire before they touch mine again. Back at her temporary safe house, a sleek Manhattan penthouse she rarely used, Emily pored over the mole's files. The leaks traced back to a junior analyst, bribed by Logan's shell company. But the bigger question gnawed at her. What was Logan hiding? The Carter Grand Hotel was a jewel, but its books were a labyrinth of fraud. $10 million 0 cents siphoned, invoices faked, budgets bled dry. Logan's Island, Victoria's penthouse, Beatrice's art collection, all funded by theft from the family legacy. Her phone pinged, a new message from the unknown number. Boardroom, tomorrow. Come alone or the next fires at Carter Grand. Emily's blood chilled. The threat was bold, personal, and impossibly precise. Someone knew her plans, her vulnerabilities. She glanced at Mia, asleep on the couch, and felt a pang of guilt. Mia deserved better than this war, but Emily couldn't fight alone. As she prepared for the boardroom showdown, Emily's thoughts drifted to her mother. Claire had loved the Hamptons, her laughter echoing on these shores. Emily had been 16 when cancer claimed her, leaving a void no empire could fill. But Claire's words lingered. Build something that matters, Emily. Love fiercely, even when it hurts. Emily's heart ached for that love, for someone to share this burden. She'd pushed away every suitor, every chance at connection, fearing betrayal. But tonight, with death so close, she wondered if she'd been wrong to lock her heart away. The boardroom loomed, a coliseum where she'd face her family's wrath, Logan's betrayal, Victoria's venom, Beatrice's scheming. They'd underestimated her for the last time. Emily donned her armor, an Armani suit that hugged her like a second skin, its navy hue a quiet storm. She slipped her mother's locket beneath her collar, a talisman of strength. The world would know her name tomorrow, not as Emily Carter, the family's shame, but as Horizon's queen, the woman who'd rewrite their legacy in fire and truth. As she stepped into the dawn, the city's pulse matched her own. The Hamptons gala was just the beginning. The chandeliers fall, the sabotaged brakes, the fire. They were salvos in a war she hadn't chosen but would win. Logan thought he could break her, but he'd forgotten one truth. A Carter never yields, and Emily? She was the deadliest Carter of all. To be continued. Don't miss what happens when Emily storms the boardroom and the Carter Empire crumbles. Subscribe for the next chapter and let me know in the comments, who do you think is behind the sabotage? What's Logan hiding? Let's unravel this mystery together. The Manhattan dawn bled gold across the skyline, its light fracturing through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Emily Carter's penthouse office. From the 60th floor, Central Park sprawled below like a green heartbeat, pulsing with the city's restless energy. Emily stood at the glass, her reflection a study in contrasts. The tailored navy Armani suit, sharp as a blade, clashed with a faint bruise on her cheek from last night's fire. Her hazel eyes, flecked with defiance, burned with a fire no blaze could match. The Willow Street inferno had scorched her home, her sanctuary, but it hadn't touched her resolve. If anything, it had forged it anew, a steel forged in rage and purpose. Her phone vibrated on the desk, a single message glowing in the dim. Boardroom, 9 a.m., come alone, or Carter Grand burns next. The words were a venomous echo of the threat that had followed the fire, each syllable a needle in her spine. Emily's fingers brushed the locket at her throat, her mother's gift, its cool silver grounding her. Claire's voice whispered through the years, "You're stronger than their lies, my love. Build what lasts." Today, Emily would honor that promise. Or die trying. Mia, her assistant and closest ally, burst through the door, her usual composure frayed. Her dark curls were tangled, her eyes shadowed from a sleepless night. "Emily, the audit packets are ready. Forensic team found more than we expected. $10 million, 0 cents in discrepancies, shell companies, even ties to offshore accounts." She set a stack of folders on the desk, their weight a silent accusation. Logan's Island deal alone drained $5 million, 0 cents from Carter Grand's maintenance fund. Victoria's consulting fees, $3 million, 0 cents, went straight to her Paris penthouse. And Beatrice, her art collection's invoices are a masterclass in money laundering. Emily's jaw tightened, her mind racing. The Carters weren't just greedy. They were reckless, their fraud a house of cards begging to collapse. But the offshore accounts hinted at something darker, a shadow player beyond her cousin's petty schemes. "Cross-check those accounts with Logan's contacts," she said, her voice low, "and get me security footage from the gala. Someone cut that chandelier cable and I want a face." Mia hesitated, her fingers twisting the hem of her blazer. "There's more. I traced the leak from our server room. The junior analyst, Elliot, he's gone. Vanished after wiring $50,000, 0 cents to a Cayman account linked to Logan. But the metadata on the stolen files, it's encrypted, military grade. This isn't just Logan, Emily. Someone bigger is watching." The words landed like a fist. Emily's office, her fortress, had been breached. Last night's discovery? that her acquisition plans for Carter Grand were leaked had shaken her, but this was worse. Military-grade encryption meant resources, intent, a predator circling her empire. Her gaze flicked to the safe in the corner, where a single USB drive held her contingency plan, a press release announcing her identity as Horizon Ventures CEO, timed for after the boardroom coup. If it leaked early, her stock could plummet, her investors could bolt, and her vision, a world of ethical innovation, could crumble. "Lock down the servers," Emily ordered, her voice steady despite the storm in her chest, "and call in our cybersecurity team. I want that encryption cracked by noon." She turned back to the window, the city's pulse syncing with her own. Logan was a pawn, she was sure of it. But whose? The anonymous threats, the sabotaged breaks, the fire. Each was a move in a chess game she hadn't chosen to play. The elevator ride to Carter Grand's boardroom was a descent into the lion's den. Emily stood alone, her briefcase heavy with audit reports, legal filings, and the weight of her mother's dreams. The locket burned against her skin, a reminder of why she fought. Claire had loved this hotel, its Art Deco grandeur a canvas for her stories of a better world. Emily had bought it 6 months ago, not for profit, but for legacy. To restore what her family had today, she'd reclaim it, or lose everything. The boardroom doors loomed, their mahogany sheen a facade for the rot within. Emily paused, her reflection distorted in the polished surface. Gone was the thrifted blazer, the scuffed boots. The Armani suit hugged her like armor, its lines a silent vow, "I am no one's prey." She pushed the doors open, and the room fell silent. The Carter family sat at the far end of the obsidian table, a tableau of arrogance and unease. Logan, his bronzed smirk faltering, toyed with a Mont Blanc pen. Victoria, her platinum hair a crown, scrolled her phone with forced nonchalance. Aunt Beatrice, her emerald necklace glinting, clutched a coffee cup like a lifeline. Richard, Emily's father, looked up from his tablet, his silver hair catching the light. His eyes, so like her mother's, held a flicker of guilt, a rare crack in his stoic facade. "Who are you?" Logan barked, his voice a whip. "This is a private meeting." Emily placed her briefcase at the head of the table, her movements deliberate. "I'm Emily Carter," she said, her voice a blade wrapped in silk. "Founder and CEO of Horizon Ventures, the company that owns this hotel and the legacy you've been looting for decades." The room detonated. Beatrice gasped, her cup shattering on the floor. Victoria's phone slipped from her fingers, cracking against the table. Logan's face drained of color, his pen clattering like a gunshot. Richard's hands froze, his tablet forgotten. "Emily," he breathed, the word a prayer and a curse. "Good morning," Emily said, her smile a razor. She opened her briefcase, sliding audit reports across the table like indictments. "Shall we review your financials?" "This is insane," Logan stammered, his voice cracking. "You're just... what? The dropout? The renter? The nobody in second-hand clothes?" Emily leaned forward, her eyes locking with his. "I'm the woman who built a $3,200,000,000 0 cents empire while you were stealing from your own blood." Her words were a guillotine, severing their illusions. She flipped open a folder, her voice steady. "Logan, care to explain the $5 million 0 cents in roof repairs that funded your Bahamas island? Or you, Victoria, how about the $3 million 0 cents in consulting fees for a penthouse that doesn't exist?" Victoria's lips parted, but no sound came. Beatrice swayed, her hand clutching her chest. "You air our laundry like this?" she gasped. "Your own family?" "No," Emily said, her gaze unflinching. You aired it. I'm just cleaning it up. She turned to her father, her heart twisting. Dad, you knew. You let them bleed Carter Grand dry. Richard's face crumpled, his voice a whisper. Emily, sweetheart, we can explain. Don't, she cut him off, her hand raised. I watched you mock my life while I built something real. Values, not vanity. You assumed wealth had to scream. I let it whisper. The boardroom's silence was a living thing, thick with panic and awe. Phones buzzed, screens lighting up with a Bloomberg alert. Horizon Ventures reveals CEO Emily Carter, estranged Carter heiress, confirmed as owner of $3.20 B Empire. Victoria fumbled her phone, her voice trembling. Ranked among top ethical innovators, tenant protections, historic preservation. This will ruin us, Logan whispered, his bravado gone. No, Emily said, her voice a vow. This will save you from yourselves. Effective today, Carter Grand operates transparently. No more shell games, no more theft. She slid a final document across the table. And if you don't comply, these reports go to the IRS. They'll find them enlightening. The room held its breath. The weight of her words a thunderclap. Logan's eyes darted to the door, as if he could outrun the truth. Victoria's nails dug into her palms, her composure a memory. Beatrice's pearls twitched, her face a mask of dread. Richard reached for Emily's hand, but she pulled back, her heart a fortress. A sharp crack split the air. The boardroom's massive window shattered, glass raining like diamonds. Screams erupted as a drone, its blades whirring, hovered outside, a camera glinting in the morning sun. Emily dove under the table, pulling Mia with her. Get down! She shouted, her pulse a war drum. The drone's lens zeroed in on her, its red light a predator's eye, before it veered away, vanishing into the skyline. Security stormed in, their radios crackling. Emily crawled out, glass crunching beneath her knees, her eyes locked on Logan, who stood frozen, his phone clutched like a confession. What did you do? She hissed, her voice venom. Nothing, he snapped, but his eyes betrayed him. Fear, guilt, a man cornered. Mia grabbed Emily's arm, her voice urgent. The drone streamed live. Your face, the audits, it's all over X. The leak wasn't just internal. Someone wanted the world to know. Emily's stomach dropped. Her carefully timed reveal, her ace, had been stolen. Horizon's stock was already dipping, investors panicking at the Carter name's toxicity. She glanced at the shattered window, the city sprawling beyond. The drone wasn't just a stunt. It was a declaration of war, and she was exposed. As security cleared the room, Emily's phone pinged with another anonymous text. You can't hide now. Step down, or the next crash isn't glass. Her blood chilled. The threats were escalating, each one a step closer to her throat. She thought of the fire, the brakes, the jet, her private plane, sabotaged mid-flight last week, had forced an emergency landing in Connecticut, her hands shaking as she gripped the armrests, and the gala, where a hired thug had trailed her through the crowd, his knife glinting before she'd lost him in the chaos. Someone wasn't just playing, they were hunting. Back in her penthouse, Emily paced, the city's lights a constellation of questions. Mia sat at the desk, hacking the stolen files' encryption. These aren't just acquisition plans, Mia said, her voice tight. There's a dossier. Your childhood, your mother's death, even your MIT dropout. Someone's been digging Emily deep. Emily's heart stuttered. Her mother, Claire, was her wound, her strength. The idea of her memory being weaponized was a violation she couldn't bear. Who sent it? She demanded, her voice raw. Still tracing, Mia said. But the IP bounces through servers in Dubai, Moscow, Hong Kong. This is global, Emily. And the dossier mentions a manifesto. Your great-grandfather's. It's coded, but it sounds like a blueprint for the Carter Empire. If it's real, it could rewrite everything. The manifesto. Emily's breath caught. Her great-grandfather, Elias Carter, had built Carter Grand with a vision of community, not greed. Family lore spoke of his lost writings, a guide to ethical wealth, dismissed as myth. If it existed, and her enemies had it, they could twist it. Or worse, destroy it. She thought of the anonymous texts, the drone, the mole. Was this about money, or something deeper? Revenge? Power? Or a ghost from her past? A knock shattered her thoughts. Mia drew a taser, her eyes sharp. Emily motioned her back, opening the door to find her father, his face haggard. "Emily," he said, his voice breaking. "I was wrong. About you. About everything. Let me help." She studied him. The man who'd chosen silence over defense, wealth over family. His eyes held a flicker of the father she'd loved, the one who'd carried her on his shoulders through the Hamptons dunes. But trust was a luxury she couldn't afford. "Why now?" she asked, her voice cold. "Because I see her in you," he said, his voice cracking. "Claire, she'd be proud, Emily. And I failed her. Let me make it right." Tears stung Emily's eyes, a betrayal of her armor. She wanted to believe him, to bridge the decade of distance, but Logan's betrayal loomed. "Prove it," she said, stepping back. "Find out what Logan's hiding, and don't lie to me again." He nodded, his shoulders sagging. As he left, Emily's phone buzzed, a call from an unlisted number. She answered, her voice steely. "Who is this?" A woman's voice, soft and achingly familiar, filled the line. "Emily, it's me. We need to talk." The world tilted. Her mother was dead, but the voice, her cadence, her warmth, was unmistakable. "Meet me at Willow Street. Midnight. Come alone." The line went dead. Emily's knees buckled, her hand clutching the locket. It was impossible, a cruel trick. Yet her heart screamed otherwise. Claire's death had shattered her, but what if? What if? The manifesto, the dossier, the voice, pieces of a puzzle she couldn't solve. She glanced at Mia, who watched with quiet worry. "I'm going," Emily said, her voice trembling. "Cover me." Midnight found Emily at Willow Street, the complex's charred facade a ghost of its former glory. The air was thick with ash and memory. She stood by the oak tree where she'd scattered her mother's ashes, her heart a war of hope and dread. A figure emerged from the shadows, hooded, petite. Emily's breath caught as the hood fell, revealing a face she'd mourned for 10 years. "Mom," she whispered, her voice breaking. The woman's eyes, Claire's eyes, shimmered with tears. "Not quite," she said, her voice a melody of pain. "I'm Elise, your mother's twin. She never told you about me." The revelation was a sledgehammer. Emily staggered, her world fracturing. A twin, hidden all these years. Elise's story poured out. Claire's secret, her exile after a family feud, her work uncovering Elias's manifesto. "It's real," Elise said, her voice urgent. "And Logan's buyer wants it. They'll kill to keep it buried." Before Emily could respond, headlights flared. A black SUV roared toward them, tires screeching. Emily grabbed Elise, diving behind the oak as gunfire erupted, bark splintering. Her knife was in her hand, her pulse a drumbeat. "Run!" she shouted, shoving Elise toward the alley. They sprinted, bullets grazing the air, until they reached a safe house. Emily's heart pounding with adrenaline and betrayal. Inside, Elise collapsed, sobbing. "I thought I could protect you," she whispered. "Claire wanted you to have the manifesto. It's the key to everything. Elias's vision, the Carter legacy. Logan's working with a syndicate. They'll destroy you to get it." Emily's mind raced, fury and love colliding. Her mother's twin, her family's lies, a syndicate. She was drowning in secrets. But the manifesto was her North Star, a chance to honor Claire's dream. She hugged Elise, their tears mingling, a bond forged in loss. "We'll find it," Emily vowed, "and we'll burn them down." As dawn broke, Emily stood on her penthouse balcony, the city a canvas of possibility and peril. The boardroom had been her opening salvo, but the war was just beginning. Logan's lawsuit loomed, claiming her audits were forged. The syndicate's shadow grew, their reach global. And Elise's arrival, a miracle and a mystery, raised questions she couldn't answer. Who was the voice on the phone? What did the manifesto hide? And why had Claire kept Elise a secret? Emily touched her locket, her mother's love aflame in her chest. She wasn't just fighting for Horizon, for Carter Grand. She was fighting for Claire, for Elise, for the girl who'd dreamed under the Hamptons stars. The syndicate thought they could break her, but they'd forgotten one truth. A Carter's heart was unbreakable. And Emily's? It was a wildfire, ready to consume them all, to be continued. The stakes are higher, the secrets darker. Subscribe for Chapter 3, and tell me in the comments. Who's behind the syndicate? What's in the manifesto? And can Emily trust Elise? Let's keep this fire burning.
The brakes screamed before they failed. Sarah Langston's sleek black Tesla skidded across the rain-slicked mountain road, tires clawing at the asphalt as the Pacific Northwest's jagged cliffs loomed closer. Her pulse thundered, drowning out the radio's low hum of a Fleetwood Mac song she hadn't heard since college. The steering wheel vibrated under her white-knuckled grip, and for a split second, she saw it all. Her life, her fight, her family's betrayal, flashing like a reel of a movie she'd never wanted to star in. The car swerved, metal scraping against the guardrail, sparks flying like fireflies into the misty dusk. Then, silence. The Tesla stopped inches from the cliff's edge, its hood kissing the void. Sarah's breath hitched, her hands trembling as she stared at the 200-foot drop into the churning, slate-gray waters of Lake Crescent below. She didn't cry, she didn't scream. She sat there, heart hammering, and whispered, "They did this." Not the road, not the rain, but them, her family, the Langstons, the ones who'd spent a decade erasing her from their lives, their emails, their glossy lakeside retreats, the ones who just sent her into a death spiral on a lonely stretch of Washington State's Highway 101. Sarah unbuckled her seatbelt, stepped out into the drizzle, and checked the undercarriage. The brake line was severed, clean and deliberate. Her brother Ethan's smug face flashed in her mind. His penchant for fixing things, like he'd fixed her credit score years ago with a string of unpaid loans in her name. This wasn't an accident. This was war. Sarah Langston, 38, wasn't just a survivor. She was a tech genius, the founder of CipherLock, a cybersecurity startup on the cusp of $1 billion IPO. Her algorithms protected Fortune 500 companies from hackers, but nothing could shield her from the family who'd branded her unstable, selfish, a tech hermit who'd traded her roots for a Seattle penthouse. For 10 years, they'd excluded her from their annual retreat at the Langston family's lakefront estate. a sprawling, cedar-shingled mansion nestled in the misty embrace of Lake Crescent. 10 years of silence, of edited photos where her face was cropped out, of empty chairs at the dinner table where her name was never spoken. But this time, Sarah wasn't begging for an invite. She'd bought the damn house, and when her family arrived with their Louis Vuitton luggage and fake smiles, they'd find the front desk asking, "Are you on Miss Langston's guest list?" For the first time in a decade, they'd have to say her name or leave. The morning had started like any other in Sarah's meticulously curated world. Her penthouse in Seattle's Belltown district was a study in minimalism, floor-to-ceiling windows framing the Puget Sound, sleek white furniture, and a single sapphire glass starfish on her desk, a relic from her mother, Margaret. From a time when love didn't come with conditions. Sarah sat at her kitchen island, her laptop open, a cup of black coffee cooling beside her. She was halfway through a pitch deck for CipherLock's IPO when the email pinged. The subject line was bold, cheerful, and gut-punching. Langston Family Lake Retreat 2025, RSVP now. Her breath caught. She clicked before she could stop herself. The email was a dagger. Everyone was CC'd. Chloe, her perfect older sister. Ethan, her scheming brother. Aunt Linda, even cousin Nate, who'd been AWOL since the Obama years. But Sarah's name? Nowhere. Not in the thread, not in the invite list, not even a typo. They hadn't forgotten her. They'd erased her. She scrolled through the replies, each one a fresh wound. Chloe's quip about last year's bonfire, Ethan's joke about the lake's epic fishing. A photo of the estate's dock at sunset. The same dock where Sarah, at 10, had caught her first trout while her dad clapped like she'd won an Olympic medal. Before he started calling Chloe his pride and Sarah too ambitious. Before Margaret introduced her to friends as the one who's always working. Before Sarah learned that being the youngest didn't mean being loved more. It meant being useful longer. She stared at the screen. The Seattle skyline glinting beyond her window like a cruel joke. The warmth of the city's tech boom couldn't touch the cold void in her chest. "You okay?" Her assistant, Marcus, stood in the doorway, holding a tablet and a protein shake. Sarah swallowed. "Yeah, just spam." He raised an eyebrow. "From them again?" She didn't answer, just offered a tight smile and shut her laptop, but she didn't reopen the pitch deck. Her hands hovered, then opened a tab she'd bookmarked weeks ago, a real estate listing for the Lake Crescent estate, the house where Chloe had staged her influencer-worthy engagement photos, where Margaret and Dad had toasted their 35th anniversary, while Sarah was stuck in San Francisco for a conference they forgot to mention. It was for sale, quietly, no family announcement. The market had tanked, and they were offloading it like a used car. Sarah's phone buzzed. A text from Rachel, her best friend and CipherLock's lead hacker. "Saw the invite. Want to crash it for kicks?" Sarah's fingers hovered. Then she typed, "Or maybe I do something bigger." She clicked Contact Agent on the listing. The confirmation email landed before she could second-guess herself. Her phone rang, the ringtone she'd assigned to Margaret years ago, a soft piano riff that now felt like a funeral march. Sarah let it ring twice. "Hi, Mom," she said, voice flat, bracing for the blow. "Sarah, darling," Margaret began, her tone sugary, the kind she used before delivering a knife. I didn't wait for it. "Let me guess, Chloe's kids need the guest suite, or Ethan's new girlfriend hates shared bathrooms." Silence. Sarah could picture Margaret's manicured nails tapping, searching for her script. "You know how crowded it gets," Margaret said finally. "We're tight on space this year." Sarah wanted to laugh, not because it was funny, but because it was so predictable. 2 years ago, same excuse. "The kids need the bunk room." Last year, Chloe had claimed Sarah's invite went to spam. "You understand, don't you?" Margaret added pitifully. "It's just logistics." Sarah understood. She understood that her presence was optional, her value tied to what she could pay for Chloe's wedding, Ethan's rehab, the family's taxes. "I understand perfectly," Sarah said. Thanks for the heads up. She hung up before Margaret could respond. No tears, no screams. She poured a glass of water with the calm of someone who'd seen the storm coming. Back at her desk, she opened her financials. The numbers were her army: liquid cash, IPO stock options, discretionary assets. She whispered, "Game on." 10 minutes later, Rachel texted. Screenshot incoming. It was a group chat Sarah wasn't in. Chloe, Sarah's not coming again, wants to make it about herself, as usual. Ethan, good. Less drama. Margaret, she's no daughter of mine, laughing emojis followed, a few poor Sarah texts, and one from Uncle Ted. That girl needs a Sarah stared, numb, but beneath the numbness, something stirred. Not rage, not sadness, but clarity. They weren't just excluding her, they were rewriting her, turning her absence into blame, her silence into their story. To them, she murmured, "I'm a ghost who left the party." But she hadn't left. She'd been locked out. Her mind flashed to a memory, sharp and vivid. She was 11, at the Lake Crescent estate, building a driftwood fort by the water. She'd spent hours stacking logs, weaving seaweed into the walls, even carving her initials into a smooth stone. The family gathered, marveling. Then Chloe stepped forward, posed by the fort, and smiled for the camera. "She's so creative," Margaret had said, clapping. Sarah didn't correct her. Neither did Chloe. That night, Sarah cried in the bunk room while they toasted Chloe's vision downstairs. Now Sarah opened the real estate app again. No hesitation. She scheduled a private viewing. No scene, no warning, just action. Quiet, precise, final. The next morning, Sarah drove to the estate, a 3-hour trek from Seattle through misty forests and winding roads. The lakefront office was a modern glass cube tucked between a kayak rental shop and a craft coffee bar. A woman with silver-streaked hair and a plaid scarf stood from behind the desk. "You must be Sarah," she said warmly. "I was told you'd come." Sarah nodded. "Thanks for the slot." The woman, Ellen, pulled up the listing on her tablet. "Funny thing," she said. "Your name sounds familiar. Related to the owners?" Sarah met her gaze. "For now." Ellen led her to the estate, a 5-minute drive along the lake's edge. The house was breathtaking. Cedar walls, a wraparound porch, floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the water's moody grays. Inside, it smelled of pine and memory. Summers of board games, winters of hot cocoa, moments before the family started carving her out. Sarah walked the halls, her boots echoing on the hardwood. The master suite, with its king bed and private deck, was where Margaret held court, where Chloe planned her Instagram grids. The bunk room, Sarah's old haunt, still had her childhood sketches taped to the wall. Ellen watched her closely. "It's a special place," she said. "Lots of history." Sarah nodded. Too much. Back at the office, Sarah signed the intent to purchase. Her IPO stock options gave her the cash. Her resolve gave her the nerve. Ellen hesitated. "This is a big move. You sure?" Sarah's smile was steel. "I've never been sure." The deal was set. $4,200,000, 0 cents, closing in 30 days. The family wouldn't know until it was too late. As Sarah drove back to Seattle, her phone buzzed. Rachel again. "You're not going to believe this." Another screenshot. Chloe, "Sarah's too busy playing tech mogul. Let's keep the retreat drama free." Ethan, "She'd probably hack the Wi-Fi and ruin it." Margaret, "She was always too fragile for us." Sarah's grip tightened on the wheel. Fragile? She'd built a company from nothing, fended off corporate sharks, and now she'd outmaneuvered her own blood. Fragile was the last word they'd use when she was done. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. She paced her penthouse, the city's lights a restless audience. The sapphire starfish caught her eye, its iridescence mocking her. She picked it up, remembering Margaret's words when she'd given it to her at 12. "For my special girl." Before Chloe became the golden child, before Ethan's charm masked his greed, before Margaret's love turned conditional, Sarah set the starfish down, harder than she meant to. It didn't break, but The sound echoed like a promise. She opened her laptop, pulled up Saferlock's secure server, and started digging. Rachel had taught her how to trace digital footprints, and Sarah was a fast learner. She found the family's group chat, not the sanitized one they knew she could see, but the real one buried in a private app. The messages were a gut punch. Chloe, Sarah's a liability. Let's keep her out for good. Ethan, she's got money though. Maybe we hit her up for the taxes again. Margaret, she's no daughter of mine. Let her rot in her tower. Sarah's vision blurred, not with tears, but with focus. She saved every message, every timestamp, every emoji, evidence. And the next day, Sarah drove to a storage unit in Tacoma, a concrete bunker where she'd stashed pieces of her past. Unit 17C hadn't been opened in 6 years. The lock groaned, the roll-up door rattling like a warning. Inside, amid boxes of college textbooks and her first apartment's IKEA furniture, was Nana Rose's cedar trunk. Sarah's throat tightened as she pulled it forward, the scent of lavender sachets hitting her like a wave. Nana Rose, the only one who'd ever seen her, who'd whispered, "You're stronger than they know," before she died. Sarah opened the trunk, her hands steady but reverent. Inside was a journal, ocean blue with driftwood charms glued to the corners. Nana Rose's clumsy handiwork. Sarah had teased her about it once. They'll fall off in a week. Nana Rose had smiled. Then you'll glue your own truth to it. Beneath the journal was an envelope, addressed in her slanted script, for Sarah. Open when you stop chasing their approval. Sarah sat on the cold concrete, her breath shallow, and tore it open. A letter, short and sharp. One day, you'll see why I left this for you. Love doesn't always come from those who raise you. It finds you through the cracks. Use this when their silence breaks you. With it was a trust document, legal and ironclad. Sarah's name, Nana Rose's signature, a clause, should the deed holders default on taxes or neglect property obligations, the named beneficiary, Sarah Langston, reserves the right to execute a full title transfer. Sarah's pulse quickened. She flipped through the pages, her mind racing. The family had been dodging taxes for years, leaning on her to cover the shortfall while they partied at the estate. Nana Rose had known. She'd built a trap, and Sarah was the one to spring it. She tucked the documents into her bag, locked the unit, and drove straight to her lawyer's office in downtown Seattle. By noon, she sat across from Carla Nguyen, a partner at Nguyen & Wells, who whistled as she read the trust. This isn't just leverage, Carla said, tapping the clause. It's a kill shot. If they've defaulted, and I'd bet my license they have, you own that estate in 14 days. They can't fight it. Sarah leaned back, the weight settling. 14 days? The same time they'd be packing coolers and stringing fairy lights, assuming the house was theirs. The next morning, Sarah brewed coffee strong enough to wake the dead and opened her laptop. A new email blinked. Langston Retreat, final RSVP. Chloe's personal Gmail, dripping with faux warmth. Room assignments, a Spotify playlist, even a family vs. family kayak race. Sarah's name? Missing. No hi, Sarah. No hope you're there. But Chloe had CC'd everyone else. 5 minutes later, Rachel texted, "You need to see this." A screenshot from a chat titled Cora Langston's Only. Chloe, "Sarah's not coming. Let's skip the drama this time." Ethan, "Peace at last." Margaret, "She's too busy being important. Her old room's free." Rachel, "You want it?" Sarah read it twice. Her old room, with Nana Rose's quilt, her childhood books, the desk where she'd written her MIT application. They weren't just excluding her, they were carving her out piece by piece. Sarah didn't cry. She logged into the estate's back-end system, now legally hers. The calendar showed one unbooked room, the master suite. She typed, "Guest, Miss S. Langston." Arrival, Friday. Preferences, Pinot Noir on ice, crisp linens, total privacy. Confirmation pinged, their retreat, booked under her name. She smiled, faint but sharp. Let them plan their party. Let them arrive with their charcuterie boards and fake tears. They'd forgotten the deed, the clause, the truth. Sarah wasn't reclaiming a house. She was rewriting the story. That night, Sarah stood on her penthouse balcony, a glass of wine in hand, the city humming below. She thumbed through old photos on her phone. Retreats where she'd been the photographer, never the subject. Birthdays where her gifts arrived unopened. A photo of Chloe blowing out candles, Sarah smiling behind her, cropped out in the posted version. Her father's words echoed from the one time she'd fought back. "You're too sensitive, Sarah. Not everything's about you, but this was." Not because she craved their love, but because she'd earned her place. She texted Rachel, "Thanks for the intel. Don't cancel your plans. Get ready for fireworks." Rachel replied, "I live for this." The lakefront estate was theirs to borrow, but the key was in Sarah's hand. She closed her laptop, stepped inside, and turned off the lights. The city's glow faded behind her. Tomorrow, she'd drive to Lake Crescent. Tomorrow, they'd face her. And when they did, they'd learn what happens when you erase someone who knows how to rewrite the code. The wine burned before it numbed. Sarah Langston's vision blurred as she sat at the polished mahogany table in the Lake Crescent Estate's dining room, her family's voices fading into a distorted hum. Chloe's laugh, sharp and performative, cut through the haze. Ethan's smug drawl followed, something about family unity. Margaret's manicured hand waved dismissively, her diamond ring catching the chandelier's light. Sarah clutched her glass, the Pinot Noir's bitter aftertaste lingering like a warning. She'd come to this so-called family meeting against her better judgment, hoping for a crack in their facade, a hint of remorse for a decade of exclusion. Instead, she got poison. Her knees buckled as she tried to stand, the room tilting like a funhouse mirror. "Sarah?" Rachel's voice, urgent, broke through from across the table. Sarah's hand grazed the tablecloth, knocking over her glass. Red wine bled across the white linen, a grotesque mimicry of the blood pounding in her ears. She collapsed, her cheek hitting the cold hardwood floor. Chloe's wide-eyed stare the last thing she saw, before darkness swallowed her whole. The Langstons' lakefront estate, her newly acquired fortress, had become a trap, and her family the executioners. Sarah woke to the sterile beep of a hospital monitor, her mouth dry as ash. Rachel sat beside her, eyes bloodshot, a laptop balanced on her knees. "You're lucky," Rachel said, voice tight. "The ER doc said it was ricin. Slow acting, but you got here in time." Sarah's mind reeled. Ricin? A poison so deliberate it screamed intent. Her family's faces flashed, Chloe's fake concern, Ethan's smirk, Margaret's calculated silence. "Ooh," Sarah croaked, her throat raw. Rachel's jaw clenched. "I'm working on it, but I've got something." She turned to the laptop, showing a hacked screenshot from Chloe's phone. A text to an unknown number. She drank it. "Make sure it looks clean." Sarah's blood ran cold. Her sister hadn't just excluded her. She'd tried to erase her permanently. Rachel had acted fast, dragging Sarah to her car and speeding to Port Angeles General while the family scrambled to call for help. The hospital's toxicology report confirmed the poison, and Sarah's survival was a miracle. Or a miscalculation. She lay there, the IV dripping, her mind sharpening despite the fog. This wasn't just betrayal. It was war, and Chloe had fired the first shot. Sarah's fingers curled into fists. "Get me out of here," she said. Rachel nodded, already packing. "You're not safe until we end this." Back in her Seattle penthouse, Sarah recovered slowly, her body weak, but her resolve ironclad. Rachel set up a war room in the living room, laptops and monitors glowing with data. She'd hacked deeper into Chloe's phone, pulling texts, call logs, even deleted voicemails. The evidence was damning. Chloe had coordinated with a contact listed only as fixer, discussing dosages and timing. "She thought you'd be dead before dessert," Rachel said, her voice laced with... Sarah stared at the sapphire glass starfish on her desk. its iridescence mocking the family she'd once trusted. "She's wrong," Sarah said. "I'm just getting started." She called Carla Nguyen, her lawyer, who'd reviewed Nana Rose's trust. Over a secure line, Carla's voice was steady but urgent. "The trust is bulletproof. Your family defaulted on taxes 3 years running, $180,000 0 cents in arrears. Nana Rose's clause gives you full title rights. Sign the petition, and the estate's yours in 14 days. Sarah's pen hovered over the document Carla had couriered. The Lake Crescent estate, her family's pride, their stage for a decade of exclusion, was hers to claim. She signed, the ink a silent vow. "They don't know, do they?" she asked. Carla's smile was audible. "Not a clue." Sarah hung up, her gaze drifting to the city skyline. The family was planning their retreat, oblivious to her move. Chloe's latest email, forwarded by Rachel, detailed room assignments and a sunset toast to unity. Sarah's name was absent, as always. But she wasn't absent anymore. She logged into the estate's booking system, now under her control, and reserved the master suite. Guess Miss S. Langston. Preferences: Pinot Noir on ice, crisp linens, total privacy. The confirmation pinged, a digital middle finger to her family's ignorance. Let them pack their kayaks and string their fairy lights. She'd be waiting. The forest ambush came 2 nights later. Sarah had driven to the estate for a final walkthrough, needing to feel the house's walls, its history, before the confrontation. The moon hung low over Lake Crescent, casting shadows through the dense pines. She parked near the trailhead, her boots crunching on gravel as she walked toward the water. The air was sharp, pine-scented, grounding. Then a twig snapped. Her instincts, honed by years of navigating corporate sharks, screamed danger. She turned, but too late. 2 figures in black masks lunged from the trees, one wielding a tire iron, the other a knife. Sarah ducked, the tire iron grazing her shoulder, pain flaring hot and bright. She stumbled, her back hitting a tree, and kicked out, catching the knife wielder's shin. He grunted, dropping the blade. She scrambled for it, her fingers closing around the handle as the second thug swung again. She rolled the iron, slamming into the trunk, bark exploding. Adrenaline surged. She slashed at the first thug's leg, drawing blood, and bolted into the forest, her breath ragged. They pursued, their footsteps heavy, but Sarah knew these woods. Pride, childhood summers spent memorizing every trail. She lost them in a thicket, crouching behind a fallen log, her heart pounding like a war drum. When the silence held, she crept back to her car, her shoulder throbbing, blood seeping through her jacket. Inside, she found a burner phone wedged under the seat, planted no doubt by her attackers. Its call log showed one number, Ethan's. Sarah's vision narrowed. Her brother hadn't just sabotaged her brakes. He'd hired muscle to finish the job. She pocketed the phone, evidence of his betrayal, and drove to Rachel's safe house in Olympia, her mind racing. Ethan thought he could scare her off. He'd underestimated her. Rachel patched Sarah's shoulder, her hands steady but her eyes furious. "This is beyond family drama," she said, stitching the gash. "They're playing for keeps." Sarah winced but nodded. "So am I." Rachel pulled up Ethan's financials. Hacked from his bank accounts, a $50,000 0 cents transfer to an offshore account labeled consulting matched the ambush's timing. "He's not working alone," Rachel said. "There's a bigger player. Someone with cash and motive." Sarah's mind flashed to the estate's sale listing, the shadowy investor who'd bid against her. Was Ethan their pawn? The question gnawed, a hook for later. Sarah returned to the estate the next day, her shoulder bandaged, her resolve steel. She needed proof, something to tie Ethan to the ambush and Chloe to the poison. The house was quiet, its cedar walls whispering memories. She searched the office, once Nana Rose's, and found a locked drawer in the desk. Her lock-picking skills, learned from Rachel during a team-building hackathon, came in handy. Inside was a ledger. Nana Rose's handwriting meticulous. Tax defaults 20192022. Langston. family negligence. Trust clause activated. Beneath it, a bombshell. A letter revealing Nana Rose's own disinheritance by Margaret's parents. A secret buried to save the family's image. Sarah's breath caught. Nana Rose hadn't just left her the estate, she'd left her a legacy of defiance. The gas leak came that night as Sarah pored over the ledger. A faint hiss, then a wave of dizziness. Her vision swam, her lungs tightening. She stumbled to the window, wrenching it open, fresh air flooding in. The estate's heating system, recently serviced by Ethan's crew, was rigged to kill. Carbon monoxide, odorless, deadly. Sarah crawled to the control panel, shutting off the gas, her head pounding. She collapsed on the porch, gulping air, the lake's chill grounding her. They weren't stopping. Brake lines, poison, ambushes, now this. Her family wasn't just cruel, they were lethal. She called Rachel, who traced the service records. Ethan's signature was on the work order, buried under a fake company name. "He's sloppy," Rachel said. "We've got him." Sarah's voice was ice. "Not yet. I want them all." She muted the family chat, blocked their numbers, and drove to Nana Rose's grave, an hour east in a quiet cemetery nestled among cedar groves. The headstone was simple, no roses. Nana Rose had hated performative gestures. Sarah knelt, the grass damp under her jeans. "They're doing it again," she whispered. "You'd laugh at their nerve." She placed a single lavender sprig, Nana Rose's favorite, and stood. "You told me to raise my value, not my voice." "I'm listening." The family's ignorance was her weapon. Chloe's latest chat, forwarded by Rachel, showed Ethan claiming the master suite. "Dibs on the king bed. Feels good to win." Comments piled up. "Classic Ethan. Save it from the kids." No one questioned the booking. No one saw Sarah. She smiled, faint but fierce, and typed into the estate system. "All rooms locked except master suite. Guest S. Langston." The retreat was days away. They'd arrive, smug and entitled, only to face her. The confrontation came at dusk, the lake shrouded in mist. Sarah waited in the estate's lobby, her heels clicking on the slate floor. The family arrived, Chloe's white Range Rover leading the pack, Ethan's oversized F-150 close behind, Margaret's vintage Mercedes trailing. They spilled out, luggage in tow, laughter echoing, until they saw her. Chloe froze at the reception desk, where a young clerk, Mia, asked, "Are you on Miss Langston's guest list?" Chloe's face twisted. "Excuse me? This is our house. We've been here 20 years. Mia's eyes flicked to Sarah, who stepped forward, her voice calm but cutting. "Not anymore. The deed finalized 3 weeks ago. It's mine." The silence was electric, a storm about to break. Ethan barked a laugh, panic beneath it. "What is this, Sarah? Some tech prank?" She handed Mia her ID. "No prank. Legal. Clean. Final." Margaret clutched her purse, her voice trembling. "You bought it? That's impossible." Sarah's gaze was steady. "You should have checked the trust Nana Rose left me, or the tax bills you ignored." Chloe's eyes blazed. "A cornered animal. You knew. We planned this. This is our legacy." Sarah stepped closer. "I was your daughter, your sister. You left me out of every invite, every photo. I made my own way." "In." Mia hesitated, then picked up the phone for security. Sarah's voice was calm. "Escort anyone not on my list. Be kind, their family." Chloe muttered, "I'll sue you for this." Sarah didn't flinch. "Check the clause on defaulted taxes first. You'll be surprised." Margaret stepped forward, her voice low. "You hate us that much?" Sarah let the silence linger, then said, "I don't hate you. I stopped hoping you'd change." She turned to the elevator, their confusion fading behind her like lake mist. The doors closed, her breath slowing, not in relief, but in readiness. The media storm hit hours later. A news van parked outside, its headlights piercing the estate's windows. A reporter, slick and predatory, shouted, "Miss Langston, did you coerce your father into signing over the estate? Sources say he was senile." Sarah shut the door, her phone buzzing with texts from colleagues, neighbors, even a distant cousin. Is this true? Chloe's viral X post screamed betrayal. A woman who steals from her family was never raised with love. Pray for her soul. Comments piled up. Fire emojis, prayers, vitriol from strangers who didn't know Sarah's name until now. An injunction landed in her inbox. Cease occupancy of 404 Lake Crescent Drive, pending review. Violation meant fines, maybe jail. Rachel texted. They wanted war. Here's ammo. Attached were leaked audio files. Margaret's voice, cold and clear. Sarah was a mistake. She should have been cut out years ago. Chloe. She's better off dead than here. Sarah's chest tightened, not with pain, but with clarity. She opened the estate safe hidden behind a false panel in Nana Rose's office. Inside, a bombshell. Letters proving Margaret's affair buried to protect the family's image. Nana Rose had known, had kept them as leverage. Sarah's hands shook. This wasn't just a house. It was a battlefield. The court hearing was a crucible. Sarah walked in alone, her navy dress. Nana Rose's steel wool blue, her only armor. Chloe sat in white, a martyr's costume. Margaret stared ahead, pale as death. Ethan was absent, likely drafting threats. The judge, stern but fair, heard Chloe's lawyer claim Sarah exploited their father's declining health. Sarah stood, her voice steady. I have video evidence of his consent. The courtroom dimmed as the bailiff played it. Her father, lucid, on the estate's porch 2 years ago. Sarah gets this place. She's the only one who cared, not what I could give. Gasps rippled. Sarah followed with Chloe's audio. She's better off dead. The judge's brow rose, his gaze pinning Chloe, who shrank. No basis for the petition, he ruled. Miss Langston acted lawfully. This court won't validate cruelty disguised as tradition. Faith dismissed. Outside, the media swarmed. Sarah faced them once. Sometimes, you break a cycle by holding your truth. She walked away, the flashbulbs fading. But Ethan wasn't done. He cornered her that night on the estate's cliffside path, his eyes wild. You think you've won? He shoved her toward the edge, the lake churning below. Sarah's training, self-defense classes Rachel insisted on kicked in. She twisted, elbowing his ribs and pushed back, pinning him to the ground. Who's your investor? She demanded. Ethan spat. You'll never know. She let him go, knowing she'd find out. Sarah leaked the family's emails to a local journalist, exposing their betrayal. The safe's letters, proof of Margaret's affair, went public, fracturing their alliances. But Sarah didn't stop there. She donated the estate to a women's shelter, a final act of defiance. The family, locked out in a storm, raged. But Sarah was done. She drove away, the lake fading in her rear view, her reflection softer, stronger. She'd reclaimed her voice, her truth, her power. The Langstons had their narrative, she had the deed. In the future, the glass walls of Reynolds and Stone's Seattle headquarters shimmered under the February drizzle, a sleek monument to ambition and betrayal. Inside, Emily Carter, 41, single mother, sat frozen in a leather chair, her pulse hammering in her ears. The air smelled of stale espresso and Mark Reynolds' overpriced cedarwood cologne, a scent that clung to the room like a bad decision. Across the mahogany desk, her boss smirked, sliding a manila envelope toward her with the casual cruelty of a man who'd already won. Don't take it personally, Emily, he said, his voice dripping with false sympathy. It's just business. Emily's fingers twitched, but she kept her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Termination papers. Effective immediately. After 5 years of bleeding for this firm, after crafting the $15 million 0 cents Bennett Enterprises contract, the biggest in company history, she was being discarded like a used tissue. Her mind raced, replaying the late nights, the missed recitals with her daughter Lila, the weekends spent hunched over her laptop while the rest of the world lived. Well, for this, for Mark's smug grin and a severance package that wouldn't cover 6 months of rent in Seattle's skyrocketing market. Yuseria, she said, her voice low, steady, though her chest felt like it was caving in. Mark leaned back, his tailored suit creasing perfectly. Restructuring, Emily. We need fresh blood, new energy. You've been solid, but the board's looking for a different vibe. He chuckled, as if firing her was a punchline. You get how this game works, right? She didn't. Not like this. Not after pouring her soul into the Bennett proposal, a 200-page masterpiece that had taken 3 months of sleepless nights, endless data models, and a vision so precise it had sealed the deal before the ink dried. She'd stood in the war room at 2 a.m., perfecting every slide, every forecast, while Mark was probably at some rooftop bar, schmoozing clients with her work. And now, this. Her eyes flicked to the envelope. Solid, she repeated, tasting the word like ash. I built the Bennett strategy. That was my work. Mark's smile tightened, just for a second, before he waved a hand. Team effort, Emily. You know how it goes. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Harder? She wanted to scream, to flip the desk, to demand why her name had been scrubbed from the final proposal she'd found on his desk 2 weeks ago. She'd seen it, the PDF open on his monitor, her initials replaced with his, her contributions erased like she'd never existed. But she didn't scream. Not yet. Emily Carter had rebuilt her life from nothing once. Divorce, debt, a toddler in tow. And she'd learned to keep her cards close. Dignity was her armor, and she wouldn't let Mark see it crack. Thank you for the opportunity, she said, standing, her voice cool as the Puget Sound wind outside. She smoothed her blazer, grabbed her purse, and walked out, her heels clicking on the polished floor. Mark's eyebrows lifted, surprised by her composure. He'd expected tears, maybe begging. He didn't know her at all. The HR rep, a nervous woman named Karen with a clipboard, escorted her through the open plan office. Heads turned, then quickly looked away. Colleagues she'd mentored, analysts she'd trained, all avoiding her gaze. The hum of keyboards and muted phone calls felt like a funeral march. Her cardboard box, packed with 5 years of her life, a framed photo of Lila, a coffee mug, a dog-eared planner, felt heavier than it should have. By the time she reached the elevator, her email was disabled. Her key card dead. The doors closed with a soft ding, sealing her out of the world she'd built. In the parking garage, Emily slid into her 2015 Subaru Outback, the one with a dented fender and a fading Seahawks sticker. She gripped the steering wheel until her knuckles whitened, her breath shallow. Seattle's skyline loomed beyond the concrete pillars, all tech towers and overpriced condos, a city that chewed up dreamers and spat them out. She didn't cry, not yet. Instead, she replayed Mark's words. You get how this game works. While she was starting to... Her phone buzzed. A text from Lila, 14, probably sprawled on the couch in their Capitol Hill apartment, scrolling TikTok. Mom, you home soon? Need snacks. Emily's heart twisted. Lila didn't know yet. How do you tell your daughter you've been betrayed, that the rent, the tuition, the braces she needed were all in limbo? Emily typed back, soon, kiddo. Love you. Then she sat there, the sleet streaking her windshield, and let the truth sink in. She'd been played. Used. Erased. But Emily wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Back in her apartment, the radiator hissed, fighting a losing battle against the damp Seattle chill. Lila was asleep on the couch, a half-eaten bag of goldfish crackers spilling onto the cushions. Emily tucked a blanket over her, brushing a strand of dark hair from her daughter's face. At 14, Lila was all sharp wit and quiet resilience. A kid who'd grown up too fast after the divorce. Emily couldn't fail her. Not again. She opened her laptop, the screen casting a blue glow over the cluttered kitchen table. Bills, a library book, Lila's algebra homework. Logging into her personal cloud drive, she pulled up the Bennett proposal. Every version, every edit, every timestamp. There it was, her original concept, dated November 12th, 2024, with her name in bold. Emily Carter, senior strategist. She'd saved it all, not out of paranoia, but habit, a holdover from her early days when she'd learned the hard way that nothing in corporate America was guaranteed. Her eyes lingered on the final version, the one Mark had presented. Her name was gone, replaced with his. The audacity of it burned. She'd spent 3 months aligning that strategy to Bennett Enterprises' AI-driven supply chain, crunching numbers until her vision blurred, crafting a pitch that had made Sophie Bennett. The CEO nodded in approval during the final meeting. Sophie. Emily's mind snagged on the name. Think 6 years ago, they'd worked together when Sophie was still running a scrappy startup in Redmond. Back then, Sophie had been all grit and big ideas, and Emily had built the growth model that secured her first major funding round. If you ever need a real shot, call me, Sophie had said over beers at a dive bar in Fremont. The builders deserve more than the suits who sell them. Emily hadn't called. Not once. Pride, maybe, or the grind of single motherhood. But now, staring at her inbox, Sophie's name glowed like a lifeline. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. What was there to lose? Mark had already taken everything. Or so he thought. Subject: the truth about your proposal, Sophie. Dear Sophie, I hope this finds you well. You may not remember me, but we collaborated during your Series A round in 2019. I'm writing because I recently left Reynolds and Stone, and there's something you need to know about the Bennett Enterprises proposal. It was my work. Every slide, every model, every word, my name was removed before it reached you. I have proof. If you're open to a conversation, I'd value the chance to share more. Best, Emily Carter. She hit send, her pulse spiking. Would Sophie even read it? She was a tech titan now, running a $2 billion zero-cents empire, not the scrappy founder Emily had known. The Sophie of 2025 might not care about a disgraced strategist sob story, but Emily had to try. She closed her laptop and leaned back, the radiator's clank echoing her unease. Something told her this email would either save her or bury her deeper. At 6:47 a.m., her phone buzzed, rattling against a coffee mug. Emily, bleary-eyed, grabbed it, expecting a school reminder or a bill notice. Instead, it was an email from Sophie Bennett. Emily, of course I remember you. That growth model you built saved my ass in 2019. I'm livid about what you've shared. I've reviewed your attachments and I have questions. Can we talk today? My assistant will set it up. Sophie. Emily's coffee nearly spilled as she bolted upright. Livid. That word pulsed with possibility. Sophie hadn't just responded. She was angry. By noon, Emily was on a call, her earbuds in, pacing the apartment while Lila was at school. Sophie's voice came through, sharp and commanding, the kind of tone that silenced boardrooms. Emily, let's cut the bullshit, Sophie said. I knew that proposal had your fingerprints, the phrasing, the risk models. It screamed you. Why the hell wasn't your name on it? Emily exhaled, steadying herself. Mark Reynolds. He scrubbed me from the final version, presented it as his own. Then he fired me last week. Called it restructuring. A long pause. Emily could almost hear Sophie's gears turning. He fired you? After you landed my contract? Sophie's laugh was bitter. That's not just stupid. It's theft. I have every draft, Emily said. Timestamps, notes, emails. It's all mine. I believe you, Sophie said. And I don't do business with liars. Effective immediately, Reynolds and Stone's contract is terminated. Emily's breath caught. You're sure? Done, Sophie said, her tone final. But I'm not letting your work go to waste. I'm launching a new venture, consulting, high-stakes strategy. I want you as CEO. You in? CEO. The word hit like a shockwave. Emily sank onto a chair, her mind spinning. Her leading a firm? With Sophie Bennett's backing? It was a dream, but dreams came with risks. Lila's school, their rent, the brace's payment plan. She couldn't afford to fail. I need to think about it, she said, her voice barely steady. Think. Don't take too long, Sophie said. You're not a footnote, Emily. You're the whole damn story. The call ended, and Emily stared at the Space Needle through her window, its silhouette faint against the gray sky. Seattle was a city of reinvention, from Amazon's rise to Boeing's legacy, but it was also a pressure cooker where one wrong move could cost everything. She thought of Lila, of the nights she'd missed tucking her in, of Mark's voice. You're not leadership material. He was wrong. She felt it in her bones. That night, Emily sat Lila down on their thrift store couch, the one with a stubborn juice stain from years ago. Lila, in her oversized Nirvana hoodie, looked up, sensing something big. Mom, what's wrong? You're intense. Emily took a breath. I got fired, kiddo. Last week. They took my work, lied about it, and let me go. Samina's eyes widened. What? You work harder than anyone. How could they? It's okay, Emily said, touching her arm. Something better's coming. A new job, maybe. A big one. Lila studied her teenage skepticism softening. Are you scared? Terrified, Emily admitted. But I'm ready. Leela nodded, leaning into her. You're gonna crush it, Mom. The next morning, Emily called Sophie. Good, Sophie said. Welcome to Bennett Carter Consulting, your CEO. Paperwork's already moving. By noon, the news broke on GeekWire. Bennett Enterprises terminates $15.00 M contract with Reynolds and Stone amid leadership concerns. The firm's stock slid 5% by 3 p.m., a brutal hit in Seattle's cutthroat market. Emily imagined Mark's face, his smug grin replaced with panic. She wasn't wrong. 2 days later, her phone rang. Mark Reynolds. Emily's stomach twisted, but she answered, her voice ice cold. Mark, Emily, he said. His tone strained, like he was forcing charm. Look, there's been a misunderstanding. Sophie's blowing this out of proportion. Let's fix this before it gets messy. Hey, fix it, she said, her voice sharp. You stole my work, erased my name, and fired me. What's there to fix? A pause, then his voice darkened. Don't push me, Emily. You think you can tank my firm and walk away? I'll make sure you never work in this city again. Her blood ran cold, but she didn't flinch. You made a mistake, Mark, not me. You're not leadership material, he snapped. You're a glorified analyst playing dress-up. Back off or you'll regret it. She hung up, her hands shaking. Not with fear, but rage. Mark's threat lingered like a storm cloud. Seattle was a small world for consultants. A whisper from him could poison her network. But she wasn't backing down. At Bennett Carter Consulting's temporary office, a leased space in Pioneer Square with exposed brick and creaky floors, Emily met Sophie to strategize. The city buzzed outside, ferries gliding across Elliott Bay, tech bros in Patagonia vests clogging the sidewalks. Sophie slid a coffee across the table, her eyes gleaming. Mark's desperate. He called me, begging to keep the contract. I told him to talk to my CEO. Emily smirked. He did. Didn't go well. Sophie laughed. You're shaking things up already, but we need to move fast. I want Bennett Carter to be the anti-Reynolds and Stone. Ethical, transparent, built by people who actually do the work. I'm ready, Emily said, though her mind flickered to Mark's threat. You'll regret it. She pushed it aside, focusing on the future. That afternoon, her phone lit up with messages. Sarah, a former colleague, texted, Emily, we know Mark stole your work. I saw him change the proposal credits. If you need me to speak up, I'm in. Then Nathan, an analyst, Mark's been doing this for years. You're not the only one. By evening, a dozen ex-colleagues had reached out, their stories mirroring hers, credit stolen, promotions blocked, voices silenced. Emily's inbox became a vault of evidence. Emails, project logs, performance reviews. She hadn't just been fired, she'd been targeted. But something nagged at her. Why had Mark altered her reviews? She'd been rated exceeds expectations for years, yet her final file, buried in HR's system, said meets expectations. Sarah's message confirmed it. They changed your eval 3 months ago. It was deliberate. Why? What had she done to become a high-risk employee? The question gnawed at her, a mystery that felt bigger than one firing. By Friday, Reynolds and Stone's spin machine kicked in. A LinkedIn post from their PR team claimed Emily had chosen to pursue other opportunities due to performance challenges. The lie spread fast, whispered in Seattle's tight-knit tech circles. Emily's contacts went quiet, some unfollowing her on social media. Mark's threat wasn't empty. He was poisoning her name. But the board was rattled. An anonymous tip, likely from a fed-up colleague, triggered an internal probe into leadership conduct. GeekWire ran a follow-up. Reynolds and Stone faces board inquiry after contract loss, alleged misconduct. Emily read it at 2 a.m., her laptop glowing in the dark. The article didn't name her, but it didn't have to. She was the spark. She closed her laptop, staring at the city lights beyond her window. Seattle was a paradox, innovative, progressive, yet ruthless to those who challenged the status quo. Mark had underestimated her, but so had she. The woman who'd walked out of Reynolds and Stone with a cardboard box wasn't just a strategist, she was a fighter. And this fight was just beginning. Somewhere in the city, Mark was plotting his next move. Emily knew he wouldn't go quietly, but neither would she. The truth was her weapon, and she had a vault full of it. The question was, who would break first? The Seattle skyline glittered like a promise through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Bennett Carter Consulting's new office in Pioneer Square. But Emily Carter felt the weight of a gathering storm. It was late March 2025, and the city's tech scene was buzzing, not with innovation, but with the fallout of her war against Reynolds and Stone. GeekWire's headline still burned in her mind. Reynolds and Stone faces executive crisis after $15.00 M contract loss. Her firing had been the spark, but the flames were spreading, and Emily knew Mark Reynolds wasn't the kind to let his empire crumble without a fight. She sat at a reclaimed wood desk, her laptop open to a draft pitch for a new client, but her focus kept slipping. Her phone buzzed relentlessly. Journalists, former colleagues, strangers inspired by her story. Yet beneath the support lurked a darker current. Mark's threat from weeks ago echoed, "You'll regret it." She'd dismissed it then, fueled by adrenaline and Sophie Bennett's backing, but now, with Bennett Carter Consulting gaining traction, the stakes felt higher. Even Seattle was a small pond for big fish, and Mark had allies with long memories. Sophie burst into the office, her auburn hair pulled into a messy bun, a Starbucks cup in one hand and a tablet in the other. "You see this?" she said, tossing the tablet onto Emily's desk. A TechCrunch article screamed, "From Fired to Founder, How Emily Carter Exposed a Consulting Giant's Dirty Secrets." The piece detailed her role in the Bennett contract, Mark's betrayal, and the board's scrambling probe. It was glowing, almost mythic, but Emily's stomach twisted. "They're calling me a disruptor," she said, her voice tight. "But this feels like a target on my back." Tui grinned, undaunted. "Good, let them aim. We're building something real, ethical, transparent. The opposite of Reynolds and Stone's snake pit. You're CEO now, Emily. Own it." Emily nodded, but her eyes flicked to the article's comments. Amid the praise were venomous jabs. Bitter ex-employee, career suicide. She'll crash and burn. She recognized the tone. Mark's allies planting seeds of doubt. The tech world loved a hero until it didn't, and Seattle's rumor mill was brutal. She closed the laptop, forcing herself to focus. Bennett Carter had just landed 3 major clients, including a direct competitor of Reynolds and Stone, a coup that had sent shockwaves through the industry. But success came with enemies, and Emily wasn't naive enough to think Mark would stay quiet. That afternoon, a courier delivered a bombshell. Emily was in a strategy session with Sophie, sketching out a pitch for a Bellevue-based AI startup, when the receptionist buzzed. "Legal documents for you, Ms. Carter." Emily's heart sank as she opened the envelope. A cease and desist order from Reynolds and Stone, accusing her of stealing proprietary data to launch Bennett Carter and poach their clients. The language was vicious, claiming she had violated confidentiality agreements and caused irreparable harm. The penalty? A $5 million 0 cents lawsuit if she didn't comply. Sophie snorted, tossing the papers aside. This is Mark throwing a tantrum. He's got nothing. But Emily wasn't so sure. Her hands trembled as she reread the document. Seattle's legal scene was a minefield, and Reynolds and Stone's law firm, Kessler and Vance, was a heavyweight known for crushing smaller players. If they dragged her into court, the legal fees alone could bankrupt her, not to mention the damage to Bennett Carter's fledgling reputation. Lila's tuition, their Capitol Hill apartment, the Brace's payment plan, everything hung in the balance. She called Rachel Lee, her lawyer, a sharp-tongued former prosecutor who'd taken Emily's case pro bono after reading the GeekWire story. Rachel's voice crackled through the speakerphone, calm but lethal. "This is a scare tactic, Emily. They're betting you'll panic and fold. We're not playing their game." "What's our move?" Emily asked, pacing the office. Outside, a ferry horn blared across Elliott Bay, a reminder of the city's relentless pulse. "We hit back harder," Rachel said. "I'm filing a countersuit tomorrow. Defamation, wrongful termination, and professional misrepresentation. We've got your drafts, timestamps, emails. Plus, I've got statements from 3 former colleagues confirming Mark tampered with your performance reviews. They're ready to testify." Emily's breath caught. "Who?" "Sarah Nguyen, Nathan Patel, and Alicia Torres. They say Mark changed your exceeds expectations to meets expectations 3 months before your firing. It was deliberate, Emily. They were setting you up." The revelation hit like a punch. She'd suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed, knowing Mark had orchestrated her erasure with such precision, ignited a fury she hadn't felt before. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What did I do to become a threat?" Rachel paused, then said, "That's what we need to find out. Something's off. Mark's not just covering his tracks, he's hiding something bigger." The call ended, leaving Emily staring at the cease and desist. A mystery gnawed at her. Why had Mark targeted her so meticulously? Was it just the Bennett contract? Or had she stumbled onto something he couldn't afford to let surface? The question lingered like a shadow, pulling her deeper into a game she hadn't chosen. By the next morning, Rachel's countersuit was filed, and the tech blogs exploded. GeekWire ran a follow-up. Reynolds and Stone slapped with countersuit as former strategist alleges defamation. The cease and desist vanished within 48 hours, withdrawn without explanation, a silent admission of weakness. Emily should have felt triumphant, but the victory was hollow. Mark's silence was too clean, too calculated. He wasn't retreating. He was regrouping. Meanwhile, Bennett Carter Consulting was soaring. The firm's ethical stance, transparency, merit-based credit, no corporate sleaze resonated in Seattle's progressive tech scene. They'd secured contracts with a Tacoma logistics firm, a Spokane healthcare startup, and most gallingly for Mark, a Bellevue AI giant that had been Reynolds and Stone's flagship client. The news sent ripples through the industry, with Twitter threads buzzing, "Bennett Carter is the future. Reynolds Stone is done." Emily's inbox overflowed with LinkedIn requests from recruiters, analysts, even former Reynolds and Stone staff wanting to jump ship. But the praise came with a cost. Late that night, Emily's phone pinged with an anonymous email, forwarded through a burner account. "You're not as untouchable as you think. Watch your back." No signature, no context, just a chill that settled into her bones. She forwarded it to Rachel, who dismissed it as cowardly noise, but Emily couldn't shake the unease. Seattle's tech world was a labyrinth of alliances, and Mark's network ran deep. Venture capitalists, board members, even local politicians who owed him favors. If he wanted her silenced, he wouldn't need a lawsuit. A whisper in the right ear could do it. The next blow came subtly, disguised as industry chatter. A LinkedIn post from a Reynolds and Stone VP, carefully worded, implied Emily had been difficult to manage and had left voluntarily after underperforming. The lie spread like wildfire, amplified by Mark's allies in private Slack channels and tech meetups at Belltown bars. By Friday, Emily noticed her network cooling, former mentors stopped replying, clients delayed meetings. And then came the rumors. Emily Carter's unstable. She's burning bridges. No one trusts a whistleblower. The attacks were personal, vicious, designed to paint her as unhinged. At a coffee shop in Fremont, she overheard two consultants whispering her name, their words slicing through the hum of espresso machines. She's done. No one hires a troublemaker. Emily's hands shook as she stirred her latte, but she refused to crumble. She opened her laptop and pulled up her evidence vault. Every email, every draft, every performance log. Sarah's statement about the tampered reviews was there, alongside Nathan's timeline of Mark's credit stealing. Alicia, a former HR rep, had sent a bombshell. Mark pushed to downgrade your eval to justify the firing. He called you a liability in a closed-door meeting. A liability. The word stung, but it also sparked a question. What had she seen or known that made her dangerous? Her phone buzzed, pulling her from her thoughts. A message from an unknown number. Check your mail. You're not alone. No name. No context. Emily's pulse quickened. Was this a trap or a lifeline? She drove home, the Seattle drizzle blurring her windshield, and found an unmarked envelope in her mailbox. Inside was a single page, printed from an internal Reynolds and Stone memo, dated October 2024. It outlined a restructure plan to neutralize high-risk staff before an IPO pitch. Her name was circled in red ink, with a handwritten note. They're hiding more. Dig deeper. Who had sent this? The memo's leak was a bombshell exposing Mark's schemes to the bone. Emily forwarded it to Rachel, her mind racing. Mystery number 3, who was the leaker and what did they know? The note's warning, they're hiding more, suggested a conspiracy beyond her firing, something that could unravel Reynolds and Stone entirely. But digging deeper meant risking more than her career. Mark's allies were circling, and their whispers were turning into threat. The turning point came unexpectedly, in a quiet cafe in Lincoln Park. Emily was sipping an overpriced cappuccino, scrolling through her evidence, when her phone lit up with a LinkedIn message from Nora Hayes, a retired co-founder of Reynolds and Stone. Nora had stepped down years before Emily's promotion, her name a legend in Seattle's consulting world. The message was brief. Emily, I've followed your story. I believe you. Can we meet? Emily hesitated. Nora was a wild card. Retired, reclusive, with no clear motive? Was this a setup or a breakthrough? Curiosity won. They met the next morning, the cafe's windows fogged from the spring chill. Nora, in her late 60s, carried herself with quiet authority, her silver hair pulled into a low bun. She slid a flash drive across the table, her eyes steady. I left before Mark took full control, Nora said, her voice low. I saw the firm changing, less about strategy, more about power. I suspected he was manipulating staff, but I didn't have proof. Until now. Emily's fingers closed around the drive. What's on it? Memos, transcripts, board communications from my last 6 months, Nora said. They show Mark rigging performance reviews, using layoffs as PR distractions, targeting anyone who asked too many questions. You were one of them. Emily's heart thudded. Why me? Nora leaned forward, her gaze piercing. You were too good, Emily. Your work on the Bennett contract wasn't just a win, it was a spotlight on Mark's incompetence. He couldn't let you shine brighter than him. The words landed like a revelation. Emily plugged the drive into her laptop, her hands trembling. The files were a gold mine, a memo detailing strategic terminations to streamline leadership before an IPO, a transcript of Mark bragging about controlling the narrative by firing problem employees, a board email warning of exposure risks if key staff spoke out. Her name appeared repeatedly, flagged as high risk for her inquisitive nature. It was just theft, it was a purge. Why now? Emily asked, her voice barely steady. Why help me? Nora's eyes softened, but her voice was steel. Because I was complicit once, and I won't be again. You're not just fighting for yourself, Emily. You're exposing a system that's broken too many. The truth deserves more advocates than excuses. Emily left the cafe, the flash drive burning a hole in her pocket. Nora's evidence was a weapon, but wielding it meant escalating a war she might not win. Mystery number 4. Was this enough to topple Mark's empire, or would it provoke a backlash she couldn't survive? Emily sent the files to Rachel, who responded in minutes. This is dynamite, we go public now. By Monday, the Wall Street Times published an expose that shook Seattle's tech world to its core. Consulting giant accused of systemic retaliation, fraud. The article, backed by Nora's documents and Emily's evidence, detailed Mark's manipulations, the targeted reviews, the targeted layoffs. It named names, quoted colleagues, and included a leaked email from Mark to the board. Carter's a liability. Neutralize her before she talks. The story went viral, trending on Twitter with hashtags like Justice for Emily and End Corporate Lies. Emily's phone buzzed nonstop. Journalists from Bloomberg, supporters on LinkedIn, strangers sharing their own stories of corporate erasure. Women in tech flooded her inbox. This happened to me. Your story gave me courage. The solidarity was overwhelming, but so was the spotlight. Emily wasn't just a strategist anymore. She was a symbol, and symbols drew fire. The backlash was swift. Mark's lawyer, a shark named Gregory Holt, hinted at retaliatory lawsuits claiming Emily had orchestrated a smear campaign to extort Reynolds and Stone. The threat loomed like a guillotine. Holt's firm had a reputation for dragging cases out until opponents went broke. Emily's savings, already stretched thin, wouldn't survive a legal marathon. Lila's future flashed before her. No college fund, no stability. She pushed the fear down, but it lingered, a constant hum of dread. Mark's allies doubled down, spreading rumors through Seattle's tech haunts. At a South Lake Union networking event, Emily's name was poison. She's unhinged. She faked the evidence. No one trusts her. A former mentor, someone she'd once admired, emailed her. You're making enemies you can't afford, Emily. Think about your daughter. The mention of Lila sent a chill through her. This wasn't just business anymore, it was personal. The tide turned with a whistleblower. Alicia Torres, the former HR rep, went public in a Medium post that rocked the industry. I saw Reynolds and Stone silence dissent. Emily Carter was their target. Alicia confirmed the review tampering, the liability meetings, the culture of fear. Her post, shared thousands of times, triggered a domino effect. 2 Reynolds and Stone executives resigned within hours, citing personal reasons, but insiders whispered they'd been forced out by a panicking board. The firm's stock slid another 3%, and clients began pulling contracts, spooked by the scandal. Emily was in her office, reviewing a new client pitch when Rachel called. You're not going to believe this, she said, her voice electric. Mark's out. Ousted as CEO. His LinkedIn's gone. Poof, like he never existed. The board's in damage control and the SEC's sniffing around for fraud. This is federal, Emily. You did this. Emily sank into her chair, her breath shallow. The pivotal moment had arrived. Mark, the untouchable king, dethroned. Her expose, Nora's evidence, Alicia's courage, it had worked. A federal investigation was no small thing. Reynolds and Stone's IPO dreams were dead, and Mark's career was ash. She should have felt elated, but the victory was bittersweet. The cost had been high. Sleepless nights, whispered threats, the fear that Lila would pay the price, and Holt's lawsuit threat still hung over her, a storm cloud refusing to dissipate. Bennett Carter Consulting, meanwhile, was thriving. The firm onboarded 4 new clients, including a Portland renewable energy startup and a Vancouver, BC fintech giant. Emily's vision, ethical consulting, built by the people who did the work, was resonating. Her team, a mix of ex-Reynolds staff and Sophie's network, buzzed with purpose, their Pioneer Square office alive with ideas. But Emily couldn't shake the sense that the fight wasn't over. Mystery number 5, would the board admit full accountability, or would they scapegoat Mark to save themselves? The answer came in a settlement. By mid-April, Reynolds and Stone's lawyers reached out, offering a deal. A confidential financial resolution, a public apology, and sweeping reforms. An ethics board, transparency reports, employee protections. The apology, posted on their website, was a masterclass in corporate humility. We failed our team and our values. We're committed to change. Emily's name wasn't mentioned, but it didn't need to be. The industry knew. Rachel pushed for more. Reject the non-disclosure clause, she said. They want your silence. Don't give it to them. Emily agreed. I'm done being quiet. She signed the settlement, minus the NDA, ensuring her story and the truth couldn't be buried. The financial payout, though undisclosed, was enough to secure Lila's future and fund Bennett Carter's growth. But the real win was the precedent. A system that had thrived on silencing builders like her was cracking. The emotional crescendo came at a women's leadership summit in Portland, where Emily was invited to speak. The auditorium, packed with 500 professionals, buzzed with anticipation. She took the stage, her navy blazer crisp, her voice steady but raw. I was told I wasn't leadership material, she said, her eyes scanning the crowd. I was told to be grateful for scraps, but leadership isn't about power, it's about truth. And the truth is, the people who build, who create, who ask questions, they're the ones who change the world. The room erupted, a standing ovation that shook the rafters. Emily's throat tightened, not from nerves, but from the weight of what she'd done. She wasn't just speaking for herself. She was speaking for every woman who'd been erased, every colleague who'd been silenced. Backstage, Sophie hugged her, whispering, "You're rewriting the rules, Emily." Stop. That night, Emily and Lila sat on their apartment balcony, the Space Needle glowing in the distance. The spring air was warm, carrying the salt of Puget Sound. Lila, in her Nirvana hoodie, scrolled through her phone, then looked up. "Mom, you're trending again. They're calling you a hero." Emily laughed, her eyes stinging. "I'm just me, kiddo." "No," Lila said, leaning into her. "You're the boss. You didn't let them win." Emily kissed her forehead, her heart full. Lila's pride, her belief, was worth more than any contract. Bennett Carter Consulting was now a beacon, its client list growing, its reputation unassailable. Emily's story had reshaped Seattle's tech scene, proving that truth could dismantle even the most entrenched systems. But the real triumph was personal. She'd shown Lila, and herself, that courage wasn't just surviving, it was building something better. As the city lights flickered below, Emily felt a quiet certainty. Mark was gone, his empire fractured. But the fight for fairness, for recognition, was far from over. She'd sparked a reckoning, and the ripples were just beginning. Somewhere in Seattle, another builder was watching, ready to stand up. And Emily would be there, not as a hero, but as proof that the house only wins until the builders walk away.
The Oregon sky was a bruised shade of violet, heavy with the promise of rain, as Emma Harper's beat-up Subaru crunched along the gravel road toward her family's estate. She wasn't supposed to be here. Not tonight, not ever if her sister Lily had her way. Emma's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles pale against the cracked leather. She'd been driving back from a grueling client pitch in Portland, her laptop still warm in the passenger seat, when she'd taken the scenic route past the Harper estate on impulse, a detour to clear her head, to remind herself why she'd spent a decade grinding for a family business that never seemed to see her. But now, as she rounded the bend and the estate's iron gates came into view, her breath caught like a hook in her throat. The gates were flung wide open, strung with fairy lights that glittered like a taunt. Beyond them, the sprawling lawn was alive with music, jazz, the kind her mother, Clara, loved, all smooth saxophones and clinking glasses. Cars lined the driveway, sleek Teslas, polished Audis, even a vintage Mustang that screamed money. A professionally printed banner stretched across the stone archway, its gold lettering gleaming under floodlights. Lily Harper, our Emma's foot eased off the gas, and the Subaru rolled to a stop. She stared, her pulse hammering in her ears. Lily Harper. Our legacy. Not Harper Logistics, not the Harper family, just Lily. As if Emma, who'd spent years balancing the company's books, negotiating contracts, and pulling all-nighters to save shipments from disaster, had never existed. She killed the engine and sat there, the silence of the car pressing against her like a weight. The gala was in full swing, men in tailored suits, women in cocktail dresses, their laughter floating across the lawn like a slap. Emma's jeans were stained with coffee from a rushed morning, her flannel shirt rumpled from hours behind the wheel. She didn't belong here, not in this polished world her family had built on her sweat, but she couldn't look away. The banner wasn't just a celebration. It was a declaration, a knife twisted in the dark, carving her out of her own story. Emma's phone buzzed in the cup holder, snapping her out of her daze. A text from her coworker, Nate. "You survived the pitch. Call me. Need to debrief." She ignored it, her eyes locked on the estate. She should drive away, go home, crack open a beer, and pretend this wasn't happening, but something in her, call it stubbornness, call it masochism, pushed her to step out of the car. The coastal wind bit at her cheeks, carrying the scent of salt and pine from the cliffs nearby. She shoved her hands into her pockets and walked toward the gates, staying in the shadows of the cedar trees that lined the property. She wasn't crashing the party. She just needed to see, to understand how far they'd gone to erase her. As she crept closer, the scene unfolded like a movie she hadn't been cast in. Waiters in crisp white shirts wove through the crowd, balancing trays of champagne. A string quartet played under a pergola draped in ivy, and there, at the center of it all, was Lily Harper, her sister, radiant in a sapphire dress that hugged her like a second skin. Her blonde hair was swept up in a chignon, her smile wide enough to charm a snake. She held court, shaking hands, laughing, every gesture polished to perfection. Their mother, Claire, stood beside her, her silver hair gleaming, her eyes bright with pride. Their father, David, lingered near the bar, his broad shoulders slouched, his gaze distant but approving. The family Emma had poured her life into, celebrating without her, as if she were a ghost. Emma's chest tightened, a familiar ache she'd carried since childhood. Growing up, she'd believed in balance. Work hard, show up, make the right calls, and you'd matter. She'd stayed late at the warehouse, fixed payroll errors, even sold her vintage record collection to cover a tax bill when the company teetered on the edge. All for them, for Harper Logistics, for the family name. But lately that hope had curdled into doubt. Being invisible wasn't a phase. It was a plan. And tonight, under those glittering lights, the truth was undeniable. They didn't just forget her. They chose to cut her out. She turned to leave, her boots crunching on the gravel when a voice called out, "Miss, you with the catering crew?" A security guard in a black polo shirt stepped from the gatehouse, his flashlight sweeping toward her. Emma froze, her heart lurching. "No, I'm just passing by," she stammered, backing toward her car. The guard's eyes narrowed, but before he could press, a burst of applause from the gala drew his attention. Emma seized the moment, sprinting to her Subaru and slamming the door. She fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking, and peeled out onto the coastal highway, the estate's lights fading in her rearview mirror. The road was dark, the cliffs to her right dropping sharply to the Pacific. Emma's breath came in short gasps, her mind replaying the banner, Lily's smile, her mother's pride. She was so lost in thought, she almost didn't notice the headlights behind her. Bright, aggressive, closing fast. A black truck roared up, its engine growling like a predator. Emma's grip tightened on the wheel. What the hell? Let out a long scream from the engine. She muttered, easing off the gas to let it pass. But the truck didn't pass. It swerved closer, its bumper kissing her rear fender. Her car lurched, tires screeching as she fought to stay on the road. Panic surged through her. She slammed her foot on the brake, but the pedal felt wrong, soft, unresponsive. The truck veered again, forcing her toward the cliff's edge. Gravel sprayed, and the guardrail loomed sickeningly close. Emma's mind raced. The brakes. Someone tampered with the brakes. She yanked the parking brake, the car fishtailing as it slowed. The truck sped past, its taillights vanishing into the night. Emma pulled onto the shoulder, her chest heaving, the ocean's roar loud in her ears. She sat there, hands trembling, the realization sinking in. This wasn't an accident. Someone wanted her silenced. She drove the rest of the way home in a daze, her apartment in Astoria a small, cluttered refuge above a bookstore. The place smelled of cedar and old paper, a far cry from the estate's manicured elegance. Emma locked the door, double-checked the deadbolt, and sank onto the couch. Her phone buzzed again. Nate, probably. But she ignored it. Instead, she reached for a cardboard box under the coffee table, a jumble of keepsakes she'd been meaning to sort. Peppered cards, concert stubs, a braided keychain from summer camp, and there, at the bottom, a silver locket, its surface cool against her palm. She clicked it open, revealing the engraving, E Forever Resilient. Her mother had given it to her on her 18th birthday, her voice soft with rare warmth. This is you, Emma, stronger than you know. Back then it had felt like a promise. Now it felt like a lie. Emma set the locket down, her eyes stinging. She wasn't ready to cry, not yet. She grabbed her phone, intending to call Nate, when it buzzed with an unknown number. She hesitated, her thumb hovering over decline. Something made her answer. Hello? Her voice was cautious, raw. Mahapa. The voice was male, older, with a faint smoker's rasp. This is James Carver. I was your family's estate attorney until I retired. Sorry to call late, but I've been meaning to follow up on some trust transition paperwork. You never returned your copy. Emma frowned, leaning forward. What paperwork? I never got anything. A pause, heavy with unspoken questions. It was sent 3 months ago, certified mail to your address in Astoria. You're sure you didn't receive it? Pavadi. Emma's pulse quickened. What's this about, Mr. Carver? Another pause, longer this time. I think we should meet in person, Miss Harper. There are things you need to see. Can you come to my office tomorrow, say, noon? Emma agreed, her mind already racing. She hung up, the apartment's silence louder than before. Whoever had tampered with her brakes, whoever was behind that truck, they didn't want her digging. But she was done running, done being invisible. She grabbed a notebook and started writing. Dates, names, the gala, the banner. This wasn't just a family slight. It was a betrayal, and she was going to unravel it piece by piece. The next morning, Emma headed to the post office, her boots scuffing the cracked linoleum as she approached the counter. The clerk, a woman with a perm and a name tag reading Doris, checked the system. Looks like your mail was redirected to a P.O. box 3 months ago. Change of service form, signed by a Lily Harper. Doris glanced up, her eyes curious. You didn't authorize this? Emma's jaw tightened. No. I didn't. She thanked Doris and stepped outside, the coastal fog clinging to her skin. Lily had hijacked her mail. That's why the trust papers never arrived. But why? What was she hiding? As Emma reached for her car keys, a figure darted from the alley, a hooded man, his face obscured, lunging for her bag. She yelped, clutching the strap as he yanked. "Let go!" she shouted, adrenaline surging. She swung her elbow, catching his jaw. He stumbled, and she wrenched the bag free, sprinting to her car. The man vanished into the fog, but not before Emma glimpsed a tattoo on his wrist. A coiled snake. Her hands shook as she locked the doors, her bag's contents spilling across the seat. Her ID, a notepad with trust notes, a pen. If he'd gotten it, she'd have lost everything. She drove to Carver's office, a modest brick building in Seaside, her nerves still raw. Carver greeted her with a wary nod, his gray hair thinning, his suit slightly wrinkled. He led her to a conference room, the blinds half drawn, and slid a folder across the table. "This is the current trust, Miss Harper, signed by your parents, David and Claire, 3 months ago. It transfers all family assets, the vineyard, the warehouse, the estate, to Lily Harper, solely." Emma's stomach dropped. "All of it?" she whispered, flipping through the pages. The signatures were there, notarized, legal, her parents' names unmistakable. Carver's voice softened. "I thought you'd seen this. In the older trust, you were a co-beneficiary, 50% of everything." Emma's head snapped up. "Then why wasn't I told?" He stood, crossing to a safe in the corner. With careful hands, he pulled out a cream envelope sealed with a gold sticker. "This was meant for you. Your parents dropped it off 6 months ago, before the new trust. Lily picked it up, said she'd deliver it." "Of course she did," Emma muttered, her voice bitter. She broke the seal, her fingers trembling. Inside was a notarized copy of the original trust, dated 2 years ago, naming her as 50% co-owner of the estate, vineyard, and family funds. Her parents' signatures were clear, their intent undeniable. A sticky note in Carver's handwriting read, "For Emma. Copy retained." She sat back, the room spinning. 2 years ago, before Lily moved back after her startup crashed. Before the family dinners Emma was no longer invited to. Before she started wondering if she was fading or being erased. "Why would they do this?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Carver sighed. "I can't answer that, but take this home, Emma. Don't rush to act. Process it." She nodded, clutching the envelope as she left. The drive home was a blur, the trust papers heavy on the passenger seat. She wanted to call someone, her parents, Lily, anyone, but her phone stayed silent. Instead, she pulled into her apartment complex, the fog thicker now, the street lights dim. As she stepped out, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a shadow near the dumpster. She froze, her keys gripped like a weapon. The shadow didn't move again, but the snake tattoo flashed in her mind. She hurried inside, locking the door, her heart pounding. Someone was watching her. And they weren't done. Back in her apartment, Emma sank onto the couch, the envelope still in her hands. She opened it again, rereading the trust, her parents' signatures staring back like a betrayal. She thought of the gala, the banner, Lily's smile. And then, unbidden, the memory of her contributions flooded in. $92,000, 0 cents over 7 years, wired from her savings to cover estate repairs, tax debts, a new roof after a storm. Every time, Claire had called it a family favor, her voice warm, grateful. But favors didn't come with invitations, did they? They didn't come with a seat at the table. Emma's eyes drifted to the locket on the coffee table, its silver glinting in the lamplight. She picked it up, her thumb tracing the engraving. Forever resilient. She wasn't sure she believed it anymore, but she wasn't ready to let it go. Not yet. She grabbed her laptop and pulled up the county clerk's website, typing in the estate's address. The deed history loaded, and there it was. 3 months ago, the estate transferred to Lily Harper. No mention of Emma, no trust, just a clean, quiet change. And then a second document, the vineyard also to Lily. No discussion, no notice. Emma's phone buzzed, pulling her from the screen. A text from Lily. "Stay out of this, Emma. You were never meant to inherit." The words weren't just cruel. They were a confession. Emma stared until the screen dimmed, her resolve hardening. She wasn't going to scream. She wasn't going to cry. But she was going to fight. The next day, Emma drove to her father's vineyard office, a low-slung building nestled among rolling hills. The air smelled of grapes and earth, a scent that used to feel like home. David was behind the counter, flipping through invoices, his flannel shirt rolled to the elbows. He looked up, his face neutral. "Didn't expect you today," he said, no warmth in his voice. "Just thought I'd stop by," Emma replied, her tone light, her eyes scanning the room. There, on the back wall, was the founder's plaque she'd designed a decade ago, her name once etched beside Lily's. Now it bore only 3 names: David, Claire, Lily. Hers was gone. "You'll got an update?" she asked, her voice steady. David didn't look up. "Lily's been running things. She's earned it." Emma bit the inside of her cheek, the coppery taste grounding her. "Erasing someone's name is a promotion now." "You moved out, Emma. You're doing your own thing." His voice was flat, final. "Her own thing, paying their debts, saving their legacy, living in the shadows." She turned to leave, but not before snapping a photo of the plaque with her phone. Evidence. She'd need it. That evening, Emma's apartment was quiet, the fog outside pressing against the windows. She was heating leftover pizza when the smoke alarm blared. Flames licked the corner of her living room, devouring a box of old photos. She grabbed a fire extinguisher, her hands shaking as she doused the blaze. The damage was contained, but her keepsakes, letters, Polaroids, a mixtape from high school, were ash. She sank to the floor, the extinguisher's chemical smell burning her nose. This wasn't an accident. Someone had been here, someone who knew she was getting close. Emma spent the night on the couch, a kitchen knife on the coffee table, the locket clutched in her hand. She didn't sleep. She planned. The gala, the truck, the bag snatch, the fire. They weren't random. They were warnings, but warnings meant she was onto something big enough to scare Lily, to scare them all. The next morning, Emma called Carver again. "I need to see you, today." Her voice was steel, no trace of the girl who'd once begged for her family's approval. She packed the trust papers, the locket, and her laptop, her movements deliberate. As she stepped outside, the fog had lifted, the sun sharp and unforgiving. She glanced at her car, half expecting slashed tires, but it was untouched. For now. She drove to Carver's office, the coastal highway stretching before her like a challenge. Whatever Lily was hiding, whatever her family had planned, Emma was done playing their game. She wasn't just fighting for her inheritance. She was fighting for her name, her worth, her place. And she wasn't backing down. The fog over Astoria was thicker than usual, a gray shroud that muffled the world as Emma Harper stepped out of her apartment. The coastal air was sharp, carrying the briny tang of the Pacific, but it did little to clear the storm in her head. She clutched her tote bag, heavy with James Carver's trust documents and the silver locket that now felt more like a talisman than a keepsake. Last night's fire still lingered in her senses, the acrid burn of smoke, the ashes of her childhood memories scattered across the floor. Someone had been in her home, someone who knew she was digging into the Harper family's secrets. and that someone wasn't playing games anymore. Emma scanned the street, her eyes darting to every shadow, every parked car. The memory of the black truck on the cliff road, the hooded figure at the post office, and now the fire. They weren't coincidences. They were threats. Her phone buzzed in her pocket and she flinched, her nerves raw. A text from Lily. Brunch at the Salted Fork, 11 a.m. Neutral ground, let's talk. Don't bring drama. Emma's lips pressed into a thin line. Neutral ground? There was no such thing with Lily Harper. But she typed back, I'll be there. Not to make peace. Not to beg for scraps of her family's approval. She was going to measure the distance between who they thought she was and who she was becoming. The drive to the Salted Fork, a chic Portland cafe with glass walls and overpriced avocado toast, was quiet. Emma kept the radio off, her thoughts loud enough. She parked a block away, her boots splashing through puddles as she approached the cafe. The place was all industrial chic, exposed brick, Edison bulbs, baristas with tattoos and ironic mustaches. It screamed Lily, a stage for her to be seen, to perform. Emma pushed through the door, the bell chiming like a warning. Lily was already seated, her sapphire scarf draped artfully over a cream blazer, her blonde hair catching the light like a halo. Their mother, Claire, sat beside her, her coral lipstick a stark contrast to her pale, strained face. They looked like they'd stepped out of a lifestyle magazine, polished and untouchable. Emma, in her navy sweater and jeans, felt like an intruder in their curated world. Lily stood, her smile tight but practiced. "Emmy," she said, air-kissing Emma's cheek. "So glad you came." Emma nodded, sliding into the chair across from them. "Didn't have much choice, did I?" Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, sharp enough to cut through Lily's charm. Claire clasped her hands, her rings glinting. "It's so nice to have both my girls here," she said, her tone syrupy, her eyes lingering on Lily. "Especially the one who's been carrying the family through thick and thin." The words landed like a slap. Emma's jaw tightened, but she didn't flinch. Too delicate, Claire had called her once, when Emma was 16 and crying over a missed scholarship. Lily's the strong one. Back then, it had hurt. Now it was just data, a piece of the puzzle she was assembling. She leaned back, her fingers brushing the tote bag at her feet. "Funny," she said softly. "I thought carrying meant paying the estate's tax debts or fixing the vineyard's irrigation system. My mistake." Lily's smile faltered, just for a second. Claire's eyes darted to her, a silent plea for control. The server arrived, setting down mimosas and a latte for Emma. She eyed the cup warily, the bitter tang of last night's fear still fresh. She lifted it, sniffed, and caught a faint chemical undertone. Sharp, unnatural. Her stomach twisted. No way. She set the cup down, her hand steady, and pushed it away. "Not thirsty," she said, her gaze locking on Lily. Was it paranoia? Or had Lily's eyes widened just a fraction? The conversation drifted to safe topics. Weather, a neighbor's new dock, Lily's latest charity gala. But Lily led every word, her gestures confident, her voice quoting scripture about forgiveness with the ease of a politician. Emma listened, her silence deliberate, her mind cataloging every glance, every pause. Then, during a lull, Lily leaned forward, her voice low. "Emmy, you've got to stop digging. You're stirring up things that don't concern you." Emma's pulse quickened, but she kept her face neutral. "Things like what, Lily? The trust? The estate? My name being erased from everything I helped build?" Claire gasped, a delicate sound that felt rehearsed. "Emma, sweetheart, you're too delicate for all this property nonsense. Lily's just better suited to handle it." Too delicate. There it was again, the dismissal wrapped in maternal concern. Emma's fingers curled into fists under the table. She could scream, could flip the table, could let the years of being sidelined pour out. But that's what they expected. Drama, weakness. Instead, she dabbed her lips with her napkin, placed it gently on the table, and stood. "I may be delicate," she said, her voice low, lethal, "but I'm not blind, and I'm not invisible anymore." Lily blinked, her composure cracking. "Emmy, don't be dramatic. Sit down. Drama's for people who need an audience," Emma said. "I'm just done pretending this isn't real." She pulled a 20 from her wallet, dropped it beside her untouched latte, and walked out. The glass door swung shut behind her, the cafe's chatter fading. She didn't look back, but she felt their eyes on her, felt the weight of their panic. And then, as she reached the sidewalk, Lily's voice called after her, "You're overreacting, Emma. No one's taking anything from you." Anae paused, her boots scuffing the pavement. She turned just enough to meet Lily's gaze. "Funny," she said. "That's exactly what the paperwork says." She walked away, the coastal wind sharp against her face, her heart pounding with a clarity she hadn't felt in years. This wasn't about hurt feelings anymore. It was about truth, and she was going to find it, no matter what it cost. The walk back to her car was tense, the Portland streets alive with hipsters and street musicians. Emma's senses were on high alert, her tote bag clutched tight. As she crossed a quiet intersection, a black sedan with tinted windows pulled out from a side street, its engine purring like a predator. It followed her, slow and deliberate, keeping pace. Emma's breath hitched. She quickened her steps, her eyes scanning for escape routes. The sedan matched her speed, its windows impenetrable. Panic clawed at her chest, but she forced herself to think. Don't run. Don't let them know you're scared. She spotted an alley lined with dumpsters and darted into it, her boots splashing through puddles. The sedan hesitated, then sped past. Emma pressed herself against a brick wall, her heart hammering, the memory of the cliff road flashing in her mind. Someone was watching her. Someone who didn't want her at that brunch, didn't want her asking questions. She waited, counting her breaths until the street was quiet. Then she slipped out, doubling back to her car. The sedan was gone, but the fear lingered, a cold weight in her bones. She drove to the county courthouse, her hands steady on the wheel, her resolve hardening. If they thought they could scare her into silence, they didn't know her at all. The courthouse was a bland beige building, its fluorescent lights buzzing like a hive. Emma filled out a request for public property records, her pen scratching the form with deliberate precision. The clerk, a bored man with a comb-overs, handed her a visitor badge and pointed to a workstation. "Records are digitized. Knock yourself out." Emma logged in, her fingers flying over the keyboard. The deed for the Harper estate popped up first, clean and clinical, transferred to Lily Harper 3 months ago. No mention of Emma, no trust, just Lily's name in bold. Then the vineyard, same story, but the dates caught her eye. The vineyard deed was notarized the weekend her father, David, was in the hospital for heart surgery. Emma had been there, holding his hand through the EKG, fetching coffee for Claire while they waited for results. There was no way David had signed anything that day. She dug deeper, cross-referencing the notary. Sarah Klein, the name on the seal, was registered to a Portland firm. A quick Google search confirmed it. Sarah Klein, Lily's college roommate, now a notary with a glossy LinkedIn profile. Emma's blood ran cold. This wasn't just favoritism, it was fraud. She printed the deed, the notary registry, and a screenshot of Sarah's profile, tucking them into her bag. As she left the courthouse, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the pavement. A quiet voice in her head whispered, "This is theft, and they thought you wouldn't fight." Back at her apartment, Emma locked the door and checked the windows, her nerves still frayed from the sedan. She pulled out her phone, intending to call James Carver, when it buzzed with a voicemail. Her mother's voice, soft and strained. "Emmy, please don't make a big deal out of this. You're tearing the family apart. Lily's just trying to manage things. Be grateful." The words were a lullaby laced with guilt, the kind Claire had used for years to keep Emma in line. But this time, Emma didn't waver. She saved the voicemail, adding it to her growing archive. She needed an ally, someone who knew the family's history. Robert Ellis, their retired estate attorney, came to mind. He'd been at every will update since Emma was a kid, his calm presence a contrast to her parents' volatility. She found his number in an old email and called, her voice steady. "Mr. Ellis, it's Emma Harper. I need to talk about the family trust. Can I see you today?" Ellis hesitated, his voice gravelly with age. "It's been a while, Emma, but if it's about the Harpers, I'll make time. Come by my home office, McKinley Avenue, 3 p.m. The drive to McKinley was quiet, the coastal cliffs giving way to rolling hills dotted with vineyards. Ellis's house was a modest craftsman, its porch sagging under the weight of ivy. He greeted her with a firm handshake, his glasses perched low on his nose. "You look like your grandfather," he said, a faint smile softening his face. "Same fire in your eyes." Emma laid out the documents: Carver's trust, the forged deed, Sarah Klein's registry. Ellis listened, his expression unreadable, until she mentioned the vineyard transfer. He picked up the deed, his frown deepening. "This signature's off," he said, adjusting his glasses. "David's got a heavy hand, always did. This is too clean, too practiced." "I think Claire forged it," Emma said, her voice steady. "Or Lily. Maybe both." S leaned back, his chair creaking. "I've seen this before. Families turning on their own. But what makes this interesting is your grandfather's contingency trust. David set it up 10 years ago, in your name. It activates if he's incapacitated or if there's evidence of financial manipulation. This deed, if it's forged, could trigger it." Emma blinked, her breath catching. "A contingency trust? Why didn't I know?" "Your parents didn't want you to," Ellis said, his tone gentle but firm. "They thought you'd fight less if you didn't know your rights." The room felt smaller, the air heavier. "Would it override the new trust?" Emma asked. "If the conditions are met, yes," Ellis said. "You could reclaim control of most of the estate, vineyard, warehouse, everything." Emma left his house with a photocopy of the contingency trust and a number for a handwriting analyst. Her hands were shaky but steady, her mind racing with possibilities. She wasn't just fighting for her share anymore. She was fighting for justice, for the truth her family had buried. She called a mobile notary and the analyst, scheduling appointments for the next day. She wanted her evidence airtight, documented, ready for battle. That evening, Emma sat at her kitchen table, scanning every document into a secure cloud folder labeled Harper Truth. The original trust, the forged deed, Sarah Klein's registry, Lily's text, Claire's voicemail. She cataloged it all, her fingers moving with surgical precision. She was halfway through when her phone buzzed again. Another voicemail, this time from an unknown number. She hit play, her heart in her throat. Claire's voice, softer now, almost pleading. "Emmy, whatever you're digging into, stop. You're not thinking clearly. You don't want to destroy this family." Emma pressed pause, her breath shallow. Destroy the family. They'd been destroying her for years, erasing her name, her contributions, her place. She whispered to the empty room. "Not this time." She saved the voicemail, added it to the folder, and kept working. The analyst's report arrived the next morning, a PDF that landed in her inbox with a quiet ding. The words were clinical, devastating. The signature on the vineyard deed exhibits significant deviations from known samples of David Harper's handwriting. It is highly unlikely to have been written by the same individual. Emma stared at the screen, her chest tight. It was everything she'd feared, everything she'd needed. She saved the file, her archive growing stronger, her resolve unyielding. The weekend passed in a blur. Grocery runs, laundry, vacuuming the same rug until it was spotless. Emma's body was preparing, even if her mind didn't want to admit it. Then, Sunday morning, another text from Lily. Mom wants brunch at Stone's Cafe. Neutral ground, we should talk, no drama. Emma stared at it, her coffee going cold. She typed back, I'll be there. She wasn't going to beg or bargain. She was going to see how far they'd go to keep her quiet. Stone's Cafe was all glass and steel, the kind of place where influencers snapped photos of their oat milk lattes. Emma walked in, her tote bag heavy with evidence, her navy blouse ironed to perfection. Lily and Claire were seated near the window, their postures rigid, their smiles forced. Lily stood, her arms open like they were old friends. Emmy, she said, her voice dripping with false warmth, you made it. Emma gave a half smile, sitting across from them. The server brought coffee, and Emma's nose caught that same chemical tang. She pushed the cup away, her eyes never leaving Lily's. Not today, she said, her tone flat. The conversation started light. Church gossip, a new marina project, Lily's charity work. But Lily steered every topic, her voice quoting proverbs about unity, her hands gesturing with practiced grace. Then Claire leaned forward, touching Emma's wrist. You'll understand someday, Emmy. We didn't want you burdened with the estate. You've always been so fragile. The word was a blade slicing through years of quiet endurance. Emma's ears burned, but she didn't flinch. She pulled her wrist back, her voice low. I may be fragile, but I'm not stupid, and I'm done letting you pretend I don't exist. Lily's eyes narrowed. You're making this bigger than it is, Emmy. Sit down, let's talk. Emma stood, dropping a 20 on the table. I'm not here for your script, Lily. I'm here for the truth. She turned to leave, her steps measured, her silence louder than any scream. Lily called after her. You're overreacting. No one stealing from you. Emma paused at the door, glancing back. The paperwork begs to differ, she said, and walked out. The air outside was sharp, honest. She didn't cry. She didn't shake. She just kept moving, her tote bag a shield, her resolve a weapon. The next day, Emma drove to the family estate, her heart steady, her evidence ready. The magnolia tree still leaned left, but the wind chime was new. Glass, not copper, like they'd replaced every trace of her. She rang the bell and Lily opened the door, her white dress pristine, her smile smug. Glad you could make it, she said, stepping aside. We're all in the living room. The room was staged like a courtroom. David sat in his recliner, arms crossed, his face unreadable. Claire perched on the couch, her hands folded, her eyes darting nervously. A folder sat on the coffee table. Lily's, not Emma's. Lily reached for it, her voice smooth. This is just a formality, Emmy, a final division agreement, reviewed by a mediator. Emma held up a hand, unzipping her tote. Before you start, she said, laying out her documents with deliberate calm. This is the original trust, signed 5 years ago, both parents' signatures. She slid the forged deed next, then Sarah Klein's registry, and this is the notary. You remember Sarah, don't you, Lily? Silence. Claire shifted, her rings clinking. David looked older, smaller. Lily's mouth twitched. You're bluffing, she said, but her voice wavered. Emma didn't flinch. Then take me to court. She placed the final document, a letter from attorney Laura Bennett, confirming the transactions could be contested for fraud. Or we can settle this now. Lily scoffed, tossing her hair. You're vindictive, Emmy. You ran off to college, came back thinking you're better than us?" Emma tilted her head. "I came back because no one else was willing to remind you I don't need your permission to exist." Her voice was steady, cutting. Claire gasped, clutching David's hand. He didn't respond. The phone buzzed, and Emma clicked speaker. Laura Bennett's voice filled the room, calm and lethal. "This is Laura Bennett. If we don't have a resolution by Monday 9 a.m., we'll file for an injunction and asset review. I trust that's clear?" No one spoke. Emma stood, her palms dry, her knees firm. As she turned to leave, her eyes caught a photo frame on the shelf, a family trip to Cannon Beach. The image showed only 3 people, David, Claire, Lily. But Emma remembered that day. She'd set the timer, propped the camera on a driftwood log, and run into place. She popped the frame open, revealing the original photo folded and hidden. There she was, grinning, arm around David's shoulder, the sun in her eyes. They hadn't erased her completely. They'd just tried. She refolded the photo and slipped it into her bag. The only sound as she left was her boots on the hardwood. No protests, no lies. The morning air was still, the world holding its breath. Emma drove to the courthouse, her evidence ready, her heart unburdened. The courtroom was stark, beige, but it was her battlefield. Laura stood beside her, her presence a quiet anchor. Lily sat across the room, her gray blazer tailored. David and Claire looked diminished, their muted clothes a poor disguise for their guilt. The judge entered, and Laura played the recording, a muffled but unmistakable clip of Lily and Claire laughing, mocking Emma's trust. "Manipulated the fragile one," Lily's voice said. "She just wants to be loved." The silence that followed was suffocating. The judge leaned forward, his voice sharp. "This has been verified." "Yes, Your Honor," Laura said, time-stamped, authenticated, legally obtained. Lily shot to her feet. "It's out of context." The judge silenced her with a look. Emma didn't glance her way. She didn't need to. The recording wasn't just evidence. It was validation. Every doubt, every fear, every night she'd wondered if she was imagining it. It was real. Emma stood, her voice steady. "There's one more thing." She handed Laura a page, which the clerk passed to the judge. "This is a clause in the original trust, signed by my grandfather. It grants me veto power over any asset transfer until I'm 35. She paused, meeting the judge's gaze. "My 35th birthday is in 2 days. The judge's eyes narrowed. "Then, as of Wednesday, no contested assets can be transferred without your consent." Lily's breath hitched, her eyes darting to their parents. "You knew about this," she hissed. Claire's face was pale, David's hand rubbing his forehead like he could erase the room. Emma pulled a crumpled origami crane from her pocket, its wings faded but intact. Her grandfather had taught her to fold it, his hands steady, his voice warm. "You're the one with wings," he'd said, tucking it into his wallet. It had been returned to her after his funeral, a quiet promise. She placed it on the table, its presence louder than any speech. The judge finalized the ruling, assets frozen, probate reopened, fraud investigation authorized. Emma turned to leave, ignoring Claire's whispered, "Emmy, please." She paused, her voice low. "This isn't revenge. It's restoration." The gravel crunched as Emma pulled into her grandfather's coastal cottage, now hers. The title bore her name, a quiet victory. Inside, the cedar scent wrapped around her like a hug. She wandered to the kitchen, the window above the sink still framing the sea. A knock startled her. Mrs. Alden, the neighbor, holding a weathered envelope. "Found this in the old church mailbox," she said. "It's for you." Emma took it, recognizing her grandfather's handwriting. She sat in his old armchair. the creak familiar, and opened the letter. His words spilled across the page. Emmy, if you're reading this, the winds have shifted. I knew they might. People forget what's fair when fear takes hold. You've always had my heart, because you protect, not possess. Speak softly, but stand tall. Justice knows where to land. Love always. Pops. She folded it carefully, her chest tight with release, not relief. Her phone buzzed, a voicemail from Claire. Emmy, we didn't know what you meant to us until you walked away. I don't expect forgiveness, just be okay. Emma listened, her eyes dry. She wasn't angry, but she wasn't ready to open that door. Some closures were quiet. She walked to the study, now a reading room with white curtains and her grandfather's books. On the mantel she placed the origami crane, its wings a testament to the girl who'd folded hope into corners, who'd stayed silent too long. Outside, kids laughed, chasing a paper bird in the breeze. Emma smiled. She wasn't chasing approval anymore. She'd been the foundation all along. Quiet, steady, indispensable. And now, with the sun on her face, she was free to begin again. The wind howled through the skeletal trees lining Willow Creek Lane, a quiet suburban street in Boise, Idaho, where Christmas lights flickered weakly against the December dusk. Emma Carter, 22, trudged up the cracked driveway of her family's modest ranch-style home, her breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Her wool coat, dusted with snowflakes, carried the faint scent of burnt office coffee, a reminder of the 10-hour shift she'd just endured at the insurance agency downtown. Her shoulders ached, not just from the weight of her tote bag, but from the invisible burden she'd carried for years, keeping her family afloat. Inside the house was a dim cocoon of neglect. The living room's Christmas tree, a lopsided fir bought at a discount, leaned against the wall, its sparse branches draped with tangled string lights that buzzed faintly 3 seasons past their prime. A single ornament, a chipped ceramic snowflake Emma had made in 5th grade, hung crookedly, catching the weak glow of a table lamp. The air smelled of roasted turkey and something sour, like spilled whiskey left to fester. Emma kicked off her boots, the soles leaving wet streaks on the faded linoleum, and hung her coat on a rusted hook by the door. She was home, but it didn't feel like it. Not tonight. Not for a long time. In the dining room, the table was set with mismatched plates, the kind you'd find in a thrift store bin. Susan, Emma's mother, was arranging a platter of sliced turkey, her movements jerky, her lips pressed into a thin line. Her auburn hair, once vibrant, was streaked with gray and pulled into a messy bun, as if she'd given up halfway through the effort. Across the table, Greg, Emma's father, sat at the head, his broad frame slouched in a creaking chair, his thick fingers curled around a tumbler of whiskey, the amber liquid catching the light from a flickering ceiling bulb. His eyes, bloodshot and distant, stared at the wall where a water stain bloomed like a bruise. Liam, Emma's 16-year-old brother, slouched in his seat, earbuds dangling from one ear, his phone screen casting a blue glow on his sharp cheekbones. The faint hum of a Christmas carol drifted from a battered radio in the kitchen, its cheerful notes clashing with the room's heavy silence. Emma slid into her chair, forcing a smile at Liam. "Hey, you surviving the holiday spirit?" she teased, hoping to coax a grin from him. Liam glanced up, his hazel eyes softening for a moment, but he only shrugged, his thumbs scrolling through his phone. Emma's smile faltered. She reached for the mashed potatoes, the serving spoon scraping against the bowl, and tried to ignore the knot tightening in her chest. Christmas Eve was supposed to be warm, joyful, a fleeting escape from the grind, but here it felt like a stage play where everyone had forgotten their lines. The silence stretched, broken only by the clink of forks and the occasional creak of the house settling. Susan passed the green beans, her hands trembling slightly, avoiding eye contact. Greg took a slow sip of whiskey, his jaw clenching as if he were chewing on something bitter. Emma's fork hovered over her plate, her appetite fading. She glanced around the table, searching for a spark of connection, but found only shadows. The weight of the past 2 years pressed down on her. Greg's unemployment, Susan's meager part-time shifts at the local bookstore, and Emma's paycheck stretched thin to cover electricity, water, internet, groceries, everything. Without her, the heat would have died last winter, leaving them shivering in this drafty house. She'd stayed, not because she couldn't leave, but because she thought they needed her, because she thought it was what family did. Then it happened. Greg's fist slammed down on the table, the impact rattling the plates and sending a spoon clattering to the floor. Emma flinched, her heart lurching into her throat. Liam's phone slipped from his hand, landing with a soft thud. Susan let out a sharp gasp, her hand flying to her chest. Greg's eyes, now blazing, locked onto Emma, pinning her in place like a predator sizing up its prey. "You're a leech, Emma," he growled, his voice low and venomous, "sucking this family dry. You're done here. Get out by New Year's." The words hit like a slap, sharp and disorienting. Emma's breath caught, her mind scrambling to process. She stared at him, hoping, praying. She'd misheard. "What? What did you just say?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Greg leaned forward, his knuckles whitening around the tumbler. "You heard me. This is my house. You've been freeloading long enough. Pack your bags and go." Susan let out a nervous laugh, high and brittle, like glass about to shatter. "Greg, come on. It's Christmas Eve," she said, her eyes darting between him and Emma. "Let's not do this now." But Greg's glare didn't waver. "I'm done, Susan. She's 22, not a kid. She's draining us, and I'm sick of it." Liam's head snapped up, his earbuds dangling, forgotten. "Draining us?" he said, his voice cracking with disbelief. "She's the only one keeping the lights on." Greg's hand twitched, as if he might strike the table again, but he only pointed a thick finger at Liam. "Stay out of this, boy." Then to Emma, "You've got 1 week. That's it." Emma's pulse roared in her ears, drowning out the faint carol from the kitchen. She set her fork down, her fingers trembling, and leaned back in her chair. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, the air thick with betrayal. She could have moved out months ago. Her salary, though modest, was enough for a studio apartment in Boise's North End. She'd run the numbers, toured a few places, even saved a deposit, but she'd stayed. For them. For Liam, who needed a stable home to finish high school. For Susan, who cried when the utility bills piled up. For Greg, who'd lost his construction job 2 years ago and never recovered, his pride crumbling with every rejection letter. Emma's checks had kept the fridge stocked, the Wi-Fi running, the heat humming through the brutal Idaho winters. And now, on Christmas Eve, her father was calling her a parasite. She looked at Susan, searching for an ally, but her mother's gaze was fixed on the table, her hands twisting a napkin into knots. "Mom?" Emma said, her voice breaking. "You're just gonna let him say this?" Susan's lips parted, but Greg cut her off. "This is my decision, Emma. Susan knows it. You're not welcome here anymore." The words landed like a blade, slicing through the fragile thread of hope Emma had clung to. Liam shoved his chair back, the legs scraping loudly against the floor. "This is bullshit," he shouted, his face flushed. "If Emma goes, who's next? Huh? Me? You gonna kick me out when I turn 18? Greg's eyes narrowed, but he didn't answer. The silence that followed was worse than his words, heavy with unspoken threats. Emma's chest tightened, a mix of anger and fear churning inside her. She wanted to scream, to throw her plate at the wall, to demand why her sacrifices meant nothing. But she knew it wouldn't change anything. Greg's mind was made up, and Susan's silence was complicity. Only Liam, his fists clenched, seemed ready to fight for her. Emma stood, her chair wobbling behind her. "Fine," she said, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside. If that's what you want, I'm gone. She grabbed her half-eaten plate, carried it to the sink, and let it clatter against the stainless steel. The sound echoed in the quiet kitchen, a small act of defiance. She turned to Liam, giving him a quick nod. I'm okay, don't worry, and walked out of the dining room, her boots heavy on the creaky stairs. Upstairs, her bedroom was a time capsule of her life. A twin bed with a faded quilt, a chipped desk cluttered with insurance paperwork, a bulletin board pinned with photos of her and Liam at the Boise River Festival, grinning under a summer sky. The room had been her sanctuary, a place to escape Greg's late-night rants and Susan's anxious hovering. Now, it felt like a trap. The walls whispering that she'd overstayed her welcome. Emma pulled a suitcase from under the bed, the zipper catching as she yanked it open. She began packing with mechanical precision. Jeans, sweaters, her favorite hoodie with the frayed cuffs. Each item was a reminder of her overtime shifts, her skipped lunches, her life funneled into this house. As she folded a scarf, a soft knock came at the door. Emma? Liam's voice was barely audible, laced with panic. You locked it? She opened the door, and Liam slipped inside, his shoulders hunched against the weight of the night. His eyes were red, though he hadn't let himself cry. Are you really leaving? He asked, glancing at the half-packed suitcase. Like, right now? Emma nodded, her throat tight. They said it, Liam. I can't stay where I'm not wanted. He sank onto the bed, staring at the floor. But the bills, the electricity, the internet, all of it, you know they can't pay for that. Dad's broke, and Mom's paycheck barely covers her gas. I know, Emma said softly, sitting beside him. But I can't be their bank account forever. I deserve a life, too. Liam's hands clenched into fists. I want to come with you. I can't stay here with them. Maya's heart ached. She wanted to take him, to shield him from Greg's anger and Susan's apathy, but he was 16, still in high school, legally tied to this house. You can't, she said gently. Not yet. But when you're 18, I'll help you get out. I promise. He looked up, his eyes searching hers. Where are you even gonna go? Ashley's, Emma said, naming her co-worker who lived in a cramped but cozy apartment near downtown. She's got a pull-out couch. I'll figure it out from there. Liam nodded slowly, but his expression darkened. Dad's acting weird, Em. Earlier he was on the phone in the garage, talking about some plan. I couldn't hear much, but he sounded smug, like he's got something up his sleeve. Emma frowned, a chill creeping down her spine. What kind of plan? I don't know, but he kept saying she'll learn, and we'll be fine without her. It didn't sound right. Emma's stomach twisted. Greg's outburst at dinner had felt personal, but Liam's words hinted at something calculated, something bigger than a drunken tantrum. She pushed the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. Thanks for telling me, she said, squeezing Liam's shoulder. Just keep your head down, okay? And text me if anything feels off. Every day? Liam asked, a faint smile breaking through his worry. Every day, Emma promised, mirroring his smile. Liam left the room, casting one last glance at the suitcase, his footsteps fading down the hall. Emma resumed packing, her movements faster now, driven by a growing unease. She checked every drawer, every corner, making sure she left nothing valuable behind. Her laptop, her passport, a small box of keepsakes. She stuffed them all into the suitcase, zipping it shut with a final tug. By midnight, the house was silent, the kind of quiet that felt like a held breath. Emma wheeled her suitcase down the stairs, the wheels catching on the worn carpet. The living room glowed faintly through a crack in the door, the TV flickering with a holiday special. She paused, half expecting Susan to call her name to offer an apology, a plea to stay. but no one stirred. The only sound was the canned laughter from the TV, mocking the emptiness of the moment. Emma opened the front door, the icy wind biting her face. She loaded her suitcase into the trunk of her beat-up sedan, the same car she'd bought with her first year's savings. As she slid into the driver's seat, her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You think you can just walk away? You'll see what happens when you cross family." Her blood ran cold. The message had no signature, but it didn't need one. Greg's voice echoed in her mind, his words from dinner now layered with menace. She screenshot the text, her fingers trembling, and locked the car doors. The street was dark, the neighbors' Christmas lights casting eerie shadows across the snow. Emma gripped the steering wheel, her resolve hardening. Whatever Greg was planning, she wouldn't let it drag her back. She drove toward Ashley's apartment, the city lights blurring through a haze of adrenaline and betrayal. Boise's quiet streets, usually comforting, now felt like a maze hiding unseen threats. Emma's mind raced with questions. What was Greg's plan? Why had he turned on her so suddenly? And why did that text feel like the opening move in a game she didn't understand? At a stoplight, she glanced at her phone again, the message still glowing on the screen. A memory surfaced. Greg rifling through her desk last month, claiming he was looking for a pen. Had he been snooping? Had he found her bank statements, her savings account balance, the proof of her independence? The thought sent a shiver through her, but the light turned green, and she pressed the gas, forcing herself to focus. Ashley's apartment building loomed ahead, a squat brick structure with a flickering neon sign. Emma parked, her breath steadying as she hauled her suitcase up the stairs. Ashley answered the door in pajamas, her blonde hair mussed, her eyes widening at the sight of Emma's pale face. "Jesus, Em, you look like you've seen a ghost," she said, pulling her inside. "Close enough," Emma muttered, setting her suitcase by the couch. The apartment was warm, cluttered with books and string lights, a stark contrast to the cold emptiness of her family's house. Ashley didn't press for details, just handed Emma a mug of hot cocoa and pointed to the pull-out couch. "Stay as long as you need," she said, her voice firm. "We'll figure this out." Emma nodded, sinking onto the couch, the mug warming her hands. But as Ashley disappeared into her bedroom, Emma's phone buzzed again, another text from the same number. "You can't hide forever, Emma. Family always finds you." She stared at the screen, her pulse hammering. The words weren't just a threat. They were a promise, laced with the kind of certainty that made her skin crawl. Greg wasn't just angry. He was plotting something that went beyond kicking her out. And whatever it was, Emma knew one thing for sure. She wasn't safe. As the city slept outside, Emma lay awake, the couch springs digging into her back. She replayed the night, the slammed fist, the accusing eyes, Liam's warning, the cryptic texts. Each moment was a puzzle piece, but the picture they formed was still out of reach. All she knew was that she'd crossed a line, not by leaving, but by daring to choose herself. And in Boise, where secrets lingered like snowdrifts, that choice was about to come with a cost she couldn't yet imagine. The fluorescent lights in Ashley's Boise apartment buzzed faintly, casting a sterile glow over the pull-out couch where Emma Carter sat, her knees drawn to her chest. The mug of cocoa Ashley had pressed into her hands hours ago had gone cold, its surface skimmed with a thin film. Outside, the city was a hushed expanse of snow and sodium vapor streetlights. But inside, Emma's mind was a storm. The cryptic texts from the unknown number, "You can't hide forever, Emma. Family always finds you," burned in her memory, each word a splinter under her skin. She clutched her phone, its screen dimmed to save battery, and checked the time. 2:47. Em's sleep was a distant hope, chased away by the echo of her father's fist on the dinner table. the venom in his voice calling her a leech, and Liam's warning about Greg's mysterious plan. Emma set the mug on the coffee table, its surface cluttered with Ashley's dog-eared paperbacks and a half-empty candle jar. The apartment smelled of lavender and microwave popcorn, a stark contrast to the sour whiskey and neglect of her family's house on Willow Creek Lane. She unfolded herself from the couch, her joints stiff from tension, and padded to the window. The street below was empty, the snow undisturbed except for the tire tracks of her sedan, but the quiet felt deceptive, like the calm before a predator strike. Greg's texts weren't just threats, they were a declaration of intent, and Emma couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She opened her phone, rereading Liam's earlier message. Dad was on the phone in the garage, talking about some plan. He sounded smug. The words gnawed at her. Greg wasn't the type to bluff. His anger was a blunt instrument, but his cunning was surgical. 2 weeks ago, she'd caught him lingering near her desk, flipping through her bank statements with a smirk he'd tried to hide. At the time, she'd brushed it off as his usual nosiness, but now, in the cold clarity of Ashley's apartment, it felt like reconnaissance. Had he been plotting this expulsion all along? And if so, what was the end game? Emma's fingers hovered over her banking app, a reflex born of paranoia. She logged in, her heart thudding as she checked her account balance, $3,842.17, enough for a deposit on a studio apartment, maybe a month's rent if she stretched it, but not enough to feel safe, not with Greg's shadow looming. She navigated to the linked accounts, electricity, water, internet, the secondary credit cards she'd opened for Susan's emergency. Her hands shook as she began the process of disconnecting her payment information, each click a small rebellion. The utility portal flashed a warning. Are you sure you want to remove this payment method? Bills will no longer be automatically paid. She confirmed, her pulse racing with defiance. If Greg and Susan wanted her gone, they could face the consequences of their own making. By the time she finished, the sky outside was bruising toward dawn, the snow glowing faintly under streetlights. Emma leaned back, exhaustion tugging at her eyelids, but sleep refused to come. She kept replaying the dinner, the way Susan's eyes had darted away, the way Liam's voice had cracked with fear. If Emma goes, who's next? Me? The question hung like a guillotine, sharp and inevitable. Liam was only 16, trapped in that house with 2 people who'd proven they could discard their own child without a second thought. Emma's resolve hardened. She'd get him out, no matter what it took. The next morning, Ashley emerged from her bedroom, her blonde hair a messy halo, and brewed a pot of coffee. "You look like hell," she said, sliding a mug toward Emma. "Want to talk about it?" Emma managed a weak smile. "Not yet. Just family stuff." Ashley nodded, her eyes soft with understanding. "Well, this couch is yours as long as you need it, but if you're planning to stay in Boise, you'd better lock down a place soon. The North End's filling up fast." Emma sipped the coffee, its bitterness grounding her. "I know. I've got some savings. I'll start looking today." But looking for an apartment felt like a distant priority when her phone buzzed with a text from Susan. "Emma, the power's out. Greg's losing it. What did you do?" The words were a punch to the gut, equal parts panic and accusation. Emma stared at the screen, her thumb hovering over the reply button. Part of her wanted to ignore it, to let them drown in their own chaos. But another part, the part that had spent years bailing them out, hitched to explain. She typed a response, her fingers steady. "You wanted me gone. I stopped paying the bills. Figure it out." She hit send, her chest tight with a mix of guilt and liberation. The reply came almost instantly. "How could you do this to us? We're your family." Emma's jaw clenched. Family didn't kick you out on Christmas Eve. Family didn't treat you like a cash machine. She silenced the thread and shoved her phone into her pocket, determined to focus on her next steps. But focus was hard to come by when her phone buzzed again, an hour later, this time with an email from her bank. Alert, suspicious login attempt from an unfamiliar device. Emma's blood ran cold. She opened the email, her eyes scanning the details. 3 failed login attempts, followed by a password reset request. The IP address was local, somewhere in Boise. Greg. It had to be. She'd seen him scribbling in a battered notebook last month, muttering about getting what's owed. Had he been logging her passwords, her account numbers? Emma's hands trembled as she logged into her bank account, changing the password to a 16-character string packed with symbols. She enabled 2-factor authentication, linking it to her phone and email, and removed all secondary users. But the violation lingered, a slick film on her skin. Greg wasn't just angry, he was desperate, and desperation made him dangerous. She screenshot the alert and forwarded it to Ashley, who was lacing up her sneakers for a run. Jesus, Ashley, reading the email, your dad's unhinged. You need to call the cops. Not yet, Emma said, though her voice wavered. I need proof it's him, but I'm locking everything down. Ashley frowned but didn't push. Just be careful, okay, and keep me posted. Emma nodded, her mind already racing to the next threat. She opened her laptop, a battered Dell she'd bought with her first paycheck, and logged into every account she could think of. Emails, streaming services, even the grocery delivery app. She changed passwords, added security questions, and unlinked her family's devices. It took an hour, but when she finished, she felt a flicker of control, a lifeline in the chaos. That control shattered 3 days later when a pounding on Ashley's door jolted Emma awake. It was 7:14 p.m., the sky outside a deep indigo, the apartment warm with the scent of takeout pizza. Ashley was at a work happy hour, leaving Emma alone on the couch, scrolling through apartment listings. The knocks were heavy, deliberate, each one a hammer against her nerves. She crept to the door, her socks silent on the hardwood, and peered through the peephole. Greg stood in the hallway, his face flushed, his eyes wild under the flickering fluorescent light. He wore a stained flannel jacket, his fists clenched, his breath visible in the cold air seeping through the doorframe. "Emma!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the building. "Open this damn door! You owe us!" Emma's heart slammed against her ribs. She backed away, her phone already in her hand, dialing 911. The operator's voice was calm, a lifeline in the storm. "Boise Police Department, what's your emergency?" "My father's at my friend's apartment," Emma said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "He's banging on the door, screaming. I don't feel safe." "Stay inside, ma'am. Do not open the door. Officers are en route. Can you confirm your address?" Emma rattled off Ashley's address, her eyes fixed on the door as Greg's pounding grew louder. Through the peephole, she saw neighbors peeking out, their faces a mix of curiosity and disapproval. The Carters' financial troubles were no secret on Willow Creek Lane, and now Emma's drama was spilling into this quiet downtown building, fueling gossip that would surely follow her. She could almost hear the whispers. "That Carter girl, always trouble. Her dad's a drunk, you know." Greg's voice rose, slurred but vicious. "You think you can cut us off? Emma, you think you're better than us? I'll make you pay." The threat sent a chill down her spine, but Emma held her ground, the phone pressed to her ear. "He's threatening me," she told the operator. "He's saying he'll make me pay." "Officers are 2 minutes out," the operator said. "Stay calm and stay safe." Emma nodded, though the operator couldn't see her. She grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, its weight cold and unfamiliar in her hand, and stood by the door, ready to defend herself if Greg broke through. The pounding stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of heavy footsteps retreating. She peered through the peephole again, catching a glimpse of Greg pacing the hallway, muttering to himself. He pulled out his phone, typing furiously, his face twisted with a smirk that made her stomach lurch. What was he planning? Who was he texting? Sirens pierced the air and red lights flashed through the window. Emma exhaled, setting the knife down as the sound of boots echoed up the stairwell. A gentle knock came at the door. "Boise Police, it's safe to open." Emma unbolted the door, her hands shaking. 2 officers stood in the hallway, their faces calm but stern. Greg was pinned against the wall, his wrists cuffed, his eyes blazing with defiance. "She's my daughter," he shouted, struggling against the officers. "I have a right to see her." The lead officer, a woman with sharp eyes, turned to Emma. "Ma'am, are you okay? Did he make any specific threats?" Emma nodded, showing them the texts and recounting his screams. "He said I owe him, that he'll make me pay. He's been trying to access my bank account, too." The officer's jaw tightened. "We're taking him in for trespassing and harassment. You can file a restraining order at the station tomorrow. In the meantime, do you have somewhere safe to stay?" "I'm fine here," Emma said, though the words felt hollow. "My friend's coming back soon." The officers nodded, leading Greg away as he hurled one last barb. "This isn't over, Emma. You'll see." His voice echoed down the stairwell, chilling her to the bone. The neighbors' doors clicked shut, their curiosity sated for now, but Emma knew the rumors would spread like wildfire. She locked the door, triple-checking the deadbolt, and sank onto the couch, her body trembling with adrenaline. Ashley returned an hour later, her face paling as Emma recounted the incident. "You can't stay here," she said, her voice urgent. "If he's this unhinged, he'll come back. You need to move somewhere he doesn't know." Emma nodded, the weight of Ashley's words settling in. "I'll call Claire," she said, naming another co-worker who'd offered her spare room months ago. "She's in Meridian, far enough from here." "Good," Ashley said, "and get that restraining order. This guy's not messing around." Emma spent the night packing her suitcase, her movements mechanical, her mind racing with questions. Greg's outburst wasn't just rage, it was calculated, part of the plan Liam had overheard. But what was it? A scam to drain her savings? A way to force her back under his control? And why was Susan so silent, her texts laced with panic but no apology? Emma's gut told her Susan was complicit, a reluctant pawn in Greg's game. The next morning, Emma drove to Claire's apartment in Meridian, a quiet suburb west of Boise. Claire, a soft-spoken paralegal with a knack for baking, welcomed her with a hug and a plate of oatmeal cookies. "You're safe here," she said, leading Emma to a small guest room with a twin bed and a window overlooking a snowy park. "No one's banging down my door." Emma managed to smile, but the knot in her chest didn't loosen. She unpacked her suitcase, her belongings a stark reminder of how little she'd taken from the house. Her laptop, her clothes, a few photos of her and Liam. That was it. Everything else, including her sense of home, had been stripped away. That afternoon, while Claire was at work, Emma sat at the kitchen table, her laptop open to the utility portal. She double-checked her cancellations, ensuring no trace of her payment information remained. The finality of it hit her hard. She was no longer the lifeline keeping her family afloat. But the relief was fleeting, overshadowed by a new text from Susan. "Emma, the internet's gone. Greg's screaming about the car once it was happening." Emma's fingers tightened around her phone. The car. Her sedan parked at Ashley's, the one she'd bought with her own money. She called Liam, her voice sharp with urgency. "Liam, is my car at the house?" Liam's reply was hesitant. "Yeah, I saw it this morning. Mom was driving it, said she needed it for groceries. I thought you knew." Emma's blood boiled. I didn't know. She stole it." "Stole?" Liam's voice cracked. She's been acting weird too. Keeps whispering with Dad in the garage. I heard her mention your laptop, something about covering the bills." Emma's heart sank. Her laptop, the one she'd left on her desk, assuming it was safe. Liam, check my room. Is it still there? A pause, then Liam's voice, low and tense. It's gone. I'm sorry, Em. I didn't know. Emma hung up, her vision blurring with rage. Susan hadn't just taken her car. She'd pawned her laptop, her lifeline for work and independence. She drove to Willow Creek Lane, her hands gripping the wheel of Claire's borrowed SUV. The neighborhood was quiet, the Christmas lights dimmed by daylight, but the familiar ranch house loomed like a prison. Emma parked her sedan sitting brazenly in the driveway, a grocery bag on the passenger seat. She rang the doorbell, her jaw set. Susan answered, her face pale, her hands clutching a frayed cardigan. "Emma, what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice a mix of fear and defiance. "You took my car," Emma said, her tone cold. "And my laptop. Where is it?" Susan's eyes darted away. I borrowed the car. It was just sitting there. And the laptop? I sold it. We needed the money." "Sold it?" Emma's voice rose, incredulous. "That was mine. You had no right." Susan stepped back, her hands raised. "We're drowning, Emma. Your father's debts, the bills. You left us with nothing." "You left me with nothing," Emma snapped. "You let him kick me out. You don't get to play victim." Susan's lips trembled, but she said nothing. Emma pulled out her phone, dialing 911. "I'm reporting a theft," she told the operator, her eyes locked on Susan. "My mother stole my car and sold my laptop without permission." Susan's face crumpled. "Emma, please. I'm your mother." "Then act like it," Emma said, her voice breaking. She hung up, turning away as the sound of sirens approached. The police arrived, and Emma showed them the car's title, the grocery receipt with Susan's name, and a photo of her laptop. Susan stammered, offering no proof of ownership, her excuses unraveling under the officer's questions. "We'll recover what we can," the lead officer said. "You can file a formal theft report at the station." Emma nodded, her gaze fixed on Susan, who stood trembling in the doorway. "This is your last chance," Emma said softly. "Stay away from me, or I'll make sure you regret it." She drove back to Claire's, her sedan reclaimed but her heart heavy. The victory was hollow, overshadowed by the realization that her family wasn't just broken, they were dangerous. That night, her phone buzzed with a new text from the unknown number. "You'll pay for abandoning us, Emma. You can't outrun what's coming." Emma's breath caught. Greg was out on bail, released that morning according to the county jail's public portal. The text was his, but the wording felt different, colder, like it had been vetted by someone else. She screenshotted, forwarding it to the police with a note. "My father is threatening me again. I don't feel safe." Claire, home from work, read the text over Emma's shoulder. "This is escalating," she said, her voice tight. "You need to move again, somewhere he can't find you." Emma nodded, the weight of her situation crushing her. "I'll look for a place tomorrow, somewhere permanent." But permanence felt like a fantasy when Greg's next move hit. The following day, Emma received an email from her insurance agency. "Unauthorized access attempt on your employee account. Someone had tried to log into her work portal, using her credentials to access client data. The IP address was different from the bank attempts, traced to a public library in Boise. Greg didn't have the tech skills for this. Someone was helping him, someone with enough savvy to cover their tracks. Emma's stomach churned as she called her boss, explaining the breach. "Change your passwords," her boss said, her tone clipped. "And keep this quiet. We can't afford a scandal." The warning stung, but Emma complied, her paranoia deepening. Who was Greg working with? A friend? A hired hacker? And why her work account? The answer came that evening when Liam texted. "Em, Dad's been meeting some guy in the garage. Big dude, tattoos, drives a black pickup. They're talking about you. Said something about leverage and making her come back. M's heart raced. Leverage. Greg wasn't just after her money. He wanted control, and he was building a network to get it. The tattooed stranger was a new variable, a wild card that made her skin crawl. She called Liam, her voice low. "Can you get a name? Anything?" I'll try," Liam said, his voice hushed. "But it's getting bad here. Mom's crying all the time, and Dad's different. Like he's enjoying this." Emma's grip tightened on the phone. "Just stay safe, Liam. Don't confront them. I'll figure this out." She hung up, her mind spinning. Greg's plan was taking shape, a web of manipulation and intimidation designed to break her. But Emma wasn't the obedient daughter she'd been at 17, cowering under his rants. She was 22, with a job, a plan, and a fire in her chest that refused to be snuffed out. The next morning, Emma drove to the Boise police station, filing a restraining order against Greg and Susan. She presented the texts, the bank alerts, the work breach, and Liam's warnings, her voice steady as she laid out the pattern of harassment. The clerk, a tired woman with a tight bun, nodded. "We'll serve the notice today. If they violate it, call us immediately." Emma left the station, the restraining order a small shield against the storm. She spent the afternoon apartment hunting, settling on a studio in Boise's Bench neighborhood, a quiet area far from Willow Creek Lane. The lease was signed that evening, her savings depleted but her resolve intact. She moved in the next day, Claire helping her carry boxes up the narrow stairs. The apartment was small, with peeling paint and a temperamental heater, but it was hers. For the first time in years, Emma felt a spark of hope. That hope was tested a week later, when her phone buzzed with a voicemail from an unknown number. She played it, her blood running cold as Greg's voice filled the room. "You think a piece of paper stops me, Emma? I know where you work, I know where you sleep, and I've got friends who don't care about your little restraining order. You'll come back, or you'll lose everything." Emma's hands shook as she saved the voicemail, forwarding it to the police. But the real blow came an hour later when Liam called, his voice panicked. "That guy was here again, the tattooed one. He left a note on your car, your old car, the one Mom took. It said, 'Pay up or bleed.'" Emma's vision blurred, fear and fury colliding. Greg wasn't just threatening her, he was escalating, pulling in muscle to intimidate her. The note was a line crossed, a declaration of war. She called the police again, reporting the note and the voicemail, her voice trembling but resolute. "I need protection," she said. "My father's working with someone dangerous." The officer promised to increase patrols around her apartment, but Emma knew it wasn't enough. She installed a security camera outside her door, its red light a small comfort in the dark. That night, she sat on her new mattress, the apartment silent except for the hum of the fridge. She opened her laptop, drafting an email to her boss, requesting a transfer to the agency's Meridian office. Away from Greg's reach, it was a long shot, but she had to try. The next day, Liam texted a bombshell. "I found Dad's notebook. It's got your bank info, your work schedule, even your new address. He's been tracking you, and there's a name, Vince Russo. I think that's the tattooed guy." Emma's heart stopped. Vince Russo? The name was unfamiliar, but its presence in Greg's notebook was a neon warning. She Googled it, her fingers flying over the keys. A local news article popped up. "Vincent Russo, 38, arrested for extortion, released on probation." The mugshot showed a broad man with a shaved head and a snake tattoo curling around his neck. Emma's breath hitched. This was Greg's ally, a criminal with a rap sheet and a grudge against the world. She forwarded the article to the police, her hands shaking. "My father is working with Vincent Russo," she wrote. "They're threatening me, and I believe they're planning something worse." The response was swift. "We're investigating. Stay vigilant and avoid contact." But avoidance was impossible when Greg's next move hit. 2 days later, Emma's boss called, her voice tight. "Emma, someone filed a complaint against you, said you mishandled client funds. We're launching an internal review." Emma's stomach dropped. "That's impossible," she said, her voice rising. "I'd never touched client money." "I know," her boss said, "but the complaint came with screenshots. Your login, your IP address. It looks bad." Emma hung up, her mind reeling. Greg. It had to be. The work breach, the screenshots. It was all part of his plan to discredit her, to sabotage her job, her lifeline. She called Liam, her voice urgent. "Did Dad mention anything about my work? Anything about clients?" Liam hesitated. "Yeah, last night. He was bragging to Vince about hitting you where it hurts. Said he had a friend at the agency, someone feeding him info." Emma's blood ran cold. A mole at her job? Greg's web was wider than she'd imagined, his reach extending into her workplace, her sanctuary. She spent the night combing through her work emails, searching for signs of tampering, but found nothing. The review loomed like a guillotine, threatening her career and her stability. But Emma wasn't done fighting. The next morning she drove to the Meridian office, meeting with the agency's HR director. She laid out everything: Greg's threats, the breach, the complaint, the notebook. "I'm being targeted," she said, her voice steady. "My father's trying to ruin me." The director, a stern woman with gray streaks in her hair, nodded. "We'll expedite the review. If the complaint's fabricated, we'll clear you. But you need to stay sharp." Emma left the meeting, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. She texted Liam, "I'm fighting back. Stay safe and don't let them know you're helping me." Liam's reply was instant. "I've got your back, Em." Oh, that evening, Emma sat in her apartment, the security camera's feed open on her laptop. The street outside was quiet, but she knew the calm was temporary. Greg's plan was unraveling, but he wouldn't stop, not until he dragged her down with him. She opened her banking app, transferring her savings to a new account, untouchable by Greg's prying hands. It was a small victory, a brick in the wall she was building around her new life. Then the climax came. At 11:47 p.m., her phone buzzed with a call from Liam, his voice frantic. "Em, Vince is here. He's in the garage with Dad, and they're loading something into his truck. It looks like files, papers. I think they're yours." I thought it Christ. Files, her client records, her personal documents. Greg must have stolen them from her room before she left. "Liam, get out of there," she said, her voice sharp. "Lock your door and call 911. Tell them you saw a known criminal on the property." "I'm on it," Liam said, his voice trembling but resolute. Emma grabbed her keys, calling the police as she ran to her car. "Vincent Russo is at my family's house," she told the dispatcher. "He's with my father, stealing my documents. My brother's in danger." The drive to Willow Creek Lane was a blur, the city lights streaking past as Emma's mind raced. She parked a block away, watching as police cruisers pulled up to the house, their lights flashing. Officers swarmed the garage, pulling Greg and Vince out, their hands cuffed. Liam stood on the porch, his face pale but defiant, pointing to a stack of files in the truck. Emma approached, her heart pounding, and met Liam's eyes. "You okay?" she asked, her voice soft. He nodded, a faint smile breaking through. "Told you I had your back." The officers recovered the files. Emma's client records, her tax documents, even her birth certificate. Greg's notebook was there too, its pages a roadmap of his obsession, her schedules, her passwords, her life laid bare. Vince's involvement was the final piece, a hired thug meant to scare her into submission. As Greg was loaded into a cruiser, he locked eyes with Emma, his face a mask of rage. "You'll regret this," he hissed. "You're nothing without us." Emma stepped forward, her voice clear and unshaken. "I'm everything without you." The cruiser door slammed, cutting off his response. Susan stood in the doorway, her face crumpled, but Emma didn't look at her. She hugged Liam, the weight of their shared survival binding them closer than ever. 2 years later, Emma stood in her new apartment, a cozy one-bedroom in Meridian, its walls adorned with photos of her and Liam at his college orientation. Liam, now 18, had moved into a dorm, his life bright with possibility. Greg and Susan had lost the house to foreclosure, their lives unraveling without Emma's support. The restraining order held, and Vince's arrest had led to a parole violation, landing him back in prison. But the true climax came that autumn when Emma opened a letter from her agency. The review had cleared her, the complaint exposed as Greg's fabrication, orchestrated with a disgruntled coworker he'd bribed. Her transfer to Meridian was approved, her career intact, her future hers to shape. Emma sat by the window, the Boise skyline glowing under a harvest moon. She texted Liam, "We made it." His reply was a photo of him grinning in his dorm, a thumbs up to their shared victory. The scars of Willow Creek Lane lingered, but they were fading, replaced by a truth Emma had fought for. Freedom was worth the cost, and family was the one you chose.
The glass doors of Harbor Point Communications gleamed under the pale Spokane sunlight, but to Emily Nguyen they loomed like the gates of a prison. At 8:55 IMM on a crisp Tuesday in April, she stepped into the lobby, her heels clicking against the polished marble floor. Her heart thudded, not with the usual anticipation of a busy workday, but with a creeping dread she couldn't shake. The receptionist Jessica offered a tight smile, her eyes darting away too quickly. Something was wrong. Emily's fingers tightened around the strap of her leather purse as she rode the elevator to the 10th floor, her reflection in the mirrored walls pale and strained. She was 31 years old, 6 years deep into a career that had consumed her, and yet, in this moment, she felt like a child summoned to the principal's office. The elevator dinged, and the doors slid open to reveal the open-plan office of Harbor Point Communications, a sleek modern space filled with the hum of phones and the clatter of keyboards. Emily's cubicle, tucked near the corner, was a shrine to her dedication, a thriving pothos plant curling over the edge, a framed photo of her parents at her college graduation, and a stack of meticulously organized client files. But she wasn't headed to her desk today. A note on her computer screen, written in Sarah Tran's sharp, unmistakable handwriting, read, "My office, 9 o'clock. I am urgent." Emily's stomach twisted. Sarah Tran, her boss, was not one for impromptu meetings. A former star account executive turned managing director, Sarah ruled Harbor Point with the precision of a surgeon and the warmth of a winter storm. Emily had spent years navigating Sarah's moods, learning to anticipate her demands, but this summons felt different. Ominous, like the stillness before a thunderstorm. She smoothed her navy blazer, took a deep breath, and walked towards Sarah's corner office, ignoring the curious glances from colleagues. The weight of their stares pressed against her, each one a silent question she couldn't answer. Sarah's office was a fortress of power, dominated by a massive mahogany desk that seemed to swallow the room. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the Spokane skyline, but the view felt distant, inaccessible, like a promise Emily could never quite reach. Sarah sat behind the desk, her posture rigid, her jet-black hair pulled into a flawless chignon, her eyes cold and unyielding, locked on to Emily as she entered. A single sheet of paper, a printed email, lay in front of her, its edges crisp and accusing. "Sit," Sarah said, her voice like ice slicing through the air. Emily obeyed, clutching her purse in her lap to steady her trembling hands. The leather creaked under her grip, a small, grounding sound in the suffocating silence. She wanted to speak, to ask what was wrong, but the weight of Sarah's gaze pinned her in place. "I consider this disloyal," Sarah said, tapping the email with a perfectly manicured nail. Each tap was a hammer strike, echoing in Emily's chest. "After everything Harbor Point Communications has done for you?" Emily's breath caught. Her mind raced, scrambling to piece together the accusation. Disloyal? She had given Harbor Point everything. 6 years of her life, countless late nights, weekends sacrificed to perfect client pitches. She had tripled her client portfolio, brought in millions in revenue, earned the trust of every major account on their roster. Her work was the backbone of Harbor Point's success, and yet, here she was, facing Sarah's judgment like a traitor. "Sarah, Emily began, her voice steady despite the storm inside her. Sarah cut her off, raising a hand. "Don't bother denying it. I have confirmation you interviewed with North Bay Solutions last Thursday. You took a half day for a dental appointment, I believe." The words dripped with sarcasm, each one a barb sinking into Emily's skin. The truth hit like a slap. Emily had interviewed with North Bay Solutions, Harbor Point's largest client, but she hadn't lied about the dental appointment. She'd scheduled it to cover the time, a small act of self-preservation in a company that demanded absolute loyalty while offering none in return. The interview wasn't about betrayal. It was about survival. For 3 years, Emily had come to this very office with meticulously prepared presentations, charts of her achievements, market rate salary comparisons, pleas for a raise that reflected her worth. 3 years of tough budget year excuses, even as Sarah announced record profits at quarterly meetings and drove to work in a gleaming new Lexus SUV. "I wasn't planning to leave without notice," Emily said, her voice low but firm. "I was exploring options. After 6 years, after everything I've done." "Everything you've done?" Sarah's laugh was sharp, cutting. "You think you're indispensable, Emily? You think Harbor Point owes you something because you did your job?" The words stung, not because they were true, but because they revealed how little Sarah valued her. Emily's hands tightened on her purse, her knuckles whitening. She wanted to scream, to list every sacrifice, every triumph, how she'd turned North Bay Solutions from a struggling account into a cornerstone of Harbor Point's revenue, how she'd stayed late to fix campaigns others had botched, how she'd smiled through every rejection, believing loyalty would eventually be rewarded. But the words caught in her throat, choked by a deeper pain, the realization that none of it mattered. Sarah slid Emily's company ID across the desk, the plastic card scraping against the wood like a final verdict. "Security will meet you at your desk," she said, her voice emotionless. "You can collect your personal belongings, but your building access is revoked immediately. I've already disabled your email." Emily stared at the ID, her name and photo staring back at her, a relic of a life she'd poured her heart into. The injustice burned in her chest, a molten rage mixed with something sharper. Betrayal. She wasn't just being fired, she was being erased. 6 years of dedication, reduced to a cardboard box and a security escort. She thought of her parents, who had immigrated from Vietnam and sacrificed everything to give her a chance at a better life. She thought of the nights she'd stayed up studying for her marketing degree at Washington State University, dreaming of a career where her work would matter. All of it dismissed in a single, cold moment. Emily stood, straightening her blazer with deliberate care. She wouldn't give Sarah the satisfaction of seeing her break. "I understand," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos inside her. She extended her hand across the desk, a gesture that felt both defiant and absurd. "I wish you and Harbor Point continued success." Sarah hesitated, her eyes narrowing as if searching for a crack in Emily's composure. For a moment, confusion flickered across her face, but she shook Emily's hand briefly, her grip limp and dismissive. Emily turned and walked out, her head held high, even as her heart shattered with every step. The office was a blur as she made her way to her cubicle. Colleagues glanced up, their expressions a mix of shock and pity. Thomas, the IT specialist, mouthed, "Are you okay?" Emily forced a smile, nodding faintly. No drama, no scenes, just dignity. The security guard, a young man who looked barely out of college, hovered awkwardly nearby, his presence a humiliating reminder of her fall. Emily packed her belongings with mechanical precision. The pothos plant, its leaves trembling as she tucked it into a cardboard box. The photo of her parents, their proud smiles now a painful contrast to her reality. A small jade figurine her mother had given her for luck. 6 years of her life, reduced to a single box. As she packed, memories flooded her, moments that had defined her time at Harbor Point. She'd started here fresh out of graduate school, a 25-year-old with a marketing degree and a fire in her belly. She'd made coffee runs, organized meeting notes, and volunteered for the projects no one else wanted. She'd stayed late, poring over client briefs while the office grew dark and quiet. Within 2 years, she was handling mid-tier accounts. By year 4, she'd earned the trust of North Bay Solutions, Harbor Point's largest client, worth nearly 30% of their annual revenue. North Bay had been her proving ground. 3 years ago, their account was in crisis, mishandled by a senior colleague who'd dropped the ball. Emily had stepped in, working through the weekend to rebuild their campaign from scratch. Michael Lay, North Bay's CEO, had been impressed. "You're the only one who seems to understand what we need before we even ask," he'd told her. From that moment, he'd requested her as their account manager, and under her care, North Bay's contract had flourished, their marketing budget doubling. Sarah had praised her then, calling her work the kind of initiative we value. But that value never translated to her paycheck. Emily's first raise request had come after that success, armed with performance metrics and revenue numbers that spoke for themselves. "It's just not in the budget this year," Sarah had said, her face a mask of rehearsed regret. "But your contribution is noted." Emily had accepted it, trusting that her time would come. The next year, after bringing in 3 new major clients and winning an industry award for a campaign she'd designed, she tried again. "Next year will be better," Sarah promised. "We just need to tighten our belts a little longer." Meanwhile, Harbor Point leased an additional floor for expansion, and Sarah's new SUV gleamed in the executive parking lot. The third denial, 6 months ago, had broken something in Emily. She'd just negotiated a 40% increase in North Bay's contract value, a triumph that had colleagues clapping her on the back. "Your performance is exceptional," Sarah had said, her smile tight. "But we're investing in infrastructure this year. Perhaps we can revisit this in the summer." That night, Emily had sat alone in her apartment, staring at her laptop, as she updated her resume for the first time in 6 years, not out of anger, but out of a quiet, resolute self-respect. She was worth more than empty promises and perpetual denial. Now, as she sealed the cardboard box, that decision felt like a lifeline. The security guard cleared his throat, gesturing toward the elevator. Emily lifted the box, its weight a tangible reminder of her loss, and walked out of Harbor Point for the first time as an outsider. The glass doors closed behind her with a soft hiss, and the April sunshine hit her face, warm and indifferent. She placed the box in her car trunk, her movements slow, deliberate. Her phone buzzed and she glanced at the screen. A message from Michael Lay, CEO of North Bay Solutions. "Can we move our final discussion to today? 2 p.m.? Emily's lips curved into a faint smile. Sarah thought she was punishing her, stripping away her career like a thief in the night. She couldn't have been more wrong. Back at her apartment, Emily set the box on her kitchen counter and stared at it, the reality of her unemployment sinking in like a slow poison. The morning's adrenaline had faded, leaving a hollow ache in its wake. She wasn't just between meetings or taking a day off, she was jobless. The word felt foreign, shameful, like a brand she didn't deserve. She sank onto a kitchen stool, her hands trembling as she pressed them against her face. The silence of her apartment was deafening, broken only by the distant hum of traffic outside. Her phone rang, jolting her from her thoughts. It was Olivia, her best friend, her voice urgent. "Emily, I just heard. Thomas texted me. Are you okay?" Emily swallowed, forcing her voice to stay even. "I'm processing. It happened so fast." "It's completely unfair," Olivia said, her indignation crackling through the line. "Everyone knows you're the reason North Bay stayed with Harbor Point. Sarah's just intimidated because you're better than she ever was." There was truth in that. Sarah had been Harbor Point's golden child before moving into management, her name still whispered in reverent tones by older colleagues. But Emily had seen the way Sarah lingered in her North Bay meetings, interjecting with unnecessary comments, her smile tight as clients praised Emily's work. It wasn't just oversight, it was insecurity, a need to remind everyone she was still in control. "The worst part is how she did it," Emily said, a flash of anger breaking through her calm. "Like I'd committed treason for looking out for myself after 3 years of being denied what I earned." "It's her loss," Olivia said firmly, "and honestly, Em, maybe it's for the best. You've been undervalued there forever." Olivia was right, but the truth didn't dull the pain. Emily had stayed at Harbor Point out of loyalty, not to Sarah but to her clients, her colleagues, the work she loved. Getting fired like this, escorted out like a criminal, cut deeper than she'd expected. It wasn't just a job, it was her identity, her proof that she'd made it, that her parents' sacrifices hadn't been in vain. Her phone beeped with an incoming call. "Michael Lay." "Olivia, I need to take this. It's North Bay." "Go. Call me after," Olivia said, hanging up. Emily took a deep breath and answered. "Emily, I just heard what happened at Harbor Point," Michael said, his voice warm but direct. "Are you available to come in today? I'd like to accelerate our conversation." Her heart raced. "Yes, I can be there at 2 p.m. as you suggested." "Excellent. And Emily, don't worry about this morning. Sometimes these things work out for the best." After hanging up, Emily caught her reflection in the kitchen window. The woman staring back wasn't defeated. She was resilient, poised for something new. She showered, changed into her best suit, the one she wore for pitching new clients, and applied her makeup with care. As she did, a strange calm settled over her. Sarah's firing had been meant to break her, to punish her for daring to seek more, but in that moment, Emily realized it might have been the push she needed to claim her worth. The North Bay Solutions headquarters was a stark contrast to Harbor Point's dated office. Perched on the top 3 floors of a glass tower in downtown Spokane, it buzzed with modernity. Open workspaces, collaborative pods, and walls of windows showcasing the Cascade Mountains. Emily rode the elevator to the 30th floor, her mind racing. She'd need to explain her sudden availability without sounding bitter, to strike a balance between honesty and professionalism. The stakes were high, but so was her determination. The elevator doors opened, and Michael Lay stood waiting, his salt and pepper hair and easy smile a welcome sight. "Emily, thank you for coming on short notice," he said, shaking her hand warmly. "I appreciate the flexibility," she replied, her voice steady. "It's been an unexpected day." "Let's talk in my office," Michael said, leading her through the bustling workspace. Employees she knew from her North Bay work waved, their smiles genuine. Michael's office was modest but inviting, with comfortable chairs arranged for conversation rather than intimidation. He offered her coffee, and she accepted, the warmth of the mug grounding her. Once settled, Michael got to the point. "I received a call from Sarah Tran this morning," he said, his tone neutral. "She informed me you'd no longer be handling the North Bay account, and that she'd personally oversee our business until a replacement was assigned." Emily nodded, keeping her expression calm despite the anger flaring inside. Of course Sarah would try to retain North Bay herself, stepping into the role Emily had built from the ground up. "What she doesn't know," Michael continued, is that we were already concerned about our relationship with Harbor Point." He leaned forward, his eyes steady. "The latest campaign results were excellent, because of you. But we've noticed issues elsewhere. Delayed responses, quality problems with anyone but you, a sense they're taking our business for granted." Emily's pulse quickened. This was more than a job offer, it was validation. "I wasn't aware of those concerns," she said carefully. "3 months ago, our board suggested exploring other marketing partners," Michael said. "I resisted because of you. Your understanding of our brand goes beyond the typical client-agency relationship. When you reached out about opportunities here, it felt like perfect timing." He slid a document across the desk. "This isn't an interview, Emily. It's a job offer. Director of Client Strategy. You'd build and lead a team to manage all our external marketing partnerships." Emily glanced at the offer letter, her breath catching at the salary figure. Nearly double what she'd earned at Harbor Point, more than she'd dared hope for in her raise requests. "This is very generous," she managed. "It's market rate for someone with your experience and results," Michael corrected. "Sometimes it takes leaving a situation to realize what you're truly worth." That evening, Emily sat at her kitchen table, the offer letter in front of her, signed and ready to return. She'd asked for the night to consider it, a professional courtesy, but her heart already knew the answer. Her phone buzzed with texts from Harbor Point colleagues, word of her firing spreading like wildfire. A message from Thomas stood out. "Sarah called an emergency meeting after you left, said you were terminated for breach of loyalty. The irony's not lost on anyone." Emily shook her head. Sarah was trying to make an example of her, but it seemed her tactics were backfiring. Another text from Jessica. "Sarah's been locked in her office making calls all day. Looks stressed. Guess she's worried about North Bay." Emily didn't respond. There was no satisfaction in Sarah's distress, only a quiet certainty that she'd made the right choice. As she stepped onto her balcony, the cool spring air brushing her skin, she felt lighter than she had in years. Sarah had thought she was punishing her, but she'd set her free. Whatever came next, Emily knew one thing. She would never again give her best to those who couldn't see her worth. The North Bay Solutions headquarters shimmered like a beacon of possibility against the Spokane skyline, its glass facade reflecting the late afternoon sun. Emily Nguyen stepped out of her car, her navy suit crisp despite the emotional whirlwind of the morning. Her cardboard box of belongings, 6 years of her life at Harbor Point Communications, sat in the trunk, a silent reminder of her abrupt firing. But as she crossed the plaza toward the towering building, her heart pounded with something new, hope laced with defiance. Sarah Tran, her former boss, had thought she could break her with a single cold dismissal. Emily was here to prove her wrong. Inside, the lobby was a symphony of modern elegance, marble floors, sleek furniture, and a digital display showcasing North Bay's latest tech innovations. Emily's reflection flickered in the glass doors, her posture straight, her eyes steady. She was no longer the humiliated employee escorted out by security. She was a professional reclaiming her future. The receptionist, a young woman with a warm smile, greeted her by name. "Mr. Lay is expecting you," she said, gesturing toward the elevators, 30th floor. The ride up was a moment of quiet, a chance to gather her thoughts. Emily's mind churned with the morning's events. Sarah's icy accusation of disloyalty, the printed email waved like a weapon, the security guard's awkward presence as she packed her desk. The injustice burned, but beneath it lay a deeper wound. The realization that her loyalty to Harbor Point had been a one-way street, 6 years of dedication, of pouring her soul into every campaign, every client relationship, had meant nothing to Sarah. The memory of her company ID sliding across that mahogany desk, a symbol of her erasure, stung like a fresh cut. Yet here she was, summoned by Michael Lay, CEO of North Bay Solutions, Harbor Point's largest client. His message, "Can we move our final discussion to today, 2 p.m., had been a lifeline, pulling her from the wreckage of Sarah's betrayal. Emily smoothed her blazer, her fingers lingering on the fabric. She'd chosen this suit deliberately, the one she wore for high-stakes pitches, a reminder of her strength. Whatever Michael had to say, she would face it with the same professionalism that had carried her through the morning's humiliation. The elevator doors opened and Michael stood waiting, his salt and pepper hair catching the light. His presence was steady, grounding, a stark contrast to Sarah's calculated coldness. "Emily, thank you for coming on such short notice," he said, his handshake firm and warm. His eyes held a trace of concern, but also respect, a look Emily hadn't seen from Sarah in years. "I appreciate the flexibility," Emily replied, her voice calm despite the storm inside her. "It's been an unexpected day." Michael's smile was wry. "I can imagine. Let's talk in my office." He led her through North Bay's bustling workspace, a vibrant contrast to Harbor Point's dated beige walls. Open-plan desks buzzed with collaboration, and walls of windows framed the Cascade Mountains, their peaks dusted with spring snow. Employees she knew from her North Bay account waved, their smiles genuine. Unaware of the morning's upheaval, Emily nodded back, her heart lifting slightly. These were people who valued her work, who saw her worth. Michael's office was modest but welcoming, with a small sofa and armchairs arranged for conversation, not intimidation. A coffee maker sat on a side table, its aroma mingling with the faint scent of leather and polished wood. "Coffee?" he offered, pouring a mug before she could answer. Emily accepted it, the warmth seeping into her hands, grounding her. Once seated, Michael didn't waste time. "I received a call from Sarah Tran this morning," he said, his tone measured. "She informed me you're no longer handling the North Bay account, and that she'll personally oversee our business until a replacement is assigned." Emily's grip tightened on the mug, but she kept her expression neutral. Of course Sarah would insert herself into North Bay's account, claiming the role Emily had built from a crisis into a cornerstone of Harbor Point's revenue. The audacity was almost laughable, if it didn't hurt so much. "I see," she said, her voice steady. Michael leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "What she doesn't know is that we were already concerned about our relationship with Harbor Point. The latest campaign results were exceptional, because of you. But we've noticed issues elsewhere, delayed responses, inconsistent quality from anyone but you, a sense they're taking our business for granted." Emily's pulse quickened. This was more than a courtesy call, it was a reckoning. "I wasn't aware of those concerns," she said, though a part of her wasn't surprised. She'd often covered for Harbor Point's shortcomings, staying late to fix errors, smoothing over client frustrations. It had been her job, her duty, but it had also masked the company's flaws. 3 months ago, our board suggested exploring other marketing partners," Michael continued. "I resisted because of you. Your understanding of our brand, our needs. It's rare, Emily. When you reached out about opportunities here, it felt like fate." He opened a folder and slid a document across the desk. "This isn't an interview, it's a job offer. Director of Client Strategy. You'd build and lead a team to manage all our external marketing partnerships and agency relationships." Emily's breath caught as she scanned the offer letter. The title was impressive, but the salary figure stopped her cold. Nearly double what she'd earned at Harbor Point, more than she'd dared request in her last futile raise attempt. The number wasn't just generous, it was a validation of her worth, a stark contrast to Sarah's dismissals. "This is significant," she said, her voice catching slightly. "It's market rate for someone with your experience and proven results," Michael said, his tone matter-of-fact. "Sometimes it takes leaving a situation to realize what you're truly worth." The words hit like a revelation, echoing the quiet resolve that had been growing inside her. Emily nodded, her mind racing. This wasn't just a job, it was a chance to redefine her future, to step into a role where her contributions would be recognized, not exploited. "I'd like the night to review it," she said, a professional reflex, though her heart already leaned toward yes. "Of course," Michael said, standing. "Take your time, and Emily, whatever happened this morning, it's Harbor Point's loss. I'm glad you're here." As she left his office, the offer letter tucked into her purse, Emily felt a spark of something she hadn't felt in years. Possibility. The pain of Sarah's betrayal still lingered, but it was tempered by the knowledge that she was no longer bound to a company that saw her as expendable. She stepped into the elevator, her reflection in the mirrored walls no longer pale and strained, but resolute. Back at her apartment, Emily placed the offer letter on her kitchen table, its crisp edges a stark contrast to the cardboard box still sitting on the counter. The box held her Harbor Point life, her pothos plant, her parents' photo, the jade figurine, and its presence felt like a wound that hadn't yet scabbed over. She poured a glass of wine and stepped onto her balcony, the Spokane skyline twinkling as dusk settled. The cool air brushed her skin, and for a moment, she let herself feel the weight of the day. Her phone buzzed relentlessly, texts from Harbor Point colleagues piling up. Thomas, the IT specialist, had written, "Sarah called an emergency meeting after you left, said you were terminated for breach of loyalty. Nobody's buying it." Jessica, the receptionist, added, "Sarah's been in her office all day, making calls. She looks panicked. Guess North Bay's on her mind?" Emily didn't reply. The news should have felt satisfying, a small justice for Sarah's cruelty, but it only deepened her sense of betrayal. Sarah had tried to make an example of her, painting her as a traitor to scare others into submission. But the irony was clear. Sarah's obsession with loyalty was a facade, a way to mask her own insecurities. Emily sipped her wine, her thoughts drifting to the moments that had led her here, to the breaking point that had changed everything. 6 months ago, she'd walked into Sarah's office with her third raise request, her heart pounding but her resolve unshaken. She'd spent weeks preparing, compiling data that was impossible to ignore, a 40% increase in North Bay's contract value, 3 new major clients, an industry award for a campaign she'd designed. Her presentation was flawless, her tone professional but firm. "I've consistently exceeded expectations," she'd said, sliding her proposal across the desk. "This adjustment reflects my contributions and aligns with market rates." Sarah had barely glanced at the numbers. "Your performance is exceptional, Emily," she'd said, her smile tight, rehearsed. "But we're investing in infrastructure this year. Perhaps we can revisit this in the summer." The words had landed like a physical blow. Emily had stood there, her carefully crafted proposal ignored, her worth dismissed with a single sentence. She'd nodded, thanked Sarah, and left the office, but inside, something had fractured. That night, alone in her apartment, she'd opened her laptop and updated her resume, not out of anger or revenge, but out of a quiet, unshakable need to honor herself. She was worth more than empty promises, more than a company that demanded her loyalty while offering none in return. That decision had led to her interview with North Bay, a cautious step toward a future she hadn't fully dared to imagine. She'd been discreet, scheduling it during a half-day for a dental appointment, not because she was deceitful, but because she knew Sarah would see any move as betrayal, and she had. The printed email in Sarah's hand that morning was proof of her vigilance, her need to control. But it was also proof of something else, Sarah's fear. Emily had noticed it before, in the way Sarah inserted herself into her North Bay meetings. As a former Star account executive, Sarah had once been the darling of Harbor Point, her name synonymous with success. But management had changed her, or perhaps revealed her, a woman who craved the spotlight, who couldn't bear to be outshone. Emily's success with North Bay, her ability to anticipate their needs and deliver results, had made her a threat. Sarah's interruptions in those meetings, her unnecessary comments, her forced laughter, weren't oversight. They were insecurity. A desperate bid to remind everyone she was still the star. The memory brought a bitter taste to Emily's mouth. She'd never challenged Sarah, never sought to undermine her. She'd done her job, poured her heart into it, believing that excellence would be enough. But excellence had made her a target, and loyalty had made her vulnerable. She set her wine glass down, her resolve hardening. Sarah's firing hadn't broken her. It had freed her. The next morning, Emily woke to a voicemail from an unknown number. She played it as she brewed coffee, her heart sinking as the voice introduced itself. Lin Pham, a board member at HarperPoint Communications. Miss Nguyen, I understand there was an incident regarding your employment yesterday, Lin said, her tone polished but urgent. I'd like to meet with you today to discuss it. Sarah may have been hasty in her decision. Emily froze, the coffee pot trembling in her hand. So that was it. Sarah had acted without board approval, and now HarperPoint was scrambling to contain the fallout. North Bay's account, worth 30% of their revenue, was at risk, and Emily's firing had put it in jeopardy. The realization should have felt triumphant, but it only deepened her sense of injustice. 3 years of denied raises, 3 years of being undervalued, and now, suddenly, the board cared. She called Lin back, keeping her voice professional. I appreciate the call, Ms. Pham, but I've already accepted another position. A pause. May I ask where? Lin's tone was cautious, probing. I don't think that's appropriate to share at this time, Emily replied, her boundaries firm. Another pause, longer this time. If this is about compensation, I'm sure we can revisit those conversations, Lin said. The board values your contribution to HarperPoint. The irony was almost painful. Emily took a deep breath, steadying herself. It's not just about compensation, she said. It's about respect and recognizing employee worth before they have one foot out the door. Lin pressed for a meeting, and Emily agreed, but with a caveat. I can meet at 9 a.m., but to be clear, I've signed an employment contract elsewhere. I'm not coming to negotiate a return. Understood, Lin said, though her tone suggested she wasn't convinced. I'll see you tomorrow. Emily hung up, her heart racing. The meeting wasn't about returning to HarperPoint. She had no intention of going back. It was about closure. A chance to articulate what had gone wrong, not just for herself, but for the colleagues she'd left behind. She thought of Jessica's kind words, Thomas' quiet support, the others who'd texted her with shock and sympathy. HarperPoint's culture of blind loyalty had failed them all, and Emily wouldn't walk away without saying so. The HarperPoint reception area felt alien as Emily signed in as a visitor. Jessica's eyes widened when she saw her, her professional smile faltering. Emily, you're here for Miss Pham? She asked, her voice low. That's right, Emily confirmed, her pen steady on the visitor log. The act felt surreal, a reminder of how quickly her world had shifted. I'll let her know you've arrived, Jessica said, then leaned closer. For what it's worth, everyone's saying this was wrong. You were the best of us. The words warmed Emily, a small balm for the wound of her dismissal. Thank you, Jessica, she said, her smile genuine. She rode the elevator to the conference room, centering herself. She'd chosen a navy suit, not to impress, but to remind herself she was an equal, not a disgraced employee begging for redemption. Lin Pham was waiting, a woman in her 60s with silver hair cut in a precise bob, her presence commanding yet composed. A slim folder sat in front of her, its contents a mystery. Miss Nguyen, thank you for coming, Lin said, standing to shake her hand. Please, sit. Emily noted Sarah's absence with relief. This would be a private conversation, free of her former boss's venom. She sat, her posture straight, her expression calm. Lin opened the folder, revealing a stack of documents. Emily's personnel file, performance reviews, raise requests. I've reviewed your record, Lin began. 6 years of excellent performance, consistent growth in your portfolio, and 3 formal requests for salary adjustment, all denied. Emily nodded, unsurprised but attentive. I assumed those decisions were reviewed at the board level, she said, testing the waters. Major compensation changes, yes, Lin said, her tone clipped. But management has discretion within certain parameters. Sarah has been operating with significant autonomy. The admission hung in the air, a crack in HarperPoint's facade. Lin closed the folder, her eyes meeting Emily's. There's no documentation justifying your termination. No company policy prohibits interviewing elsewhere. The word used was disloyal. Emily's jaw tightened, but she kept her voice measured. An interesting choice, given the circumstances. Lynn's eyebrow arched slightly. Indeed. The board would like to offer you reinstatement with the salary adjustment you requested in your last review, plus a 10% increase and the title of Senior Account Director. The offer was better than anything Sarah had ever considered, but it came too late. 3 years, and one humiliating dismissal too late. Emily took a moment, choosing her words carefully. That's a generous offer, she said. But as I mentioned, I've accepted a position at North Bay Solutions. My new role begins Monday. Lynn's eyes narrowed slightly, as if gauging her resolve. Sarah is concerned North Bay may reconsider their relationship with Harbor Point, given your departure. That's a question for North Bay, Emily said, her tone neutral but firm. She wouldn't be drawn into speculation or leverage her new role to punish Harbor Point. Her integrity was worth more than revenge. Lynn studied her, then nodded. One last question. What could Harbor Point have done differently to retain you? The question was unexpected, but it gave Emily the opening she'd hoped for. She leaned forward, her voice steady but infused with quiet conviction. Recognize my value before I had to look elsewhere to find it. Loyalty works both ways, Miss Pham. Harbor Point expected unwavering commitment, while repeatedly showing I wasn't worth investing in. That's not sustainable. Lynn's expression softened, a flicker of respect in her eyes. A fair assessment, she said, standing to shake Emily's hand. Thank you for your candor. Whatever your next steps, I wish you success. Emily walked out of Harbor Point for the second time, her heart lighter. This meeting hadn't been about reinstatement. It had been about reclaiming her narrative, leaving on her terms with her dignity intact. As she stepped into the April sunshine, she felt a weight lift, a sense of closure she hadn't expected. Monday morning dawned with a mix of excitement and nerves. Emily arrived at North Bay Solutions early, her new office a stark contrast to her cramped Harbor Point cubicle. A real office with a door and windows, a welcome basket on the desk, and a technology setup ready to go. Michael stopped by at 9 a.m., introducing her to her team, 5 talented marketing specialists who would report to her, managing North Bay's agency relationships. Team, this is Emily Nayan, our new Director of Client Strategy, he announced. Many of you know her from her exceptional work at Harbor Point. We're fortunate to have her expertise in-house. The team's warm welcome eased her nerves, but the real test came later, when Michael invited her to a conference room where North Bay's executive team waited. Before you dive in, he said, we need your input on a decision. In light of recent changes, we're reevaluating our relationship with Harbor Point. Their contract is up next month. The chief marketing officer nodded. You understand our needs and Harbor Point's capabilities. We value your perspective. Emily's heart raced. Here was her chance for revenge. A single recommendation could end Harbor Point's contract, a blow Sarah would feel for years. No one would question it. Business relationships shifted all the time. But as tempting as it was, revenge wasn't her path. She took a breath, her voice steady. I think we should evaluate Harbor Point on the same criteria as any other partner. Their work has been strong, but consistency and account management will be critical moving forward. The executives nodded, and the meeting moved on, but Emily felt a quiet pride. She'd chosen integrity over spite, and it felt right. A week later, at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, an email went out from North Bay's leadership, a decision finalized after reviewing proposals from 3 agencies. Michael had shared it with Emily first, a courtesy given her history. The message was direct. After careful consideration, North Bay Solutions has decided to transition our account to Meridian Creative, effective immediately. Emily knew our new Director of Client Strategy will oversee the transition. Emily imagined Sarah's reaction. Shock, then panic as the reality sank in. North Bay's loss, 30% of Harbor Point's revenue, was a catastrophic blow, and Emily would manage the transition, a twist of fate Sarah couldn't have foreseen. She hadn't orchestrated it. Harbor Point's own shortcomings, exposed by her departure, had sealed their fate. That afternoon, a LinkedIn request arrived from Jessica, followed by a message. Office is chaos. Sarah's in emergency meetings. 3 account managers updated their resumes. Karma's fast. Emily smiled faintly, accepting the request with a reply. Thank you for your kindness at Harbor Point. Wishing you the best. Taking the high road wasn't just satisfying, it was empowering. Emily threw herself into her new role, building her team, streamlining processes, and embracing challenges she'd never faced at Harbor Point. Success, she realized, was the best revenge, not a calculated strike, but the natural outcome of valuing herself when others didn't. A year later, Emily stood on her balcony, the Spokane skyline glittering under a spring sky. Her role at North Bay had exceeded her expectations, her team thriving, her contributions shaping the company's future. Looking back, she saw Sarah's firing not as a punishment, but as a gift. The push she needed to find her true worth. In seeking justice, she'd found something greater, self-respect, and the courage to claim the success she deserved. The first light of dawn crept through the blinds of Peak Pulse Logistics' Asheville office, casting long, slanted shadows across the open-plan workspace. The air was still, heavy with the scent of stale coffee and the faint hum of a distant air conditioner. Emma Larson sat alone at her desk, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, the glow of her monitor the only source of warmth in the early morning chill. At 34, she was the regional team lead of the company's most profitable division, a role she'd carved out over 5 years of relentless dedication. Her desk was a testament to that life. A small succulent, a gift from her team last Christmas, sat proudly beside a stack of handwritten notes. Tokens of gratitude from colleagues she'd mentored, late-night strategy sessions she'd led, and birthdays she'd never let pass unnoticed. This was her domain, her second home. Until 2 minutes ago. The email stared back at her, its words sharp and unyielding, like a blade slipped between her ribs. She blinked, willing the text to rearrange itself into something less devastating, but it remained unchanged. Her breath caught as she read it again, the cursor blinking mockingly at the end of the final line. Subject: Termination of employment. Emma, effective immediately, your employment with Peak Pulse Logistics is terminated. Your absence during a vital operational period has demonstrated a failure to prioritize company objectives. Please clear your desk by the end of the day. Susan Hayes in Human Resources will handle the exit paperwork. Greg Nolan, Director of Operations. Emma's hands fell to her lap, the leather chair creaking in the silence. 3 days. That's all it had been. 3 days of approved bereavement leave to bury her mother, to stand graveside as the Carolina soil was turned, to hold her brother's hand as the preacher's voice trembled in the autumn wind. 3 days, and now this. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, soft but steady, a lesson from childhood by the French Broad River. The water moves, Emma girl, but the rocks stay put. Be like the rocks. She wanted to be steady now, but the ground beneath her felt like it was crumbling. She leaned back, her gaze drifting to the window where the Blue Ridge Mountains loomed, their peaks softened by morning mist. Asheville was waking up outside. Delivery trucks rumbling down Biltmore Avenue, tourists already queuing for coffee at the artisanal shops downtown. Inside, the office was a ghost town, the cubicles empty, the fluorescent lights still off. Emma had come in early, as she always did after time away, eager to dive back into the rhythm of her work. The quarterly reports were due next week, the Henderson contract needed final tweaks, and her team was counting on her to steer them through the chaos of a recent merger. She'd planned to stay late to make up for lost time. Instead, she was packing. Her eyes fell to the succulent, its plump green leaves catching the first rays of sunlight. For our fearless leader, the card had read, signed by all 7 of her core team members in a flurry of colorful ink. She could still see them crowded around her desk last December, laughing as they presented it, insisting it was the only plant even she couldn't kill. Next to it, a framed photo from the company retreat last spring, Her team sprawled across a grassy field near Lake Lure, their faces lit with the kind of camaraderie that only comes from shared victories and late-night deadlines. These were her people, her family in all but blood. And now, she had to leave them. Emma's fingers brushed the edge of a note pinned to her bulletin board, the handwriting unmistakably Tara's, her logistics specialist. "Thanks for believing in me when I didn't. You're the best boss I've ever had." Her throat tightened. She'd built this team from the ground up, turning a ragtag group of hires into the highest performing division in Peak Pulse's Southeast operations. 18% profit growth last quarter, a merger sealed without a hitch, client retention rates that made corporate take notice. And yet, Greg Nolan's email reduced it all to one phrase: failure to prioritize. Greg. The name alone sparked a flicker of anger. He'd been her supervisor for 2 years, a man whose thin smiles and pressed suits barely masked his obsession with metrics over people. He'd approved her bereavement leave himself, his voice clipped but professional over the phone last week. "Take the time you need, Emma. We'll manage." She'd thanked him, grateful for the space to grieve, to lay her mother to rest. Now his signature sat at the bottom of her termination notice, as if her mother's death was a scheduling inconvenience. She stood, her movements slow, deliberate, and opened her desk drawer. A cardboard box from the supply closet would do. She began packing, each item a small wound. The succulent went in first, wrapped in tissue to protect its fragile leaves. Then the photo, the notes, a mug with "World's Okayest Boss" scrawled in bold letters, a gag gift from Caleb, her data analyst, after she'd spilled coffee on his keyboard during a frantic meeting. 5 years of her life condensed into a box she could carry in one arm. The office began to stir as the clock ticked toward 8:00 a.m. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, the soft clatter of keyboards starting up. Emma kept her focus on her task, folding a sweater she'd left draped over her chair, tucking away a spare charger. She didn't want to be here when the others arrived, didn't want to face their questions, their pity. But she wasn't fast enough. "Emma, what the hell?" Tara's voice cut through the quiet, sharp with confusion. She stood frozen in the doorway, her messenger bag still slung over one shoulder, her dark curls escaping a hasty bun. Her eyes darted to the box, then back to Emma's face. "Why are you packing?" Emma forced a small smile, her voice steady despite the ache in her chest. "I've been let go, Tara." "Let go?" Tara's bag hit the floor with a thud. "What do you mean, let go? You're the best thing this place has going for it." Before Emma could respond, Caleb appeared behind Tara, his lanky frame filling the doorway. "What's going on?" His usual smirk vanished as he took in the scene. "Emma, why's your desk half empty?" "She's been fired," Tara snapped, her voice rising. "Can you believe this?" "Fired?" Caleb's jaw dropped, his glasses slipping down his nose. "For what? You just closed the Meridian deal. Profits are through the roof because of you." Emma taped the box shut, her fingers trembling slightly. "Apparently, taking bereavement leave to bury my mother wasn't the right priority." The words landed like a stone in still water, ripples of shock spreading across Tara and Caleb's faces. Tara's hands clenched into fists. "Bereavement leave? That's what this is about? Greg approved it, didn't he?" "He did," Emma said simply, sliding the box to the edge of her desk. "But, according to his email, I wasn't here during a vital operational period." "Vital operational period?" Caleb echoed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What, the Henderson contract, the one you prepped us for before you left? This is bullshit, Emma." "Language, Caleb," Emma said, a faint smile tugging at her lips despite everything. It was the kind of gentle reprimand she'd given him 100 times, and for a moment it felt like any other day. But the weight of the box in her hands pulled her back to reality. Tara stepped closer, her voice low, urgent. "Have you talked to Rachel? The regional manager needs to know about this. She'd never let Greg pull something this stupid." Emma shook her head, wrapping the succulent in another layer of tissue. "I'm not fighting it, Tara. It's done." "Not fighting it?" Tara's eyes widened. "Emma, you can't just walk away. This is wrong. You're the heart of this team. We need you." The words stung, not because they were untrue, but because they were too true. Emma looked around the office, at the cubicles where her team would soon sit, unaware that their leader was being cast out. She thought of Mia, who'd cried in her office after a tough performance review, only to come back stronger with Emma's coaching. Of Javier, who'd trusted her with his dream of starting his own business someday. Of Sophie, who'd baked cupcakes for every team milestone. These were the people she'd poured her soul into, and now she was supposed to leave them to Greg Nolan's cold calculations? "I appreciate that," Emma said, her voice softer now, "but I need to handle this my way." Caleb crossed his arms, his brow furrowing. "Handle it how? You're not seriously just going to pack up and go, are you? What's Greg's deal anyway? He's been weird ever since the merger. You think he's gunning for your job?" The question hung in the air, a spark of intrigue that Emma hadn't considered. Greg had always been ambitious, his eyes fixed on the next rung of the corporate ladder. But her job? She was the one who'd made this division shine, who'd turned Peak Pulse's Asheville office into a model of efficiency. Why would he sabotage that? Unless there was something she didn't know, some game being played behind closed doors. "I don't know," Emma admitted, her mind racing. "But I'm not sticking around to play detective." Tara's phone buzzed, and she glanced at it, her expression darkening. "Speak of the devil. Greg's here. Just pulled into the parking lot." Emma's stomach twisted. She'd hoped to be gone before he arrived, to avoid the confrontation she knew was coming. But there was no time to slip out now. The office was waking up, her team trickling in, their voices a low hum as they settled at their desks. She could feel their eyes on her, the questions forming in their minds. "Emma, you don't have to face him alone," Caleb said, his voice firm. "We've got your back." She met his gaze, then Tara's, and saw the fierce loyalty there, the kind that doesn't waver even when the world shifts beneath you. It was almost enough to break her composure, to make her want to fight, to storm into Greg's office and demand answers. But her mother's voice whispered again, "Be like the rocks, steady, unmoved." She'd face this, but on her terms. "Thanks," she said, lifting the box, "but I need you both to get back to work. Don't give Greg any reason to come after you, too." Tara opened her mouth to protest, but a look from Emma silenced her. With a reluctant nod, she grabbed her bag and headed to her cubicle, Caleb trailing behind, muttering under his breath. Emma took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. The box felt heavier now, not from its contents, but from what it represented. The end of a chapter she hadn't been ready to close. The elevator dinged and Greg Nolan stepped into the office, his briefcase swinging at his side. He was all sharp angles, crisp suit, slicked back hair, a man who looked like he'd been cut from a corporate mold. His eyes scanned the room, landing on Emma with a flicker of something... surprise, maybe? Or unease? He hadn't expected her to be here so early. "Emma," he said, his voice smooth but edged with authority, "I'd hope we could handle this quietly. End of the day would have been better for everyone." She met his gaze, her expression unreadable. "Quietly, like the email you sent me at 5 a.m. firing me for taking approved leave?" His jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his cheek. "Business moves fast, Emma. You know that. Peak Pulse needs people who can keep up, who put the company first. Your absence..." "My absence," she cut in, her voice low but sharp, "was to bury my mother. You signed off on it, Greg, or did you forget?" For a moment he faltered, his polished facade cracking. The office had gone silent, her team watching from their cubicles, their work forgotten. Greg adjusted his tie, regaining his composure. "This isn't personal, it's about what's best for the company. You should have waited until the end of the day to pack. No need to make a scene." Emma's laugh was soft, bitter. "A scene?" "Don't worry, Greg, I'm not here to throw a tantrum, but you might want to remember this moment. It could matter later." His eyes narrowed, as if trying to decipher her words. Was it a threat? A promise? Emma didn't elaborate. She picked up her box, the weight grounding her, and walked toward the elevator. Her team's eyes followed her, a mix of anger and disbelief, but no one spoke. Not yet. She could feel the storm brewing, the questions they'd ask, the loyalty that might upend everything Greg thought he controlled. As the elevator doors closed, Emma caught a final glimpse of the office, Tara's clenched fists, Caleb's furious glare, and Greg, standing alone, his briefcase still in hand, the box pressed against her chest, the succulent's tissue crinkling softly. She didn't know what came next, but one thing was certain: this wasn't the end, not for her, and not for the team she'd built. The river was moving, but she was a rock, steady and unyielding, ready for whatever came rushing her way. The elevator descended, and Emma's phone buzzed in her pocket. She shifted the box to one arm, pulling it out. A text from Tara. "This isn't over. We're with you." Another from Caleb. "Greg's gonna regret this." And then a third, from an unknown number. "Heard what happened. Call me. Tom Brennan, Apex Transit." Emma stared at the screen, her pulse quickening. Tom Brennan, the CEO of Peak Pulse's biggest competitor, a man who'd tried to recruit her at a conference last year, his card still tucked in her wallet. The elevator dinged, opening to the lobby, and Emma stepped out into the crisp Asheville morning. The French Broad River glinted in the distance, its current steady, relentless. She didn't know what Tom wanted or what her team was planning or how Greg's decision would unravel, but as she walked to her car, the box in her arms and the river at her back, she felt the first stirrings of something new. Not revenge, not yet, but possibility. The Asheville morning was deceptively warm for September, the air carrying the faint sweetness of honeysuckle as Emma Larson stood beside her car, the cardboard box from her desk resting heavily in her arms. The Peak Pulse Logistics building loomed behind her, its glass facade reflecting the rising sun like a polished shield, hiding the chaos she'd just left behind. Her phone buzzed again in her pocket, a relentless pulse of messages from her team. Tara's fierce promise, Caleb's defiant outrage, and that cryptic text from Tom Brennan, CEO of Apex Transit Solutions. The French Broad River glimmered in the distance, its steady current a quiet reminder of her mother's words. "The water moves, Emma girl, but the rocks stay put." She wanted to be a rock now, unyielding against the torrent of betrayal, but the weight of the box, the sting of Greg Nolan's email, and the uncertainty of what came next threatened to pull her under. Emma slid the box into her trunk, the succulent's tissue paper crinkling softly, a small sound that grounded her. She closed the trunk with a deliberate thud and leaned against the car, her gaze drifting to the river. Her mother had loved this city, its eclectic streets and mountain backdrop, its blend of grit and grace. They'd spent countless Sundays by the French Broad, fishing poles in hand, her mother's laughter mingling with the water's rush. "Life's like this river," she'd said once, her hands steady on the reel. "It'll try to sweep you away, but you choose where you stand." Emma had stood firm at Peak Pulse for 5 years, building a team that felt like family, a career that defined her. Now that foundation was gone, washed away by a single email. But the river was still moving, and she wasn't done standing. Her phone buzzed again, and she pulled it out, expecting another message from her team. Instead, it was an email notification, the subject line stark: "Separation Agreement Details." It was from Susan Hayes in HR, already pushing the paperwork to finalize her exit. Emma's jaw tightened. She hadn't even left the parking lot, and Peak Pulse was scrubbing her from its system like a stain. She opened the email, skimming the clinical language. 2 weeks severance, a non-disparagement clause, a reminder of her non-compete agreement. 6 months barred from working for competitors within a 300-mile radius. It was a shackle disguised as a contract, designed to keep her from rising too quickly, from threatening the empire Greg Nolan thought he controlled. Greg. The memory of their confrontation flashed through her mind, his polished shoes clicking on the office floor, his voice dripping with false civility. "I'd hoped we could handle this quietly, Emma. End of the day would have been better for everyone." She'd wanted to scream, to hurl the box at him and demand why he'd betrayed her after approving her leave. Instead, she'd met his gaze with a quiet resolve that unnerved him, her words a subtle warning. "You might want to remember this moment. It could matter later." She hadn't planned the threat, but it felt right, a seed planted in the fertile soil of his unease. Greg Nolan might think he'd won, but Emma knew better. The river always finds a way. She climbed into her car, the leather seat cool against her back, and started the engine. The radio hummed to life, a local station playing a bluegrass tune that reminded her of her mother's old records. She turned it off, needing silence to think. Tom Brennan's text glowed in her mind. "Heard what happened. Call me." Apex Transit Solutions was Peak Pulse's biggest rival, a company known for its innovative logistics and employee-first culture. Tom had approached her at a conference last year, his silver beard and booming laugh disarming as he'd handed her his card. "You ever get tired of Peak Pulse? We'd love to have you." She'd laughed it off then, loyal to her team, her role, her life at Peak Pulse. Now that loyalty felt like a wound, and Tom's offer was a lifeline she couldn't ignore. But the non-compete loomed, a shadow over any move she might make. Could Apex legal team really challenge it? And what about her team? The 7 people who'd become her professional family. Tara's fierce loyalty, Caleb's quick wit, Mia's quiet determination, Javier's ambition, Sophie's warmth, Lucas's steady pragmatism, Nora's sharp intuition. They were the heart of her success, the reason Peak Pulse's Asheville office had soared. Leaving them behind felt like abandoning her own kin, but dragging them into her uncertain future might be reckless. She gripped the steering wheel, the river's glint visible through the windshield. "Be like the rocks," she told herself. Steady, but not stagnant. She'd call Tom, but first she needed answers. The Peak Pulse parking lot was filling up now, familiar cars pulling in as her team arrived. Emma's heart ached at the thought of them discovering her absence, of Greg spinning some sanitized story to justify her firing. She couldn't leave without tying up one loose end. Susan Hayes deserved to know the truth, and Emma needed to see if HR's unease matched her own suspicions. She grabbed her phone, forwarded Greg's termination email to her personal account, and drove back toward the building. The box could wait in the car. This was about clarity, not closure. The HR office was on the 3rd floor, a sterile space with white walls and minimal decor, a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of the main office. Susan Hayes sat behind her desk, her auburn hair pulled into a neat bun, her expression a practiced mask of professionalism. But when Emma walked in, unannounced and still in her work blazer, Susan's composure faltered, her eyes widening slightly. "Emma," Susan said, rising from her chair, I wasn't expecting you so soon. I just sent the paperwork." "I got it," Emma replied, closing the door behind her. The click echoed in the quiet room. "But I need to talk about what happened. Off the record, if you're willing." Susan hesitated, glancing at the door as if expecting Greg to barge in. Then she nodded, gesturing to a chair. "Sit. I'm listening." Emma sat, her hands folded in her lap, the weight of the morning pressing against her chest. "You seemed surprised when I mentioned the termination earlier. I need to know why." Susan's fingers tapped nervously on her desk, a pen rolling slightly under her touch. "It's unusual, Emma. I've been here 6 months, and I've never seen a team lead let go like this. No performance improvement plan, no documented issues, just an email. It's not how we do things." "Then why did it happen?" Emma's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. She pulled out her phone, opened the termination email, and slid it across the desk. "Read this. Tell me if this makes sense to you." Susan's eyes scanned the screen, her brow furrowing as she read Greg's words. "Your absence during a vital operational period has demonstrated a failure to prioritize company objectives." She looked up, her professional mask slipping entirely, replaced by something closer to shock. This is the actual notice? Just this? He fired you for taking approved bereavement leave? 3 days, Emma said, her voice steady but laced with pain. To bury my mother. Greg signed off on it last week, told me to take the time I needed. Now he's calling it a failure to prioritize. Susan leaned back, her lips pressing into a thin line. This is cold. Unfair doesn't even cover it. There's no precedent for this in your file, Emma. You're the top performer in this region. The Henderson contract, the Meridian merger, those were your wins. So why am I out? Emma leaned forward, searching Susan's face for answers. What's Greg playing at? Is this about the merger, a power grab, or something else? Susan's gaze flicked to the door again, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I don't know, Emma, but I can tell you, Greg didn't consult me before sending this. He went straight to corporate, claimed it was urgent. I only found out when the paperwork hit my desk this morning. Emma's mind raced. Greg bypassing HR was a red flag, a move that suggested he was covering his tracks, or someone else's. But whose? Rachel Thornton, the regional manager, was out of town at a conference in Charlotte. Could Greg have acted alone, or was there a larger game at play? The uncertainty gnawed at her, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the woman in front of her. What happens now, Susan? You've seen the email, you know it's wrong. What can you do? Susan's shoulders slumped, a rare crack in her HR armor. I can escalate it to legal, flag it for review, but Emma, North Carolina is an at-will state. Peak Pulse can terminate without cause, and Greg's email, flimsy as it is, gives them cover. I'm sorry. Emma nodded, unsurprised but disappointed. I'm not here to beg for my job back. I just needed to know where you stood. Susan's eyes softened, a flicker of empathy breaking through. Off the record. This isn't right. If you wanted to pursue action, legal, public, anything, I'd support you. Discreetly, of course. The offer hung between them, tempting but heavy. Emma could sue, could drag Peak Pulse through the mud for wrongful termination. She had the email, her performance record, her team's loyalty. But the thought of a courtroom, of months spent fighting a company she'd once loved, felt like sinking into quicksand. Her mother's voice echoed again. Be like the rocks. Rocks don't chase the current, they let it flow past. She'd find another way, a steadier path. Thank you, Emma said, standing. But I'm not fighting this, not like that. Susan rose too, her expression a mix of admiration and regret. You're stronger than I would be, Emma. Whatever you do next, they'll regret letting you go. Emma managed a small smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. She left the HR office, the weight of Susan's words lingering. Regret. She didn't want Peak Pulse's regret. She wanted her life back, her team, her purpose. But as she stepped into the elevator, her phone buzzed with another text from Tara. Emergency team meeting at noon. We're not letting this slide. Emma's heart skipped. Her team was rallying, and she hadn't even asked them to. The river was moving faster now, and she wasn't sure she could stay steady much longer. By midday, Emma was back in her apartment, a cozy loft in West Asheville with exposed brick walls and a view of the mountains. The box sat unopened on her kitchen table, the succulent's green tips peeking through the tissue. She'd meant to unpack, to sort through the relics of her Peak Pulse life, but instead she paced, her phone clutched in one hand. Tom Brennan's text was still unanswered, a question mark pulsing in her mind. She opened her contacts, found his number, and hesitated. Apex Transit Solutions was a leap into the unknown, a rival company with bigger ambitions and deeper pockets. But her non-compete was a chain around her ankles, and she needed to know if it could be broken. She dialed, her pulse quickening as the line rang. Tom answered on the second ring, his voice warm and gravelly, like a campfire on a cold night. Emma Larson, I was hoping you'd call. Tom, she said, keeping her tone neutral, your text was timely. How did you hear about what happened? He chuckled, the sound rich with knowing. Word travels fast in this industry, Emma. A star like you gets cut loose, people talk. I'm just sorry it went down like that. She leaned against the counter, the mountains framed through her window. I appreciate that. But I need to know what you're offering and whether it's even possible with my non-compete. Straight to the point, Tom said, approval in his voice. I like that. Apex is expanding our Southeast operations, and we need a division director to lead the charge. Your track record, 18% profit growth, the Meridian merger, makes you the perfect fit. Better title, better pay, more autonomy. And as for that non-compete, our legal team's already looked at it. It's overly broad, Emma. Firing you for approved bereavement leave? That's bad faith. A judge would laugh it out of court. Emma's breath caught. Division director. A step up from her role at Peak Pulse with authority she'd only dreamed of. But the non-compete was a specter, its 300-mile radius a cage that could trap her in limbo. You're sure it's unenforceable? Peak Pulse won't take kindly to me jumping ship. Let them try, Tom said, his voice hardening. We've got the resources to fight, and we'll cover any legal costs. You're worth it, Emma. The question is, are you ready to leave Peak Pulse behind? The question landed like a stone in her chest. Leaving Peak Pulse meant leaving her team, the people who'd texted her all morning, who were meeting now to plot their response to Greg's betrayal. Could she abandon them to Greg's micromanaging, to a company that saw grief as a liability? But staying meant groveling, begging Rachel Thornton for a job she'd already earned. She thought of the river, its relentless flow. Rocks didn't chase the water, but they didn't sink either. I need to think about it, she said finally. Can we talk specifics tomorrow? Take the weekend, Tom replied. I'll be here, but Emma? Don't let Peak Pulse clip your wings. You're bigger than they are. The call ended, and Emma set her phone down, her mind a tangle of hope and fear. She walked to the window, the mountains a steady presence against the shifting sky. Tom's offer was a bridge to a new future, but crossing it meant leaving her team behind, or asking them to follow her into uncertainty. The non-compete was a gamble, one Apex seemed willing to take, but the stakes were high. And then there was Greg, his motives still a shadow she couldn't quite grasp. Why had he acted so rashly, bypassing HR, rushing her out the door? The answer felt close, like a whisper she couldn't quite hear. Her phone lit up with a new message, this one from Javier. Meeting's done. We're pissed, Emma. Call me. She smiled despite herself, the loyalty of her team a warmth in the cold uncertainty. She was about to reply when another call came through, the caller ID flashing Rachel Thornton's name. Emma's pulse spiked. Rachel, the regional manager who'd been at a conference when Greg pulled the trigger. Had she heard? Was she calling to apologize? To intervene? Emma answered, her voice cautious. Rachel? Emma, Rachel said, her tone strained but professional. I just got back from Charlotte and heard what happened. We need to talk. There's not much to say, Emma replied, her guard up. Greg made his decision. I'm out. It's not that simple, Rachel said, a hint of desperation creeping in. I didn't know, Emma. Greg acted without my approval. I'm prepared to offer you your job back with a 10% raise and a formal apology. We need you. The Henderson contract is already wobbling without you. Emma's grip tightened on the phone. A raise, an apology, tempting but hollow. Peak Pulse had shown its true colors, and no amount of backpedaling could erase the sting of Greg's email. She thought of her team, of Tara's clenched fists, of Caleb's outrage. They deserved better than a company that discarded its best for grieving, and she deserved better than crawling back. I appreciate the offer, Emma said, her voice steady. But I've moved on, Rachel. You'll have to figure out the Henderson contract without me. There was a pause, long and heavy. Moved on? Rachel's voice sharpened. To where? You know your non-compete, Emma. 6 months, 300 miles. Don't do something you'll regret. The threat was subtle, but it landed. Emma's jaw clenched, but she kept her tone even. If Peak Pulse wants to enforce that, they can talk to my lawyer, but they might want to review Greg's email first. Firing me for approved leave doesn't exactly scream good faith. Rachel sighed, the fight draining from her. This is a mess, Emma. I'm sorry it came to this. If you change your mind—" "No, I won't," Emma said, and hung up. She stood there, the phone warm in her hand, the mountains watching silently. Rachel's offer was a lifeline, but it was tethered to a sinking ship. Peak Pulse was already unraveling, and Emma could feel it even from her loft across town. She opened Javier's message, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. "What happened at the meeting?" she typed, then hit send. The reply came almost instantly. "Chaos. Greg's freaking out. Files are missing. Clients are asking for you. We're done, Emma. All 7 of us. We applied to Apex this morning." Emma's breath caught, her heart swelling with a mix of pride and fear. Her team, her family, had quit. Every single one, and thrown their lot in with her. They'd applied to Apex without even knowing if she'd take Tom's offer, their trust in her absolute. The river was moving faster now, carrying her toward a future she couldn't yet see, but there were rocks ahead too. Greg's motives, the non-compete's shadow, Rachel's desperation, and beneath it all, a question that burned brighter with every passing moment. What had Greg been hiding, and how far would Peak Pulse go to keep it buried? She walked to the kitchen table, the box still unopened, the succulent a quiet sentinel. The French Broad River flowed outside, its current a mirror to her own resolve. She wasn't just a rock anymore, she was a boulder, immovable, ready to reshape the river's path. Tomorrow she'd call Tom, meet her team, face whatever came next. But tonight, she'd let the current move, let the pieces fall. The game was just beginning, and Emma Larson was ready to play. The Peak Pulse office, meanwhile, was a storm of its own. Greg Nolan sat at his desk, his tie loosened, his phone buzzing with unread messages from corporate. The Henderson contract files were nowhere to be found. The Meridian merger notes a jumbled mess without Emma's meticulous system. He'd thought her absence would be a hiccup, a chance to prove his own indispensability. Instead, it was a fracture, and the cracks were spreading. Tara and Caleb stood in the break room, their voices low but fierce, plotting their next move. Sophie baked cupcakes in her apartment, a quiet act of defiance, each one a promise to follow Emma. Javier stared at his Apex application confirmation, his dreams of a better future burning brighter. Mia, Lucas, and Nora exchanged texts, their anger a shared flame. And across town, Rachel Thornton pored over Greg's email, her own suspicions growing. She didn't know what Greg was hiding, but she'd find out. The river was moving, and no one, not Greg, not Peak Pulse, could stop it. Emma didn't know it yet, but her exit had sparked a reckoning. Files were missing, yes, but so was trust, loyalty, the glue that held Peak Pulse's Asheville office together. Greg's gamble had backfired, and the consequences were coming swift as the French Broad's current. For Emma, it was a new beginning, a chance to build something better. For Peak Pulse, it was the start of a collapse, one that would echo far beyond the mountains. The Asheville skyline glittered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Apex Transit Solutions headquarters, the Blue Ridge Mountains a steady backdrop against the October dusk. Emma Larson stood at the head of a sleek conference room, her tailored blazer a far cry from the crumpled work clothes she'd worn 3 months ago when she'd packed her life into a cardboard box at Peak Pulse Logistics. Her team, her 7-person family, sat around the table, their faces lit with a mix of pride and anticipation. Charts projected on the screen behind her told a story of triumph, 30% division growth, 3 major client acquisitions, and employee satisfaction scores that had Apex's executives buzzing. But Emma's eyes kept drifting to the small succulent on the table's edge, its green leaves thriving under the soft glow of the room's lights. It was the same plant her Peak Pulse team had gifted her, now a symbol of something deeper, resilience, rebirth, and a quiet defiance that had carried her here. 3 months ago, she'd stood in a Peak Pulse parking lot, the weight of Greg Nolan's betrayal pressing against her chest, her mother's voice her only anchor. The water moves, Emma girl, but the rocks stay put. The river of her life had surged then, threatening to sweep her away, but she'd held firm. Now, at Apex, she was no longer just a rock. She was a boulder, reshaping the current, carving a new path for herself and the team that had followed her into the unknown. Yet, even as she prepared to present their quarterly results, a shadow lingered. Peak Pulse's collapse, Greg's downfall, and a package that had arrived that morning, its contents stirring emotions she hadn't expected. The day had begun with a different kind of river, the French Broad's steady flow visible from Emma's West Asheville loft. She'd woken early, as she always did, to find a small parcel on her doorstep, wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside was her succulent, slightly larger but unmistakable, its pot still bearing the faint scratches from her old Peak Pulse desk. A note was tucked beneath it, the handwriting neat but unfamiliar. "Rescued this from your desk, thought you'd want it back. Peak Pulse closes next week. Susan Hayes?" Emma had stood there, the plant cradled in her hands, a rush of memories flooding her. The Christmas her team had given it to her, their laughter filling the office. The morning she'd packed it into a box, Greg Nolan's cold email still burning in her mind. The river had moved since then, carrying her from betrayal to triumph, but the succulent was a reminder of the cost and the strength it had taken to keep standing. She'd placed it on her windowsill, where it caught the morning sun, and driven to Apex, the note tucked in her bag like a talisman. The Apex office was everything Peak Pulse wasn't. Open, collaborative, alive with energy. Glass walls and exposed beams gave it a modern warmth, and the staff moved with purpose, their voices a low hum of creativity. Emma's division, the Pacific Northwest operations, had become the company's crown jewel in just 3 months. Her team, Tara, Caleb, Mia, Javier, Sophie, Lucas, and Nora, had seamlessly transitioned, their talents unleashed in an environment that valued them as people, not just cogs in a machine. Tara's logistics strategies had streamlined delivery routes, saving 15% on costs. Caleb's data models predicted client needs with uncanny precision. Mia's client relations had secured the Henderson contract, a coup that had Peak Pulse scrambling. Each member had grown, their confidence a mirror to Emma's own. But success hadn't erased the past. Peak Pulse's implosion was the talk of Asheville's business community, whispered over coffee at local haunts like Battery Park Book Exchange. Emma's phone buzzed daily with updates from former colleagues, industry contacts, even strangers who'd heard her story. The most shocking came a week ago. Greg Nolan, the man who'd fired her for taking bereavement leave, had been placed on administrative leave. Peak Pulse's board, rattled by the mass resignation of Emma's entire team, had launched an investigation into management practices, focusing on bereavement policies and terminations. Greg's email, the one Emma had forwarded to Susan Hayes, was now Exhibit A, its cold words a damning indictment of his leadership. Emma hadn't celebrated the news. Justice, yes, but not joy. Greg's fall was a consequence of his own making, a river he'd set in motion when he'd chosen ambition over empathy. She'd learned more from Susan, who'd called under the guise of checking in. The board was furious, Susan said, not just at Greg but at the culture he'd fostered. Clients were fleeing, Henderson to Apex, Meridian to a rival in Charlotte, and Peak Pulse's valuation had plummeted. Rumors of a buyout swirled, with Meridian shipping poised to snap up the scraps. Greg, unemployed and radioactive in the industry, was a cautionary tale, his reputation as tattered as the company he'd helped unravel. Now, as Emma clicked through her presentation slides, she felt the weight of that history. Her team watched her, their trust absolute, but she could sense their curiosity too. They'd seen the news, heard the whispers. They knew about the succulent, which she'd brought to the office as a quiet statement. "We survived," it said. "We thrived." She cleared her throat, her voice steady but warm, the kind of tone that had always rallied them. "Our division's growth speaks for itself," she began, gesturing to a graph showing a 30% spike. 3 major clients, Henderson, Meridian, and now Wilson, have signed with us, bringing their business because they trust us. Our efficiency improvements have cut costs by 22%, and our employee satisfaction scores are the highest in Apex's history. This isn't just my win, it's ours." The room erupted in applause, Tara's grin wide, Caleb's fist pumping subtly under the table. Sophie, ever the nurturer, had brought cupcakes, lemon this time her signature for milestones. But Emma's eyes lingered on the succulent, its presence a bridge between past and present. She wanted to tell them about the note, about Peak Pulse's closure, but not yet. The moment was theirs, untainted by the wreckage they'd left behind. Tom Brennan, Apex's CEO, stood at the room's edge, his silver beard catching the light. He clapped, his booming voice cutting through the cheers. "Exceptional work, Emma. You and your team have outdone every projection. This division's the heart of our Southeast expansion, and you're the reason why." Emma smiled, deflecting the praise. "My team deserves the credit, Tom. They're remarkable." "They are," Tom agreed, his eyes twinkling with something unspoken. "But don't sell yourself short. You're building something special here, something Peak Pulse never deserved." The mention of Peak Pulse hung in the air, a ghost that hadn't fully faded. Emma's team exchanged glances, their pride tempered by the memory of betrayal. They'd jumped ship together, risking secure jobs to follow her, and now they were reaping the rewards. But the cost lingered, a quiet ache that Emma felt most keenly. She thought of her mother, of the French Broad River, of the rocks that held steady no matter how fierce the current. This was her mother's wisdom made real. Not fighting the river, but redirecting it, carving a new path where others could thrive. The past collided with the present that afternoon when a courier delivered a letter to Emma's Apex office. The envelope bore Peak Pulse's logo, faded and creased, a relic of a company on its last legs. She opened it alone, the door closed, the succulent watching from her desk. The letter was formal, typed on letterhead that seemed almost mocking given the company's collapse. "Dear Ms. Larson, on behalf of Peak Pulse Logistics, we acknowledge that your termination on September 10, 2024 was handled improperly and without due process. We deeply regret the distress caused and offer a settlement to resolve any potential claims. Please contact our legal department to discuss terms. Sincerely, Rachel Thornton, Regional Manager." Emma read it twice, her fingers tracing the words. An acknowledgement, not an apology. A settlement, not accountability. But it was enough. She didn't need their money. She needed their admission, a crack in the facade that had justified her firing. She thought of Susan Hayes, of the email she'd shared in that sterile HR office, of the investigation it had sparked. This letter was proof that her stand, however quiet, had mattered. She accepted the settlement later that day, not for the payout, but for the principle. Peak Pulse had been wrong, and now the world knew it. She didn't tell her team right away. They were celebrating, their laughter spilling from the break room as Sophie passed out cupcakes, Javier recounting a client call that had sealed the Wilson deal. Emma joined them, the letter tucked away, her smile genuine but tinged with something deeper. Tara caught her eye, her intuition as sharp as ever. "You okay, boss?" Tara asked, leaning against the counter, a cupcake in hand. "You've got that look, like you're carrying something heavy." Emma hesitated, then nodded toward the succulent on her desk, visible through the glass wall. "That plant came back today, from Peak Pulse. Susan sent it with a note. They're closing next week." The break room went quiet, the team's chatter fading as they processed her words. Caleb set his cupcake down, his glasses glinting. "Closing? As in done? No more Peak Pulse?" "Done," Emma confirmed. "And they sent a letter, too, admitting they were wrong about my termination, offering a settlement." Javier let out a low whistle. "That's huge, Emma. You won." "Not about winning," she said softly, her eyes on the succulent. "It's about what's right. They thought they could discard us, treat us like numbers. But look at us now. We're not just surviving, we're thriving." Sophie's eyes shimmered, her voice thick. "Because of you, Emma. You showed us we deserved better." The words hit Emma like a wave, threatening to crack the steady facade she'd built. She thought of her mother, of the riverbank where they'd fished, of the lessons that had carried her through grief and betrayal. Be like the rocks. She hadn't fought peak pulse with lawsuits or public rants. She'd fought by building something better, a workplace where bereavement leave wasn't a crime, where loyalty was a currency stronger than profit margins. This was her revenge. Not in tearing down Peak Pulse, but in creating a legacy that made their failures irrelevant. That evening, Emma drove to the French Broad River, the succulent in its pot beside her on the passenger seat. The air was crisp, the mountains cloaked in twilight, their peaks a silent witness to her journey. She parked near a familiar spot, where she and her mother had cast lines years ago. The water's rush a constant in a world of change. She stepped out, the plant in her hands, and walked to the bank, the gravel crunching under her boot. The river moved steadily, its surface catching the last light of day. Emma knelt, setting the succulent on a flat stone, its green leaves a stark contrast to the gray. "You were right, Mom," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the water. "The river moves, but the rocks stay steady." Tears pricked her eyes, not for Peak Pulse or Greg Nolan, but for the woman who'd taught her to stand firm, who'd loved this river and this city, who'd seen strength in her daughter long before Emma saw it herself. The succulent was more than a plant now. It was a testament to survival, to roots that grew deeper in new soil. Peak Pulse had discarded it, just as they'd discarded her, but both had found a better place to flourish. Her phone buzzed, pulling her back, a group text from her team, a photo of them at Apex, raising cupcakes in a toast. Tara's message followed. "To Emma, who showed us the way," Caleb added, "and new beginnings." One by one the others chimed in. Mia, Javier, Sophie, Lucas, Nora, their words a chorus of gratitude and defiance. Emma smiled, her heart full, the river's song a backdrop to the moment. Back at Apex, the news of Peak Pulse's closure spread like wildfire. Tom Brennan called Emma into his office the next morning, his grin wide. "Your team's the talk of the industry, Emma. Henderson, Meridian, Wilson, they're singing your praises. And Peak Pulse, they're a case study in what not to do." Emma laughed, a sound she hadn't heard from herself in months. "I didn't set out to sink them, Tom. I just wanted to build something better." "And you did," he said, leaning forward. "You redefined what leadership looks like. Your mother would be proud." The mention of her mother caught Emma off guard, a lump rising in her throat. Tom didn't know the riverbank stories, the lessons that had shaped her, but he saw the results. She nodded, unable to speak, and left his office with the succulent in hand, placing it on her desk where it would catch the morning sun. Peak Pulse's final days played out in the background, a footnote to Emma's new chapter. Rachel Thornton resigned, joining a consulting firm, her own reckoning with the company's failures. Greg Nolan faded into obscurity, his name a warning whispered at industry conferences. The board's investigation uncovered more than just Emma's case. Shoddy terminations, ignored complaints, a culture that bled talent. Meridian Shipping bought what was left, a husk of a company that had once rivaled Apex. Emma's team, meanwhile, soared. Tara landed a promotion, her logistics innovations earning her a feature in a trade journal. Caleb's data models were adopted company-wide, his smirk now a confident grin. Mia secured another client, her quiet strength a force. Javier pitched a startup idea to Tom, who listened with genuine interest. Sophie's cupcakes became an Apex tradition, her warmth the glue that bound them. Lucas and Nora, the pragmatist and the intuitive, collaborated on a project that slashed delivery times, their synergy a testament to Emma's vision. A week later, Emma stood before Apex's executive team presenting their division's results. The numbers were staggering: 30% growth, cost savings, client wins. But it was the intangibles that mattered most: the laughter in the break room, the trust in every meeting, the knowledge that they were valued beyond their output. She ended her presentation with a nod to the succulent, now a fixture on her desk. "This plant was a gift from my team at Peak Pulse," she said, her voice steady but resonant. "They gave it to me when I was their leader, and it came back to me when Peak Pulse closed. It's a reminder that we don't just survive hardship, we grow through it. We've built something here that's stronger than metrics. It's a family, a legacy, and I'm honored to lead it." The room erupted, Tom's applause the loudest, but Emma's eyes were on her team, seated at the back, their faces glowing with pride. They'd followed her into the unknown, risked everything, and now they stood together, rocks in a river that no longer threatened to sweep them away. That night, Emma returned to the French Broad, the succulent in its pot, the stars bright above the mountains. She sat on the bank, the water's rush a familiar comfort. Peak Pulse was gone, its failures a distant echo. Greg Nolan was a memory, his ambition drowned in the current he'd misjudged. The settlement, the succulent, the letter. They were milestones, but not the destination. The destination was Apex, her team, the workplace she'd built where loyalty was a promise kept, where grief was met with compassion, where leadership meant lifting others up. She thought of her mother, of the riverbank lessons, of the woman who'd taught her to be steady. "I did it, Mom," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I built something better." The river answered, its flow unbroken, carrying her words into the night. Emma stood, the succulent in her hands, and walked back to her car. The mountains watched, silent and eternal as she drove home, the future bright with possibility. The river had moved, but she had remained, a rock that reshaped the world around her, and in that moment she knew this was her revenge, her triumph, her legacy. The greatest victory wasn't in watching Peak Pulse fall, but in creating a place where no one would ever be punished for grieving, where family, chosen or blood, was the strongest current of all. The November air carried a crisp bite as Claire Thompson maneuvered her old Subaru through the manicured streets of Willow Grove, a suburban enclave just outside Philadelphia. The dashboard clock blinked 4:47 p.m., and the fading daylight painted the colonial-style homes in hues of amber and gold. Her two children, Noah, 11, and Olivia, 8, sat in the back seat, their chatter a soft hum against the radio's low murmur of a classic rock station. Claire's hands tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles pale. Tonight was Thanksgiving at her sister Allison's house, and the invitation, delivered via a curt text 2 weeks ago, felt more like an obligation than a gesture of warmth. "Mom, why do we have to go to Aunt Allison's?" Olivia's voice piped up, tinged with the blunt curiosity only a child could wield. Her small fingers toyed with the zipper of her puffy jacket, her hazel eyes catching Claire's in the rearview mirror. Claire forced a smile, the kind she'd perfected over years of shielding her kids from her own uncertainties. "It's Thanksgiving, Liv. Family time. Plus, I made my famous pumpkin pie. You know it's a crowd pleaser." Noah snorted, slouching deeper into his seat, his hoodie obscuring half his face. "Yeah, if they even notice it. Last year, Uncle Greg ate like 3 slices and didn't say a word." Claire's chest tightened, but she kept her tone light. "Well, this year's pie is even better. I added a secret ingredient." She winked at Noah, hoping to coax a grin, but he just rolled his eyes and turned to stare out the window. The truth was, Claire had spent hours perfecting that pie, her kitchen filled with the warm scent of cinnamon and nutmeg as she rolled out the crust from scratch. It wasn't just dessert, it was her offering, her proof that she belonged at Allison's table despite the years of subtle slights and unspoken judgments. Allison, with her sprawling mansion, her tech exec husband, and her perfectly curated life, had always been the golden child. Claire, the younger sister, was the one who'd stumbled, divorced, at 32, raising 2 kids on a freelance writer's income, living in a modest apartment that never quite felt like home. As they pulled into Allison's driveway, Claire's breath caught. The house loomed like a magazine spread come to life. White columns, black shutters, and a wreath of autumn leaves on the double front doors. Strings of fairy lights twinkled along the roofline, and the faint sound of jazz drifted from within. Parked cars lined the street, sleek SUVs and polished sedans, each one a reminder of the world Claire no longer inhabited, if she ever had. "Wow," Olivia whispered, pressing her nose to the window. "It's like a castle." "More like a museum," Noah muttered, but he unbuckled his seatbelt and grabbed the pie dish from the front seat, holding it with exaggerated care. Claire smoothed her sweater, a navy knit she'd chosen to look understated but polished, and led her kids to the door. The weight of the evening pressed against her ribs. She wanted to connect, to bridge the gap between her and Allison, to give Noah and Olivia a sense of family beyond their small trio. But doubt gnawed at her. Would they be welcomed or merely tolerated? Allison answered the door in a burgundy dress that hugged her Pilates-toned figure, her blonde hair swept into an effortless chignon. "Clary, you made it!" Her smile was wide, but didn't reach her eyes. She leaned in for an air kiss, her perfume a sharp floral that made Claire's nose itch. "And Noah, Olivia, look at you, growing like weeds." Olivia beamed, but Noah just nodded, clutching the pie dish tighter. Allison's gaze flicked to it, then back to Claire. "Oh, you didn't have to bring anything. We've got catering from La Belle Vie. But how sweet." Claire's stomach twisted, but she kept her smile in place. "It's just a little something, homemade." "Well, come in, come in. Everyone's in the dining room." Allison ushered them inside, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor. The foyer was a vision of autumnal elegance. A chandelier casting golden light, a console table adorned with gourds and candles, and a mirror reflecting Claire's own nervous expression. Voices and laughter spilled from the dining room, where a long table gleamed with crystal and china. Claire recognized a few faces: Cousin Sophie with her warm laugh, Uncle Greg already halfway through a glass of bourbon, and Allison's husband Mark, holding court with a story about his latest startup venture. But there were others, too. Neighbors, colleagues, strangers whose polished ease made Claire feel like an interloper. "Claire, you remember Sophie?" Allison said, gesturing to their cousin, who stood near the fireplace, her auburn hair catching the light. Sophie's face lit up. "Claire, oh my gosh, it's been forever." She pulled Claire into a hug, then crouched to Olivia's level. "And you must be the famous—" "Olivia, I hear you're an artist." Olivia nodded shyly, clutching Claire's hand. "I like to draw animals." "Well, you'll have to show me later," Sophie said, then turned to Claire, her voice dropping. "That pie smells amazing. You're going to steal the show." Claire's cheeks warmed, a flicker of pride cutting through her nerves. "Thanks, Soph. I hope so." But Allison was already moving, her attention elsewhere. "Let's get you settled," she said, leading Claire and the kids through the dining room and down a hallway. Claire's steps faltered as they passed the bustling table, where guests were piling plates with herb-roasted turkey and truffle mashed potatoes. The hallway opened into a small, dimly lit room that smelled faintly of detergent. A folding table sat in the center, flanked by mismatched chairs. A washer and dryer hummed in the corner. "Here we are," Allison said, her tone brisk. "I thought it'd be cozier for you and the kids. The dining room's a bit crowded and, well, you know how it is." She waved a hand, as if dismissing the arrangement's oddity, and was gone before Claire could respond. Noah set the pie on the table, his jaw tight. "Cozier? This is the laundry room." Olivia's brow furrowed, her voice small. "Why aren't we with everyone else, Mom?" Claire's heart lurched. She knelt beside Olivia, brushing a strand of hair from her daughter's face. "It's just a special spot for us, sweetie. More room to spread out. And we get to keep the pie all to ourselves." She forced a laugh, but the lie tasted bitter. Her eyes stung as she stood, busying herself with arranging their coats on a chair to hide her face. The truth was stark. Allison had relegated them to the margins, a physical manifestation of the distance Claire had always felt. Growing up, Allison had been the star, cheerleader, valedictorian, the one their parents boasted about. Claire was the quiet one, the dreamer who scribbled stories in notebooks and never quite measured up. Even now, with Allison's life a polished facade, Claire had hoped for a moment of connection, a sign that family meant something. Instead, she was here, in a room that smelled of fabric softener, her children's confusion mirroring her own. They sat at the folding table, the hum of the dryer a mocking backdrop. Claire served slices of pie, the crust golden and flaky, and tried to keep the conversation light. "So, Noah, tell me about that new game you're playing, the one with the dragons?" Noah shrugged, poking at his pie. "It's fine. You wouldn't get it." Olivia, more eager to fill the silence, launched into a story about her school's art fair. Claire listened, nodding, but her mind drifted to the laughter echoing from the dining room. She imagined Sophie praising her pie, Uncle Greg taking a second slice, Allison noticing her effort. But the fantasy dissolved as the door remained closed, the party carrying on without them. "Mom," Olivia's voice cut through her thoughts, "are we not invited because we're not fancy enough?" The question was a knife, sharp and precise. Claire's breath caught, her eyes meeting Olivia's wide, searching ones. She wanted to scream, to march into the dining room and demand a seat at the table. But she couldn't. Not for herself, and certainly not for her kids, who deserved a mother who shielded them from cruelty, not one who exposed them to it. "No, Liv," she said softly, her voice steady despite the ache in her chest. "It's not about that. Sometimes people just make choices that aren't about us. But we're here, together, and that's what matters, right?" Olivia nodded, but her eyes held a flicker of doubt. Noah stayed silent, his fork scraping the plate. Claire reached for their hands, squeezing gently, her smile a fragile shield against the hurt. As they ate, Claire's gaze wandered to the small window above the dryer, where the night sky was a deep indigo. She thought of her blog, a quiet corner of the internet where she poured out her struggles, raising kids alone, stretching a budget, finding meaning in the mundane. It was raw, unpolished, written in stolen moments after the kids were asleep. She'd never imagined it reaching beyond a handful of readers. But it was hers, a space where she felt seen. In this moment, in this laundry room, she clung to that small truth. Her voice mattered, even if her sister couldn't see it. The hum of the dryer stopped, leaving a sudden silence. Then a new sound, a low rumble, growing louder, like an engine approaching. Claire frowned, glancing at Noah, who'd perked up, his head tilted toward the window. "Is that a car?" he asked. Before Claire could answer, headlights swept across the window, bright and blinding. The rumble became a purr, and then it stopped. A car door slammed, followed by the sharp click of heels on pavement. Claire's pulse quickened, an inexplicable sense of anticipation stirring in her gut. The laundry room door swung open, and Allison stood there, her expression a mix of confusion and irritation. "Claire, there's someone here for you." "For me?" Claire's voice was barely a whisper, her mind racing. No one knew she was here, except Allison. Her friends were scattered, her life too small for unexpected visitors. Allison stepped aside, and a woman entered, her presence commanding despite the simplicity of her black coat and scarf. She was in her late 40s, with sharp cheekbones and warm brown eyes that seemed to see straight through Claire. Her dark hair was pulled into a low bun, and she carried a leather portfolio, its edges worn from use. "Claire Thompson?" the woman asked, her voice smooth but firm. Claire nodded, rising from her chair, her hands clammy. "Yes, that's me." The woman extended a hand, her smile genuine but purposeful. "I'm Rebecca Sullivan, director of Rising Voices. I'm sorry to interrupt your holiday, but I've been trying to track you down." "Track me down?" Claire's mouth went dry, her mind scrambling. Rising Voices. She'd heard of it. A non-profit that amplified underrepresented stories through conferences and publications. But why would they want her? Rebecca's eyes softened, as if sensing Claire's bewilderment. "I read your blog. The post about navigating single motherhood, the one where you talk about teaching your son to tie his shoes while holding back tears. It hit me hard. It's real, Claire. Raw. Exactly the kind of voice we need." Claire blinked, her breath shallow. Her blog? The words she typed in the dark, the ones she sometimes regretted for their vulnerability, had reached this stranger? She glanced at Noah and Olivia, who were watching wide-eyed, then back at Rebecca. I don't understand." Rebecca stepped closer, her voice low but urgent. "We're hosting a national conference in D.C. next month focused on resilience and authenticity. I want you to be a keynote speaker. Your story, your truth, could inspire thousands." The room spun. Claire gripped the edge of the table, her knees weak. A keynote speaker? She wasn't a professional, wasn't polished like Allison or charismatic like Mark. She was just Claire, the woman who burned toast and cried over unpaid bills. "I'm not. I've never spoken in public. I wouldn't know where to start." Rebecca's smile didn't waver. "That's exactly why we want you. You're not a polished pundit. You're real. People are hungry for that." Noah leaned forward, his voice cutting through the haze. "Mom, that sounds kind of cool. You should do it." "Yeah," Olivia added, her eyes bright. "You're always telling us to be brave. This is, like, super brave." Claire's throat tightened, her kids' words anchoring her. She looked at Rebecca, then at the laundry room's peeling wallpaper, the folding table, the pie crumbs scattered like tiny stars. This was her life, messy, overlooked, but hers. And now someone saw it. Someone believed it mattered. I need to think about it," she said finally, her voice trembling but resolute. Rebecca nodded, pulling a card from her portfolio and handing it to Claire. "Take your time, but not too long. The limousine's waiting outside if you want to discuss this over coffee. No pressure, but I'd love to tell you more." A limousine? Noah's jaw dropped, and even Allison, still hovering in the doorway, looked stunned. Claire's heart pounded, a mix of fear and exhilaration. She glanced at her kids, their faces alight with something she hadn't seen in a long time: pride. She thought of her blog, of the stories she'd buried in her heart, of the table she'd never been invited to. Maybe this was her chance to build her own. "Okay," she said, her voice steadier now. "Let's talk." As she gathered her coat and ushered Noah and Olivia toward the door, Claire felt the weight of the evening shift. The laundry room, with its hum of rejection, had become something else. A crucible, a beginning. She didn't know what lay ahead, but for the first time in years, she felt the stirrings of possibility. Rebecca led the way to the limousine, its sleek black frame gleaming under the streetlights. Allison trailed behind, her heels clicking faster, her voice sharp with disbelief. "Claire, what's going on? Who is this woman?" Claire didn't answer. She climbed into the limousine, Noah and Olivia piling in beside her, their laughter filling the plush interior. As the door closed, she caught Allison's stunned expression through the tinted window, a fleeting image of the life she was leaving behind. The engine purred to life and Claire leaned back, her hand resting on Olivia's. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, it felt like hers to travel. The limousine glided through the quiet streets of Willow Grove, its leather seats creaking softly as Claire Thompson shifted, her fingers still clutching Rebecca Sullivan's business card. The card was simple, cream stock embossed with the Rising Voices logo and Rebecca's title, Director of Narrative Programs. But to Claire it felt like a talisman, heavy with possibility and peril. The streetlights cast fleeting shadows across her children's faces. Noah, slouched but alert, his eyes darting between the tinted windows, and his mother. Olivia, curled against Claire's side, her small hand tracing the stitching on the seat, her earlier excitement tempered by the late hour. The hum of the engine was a stark contrast to the oppressive silence of Allison's laundry room, where Claire had sat just moments ago, pie crumbs scattered like the fragments of her self-worth. Rebecca sat across from them, her posture relaxed, but her gaze intent, as if she could see the storm of thoughts churning in Claire's mind. The limousine turned onto a main road, the suburban mansions giving way to strip malls and gas stations, their neon signs glowing in the November night. Claire's heart pounded, a mix of adrenaline and dread. She'd agreed to talk, to hear Rebecca out, but the weight of that decision pressed against her ribs. A keynote speaker? At a national conference? The idea was absurd, a fever dream born in the haze of her sister's rejection. Yet here she was, in a limousine, her kids beside her, heading toward an unknown destination with a woman who believed in her words. "Mom, this is like a movie," Noah said, breaking the silence. His voice held a grudging awe, but his brows were knit, a telltale sign of his unease. At 11, he was old enough to sense when things were off kilter, to question why a stranger had shown up at Aunt Allison's house in a car straight out of a music video. Claire forced a smile, her hand brushing his knee. "It's definitely unexpected." She glanced at Rebecca, who was typing something on her phone, her fingers swift and precise. "Where are we going, exactly?" Rebecca looked up, her smile warm but professional. "There's a little diner a few miles out. Rusty's. Best coffee in the county, and it's quiet enough to talk without interruptions. I figured you'd want a neutral space to process this." "A diner sounds perfect," Claire said, though her stomach twisted. Neutral space or not, she felt exposed, as if Rebecca could see every crack in her carefully constructed facade. The single mom who stretched every dollar, who wrote blog posts in the dark to keep herself sane, who'd just been banished to a laundry room by her own sister. She tightened her grip on Olivia's hand, anchoring herself in her daughter's warmth. Olivia yawned, her voice soft but clear. "Are you going to be famous, Mom?" Clara's laugh was brittle, catching in her throat. "Hardly, Liv. I'm just talking to Miss Sullivan about something I wrote." "Not just something," Rebecca interjected, her tone firm but kind. "Claire, your blog, Shades of Enough, it's extraordinary. The way you weave your struggles with your kids' dreams, the rawness of it. It's the kind of storytelling that cuts through the noise. People need that. They're starving for it." Claire's cheeks burned, a mix of pride and embarrassment. Her blog was a lifeline, a place where she poured out the mess of her life, her divorce, the nights she cried over utility bills, the small victories of Noah's science fair win or Olivia's first watercolor painting. She'd started it 2 years ago, after her ex-husband, Brian, moved to Seattle with his new fiancée, leaving Claire to navigate parenthood alone. The blog was anonymous, or so she'd thought, posted under the pseudonym Ellie Gray to protect her privacy. How had Rebecca found her? And why did she think a handful of late-night ramblings qualified Claire to speak to thousands? "I don't understand," Claire said, her voice barely above a whisper. "How did you even find my blog? It's not big. I barely get comments." Rebecca leaned forward, her eyes glinting with something like excitement. "One of our program coordinators, Maya, stumbled across it during a late-night scroll. She sent me your post about teaching Noah to tie his shoes, the one where you talk about how his frustration mirrored your own, how you both kept trying even when you wanted to give up. I read it and couldn't stop. I went through every post, Claire. Your story about Olivia's dream to be an astronaut, how you saved up for a telescope even when you couldn't afford it. That's the kind of authenticity we're looking for at Rising Voices. We want you to share that at our conference." Claire's throat tightened, her mind flashing to that post. She'd written it after a particularly brutal month, when the car needed new tires and the rent was late. Olivia had seen a documentary about NASA and spent weeks talking about the stars, her small face alight with wonder. Claire had scoured thrift stores and online marketplaces, finally finding a used telescope for $50.00. The night they set it up in the apartment's tiny backyard, Olivia's gasp at the sight of Jupiter's moons had felt like a victory, a moment of magic in a life too often defined by scarcity. Writing about it had been cathartic, but she'd never imagined it reaching someone like Rebecca. "I'm flattered," Clara said, her voice trembling. "Really, but I'm not a speaker. I'm not qualified. I don't have a degree in anything fancy, no credentials. I'm just a mom who writes to keep from falling apart." Noah shifted, his hoodie slipping to reveal his earnest face. "Mom, you're always saying we don't need fancy stuff to be good at something. Like when I messed up my science project and you said it was okay to try again. Yeah, Olivia piped up, her voice fierce despite her sleepiness. They picked you because you're you. That's enough, right? Claire's eyes stung, her kid's words slicing through her self-doubt. She looked at them, Noah with his quiet resilience, and Olivia with her unshakable faith, and felt a surge of love so fierce it nearly undid her. They believed in her, even when she couldn't believe in herself. But the fear remained, a cold weight in her chest. What if she failed? What if she stood on that stage and froze, her words drying up, exposing her as the fraud she felt she was? Rebecca watched the exchange, her expression unreadable but kind. Claire, I get it. This is a big ask. But let me be clear, we don't want a polished TED Talk. We want you, your story, your voice. The conference is in D.C., 6 weeks from now. You'd have time to prepare, and we'd support you every step of the way. Coaching, travel, everything covered. You just need to say yes. The limousine slowed, pulling into the parking lot of Rusty's Diner, a low-slung building with a neon sign that flickered red and blue. The lot was nearly empty, save for a pickup truck and a lone motorcycle, its chrome glinting under the streetlights. The driver, a taciturn man in a black cap, opened the door, and a blast of cold air swept in, sharpening Claire's senses. As they stepped out, Claire's phone buzzed in her coat pocket. She glanced at the screen. A text from Allison. "What the hell, Claire? Who was that woman? Call me." Claire's jaw tightened, the memory of her sister's dismissive tone flooding back. She silenced the phone and shoved it deep into her pocket, her resolve hardening. Allison's shock, her sudden interest, only underscored the truth Claire had glimpsed in the laundry room. Her family didn't see her, not really, but Rebecca did. Inside the diner, the air smelled of coffee and fried onions, a comforting contrast to the sterile elegance of Allison's mansion. Vinyl booths lined the walls, their red cushions cracked but inviting. A waitress with a name tag reading Darlene waved them toward a corner booth, her smile genuine. "Coffee's fresh, folks, take your time." Claire slid into the booth, Noah and Olivia flanking her, their coats piled beside them. Rebecca sat opposite, setting her portfolio on the table. The fluorescent lights cast a harsh glow, but Rebecca's presence softened the space, her calm authority grounding the moment. "Okay," Claire said, her voice steadier now. "Tell me more. What exactly would I be doing?" Rebecca's smile widened as if she'd been waiting for this. "The conference is called Unheard Stories. It's our biggest event of the year. 3 days, 2,000 attendees, from activists to educators to everyday people who want to make a difference. Your keynote would be on the second day, a 20-minute talk followed by a Q&A. We'd want you to share your journey, single motherhood, the challenges, the triumphs, the way you find meaning in the small moments. Your blog post about Olivia's telescope, for instance? That's the kind of story that could light up the room." Claire's mind raced, picturing a stage, a sea of faces, her voice trembling through a microphone. She'd never spoken to more than a handful of people at once, usually at Noah's school events or Olivia's art shows. The thought of thousands watching her, judging her, made her stomach lurch. But then she thought of her blog, of the nights she'd typed until her fingers ached, pouring out truths she couldn't say aloud. Those words had reached Rebecca, had moved her. Maybe they could move others too. "What if I mess it up?" Claire asked, her voice raw. "What if I get up there and nothing comes out?" Rebecca leaned forward, her hands clasped. "You won't. And even if you stumble, that's part of what makes you compelling. People don't want perfection. They want honesty. They want to see someone who's been knocked down and keeps getting up. That's you, Claire." Noah nudged her arm, his voice low but firm. "You got this, Mom. You're like the toughest person I know." Olivia nodded, her eyes bright. "Yeah, you're tougher than the Hulk, and he's green." Claire laughed, the sound surprising her, a release of tension that felt like a small victory. She looked at her kids, their faces lit with belief, and something shifted inside her. The laundry room, Allison's dismissal, the years of feeling less than, they didn't define her, not anymore. "Okay," she said, her voice clear now, resolute. "I'll do it." Rebecca's face broke into a grin and she reached across the table, squeezing Claire's hand. "That's the spirit. Welcome to Rising Voices, Claire." Noel whooped, startling Darlene, who was refilling a coffee pot nearby. Olivia clapped, her small hands making a muffled sound against her mittens. Claire's heart swelled, but the fear lingered, a shadow at the edge of her excitement. She was stepping into the unknown, and there was no turning back. As they ordered coffee and hot chocolate, Rebecca pulled a tablet from her portfolio, scrolling through a document. "Let's talk logistics. We'll fly you and the kids to DC, cover your hotel, and set you up with a speaking coach. But first, I want to know more about your blog. Which posts mean the most to you?" Claire hesitated, her mind sifting through the dozens of entries she'd written. "There's one about Noah's first soccer game after the divorce," she said finally. "He was so nervous, kept tripping over the ball. I wrote about how I cheered even when he missed, how we both felt like we were failing but kept trying. It's not flashy, but it's us." Rebecca nodded, her fingers flying across the tablet. "That's perfect. That's the kind of story we want. Anything else?" "There's one about the time I lost my job," Claire admitted, her voice quieter now. "I was a copywriter for a small agency, and they downsized. I wrote about telling the kids we'd have to skip Christmas presents, how Olivia made me a card that said, 'You're my present.' I cried writing it, but it felt true." Rebecca's eyes softened and she set the tablet down. "Claire, that's why you're here. Those stories, they're not just yours. They're universal. Every parent who's struggled, every person who's felt invisible, they'll hear themselves in you." The conversation stretched late into the night, the diner's warmth wrapping around them like a cocoon. Claire shared more, her fears, her hopes, the small moments that kept her going. Rebecca listened, her questions sharp but kind, drawing out details Claire hadn't realized mattered. Noah and Olivia dozed off, their heads resting on the booth's cushions, hot chocolate mugs empty beside them. As the clock neared midnight, Rebecca closed her portfolio, her expression thoughtful. "One last thing, Claire. Your blog. It's anonymous. If you do this, you'll be stepping into the spotlight. People will know your name, your story. Are you ready for that?" Claire's breath caught, the weight of the question settling over her. She thought of Allison, of the family who'd dismissed her, of the readers who might judge her. But she also thought of Noah and Olivia, of the life she wanted for them, a life where they saw their mother as someone who dared, who spoke, who mattered. "I think so," she said, her voice steadied despite the tremor in her hands. "I want to try." Rebecca nodded, her smile a mix of pride and determination. "Then let's make it happen." The limousine ride back to Claire's apartment was quiet, the kids asleep in the back seat, their faces peaceful. Rebecca had offered to drop them off, and as the car pulled into the parking lot of Claire's modest complex, Claire felt a pang of self-consciousness. The peeling paint, the flickering streetlight. It was a far cry from Allison's mansion or the diner's cozy glow. But Rebecca didn't comment, just handed Claire a folder with conference details and a promise to follow up tomorrow. As Claire carried Olivia inside, Noah stumbling sleepily behind her, she glanced back at the limousine, its taillights fading into the night. The folder felt heavy in her hand, a tangible reminder of the leap she'd just taken. She thought of the laundry room, of the realization that had crystallized there. Her worth had been unrecognized, but it was real, and now someone saw it. Someone believed it could change the world. Inside the apartment, Claire tucked the kids into bed, their soft snores filling the small space. She sat at her kitchen table, the folder open before her, and opened her laptop. The blog's dashboard glowed on the screen, its modest stats a reminder of its quiet reach. But as she scrolled through her posts, she saw them anew, not as confessions, but as stories, each one a thread in the tapestry of her life. She opened a new post, her fingers hovering over the keys. For the first time, she didn't write as Ellie Gray. She typed her real name, Claire Thompson, and began, "Tonight, I learn that being pushed aside isn't the end. It's the beginning, and I'm ready to tell my story." She hit publish, her heart racing, and closed the laptop. The apartment was silent, but the air felt charged, alive with possibility. Claire didn't know what the next 6 weeks would bring, but she knew one thing. She was done hiding. The stage was waiting, and she would find her voice. Claire Thompson sat at a wobbly bistro table in La Petite Étoile, a cozy French restaurant in downtown Philadelphia, the kind of place where the waiters wore bow ties and the menu listed wines she couldn't pronounce. The scent of fresh baked baguettes mingled with the faint tang of her own nervous sweat. Across from her, Rebecca Sullivan slid a contract across the table, its pages crisp and official, the Rising Voices logo embossed in gold. Claire's hands trembled as she reached for it, her chipped nail polish a stark contrast to the document's polished sheen. Noah and Olivia sat at a nearby table, engrossed in a game of tic-tac-toe on a paper placemat, their giggles a lifeline in the storm of Claire's thoughts. 6 weeks had passed since the limousine ride, since the diner where she'd said yes to the impossible. 6 weeks of late-night writing sessions, voice coaching via Zoom, and moments of panic so intense she'd nearly backed out. But here she was, on the cusp of signing her name to a keynote speaker contract, a step that felt like jumping off a cliff and hoping for wings. "Take your time," Rebecca said, her voice calm but warm, her dark eyes steady. She sipped her espresso, the tiny cup looking absurdly delicate in her hands. "This is a big moment, Claire. You're not just signing a contract, you're claiming your voice." Claire laughed, a nervous bark that drew a curious glance from a waiter. "Claiming my voice? I'm just trying not to throw up on this very fancy tablecloth." She glanced at the contract, the words blurring: keynote speaker, national conference, unheard stories. It was real. Noah looked up from his game, his pen poised over an X. "Mom, you're gonna crush it. Like, superhero-level crush it." "Yeah," Olivia chimed in, her face smudged with chocolate from a croissant. "You're gonna be like Wonder Woman, but with better stories." Claire's heart swelled, her kid's faith a balm to her fraying nerves. She picked up the pen, its weight grounding her, and signed her name, Claire Thompson, in a looping scrawl that felt like a declaration. The moment the ink dried, a strange calm settled over her, as if she'd crossed a threshold she couldn't uncross. She wasn't just a single mom, a failed copywriter, a laundry room outcast. She was a storyteller. And her story mattered. Rebecca clapped, her grin wide. "Welcome to the big leagues, Claire. Now, let's order some dessert to celebrate. I'm thinking creme brulee." Noah's eyes lit up. "Can we get 2, one for me and one for Liv?" "Kid, you drive a hard bargain," Rebecca said, winking. "2 it is." As the waiter whisked away the contract and brought dessert, Claire felt a shift, subtle but profound. This wasn't just about a speech or a conference. It was about redefining her purpose, about building a life where she and her kids weren't sidelined. She looked at Noah and Olivia, their faces glowing in the candlelight, and knew she was doing this for them as much as for herself. The morning of the Unheard Stories conference in Washington, D.C., Claire stood in her hotel room, staring at her reflection in a full-length mirror. The navy blazer and cream blouse, borrowed from a thrift store with a triumphant $20.00 price tag, made her look almost professional, but her eyes betrayed her terror. Her speech, scribbled and revised 100 times, sat on the desk, its pages dog-eared and coffee-stained, and she'd practiced in front of Noah and Olivia, who'd given her thumbs-ups and mercilessly teased her for saying too often. But this was different. 2,000 people waited in the ballroom downstairs, their expectations a weight she could feel in her bones. "Mom, you look like a boss," Noah said, sprawled on the hotel bed, his sneakers dangling off the edge. He was fiddling with a Rubik's Cube, his latest obsession, the colors clicking under his fingers. Olivia, perched on a chair, was sketching a rocket ship in her notebook. Yeah, like a president or something. Can you make a law that we get ice cream every day? Claire laughed, the sound easing the knot in her chest. If I pull this off, ice cream's on me. Deal? Deal, Olivia shouted, then added, but no mint chocolate chip. That's gross. Claire took a deep breath, smoothing her blazer. Rebecca had coached her to focus on her story, not the audience. Tell the truth, she'd said. That's your superpower. But as Claire stepped into the elevator, her kids trailing behind with their VIP badges, the truth felt like a fragile thing easily shattered. The ballroom was a sea of faces, the stage a stark island under blinding lights. Rebecca introduced her, her voice booming through the speakers. Claire Thompson, a voice of resilience and authenticity, whose blog Shades of Enough has touched hearts across the country. The applause was polite but distant, a reminder that these people didn't know her, didn't owe her anything. Claire walked to the podium, her heels clicking too loudly, her notes clutched like a lifeline. She looked out at the crowd, educators in blazers, activists with notebooks, parents who looked as tired as she felt. Her mouth went dry, her heart a frantic drumbeat. For a moment she was back in the laundry room, invisible, unworthy. Then she saw Noah and Olivia in the front row, their faces alight with pride, and something clicked. Hi, she said, her voice wobbling. I'm Claire Thompson, and I'm terrified right now. A ripple of laughter spread through the room, unexpected and warm. She relaxed just a fraction and leaned into it. I mean, I'm standing here in a blazer I got for $20, trying to pretend I know what I'm doing, but I don't. And that's kind of the point. She told her story, haltingly at first, then with growing confidence. She spoke of the divorce that left her reeling, the job loss that stripped her pride, the nights she cried over bills while her kids slept. She talked about Noah's soccer game, how his missed kicks mirrored her own failures, and Olivia's telescope, a $50 0-cents dream that lit up their world. She shared the laundry room, the sting of her sister's dismissal, and the limousine that changed everything. Her voice cracked when she mentioned her blog, how writing had saved her, how it had led her here. I used to think I wasn't enough, she said, her eyes sweeping the room. Not smart enough, not successful enough, not anything enough. But my kids taught me that's a lie. And so did all of you by listening today. We're all enough, just as we are. The room was silent for a heartbeat, then erupted. The applause was thunderous, a wave that lifted Claire to her feet. People stood, clapping, some wiping tears, others nodding as if she'd spoken their own truths. Noah and Olivia were on their feet, whooping like they were at a rock concert, and Claire laughed through her tears, the sound raw and free. For the first time she felt her voice's power, not as a whisper in the dark, but as a beacon. Back in Philadelphia, the high of the conference carried Claire through a whirlwind of change. A literary agent contacted her after the speech, floored by a viral clip of her talk that racked up millions of views on social media. By spring, she'd signed a book deal for Enough and More, a memoir weaving her blog posts with new reflections on resilience and family. The cover, a photo of Claire with Noah and Olivia in their tiny backyard, telescope pointed at the stars, became a symbol of her reclaimed life. When she held the first copy, its weight in her hands felt like a promise kept. To herself, to her kids. The book's release brought interviews, podcasts, and a flurry of emails from readers who saw themselves in her story. Claire read each one, often late at night, her heart full. A single dad in Ohio wrote about buying his daughter a sketchbook after reading about Olivia's art. A teacher in Texas shared how she'd used Claire's book in her classroom, sparking discussions about worth and struggle. The words she'd once typed in secret were now a bridge, connecting her to a world she'd never imagined. But the true test came the following Thanksgiving, a year after the laundry room. Claire's apartment, a cozy 2-bedroom with mismatched furniture and walls covered in Olivia's drawings, was alive with warmth. The table, borrowed from a neighbor and wobbling despite Noah's attempts to fix it, groaned under the weight of a feast. Turkey, mashed potatoes, green beans, and of course Claire's pumpkin pie, its crust golden and fragrant. The guests were her chosen family. Rebecca, who'd become a mentor and friend. Sophie, her cousin, who'd sent a heartfelt apology for not speaking up at Allison's. Darlene from Rusty's Diner, who brought her famous pecan pie. And Maya, the Rising Voices coordinator, who'd first found Claire's blog. Noah and Olivia darted between the adults, their laughter mingling with the clink of glasses and the hum of conversation. Claire stood at the head of the table, a glass of sparkling cider in hand, and raised it. "To family," she said, her voice steady. "The ones we're born with, the ones we find, and the ones we build. Thank you for being here." The room cheered, but Olivia tugged at Claire's sleeve, her face serious. "Can I say something, Mom?" Claire blinked, surprised. "Of course, Liv." Olivia climbed onto a chair, her pigtails bouncing, and cleared her throat with exaggerated gravitas. Hi everybody. I just want to say, this is the best Thanksgiving ever. 'Cause we're not in a laundry room, and Mom's not sad, and we're all together. That's what home is, right? Not a fancy house, but us." The room fell silent, then erupted in applause, Darlene wiping her eyes with a napkin. Claire pulled Olivia into a hug, her throat tight. "You're absolutely right, kiddo." Noah, usually shy about speeches, stood up, his cheeks red. "I'm proud of you, Mom. Like, really proud. You're awesome." Claire's eyes welled, and she laughed, swiping at her tears. "Okay, you two, stop making me cry. Let's eat before the pie gets cold." The meal was chaotic, joyful, filled with spilled cider and Sophie's terrible puns about gobbling the turkey. Claire watched it all, her heart full. This was her table, built from love and resilience, not obligation or status. Allison had sent a text earlier that day. "Happy Thanksgiving, let's talk soon?" But Claire hadn't replied. She wasn't ready, not yet. Her sister's world felt distant, a memory she could choose to revisit or leave behind. Months later, at the next Unheard Stories conference, Claire sat at a round table with 5 other women, their stories as varied as their backgrounds. A former inmate turned advocate, a refugee who'd built a community center, a teacher who'd survived cancer. The room was smaller, more intimate, but the energy was electric. Claire listened as the women shared how her book had inspired them, one to start a blog, another to speak at her church, a third to forgive herself for past mistakes. "I read enough and more in one night," the advocate said, her voice thick with emotion. "Your story about the telescope, it made me realize I could dream big for my kids too, even after everything." Claire's cheeks warmed, but she nodded, her voice steady. "That means the world. I wrote it hoping someone would see themselves in it, and hearing that, it's everything." The moderator, a journalist with a sharp wit, leaned forward. "Claire, you've gone from a laundry room to a national stage. What's next? Another book? A TED Talk? World domination?" The room laughed and Claire grinned, her nerves eased by the camaraderie. "World domination's a bit ambitious. Maybe another book, though, and definitely more pie. I'm getting pretty good at crusts." The laughter swelled, but the question lingered in Claire's mind as she left the stage. What was next? She'd learned that being sidelined wasn't the end. It was the spark that had shaped her into a storyteller, a woman who built her own table. She thought of her blog, now a public platform with thousands of followers, and the letters piling up in her inbox. Each one was a story, a voice waiting to be heard. Back at the hotel, Noah and Olivia were waiting in the lobby, their faces lit by their phone screens. Noah looked up, grinning. "You nailed it, Mom. I saw people crying, like actual tears." Olivia nodded, holding up her sketchbook. "I drew you on the stage. See, you've got a cape, 'cause you're a superhero." Claire laughed, pulling them into a hug. "You two are my superheroes. Don't forget that." As they headed to the hotel restaurant for a celebratory dinner, Claire felt a quiet certainty settle over her. Her journey wasn't over. It was evolving, each step a chance to lift others as she'd been lifted. The laundry room, the limousine, the stage, they were all part of a story still unfolding, one she'd tell with humor, heart, and the hard-won truth that enough was more than enough.
The air in the conference room felt heavy, like the moment before a desert storm breaks over Sagebrush Springs. Emily Carter sat ramrod straight in a chair that was too new, too sleek, its chrome frame glinting under the fluorescent lights of Sagebrush Smile's freshly remodeled office. The walls, once a warm terracotta that echoed the New Mexico sunsets, were now a sterile gray, the color of spreadsheets and corporate handbooks. A faint chemical tang of fresh paint lingered, stinging her nostrils, a reminder of how quickly things could change. Across the polished table, Lauren Hayes, the new regional manager for Horizon Dental Group, adjusted a stack of papers with surgical precision. Her navy blazer was crisp, her smile thinner than the edge of a scalpel. Beside her, Michael Reed, her deputy, stared at his tablet, his fingers hovering over the screen as if poised to delete something or someone. "Emily," Lauren began, her voice smooth but detached, like a recorded announcement at a train station. "We've reviewed your compensation package. It's out of step with industry standards. Effective next month, we're adjusting your salary downward by 30%. Bonuses will also be discontinued." She paused, her eyes flicking to Emily's face, searching for a crack in her composure. "It's a business decision. Nothing personal." Michael nodded, his gaze still fixed on his tablet, avoiding Emily's eyes. "Our corporate office ran a comprehensive analysis," he added, his tone flat, rehearsed. "Administrative roles across the Southwest average significantly less. This brings you in line with national benchmark." Emily's pulse thudded in her ears, a drumbeat of anger and disbelief. 18 years. 18 years of building Sagebrush Smiles from a struggling two-chair dental office into the heart of Sagebrush Springs, a practice with 6 treatment rooms and 3,000 loyal patients who trusted her with their fears, their families, their lives, and now, reduced to a line item on a corporate ledger. Her hands folded tightly in her lap, trembled slightly, but her face remained a mask of calm. She'd learned long ago, through late-night patient calls, through balancing budgets as a single mother, through burying her own dreams to keep this practice alive, that emotion was a luxury she couldn't afford in moments like this. How might a company overlook the contributions of someone who's been the backbone of a place like this, she thought, the question slicing through her anger like a shard of glass. What happens when loyalty and trust are weighed against profit margins? She didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, she leaned forward slightly, her voice steady as she replied, "I'll need to review the terms carefully. May I have the documentation?" Lauren's lips twitched into a smile, relief flickering in her eyes. She'd expected a scene, perhaps tears or an outburst. Emily's restraint unnerved her. "Of course," she said, sliding a manila folder across the table. "We'll need your decision by Friday." Emily took the folder, her fingers brushing the cold paper. The weight of it felt like a verdict. As she stood, the room seemed to tilt, the gray walls closing in. She glanced at the framed photo on the wall, a relic from the old days, showing Dr. Robert Thompson and the original staff, including a younger Emily, smiling outside the practice under a hand-painted sign that read, "Sagebrush Smile." The photo was slightly crooked now, a casualty of the corporate rebrand that had stripped away the cactus-themed decor and replaced it with generic art prints labeled Serenity and Balance. She wondered if anyone else noticed how wrong it looked. Outside the conference room, the familiar hum of Sagebrush Smiles greeted her, the soft chime of the front desk phone, the murmur of patients in the waiting room, the rhythmic buzz of a dental drill from treatment room 3. But even here, the changes were creeping in. The cozy armchairs where patients used to linger, swapping stories about the town's annual chili festival, had been replaced with identical gray chairs that matched Horizon Dental's logo. The community bulletin board, once cluttered with thank you notes and photos of patients' kids, was now a digital kiosk prompting people to book now. Emily's chest tightened. This wasn't just a pay cut. It was an erasure. She walked past the front desk, where Sarah Delgado, the newest hygienist, was preparing her station. Sarah's brow furrowed as she caught Emily's eye. "Everything okay, Em?" she asked, her voice low, almost conspiratorial. Emily forced a smile, the kind she'd perfected over years of reassuring nervous patients. "Just some administrative updates," she said. "Nothing to worry about." But the lie tasted bitter. She wasn't ready to share the news, not until she'd wrestled with it herself. Back in her office, a small, cluttered space that still smelled faintly of the lavender candles she kept in defiance of corporate fragrance-free policies, Emily sank into her chair. Her desk was a museum of her 18 years here, a chipped coffee mug from a patient's pottery shop, a stack of thank you cards addressed not to Sagebrush Smiles but to Emily Carter. A photo of her daughter, Sophie, at her high school graduation. She opened the top drawer and pulled out a business card she'd tucked away 2 weeks ago, after the Southwest Dental Expo in Albuquerque. Dr. James Mitchell, a dentist with a reputation for bucking corporate trends, had approached her during a break, his hazel eyes sharp with interest. "Sagebrush Smiles runs like a dream," he'd said, handing her the card. "If you ever think about a change, I'd love to talk." At the time, she'd dismissed it as polite flattery, slipping the card into her drawer with no intention of calling. Now her fingers traced the embossed letters, and a spark of something, defiance, maybe hope, flickered in her chest. She set the card down and stared at the folder from Lauren and Michael, its contents looming like a storm cloud. Emily's mind drifted to Dr. Robert Thompson, the man who'd hired her 18 years ago when she was a 32-year-old single mother with a resume thin on dental experience but thick with determination. "Emily," he'd said during her interview, his voice warm as the desert sun, "I can teach anyone about insurance codes and scheduling. What I need is someone who cares about people. Really cares." She'd proven him right, becoming more than an office manager. She was the one who remembered that Mrs. Clara Evans brought pecan pies every Friday, who knew Mr. Alvarez needed extra time for his appointments because of his Parkinson's, who arranged rides for elderly patients when their families couldn't. She was the voice on the phone, the hand holding a frightened child's, the problem solver who stretched insurance benefits to cover treatments for struggling families. Sagebrush Smiles wasn't just a business. It was a promise, one she'd kept for nearly 2 decades. But Dr. Thompson was gone now, retired 6 months ago at 68, his white hair and easy laugh replaced by Lauren and Michael's clipped efficiency. He had announced his retirement at a staff meeting last fall, his eyes misty as he addressed the team in the old waiting room, back when it still had terracotta walls and a coffee pot that never ran dry. "Horizon Dental Group is a good fit," he'd assured them, his voice firm with conviction. "They're keeping everyone on. They know what makes this place special." The staff had clapped, nervous but hopeful, trusting the man who'd built Sagebrush Smiles from a dusty storefront into a community cornerstone. Emily had trusted him too, even as a quiet unease gnawed at her. Had he vetted the buyers thoroughly? Had he asked what keeping the team really meant? What missteps might Dr. Thompson have made in trusting Horizon, she wondered now, her fingers tightening around the folder. How do you protect a legacy when you're no longer there to defend it? The questions stung, not just because of Dr. Thompson's absence, but because they forced her to confront her own role. She'd been the steward of his vision, the one who made his promises real, and now Horizon was rewriting the rules. The takeover had happened swiftly, like a flash flood reshaping a canyon. Horizon Dental Group, a sprawling chain with offices from Tucson to Tulsa, descended on Sagebrush Springs 3 months ago, armed with efficiency protocols and a 200-page operations manual. Lauren and Michael arrived the day after Dr. Thompson's farewell party, their rental car gleaming in the parking lot like an omen. They'd wasted no time. The terracotta walls were repainted within a week, the waiting room furniture swapped out, the staff's flexible schedules replaced with rigid time slots. Efficiency drives profitability, Lauren had said at her first staff meeting, her PowerPoint slides flashing metrics like patient throughput and revenue per chair. Emily had tried to explain the town's unique needs. Thursday evening hours for working families, extra time for anxious kids, Clara Evans's pies. But Michael had cut her off. "We appreciate the input," he'd said, his smile as cold as the new air conditioning, "but our model is data-driven." The patients noticed, too. Mrs. Clara Evans, 82 and sharp as a tack, had whispered to Emily last week, "This doesn't feel like Sagebrush Smiles anymore. They rushed me through check-in like I was buying a burger." Mr. Alvarez had sighed when told his favorite hygienist, Sarah, was booked solid because of shorter appointment windows. Even the kids, who used to love the treasure chest of stickers Emily kept by the front desk, the changes weren't just cosmetic. They were a betrayal of the trust Emily had spent 18 years building. Her thoughts snapped back to the present as the phone on her desk buzzed. She ignored it, her eyes drifting to the window. Across the parking lot, a vacant storefront sat next to Sagebrush Smiles, its for lease sign swaying in the desert breeze. She'd driven by it 100 times, never giving it a second thought. Now it seemed to beckon, a blank canvas for something new. The business card on her desk felt heavier, its edges sharp against her fingertips. Dr. James Mitchell's words echoed, "If you ever think about a change." The door creaked open, and Sarah poked her head in, her dark ponytail swinging. Mrs. Evans is here early. Says she brought an extra pie because she heard things are tense." "Want me to handle her?" Emily smiled, the warmth of Clara's gesture cutting through her turmoil. "No, I'll see her, thanks, Sarah." As she stood, she slipped Dr. Mitchell's card into her pocket, a small act of rebellion against the gray walls, and the folder on her desk. In the waiting room, Clara Evans sat with a foil-covered pie plate, her silver hair catching the light. "Emily, you look like you've seen a ghost," she said, her voice gentle but probing. Emily laughed, the sound brittle. "Just a long day, Clara. That pie smells like heaven." Clara handed it over, her eyes narrowing. "You've been carrying this place for years. Don't let those city folks forget it." The words hit Emily like a gust of desert wind, stirring something fierce inside her. As she walked Clara to treatment room 2, Emily's mind raced. What makes someone invaluable beyond their job title, she thought, her hand brushing the business card in her pocket. How do you fight back when your worth is reduced to a number? The pie in her hands felt like a talisman, a reminder of the relationships Horizon couldn't quantify. Sagebrush Smiles was slipping away, but Emily Carter wasn't, not yet. The rest of the day passed in a blur of appointments and paperwork, but the folder on her desk loomed like a guillotine. At 5 p.m., as the last patient left and the staff began locking up, Emily sat alone in her office, the silence pressing against her. She opened the folder, scanning the dense corporate jargon. Market-adjusted compensation. operational alignment, benchmark parity. Each word felt like a brick in the wall being built between her and the life she'd created here. She thought of Sophie, now 28 and fiercely independent, who'd grown up watching her mother pour everything into this practice. She thought of Dr. Thompson, whose trust in Horizon now seemed like a miss. What happens when profit overshadows personal connections? She wondered, the question echoing in the quiet. She pulled Dr. Mitchell's card from her pocket and dialed the number before she could second-guess herself. The line rang twice before a warm voice answered. "James Mitchell?" Emily took a breath, her heart pounding. "Dr. Mitchell, it's Emily Carter from Sagebrush Smiles. I think I'm ready to talk about that change." As she spoke, her eyes drifted to the window, where the "For Lease" sign swayed in the dusk. The vacant storefront next to Sagebrush Smiles glowed under the streetlights, a shadow of possibility. Horizon Dental thought they'd clipped her wings, but Emily Carter was about to fly. The waiting room of Sagebrush Smiles felt like a stranger's house. Emily Carter stood behind the front desk, watching Clara Evans struggle with the new digital check-in kiosk, its screen glowing with a sterile blue light that clashed with the warm adobe walls outside. The machine beeped impatiently, and Clara, 82, with silver hair pinned neatly under a straw hat, muttered, "This contraption's got no manners." Emily hurried over, her sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. Another Horizon Dental upgrade that replaced the old terracotta tiles. "Let me help, Clara," she said, guiding the older woman's trembling fingers to the right buttons. "It's not the same, Emily," Clara said, her voice low, almost conspiratorial, as the kiosk finally printed her appointment slip. "Used to be I'd walk in, you'd hand me a coffee, and we'd chat about the Harvest Moon Fair. Now it's all this." She gestured at the row of sleek gray chairs, identical to every other Horizon Dental office from Tucson to Tulsa. The cactus-shaped coat rack was gone, replaced by a metal stand that looked like it belonged in an airport. Emily's throat tightened. "I know," she said softly. "We're still figuring it out." But the words felt hollow, like a promise she wasn't sure she could keep. Clara handed Emily a foil-covered pie plate, the scent of pecans and brown sugar cutting through the antiseptic air. "Made an extra for you," she said, her eyes sharp. "You look like you need it." Emily forced a smile, the weight of the pie grounding her. "You're too good to me, Clara." But as she walked Clara to treatment room 2, a question gnawed at her. How do small changes like a kiosk or a rushed check-in chip away at trust? Do people care more about efficiency or feeling like they matter? The past 3 months had answered that question in painful detail. Horizon Dental Group's takeover of Sagebrush Smiles, announced just after Dr. Robert Thompson's retirement, had brought a flood of new policies that felt like sand eroding the town's foundation. Appointment times were slashed from 45 minutes to 30, leaving hygienists like Sarah Delgado scrambling to finish cleanings while patients fidgeted, unaccustomed to being hustled out. Emergency senior appointments, a lifeline for folks like Clara who couldn't always predict dental issues, were discontinued, replaced by a call center in Phoenix that rarely answered. Even the treasure chest of stickers for kids, a tradition Emily had started when her daughter Sophie was small, had been swapped for a QR code linking to approved promotional items. The changes were small on paper, but seismic in practice, and the patients noticed. Last week, Mr. Ernesto Alvarez, a retired mechanic with Parkinson's, had leaned across the desk, his hands shaking more than usual. "Emily, they told me I can't see Sarah anymore unless I book 3 months out. 3 months! What am I supposed to do if my crown pops off?" His voice cracked, and Emily had spent 20 minutes soothing him, promising to work something out, even though Horizon's scheduling software offered no wiggle room. Yesterday, Jenny Martinez, a single mom who relied on Sagebrush Smile's flexible payment plans, had blinked back tears when told she'd need to prepay for her son's filling. "You always found a way before," Jenny had whispered, and Emily's heart sank, knowing the new corporate guidelines tied her hands. What happens when a business stops seeing people as people? Emily thought as she set Clara's pie on her desk, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold folder from Lauren Hayes and Michael Reed, still unopened from yesterday's compensation meeting. The folder held Horizon's verdict, a 30% pay cut, no bonuses, all justified as industry standard alignment. But it was more than money. It was a dismissal of the 18 years Emily had poured into Sagebrush Smiles, building it from a 2-chair operation into a 6-room haven with 3,000 loyal patients. She was the one who knew Clara's late husband loved her pies, who remembered Ernesto's stories about fixing cars in the 70s, who kept a stash of dinosaur stickers for Jenny's son. Those relationships weren't on Horizon's spreadsheets, but they were the pulse of this place. Emily's office door swung open, and Sarah Delgado poked her head in, her dark ponytail swinging. "Em, you got a sec? Mrs. Evans says her bridge is loose again, and the system won't let me book her for an emergency slot." Sarah's voice was tight, her usual cheer dimmed by weeks of Horizon's micromanagement. Emily sighed, rubbing her temples. "I'll call the regional office. Again." Sarah lingered, her eyes flicking to the pie. "Clara's still bringing those, huh?" Bet Lauren and Michael would replace them with a vending machine if they could. Emily chuckled, the sound brittle. "Don't give them ideas." As Sarah left, Emily's gaze fell on the business card she'd pulled out last night. Dr. James Mitchell, D.D.D. Her call to him had been brief, impulsive, born of anger and desperation after Lauren and Michael's pay cut bombshell. He'd sounded intrigued, promising to meet her today at the Sagebrush Diner, the town's greasy spoon heart, where locals swapped gossip over bottomless coffee. Emily slipped the card into her pocket, her fingers brushing the fold. She wasn't ready to open it. Not yet. Instead, she grabbed her purse and headed out, the pie tucked under her arm as a talisman. The diner was a 5-minute walk, its neon sign buzzing in the midday sun. Sagebrush Springs sprawled around it, a patchwork of adobe shops, mesquite trees, and dusty pickups parked along Main Street. The Harvest Moon Fair was a week away, and banners fluttered above the road, promising chili cook-offs and live music. Emily pushed open the diner's door, the bell jingling as the smell of bacon and burnt coffee hit her. Dr. James Mitchell was already there, seated in a red vinyl booth, his flannel shirt and easy grin making him look more like a rancher than a dentist. At 45, he had the weathered charm of someone who'd seen enough to know what mattered. "Emily," he said, standing as she approached, "glad you called. That pie smells like trouble." His accent had a hint of Texas, warm and teasing, and Emily felt a flicker of ease. "Clara Evans's finest," she said, sliding into the booth. Trouble's her specialty. The waitress, a gray-haired woman named Dot, who'd worked the diner since Emily was a kid, poured them coffee without asking. "You two plotting a revolution?" Dot quipped, winking at Emily. "Just lunch, Dot," Emily replied, but the word revolution lingered. James leaned forward, his hazel eyes sharp. "I heard about Horizon's takeover. Word travels fast in this town. They're squeezing Sagebrush Smiles dry, aren't they?" Emily nodded, her fingers tightening around her mug. "New policies, shorter appointments, no flexibility, patients are leaving, and they're blaming us." She hesitated, then added, "They're cutting my pay by 30%, no bonuses, said it's industry standard. James whistled low. That's corporate dentistry for you. They see staff as costs, not assets. But you, Emily, you're the reason that place works. Emily's cheeks warmed, unaccustomed to praise so direct. I just do my job, she said, but James shook his head. You built a community. I've asked around. Patients don't talk about sagebrush smiles. They talk about Emily Carter. That's why I'm here. He leaned closer, his voice dropping. I'm opening my own practice. Small, patient-focused. The kind of place where we know every name, not just their insurance code. I want you as a partner. 20% equity. Salary matching what you made before the cut. Not just an office manager, but someone who shapes the vision. The offer hit Emily like a gust of desert wind, exhilarating and terrifying. What do you weigh when a chance like this comes at 50, she thought, her mind racing. Equity meant ownership, a stake in the future, but also risk. Long hours, financial uncertainty, no safety net. A job was predictable. A partnership was a leap. That's a lot to consider, she said, her voice steady despite the storm inside. Starting from scratch, competing with Horizon. It's bold. James grinned, a spark of challenge in his eyes. Not from scratch. You've got 18 years of relationships. That's capital no corporation can buy. How do personal ties become professional power? Emily wondered, thinking of Clara, Ernesto, Jenny, and the hundreds of others who'd sent her cards, brought her gifts, trusted her with their lives. Horizon could replicate systems, scheduling software, billing protocols, but not the trust she'd earned. It was why Clara still brought pies, why Ernesto called her when his crown loosened, why Jenny's son ran to her for stickers. Those bonds were her strength, and James saw it. I'd need to think it over, she said, sipping her coffee to buy time. I'm 50, James. Stability's not just a luxury, it's survival. She thought of Sophie, her daughter, now 28 and living in Albuquerque, who'd grown up watching Emily prioritize security after her father left when she was 6. The house was nearly paid off, her retirement account modest but growing. A new venture could upend it all. What drives someone to risk everything later in life? How does age shape what you're willing to bet? James nodded, unfazed. I get it. I'm not asking for an answer today. But think about this. Horizon's already betting against you. They cut your pay, dismissed your value. Staying means accepting their terms. Leaving means defining your own. He slid a napkin across the table, jotting down a number. That's the address of a vacant storefront, right next to Sagebrush Smiles. Perfect spot, don't you think? His smile was sly, and Emily couldn't help but laugh, the audacity of it sparking something reckless in her. Back at Sagebrush Smiles, the afternoon was a blur of patient complaints and system glitches. Sarah flagged her down in the hallway, her voice urgent. Mr. Alvarez just left. He's furious. They told him he can't get an emergency appointment for his crown unless he pays up front. He said he's done with us. Emily's stomach sank. I'll call him tonight, she promised. But the weight of each loss piled higher. By 4 p.m., she was in her office, staring at the unopened folder, when Lauren Hayes appeared in the doorway, her navy blazer as pristine as ever. Emily, a word? Lauren's tone was clipped, her tablet glowing with data. We're seeing a 15% drop in patient retention this quarter. Corporate's concerned. Any insights? Emily's jaw tightened. They're blind to what they're breaking, she thought. Patients don't like being rushed, she said carefully. The shorter appointments, the prepayments, the dropped services. It's driving them away. Lauren's smile was thin. We're optimizing for efficiency. Patients will adjust. Will they? Or do they want care that feels human? Emily thought, but she only nodded, her restraint a shield. That evening, Emily drove home, the desert sky bruising purple over the mesas. Her house, a modest adobe with a sagging porch, was quiet without Sophie's chatter. She set Clara's pie on the kitchen counter and pulled out her laptop, researching Dr. James Mitchell. His credentials were solid. 10 years in private practice, a stint with a corporate chain he'd left after clashing with their assembly line approach. Reviews called him compassionate and a listener. She Googled the storefront address he'd given her, and her breath caught. It was literally next door to Sagebrush Smiles, a bold middle finger to Horizon. The idea thrilled and terrified her. Over dinner, reheated chili from the fair's cook-off, she called Sophie, needing her daughter's practicality. "Mom?" "You're thinking what?" Sophie's voice was sharp, her fork audible through the phone. "Starting a new practice? At 50? Next to your current job? That's intense." Emily stirred her chili, buying time. "It's not just a job, Soph. It's a partnership, equity, a chance to build something better." Sophie sighed. "You've given Sagebrush Smiles everything. Now you're gambling it all. What if it fails? What if it does?" Emily thought, the question heavy. "What if staying means losing who I am?" she countered, surprising herself with her conviction. The next morning, Emily requested a meeting with Lauren and Michael. The conference room was as cold as ever, the gray walls swallowing the light. Lauren sat at the head of the table, Michael beside her, his tablet glowing. "I've reviewed your compensation proposal," Emily began, her voice calm, practiced. "I won't be accepting the new terms." Michael's eyebrows shot up, but Lauren leaned forward, her smile tight. "We're glad you're being reasonable, Emily. This will make the transition smoother." "They think I'm surrendering," Emily thought, a spark of defiance igniting. "You misunderstand," she said, her tone gentle but firm. "I'm resigning." The silence was electric, Lauren's smile freezing, Michael's tablet slipping slightly in his hands. "Resigning?" Lauren recovered first, her voice sharp. "After 18 years? Where are you going?" Emily met her gaze, her heart pounding but her resolve steeled. "I'll be helping start a new dental practice." Michael's face darkened. "Emily, your contract includes a non-compete clause. You can't just—" She cut him off, her voice steady despite the gamble. "I checked with an attorney. The clause was in Dr. Thompson's original contract, but it wasn't properly transferred when Horizon took over. It's unenforceable." The lie was a calculated risk, the legal gray area untested, but the panic in Michael's eyes was worth it. Is it right to use ambiguity like a weapon, she wondered? But the thrill of her boldness drowned out the doubt. It was the first time in years she'd felt this alive. "You're making a mistake," Lauren said, her voice icy. "Horizon has resources you can't imagine." Emily stood, her hands steady now. "And I have relationships you can't replace." As she walked out, the folder still on the table, she felt the weight of 18 years lift. The vacant storefront next door loomed in her mind, not just a space but a statement. Horizon had underestimated her, but Sagebrush Springs hadn't. Clara's pies, Ernesto's trust, Jenny's hope. They were her capital, her courage, her future. That night, Emily met James at the storefront, its empty windows reflecting the desert stars. He handed her a key, his grin infectious. "Welcome to the revolution," he said, echoing Dot's joke. Emily laughed, the sound freer than it had been in months. "It's risky," she admitted, turning the key in her palm, "but it's mine." "What does it mean to bet on yourself?" she thought, stepping into the dark space, her heart racing with fear and possibility. The fight was just beginning, and Emily Carter was ready. The morning sun spilled over Sagebrush Springs, painting the mesas gold and casting long shadows across Main Street. where the Harvest Moon Fair was in full swing. The air buzzed with the twang of a local band, the sizzle of chili cook-offs, and the laughter of kids chasing balloons. But for Emily Carter, standing outside the freshly painted storefront of Canyon View Dental, the world felt both electric and fragile. Like the first rain after a long drought, the new practice, nestled audaciously next to Sagebrush Smiles, gleamed with promise. Its adobe facade was warm, its windows framed with hand-painted cacti, its sign proclaiming Canyon View Dental, where smiles grow. Inside, the waiting room smelled of sage and fresh coffee, a deliberate nod to the town's heart, with cozy armchairs and a bulletin board already pinned with fair flyers. Emily adjusted the ribbon for the grand opening, her hands steady despite the pulse racing in her throat. This wasn't just a launch, it was a stand. Dr. James Mitchell joined her, his flannel shirt rolled up to the elbows, a grin tugging at his lips. "Ready to shake the desert, partner?" he asked, his Texas drawl laced with mischief. Emily nodded, her eyes flicking to Sagebrush Smiles' sterile windows next door, where Lauren Hayes' silhouette moved behind the glass, watching. Why does location matter so much? Emily thought, feeling the weight of the storefront's proximity. It was practical. Patients wouldn't need to change their routines, could walk 20 feet to stay with her. But it was also symbolic, a defiant bloom in Horizon Dental's shadow, a declaration that she wasn't erased. What does it say to compete so boldly with the place you built? The question lingered, her motives a tangle of justice and pride. The ribbon cutting drew a crowd, fairgoers spilling over from the chili tents, their faces familiar. Clara Evans with her straw hat, Ernesto Alvarez leaning on his cane, Jenny Martinez holding her son's hand. Emily's heart swelled. These were her people, the ones who'd trusted her for 18 years, who'd sent cards, shared stories, brought pies. As James snipped the ribbon to cheers, Clara stepped forward, her voice cutting through the noise. "Emily Carter, you've always been our anchor. This place," she gestured at Canyon View's open door, "this is home." The crowd clapped, and Emily's eyes stung, the words sinking deep. What drives people to choose trust over convenience or cost, she wondered, realizing the answer stood before her. By noon, Canyon View's waiting room was packed, not just with scheduled patients, but with townsfolk dropping by to see the new space. Sarah Delgado, now Canyon View's lead hygienist, beamed as she guided Ernesto to a treatment room, her relief palpable after months of Horizon's rushed schedules. "Em, we've got 47 appointments booked for next week already," Sarah whispered, her ponytail swinging. "This is unreal." Emily nodded, but her gaze drifted to Sagebrush Smiles, its waiting room conspicuously empty. Word of Canyon View's opening had spread like wildfire at the fair, and patients were making their choice. Over 2,000 had already requested records transfers, a quiet exodus driven not by ads or discounts, but by trust. Trust in Emily, who knew their fears, their families, their lives. How do relationships outweigh corporate systems? Emily thought, watching Jenny's son dig through a new treasure chest of stickers, his grin wide. Horizon offered convenience, same location, same insurance, but Canyon View offered care that felt human. Clara had told her yesterday, "That kiosk at Sagebrush Smiles made me feel like a number. You make me feel like Clara." The difference was stark, and it was why patients crossed the invisible line between the two practices, choosing warmth over efficiency, memory over metrics. But the victory wasn't without shadows. Lauren Hayes appeared at Canyon View's door just past lunch, her navy blazer stark against the adobe walls. "Emily," she said, her voice tight, "this is bold, but you're poaching our patients and staff, Corporate's not pleased. Emily's stomach twisted, but she met Lauren's gaze. I'm not poaching, Lauren. People are choosing. That's how it works. Lauren's eyes narrowed. We've had 68 records requests this week alone. You think that's coincidence? Emily shrugged, her calm a shield. I think it's trust. Lauren stepped closer, her voice low. Horizon has attorneys. This isn't over. As she stalked back to Sagebrush Smiles, Emily felt a chill, but also a spark of defiance. The desert didn't bloom without a fight. The staff recruitment had been another flashpoint. Sarah had been the first to join, her frustration with Horizon's 15-minute cleanings pushing her to Emily's side. I couldn't breathe there, Sarah had said over coffee, her hands wrapped around a mug. You're giving us time to care, Em. That's worth everything. Emily had hesitated. Is it right to hire from the place you left? But Sarah's relief, and the others who followed, eased her doubts. 2 more staffers, a receptionist named Mia and a dental assistant named Carlos, had jumped ship, drawn by Canyon View's promise of a workplace where they weren't cogs in a machine. How does culture keep people? Emily thought, watching Sarah laugh with a patient, her ease a stark contrast to Horizon's churn. A workplace that valued care over quotas wasn't just ethical, it was magnetic. But Horizon's decline was impossible to ignore. Through the dental community's grapevine, whispers at the fair, texts from former colleagues, Emily heard Sagebrush Smiles was hemorrhaging patients. Horizon was considering selling the practice, its quarterly numbers tanking under Lauren and Michael's watch. Michael had been reassigned to a Phoenix office, his confidence shaken, while Lauren was scrambling, offering discounts and free cleanings to stem the tide. They're panicking, James said one evening, reviewing Canyon View's numbers in their new office, its walls still smelling of paint. 68 patients in a week, Em. That's a death knell for them. What mistakes did Horizon make? Emily wondered, her fingers tracing a thank you note from Clara, pinned to the bulletin board. They'd undervalued her, yes, but also the community's heartbeat, the traditions like Clara's pies, the flexibility for Ernesto's needs, the stickers for Jenny's son. By prioritizing metrics over meaning, they'd alienated the very people who'd made Sagebrush Smiles thrive. How does losing someone like me unravel a business? The question wasn't smug, it was a realization of her own power, a power Horizon hadn't seen until it was too late. Emily's transformation was the quietest revolution, blooming like a desert flower after rain. The pay cut, once a wound, had become a catalyst. You're different, Mom, Sophie had said over the phone last night, her voice warm but probing. Like you've found your voice. Emily had smiled, stirring tea in her adobe kitchen. I didn't know I'd lost it, she admitted. The cut had forced her to see her worth, not as Horizon defined it, but as Sagebrush Springs did. How does adversity spark growth? She thought, pinning another patient note to the board. It wasn't about revenge, though the sight of Lauren's frustration through Sagebrush Smiles' window held a certain sweetness. It was about moving forward, building something true. Why is creating better than destroying? The fair's final night brought a reckoning. As Emily and James handed out Canyon View flyers near the chili tents, Michael Reed approached, his tie loosened, his face flushed. You're killing us, Emily, he said, his voice low but sharp. Corporate's talking lawsuits. You think you can just walk away and take everything? Emily's heart raced, but she stood her ground, the fair's music pulsing behind her. I didn't take anything, Michael. People chose. You should have seen what you had. His jaw tightened, but he turned away, disappearing into the crowd. James raised an eyebrow. He's rattled. Good. Emily nodded, but the threat of lawsuits lingered, a storm cloud on the horizon. As the fair wound down, Clara found Emily pressing a hand-stitched quilt into her arms. "For Canyon View," she said, her eyes bright. "You're growing something beautiful." Emily hugged her, the quilt soft and heavy like the community's trust. Back at Canyon View, she hung it in the waiting room, its colors a quiet rebellion against Horizon's gray. The desert was blooming, and Emily Carter was its gardener, her roots deep, her voice clear, her future unwritten but hers to shape. The rain fell in a steady drizzle over Portland, Oregon, painting the city in shades of gray that mirrored Elizabeth Carter's mood. From the sixth-floor conference room of Horizon Marketing, she could see the Willamette River winding through the city, its surface rippling under the weight of the spring storm. The glass walls of the office, once a symbol of the company's transparency and ambition, now felt like a cage. Elizabeth, at 60, sat at the head of a sleek walnut table she had chosen when Horizon moved into this downtown high-rise a decade ago. Her fingers tightened around a ceramic mug, its once vibrant logo, Horizon Marketing, Vision Meets Legacy, faded from years of use. The mug was a relic, much like she was starting to feel. Across from her, Ryan Mitchell and Sophia Nguyen sat with practiced ease, their expressions a blend of calculated sympathy and barely concealed impatience. Ryan, 34, with his tailored navy suit and Apple Watch glinting under the fluorescent lights, tapped his pen against a leather-bound notebook. Sophia, 32, her jet-black hair pulled into a flawless low bun, tilted her head slightly, her manicured nails resting on a tablet displaying a mock-up of Horizon's new branding. The room smelled faintly of coffee and the cedar-scented candle someone had lit to set the mood. But no candle could mask the tension hanging in the air. "Elizabeth, we've been discussing the future of Horizon," Ryan began, his voice smooth like a radio host delivering bad news. "The industry's evolving faster than ever. Clients expect a certain energy. A modern, dynamic image." Elizabeth's hazel eyes, framed by faint lines earned through decades of late nights and high-stakes pitches, narrowed slightly. "Dynamic," she repeated, the word tasting bitter. "And what exactly does that mean in this context?" Sophia jumped in, her tone bright but edged with condescension. "It's about being in tune with the digital-first world, Elizabeth. Younger audiences, social media natives, emerging platforms like TikTok and Web3. We need to project an image that resonates with those trends." Elizabeth leaned back in her chair, the leather creaking softly. She had built Horizon Marketing from a cramped garage in southeast Portland, where she and her two college friends, David and Laura, had shared a single dial-up modem and a dream. That was 18 years ago. David had retired to Bend 5 years back, and Laura had left to teach at Portland State University shortly after. Elizabeth had stayed, pouring her soul into the company. She had missed anniversaries, canceled vacations, and watched her marriage to Michael fray because he couldn't compete with her devotion to Horizon. "You're building something incredible," he'd said during their final argument, his voice heavy with resignation. "But you've forgotten how to build us." He'd been right, and the divorce papers had arrived a year later. Now Horizon occupied a sleek office with 40 employees, a client roster spanning the Pacific Northwest, and a reputation for strategic brilliance. Elizabeth had led the charge into digital marketing when MySpace was still a thing, securing Pacific Wealth as a client before Ryan had even graduated college. She had crafted the Vision Meets Legacy campaign that won Horizon 2 Clio Awards and a feature in Adweek. Yet here she was, being told she was no longer dynamic. "I pioneered our social media strategy," Elizabeth said, her voice steady but sharp. "I landed Cascade Tech when you were still figuring out how to use LinkedIn, Ryan. And Sophia, I was the one who taught you how to pitch to Evergreen Health's board. So, enlighten me. How am I not modern enough?" Ryan shifted uncomfortably, his watch catching the light again. It's not about your skills, Elizabeth. It's about perception. Clients want to see a fresh face, someone who embodies the future of the industry. Perception? Elizabeth echoed, her gaze drifting to the window. Beyond the glass, Portland's skyline blurred in the rain. The iconic pink glow of the U.S. Bancorp Tower, the green canopy of Tom McCall Waterfront Park. She had chosen this city for Horizon because it was a place of reinvention, where tech startups and artisanal coffee shops coexisted with old-growth forests and historic bridges. But reinvention, it seemed, didn't apply to her. Sophia slid a folder across the table, her smile tight. We've put together a buyout package. It's generous considering the company's current valuation and our plans for growth. Elizabeth opened the folder, her expression unreadable. The figure inside was insulting, barely a quarter of what her equity stake was worth, based on Horizon's revenue from clients like Coastal Gear and Evergreen Health. She had spent years cultivating those relationships, dining with CEOs at farm-to-table restaurants, attending their charity galas, remembering their kids' names. The number in the folder wasn't just low, it was a deliberate erasure of her legacy. She closed the folder and caught a glimpse of Sophia's tablet screen. A new logo, all lowercase letters and neon gradients, with Vision Meets Legacy splashed across it. They hadn't even waited for her to leave before redesigning the company she'd built. Her stomach twisted, not with anger but with a quiet, searing clarity. "I'll need time to review this," Elizabeth said, standing with a grace that belied the storm inside her. She adjusted her tailored blazer, its charcoal fabric a contrast to her silver hair, which she wore in a stylish bob that had cost $200, 0 cents, at a Pearl District salon. "Of course," Ryan said, his relief palpable. "Take the weekend." Sophia nodded, avoiding Elizabeth's eyes. "Let us know by Monday." Elizabeth walked out, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor, feeling the weight of their unspoken gratitude that she hadn't made a scene. The elevator ride to the lobby was silent, the hum of the machinery a stark contrast to the chatter of Horizon's open-plan office. Outside, the rain had softened to a mist, and she pulled her trench coat tighter as she crossed the street to her car. A hybrid SUV parked near a food cart pod selling artisanal tacos and kombucha. Driving home to her craftsman bungalow in Laurelhurst, Elizabeth's mind replayed the meeting. The city blurred past, cyclists in neon rain gear, murals of roses and mountains, the faint strum of a busker's guitar near Powell's Books. She thought of the sacrifices she'd made for Horizon, the weekends spent drafting proposals instead of hiking the Columbia River Gorge, the birthdays she'd missed because of client emergencies, the quiet evenings when Michael had eaten alone. She had chosen Horizon over everything, and now Horizon was choosing Ryan and Sophia's vision of youth over her. Her house was a sanctuary, with its stained glass windows and wraparound porch overlooking a garden she rarely had time to tend. Inside, the air smelled of lavender from a diffuser, and her cat, Juniper, greeted her with a lazy stretch. Elizabeth poured a glass of Willamette Valley Pinot Noir and stepped onto the porch, the mist settling on her skin. The garden was overgrown, roses tangled with weeds, a metaphor for the life she'd neglected. She sipped the wine, its tartness grounding her, and let her mind wander. At 3 a.m., unable to sleep, Elizabeth found herself in her home office, a cozy room lined with bookshelves and framed awards from Horizon's glory days. She pulled out files, contracts, and legal documents, her glasses perched on her nose as she worked by the light of a mid-century lamp. The rain tapped against the window, a steady rhythm that matched her focus. By dawn, she had uncovered 3 critical facts. First, she owned the trademark to Vision Meets Legacy. 3 years ago, when she'd noticed Ryan and Sophia whispering in corners, their conversations halting when she approached, She had registered the slogan under her name. It was a precaution, born of instinct, and now it was her ace. Second, Horizon's contracts with its 4 largest clients, Pacific Wealth, Cascade Tech, Evergreen Health, and Coastal Gear, included clauses requiring notification of significant leadership changes. Elizabeth was named as the primary account lead in each, a detail she'd insisted on to protect the relationship she'd built over years of trust and late-night strategy sessions. Third, she had never signed a non-compete agreement. In Horizon's early days, when they were too busy pitching to craft breweries and tech startups, such formalities had been overlooked. Later, no one had thought to ask, assuming Elizabeth would never leave the company she'd poured her heart into. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Elizabeth made coffee in a French press, the aroma filling her kitchen. Her mind was clear, sharper than it had been in months. She remembered her grandmother's words, spoken over tea in a small-town diner. Sometimes the strongest move is to walk away with your head high and build something better. Elizabeth had always admired her grandmother's quiet resilience, a woman who'd run a bakery through the Great Depression and never let anyone tell her she couldn't. She could fight Horizon, she could hire lawyers, demand a fair valuation, drag Ryan and Sophia through a public legal battle. The thought was tempting, but it would mean tethering herself to their story, giving them more of her time and energy. They'd already taken enough. Instead, she did something that would later baffle them. She signed the buyout agreement without negotiation. Over the weekend, while Portland buzzed with farmers markets and indie band performances, Elizabeth cleaned out her office. She worked alone, the office silent except for the hum of the HVAC system. She packed her awards, her client files, and a photo of the original Horizon team. Her, David, and Laura, grinning in that garage, their dreams bigger than their budget. On Monday morning, she handed Ryan and Sophia the signed paperwork, shook their hands, and said, "I wish you all the best." Her voice was calm, sincere, and it unnerved them. They'd expected tears, arguments, resistance. Instead, they got her quiet strength. As she walked out of Horizon for the last time, the rain had stopped and the city sparkled under a rare April sun. Elizabeth drove home, passing food carts and bike lanes, feeling not defeated but liberated. She had lost Horizon, but she hadn't lost herself. In her garden, she noticed a rosebud pushing through the weeds, a small sign of life amid neglect. She smiled, knowing she'd have time to tend it now. That evening, as she sipped another glass of Pinot and watched the sunset from her porch, her phone buzzed with an email from Elena Torres, CEO of Cascade Tech, one of Horizon's oldest clients. "Elizabeth, I heard about your departure. The new account manager seems capable, but I'd rather discuss our rebrand with someone who knows our history. Are you consulting independently? I'd like to meet." Elizabeth set the phone down, her smile widening. She hadn't reached out to Elena or anyone else. She didn't need to. Portland's business community was tight-knit and word traveled fast. As the stars emerged above her garden, Elizabeth felt a spark of something she hadn't felt in years. Possibility. Horizon had tried to erase her, but she was far from finished. She was just beginning. The Portland morning greeted Elizabeth Carter with a soft glow, the kind of light that filtered through the Douglas firs and made the city feel like a secret shared with the world. She stood on her Laurelhurst porch, a steaming mug of Stumptown coffee in her hands, watching the neighborhood come alive. Cyclists pedaled past, their rain jackets bright against the gray pavement, and a neighbor's dog barked at a squirrel darting up an oak tree. The air smelled of damp earth and blooming azaleas, a reminder that spring was stubborn, even in Oregon's moody weather. Elizabeth, at 60, felt a flicker of something she hadn't in years. Hope, fragile but persistent, like the rosebud she'd noticed in her garden the day before. Inside, her craftsman bungalow was quiet, save for Juniper's soft purring as the cat curled up on a velvet armchair. The email from Elena Torres, CEO of Cascade Tech, still lingered on her phone screen, its words a lifeline after the bruising exit from Horizon Marketing. Elizabeth had spent 18 years building that company, turning a garage dream into a downtown powerhouse with 40 employees and clients like Pacific Wealth and Coastal Gear. She'd given up weekends, friendships, and her marriage to Michael, all for Horizon. And yet, Ryan Mitchell and Sophia Nguyen, her younger partners, had deemed her outdated, offering a buyout that was less a gesture of goodwill than a slap in the face. The number, barely a quarter of her equity's worth, had stung. But not as much as their assumption that her age made her irrelevant. Elizabeth set her coffee down and walked to her home office, the room where she'd spent a sleepless night uncovering her leverage. The trademark to Vision Meets Legacy, registered in her name 3 years ago, was her quiet rebellion against Ryan and Sophia's whispers. The client contracts naming her as the primary account lead for Horizon's biggest accounts, Pacific Wealth, Cascade Tech, Evergreen Health, Coastal Gear, were her shield. And the absence of a non-compete agreement? That was her freedom. She hadn't fought the buyout, hadn't stormed back into Horizon's glass-walled conference room to demand justice. Instead, she'd signed their insulting offer, shaken their hands, and walked away with a dignity they hadn't expected. It wasn't surrender. It was strategy. Now, as sunlight streamed through the office's stained glass window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the hardwood floor, Elizabeth opened her laptop. She wasn't sure what came next, but Elena's email was a start. "Are you consulting independently?" it had asked. The question felt like an invitation, not just to work, but to reclaim her place in an industry that had tried to discard her. She typed a brief reply, professional but warm, suggesting a meeting at a Northeast Portland cafe known for its locally roasted espresso and cozy fireplace. As she hit send, her phone buzzed with another email, this one from Marcus Reed, marketing director at Coastal Gear, a rugged outdoor brand she'd wooed over craft beers at a Portland brewfest years ago. "Heard. You're no longer with Horizon," he wrote. "We're not thrilled with the new team. Can we talk?" Elizabeth leaned back, a slow smile spreading across her face. She hadn't reached out to anyone, hadn't needed to. Portland's business community was small, its grapevine thriving in coffee shops and co-working spaces. Her reputation, built on years of strategic brilliance and genuine relationships, was doing the work for her. She closed her laptop and headed to the kitchen, where she pulled out a notebook and began to sketch an idea that had been simmering since she'd left Horizon. It wasn't just about consulting. It was about building something new, something true to her values. By noon, the notebook was filled with notes, a name, pinnacle strategies, a vision, and a rough plan. The next week was a blur of meetings and decisions, each one a step toward reclaiming her purpose. Elizabeth drove across the Hawthorne Bridge, the Willamette River sparkling below, to meet with her attorney, Diane Powell, a sharp-witted woman in her late 50s who'd fought her own battles in Portland's legal world. Diane's office, tucked above a vegan bakery in the Alberta Arts District, smelled of cinnamon and ink. Over mugs of chai, they reviewed Elizabeth's legal position. "No non-compete," Diane said, flipping through the Horizon documents. "That's rare for someone at your level. They assumed you'd never leave." "They assumed a lot," Elizabeth replied, her voice steady but laced with the weight of betrayal. "They thought my age was a liability." Diane snorted, adjusting her glasses. "Their loss. You've got the trademark to Vision Meets Legacy, and those client contracts are ironclad. If Horizon tries to fight you for working with Pacific Wealth or Cascade Tech, they'll have a hard time proving interference, When you're named in the agreements? Elizabeth nodded, her mind already racing ahead. I'm not looking to fight, Diane. I want to build. I'm starting a new agency, Pinnacle Strategies. Small, focused, personal. No open plan offices or ping pong tables, just real strategy for clients who value it. Diane grinned. I like it. Subtle but sharp, like you. Where are you setting up shop? Elizabeth described her vision. A converted craftsman house, like her own, with hardwood floors, big windows, and a porch where clients could sit with coffee and talk ideas. She'd found a property in the Irvington neighborhood, a historic home with a wraparound porch and a garden that reminded her of her grandmother's. The lease was steep, but she had savings from years of frugal living, and the buyout, meager as it was, Diane promised to handle the paperwork, warning her to tread carefully. Ryan and Sophia strike me as the type who don't like being outmaneuvered, she said. They'll notice when clients start calling you. Let them notice, Elizabeth said, her hazel eyes glinting. I'm not hiding. By mid-May, Pinnacle Strategies was born. The Irvington house was everything Elizabeth had imagined. Warm, inviting, and utterly unlike Horizon's sterile downtown office. She spent days furnishing it with care. Reclaimed wood tables, mid-century chairs, and local art from the Saturday market. The walls displayed framed campaigns from her Horizon days, each a testament to her ability to blend innovation with timeless strategy. A small sign by the front door read, Pinnacle Strategies, where vision meets legacy, a quiet nod to the slogan she owned and the values she embodied. Elizabeth hired her first employee, Clara Nguyen, a 45-year-old office manager who'd spent years keeping a chaotic tech startup in line. Clara's dry humor and knack for organization were exactly what Pinnacle needed. You're starting a rebellion, Clara said, unpacking boxes in the sunny front room. I'm here for it. It's not a rebellion, Elizabeth corrected, though she smiled. It's a return to what matters. The first client meeting came a week later with Elena Torres of Cascade Tech. They met at the cafe Elizabeth had suggested, its exposed brick walls and vinyl records spinning in the background, a perfect slice of Portland. Elena, a no-nonsense woman in her 50s, wore a Patagonia fleece and sipped a oat milk latte. Horizon sent a kid to our last meeting, she said, rolling her eyes. He kept talking about NFTs and TikTok trends. We make enterprise software, Elizabeth. Our clients are engineers, not influencers. Elizabeth laughed, the sound easing the knot in her chest. I remember. You told me your brand was about trust and precision, not flash. Exactly, Elena said. That's why I called you. We're launching a new product line, and I want your brain on it. Are you consulting, or is this something bigger? Elizabeth hesitated, then laid out her vision for Pinnacle, a boutique agency focused on high-value clients who wanted strategy over buzzwords. Elena leaned forward, intrigued. By the end of the meeting, Cascade Tech had signed on as Pinnacle's first client, with a contract for a full rebrand. Elizabeth drove home that evening, the city's bridges glowing against the twilight, feeling a rush she hadn't known since Horizon's early days. The weeks that followed brought more calls. Marcus Reed from Coastal Gear wanted to discuss their fall campaign. Sarah Kim from Evergreen Health, a regional healthcare provider, emailed to express frustration with Horizon's new direction. Even Victoria Langston, CEO of Pacific Wealth, left a voicemail. Elizabeth, we've worked with you for a decade. This new team doesn't get us. Let's talk. Elizabeth met each one, not in sterile boardrooms but in Portland's eclectic spaces. A riverside brewery, a bookstore cafe, a park bench by the Japanese garden, She listened, took notes, and offered ideas that reminded them why they'd trusted her in the first place. She didn't solicit these clients. Didn't need to. Her reputation, forged over years of delivering results, was her greatest asset. But with each meeting, the emotional weight of her exit from Horizon resurfaced. Late at night, alone in her bungalow, Elizabeth would sit by the fireplace, Juniper on her lap, and let the memories flood back. The exhilaration of landing Pacific Wealth after a grueling pitch, the pride of watching her team grow from 3 to 40, the sting of Ryan's words, a fresh face, and Sophia's averted gaze as they handed her the buyout folder. She didn't cry. She hadn't in years, but the ache was there, a bruise that hadn't fully healed. One evening, as she reviewed Pinnacle's first financial projections, her sister, Rachel, called from Seattle. "You let them rob you blind," Rachel said, her voice sharp through the phone. "That buyout was a joke, Liz. You built Horizon." Elizabeth watered a fern on her porch, the phone cradled against her shoulder. "I know what I built, Rach. And I know what it's worth." "Then why sign? Why not fight?" Rachel's frustration was palpable, a mix of sisterly protectiveness and disbelief. "Because fighting would have kept me in their story," Elizabeth said, her voice calm but firm. "I'm writing my own now." Rachel sighed, unconvinced. "You're too damn stubborn. Just don't let them walk all over you again." Elizabeth smiled, watching the fern's leaves glisten with water. "They won't." Pinnacle grew steadily, its small team expanding with 2 new hires, Leo Martinez, a 30-year-old designer with a knack for minimalist branding, and Aisha Patel, a 50-year-old content strategist who'd been overlooked at a larger agency. They worked in the Craftsman House's airy rooms, brainstorming over locally sourced pastries and pour-over coffee. The porch became a favorite spot for client meetings, its wicker chairs and blooming hydrangeas a far cry from Horizon's glass and steel aesthetic. Elizabeth encouraged her team to bring their whole selves to work. Leo's love of vinyl records led to a turntable in the office, and Aisha's passion for poetry inspired a campaign tagline that left a client teary-eyed. But the shadow of Horizon lingered. One afternoon, as Elizabeth prepared for a meeting with Coastal Gear, Clara poked her head into the office. "You've got a visitor," she said, her tone cautious. "Ryan Mitchell. He's not happy." Elizabeth's stomach tightened, but she nodded. "Send him in." Ryan stood in the small conference room, his tailored suit looking slightly rumpled, his jaw tight. The room, with its exposed beams and a window overlooking the garden, felt like a rebuke to Horizon's corporate sheen. "This is how you repay us?" he said, skipping pleasantries. "Poaching our clients?" Elizabeth sat across from him, her hands folded. "I haven't poached anyone, Ryan. Clients choose who they trust. You know that." "Scape Tech was ours for 8 years, he snapped. "Pacific Wealth, too. Now they're with you. That's not a coincidence." "No," she said evenly. "It's a consequence." "They were with me for 8 years. There's a difference." Ryan ran a hand through his hair, his composure fraying. "We were trying to do right by Horizon, Elizabeth. The industry's changing. Clients want digital natives, not someone who's been around forever." Her lips twitched, not quite a smile. "Apparently some clients disagree. Maybe they value experience over TikTok trends." He glared, but there was desperation in his eyes. "We want you to stop using Horizon in your credentials. Stop telling clients you founded it." Elizabeth laughed, a soft, incredulous sound. You want me to erase 18 years of my life because it's inconvenient for you? That's not how reality works, Ryan. We'll take legal action if we have to, he said, his voice low. Good luck with that, she replied, standing. I have a meeting. Clara will show you out. As Ryan left, Elizabeth felt a surge of adrenaline, tempered by a quiet sadness. She hadn't wanted this confrontation, hadn't wanted to see horizons unraveling. But she wasn't surprised either. Ryan and Sophia had underestimated her, and now they were learning what that cost. That evening, Elizabeth walked through her garden, pruning shears in hand, cutting back the overgrown roses. The air was cool, scented with pine and rain, and the city hummed in the distance, food carts closing up, indie bands tuning guitars in dive bars. She thought of her grandmother, who'd faced her own battles with grace, and of Michael, who'd once loved her ambition, but couldn't live with it. She thought of Horizon, the company she'd poured her heart into, and Pinnacle, the one she was building from her soul. Her phone buzzed with a text from Leo. Check your email. Pacific Wealth just signed, full campaign 6 figures. Elizabeth's heart lifted, and she typed a quick reply. Celebrate tomorrow, team dinner at the porch. She set the shears down and looked at the rosebud she'd spared, its petals unfurling in the fading light. Pinnacle was small, but it was hers. And in Portland, where reinvention was a way of life, Elizabeth Carter was just getting started. The Portland summer arrived like a long-lost friend, warm and golden, coaxing the city into a vibrant hum. Food carts lined the streets, their chalkboard menus advertising kimchi tacos and lavender lemonade, while cyclists wove through downtown, their bells chiming against the backdrop of indie buskers strumming guitars. Elizabeth Carter stood in the garden behind Pinnacle Strategies' Irvington office, a converted craftsman house that felt more like a home than a workplace. She clipped a fading hydrangea, her silver hair catching the sunlight, and inhaled the scent of pine and blooming jasmine. At 60, she was no longer the woman who'd built Horizon Marketing from a garage dream, but she was becoming someone new, someone who refused to let her age define her worth. Inside, the office buzzed with quiet purpose. Clara Nguyen, Pinnacle's office manager, organized client files at a reclaimed wood desk, while Leo Martinez and Aisha Patel brainstormed a campaign for Cascade Tech over pour-over coffee. The porch, with its wicker chairs and potted ferns, had become a haven for client meetings, a stark contrast to Horizon's glass and steel conference rooms. Elizabeth's vision for Pinnacle was taking root, a boutique agency that prioritized strategy over flash, relationships over trends. But the shadow of Horizon loomed, its unraveling a reminder of the cost of ambition and betrayal. Elizabeth's phone buzzed on the garden bench, a text from Diane Powell, her attorney. Sent the cease and desist to Horizon Vision meets legacy. Expect pushback. Call me. Elizabeth set the pruning shears down, her heart steady but heavy. 3 years ago, she'd registered the trademark for Vision meets legacy when she'd noticed Ryan Mitchell and Sophia Nguyen's whispered meetings, their glances cutting toward her like knives. The slogan, born from her late-night sketches, had become Horizon's brand centerpiece, plastered across their website and proposals. Now it was her leverage, and she was ready to use it. She stepped inside, the hardwood floors creaking under her flats, and opened her laptop. The cease and desist letter, drafted by Diane, was concise but firm. Horizon was to stop using Vision meets legacy immediately, as it violated Elizabeth's trademark. The implications were seismic. Horizon had built its rebranding around the slogan, integrating it into their new logo, business cards, and a flashy website launched just weeks ago. Forcing them to abandon it would be like pulling the foundation from a house already teetering. Elizabeth hit send on an email to Diane, confirming her approval, then leaned back, her hazel eyes drifting to a framed Clio award on the wall, a relic from Horizon's glory days when she'd led the team to victory with a campaign for Pacific Wealth. That client, representing 35% of Horizon's revenue, had been the first to leave after her exit. Victoria Langston, Pacific Wealth CEO, had called her personally, her voice sharp with frustration. The new team sent a kid who kept pitching Instagram reels. Our clients are retirees, Elizabeth. They want trust, not hashtags. Within days, Pacific Wealth had signed with Pinnacle, followed by Coastal Gear and Evergreen Health. Elizabeth hadn't solicited them, they'd come to her, drawn by a decade of trust she'd built over dinners at farm-to-table restaurants and late-night strategy calls. The client exodus was crippling Horizon. Pacific Wealth alone was a devastating loss, but Evergreen Health's departure, after a botched presentation by Sophia, had sparked rumors in Portland's tight-knit business community. Elizabeth heard whispers at a networking event at the Pearl District's Lansu Chinese Garden. Horizon was struggling to land new accounts, their dynamic rebrand failing to resonate with clients who valued substance over style. She felt no joy in their downfall, only a quiet resolve to keep building Pinnacle. But Horizon wasn't going down without a fight. A week later, Ryan Mitchell appeared at Pinnacle's office unannounced, his tailored suit wilted from a morning of frantic meetings. Clara met Elizabeth at the door, her voice low. "He's pacing like a caged animal. Want me to send him away?" Elizabeth shook her head. "No, let's hear him out." The conference room, with its exposed beams and a window overlooking the garden, felt like a sanctuary, but Ryan's presence disrupted its calm. He stood, fists clenched, his Apple Watch glinting as he gestured. "You're destroying us," he said, his voice raw. "Pacific Wealth, Evergreen, Coastal Gear, they're all with you now. You're stealing our clients." Elizabeth sat across from him, her hands folded on the table. "I haven't stolen anyone, Ryan. Clients choose who serves them best. You and Sophia made choices too, about Horizon's direction, about me. Those have consequences." "Consequences?" he snapped. "You're using your history with Horizon to poach our accounts. Pacific Wealth was ours for a decade." "No," she corrected, her voice calm but unyielding. "They were with me for a decade. I built those relationships. You assumed you could replace them with a new logo and a TikTok strategy." Ryan's face flushed, his composure cracking. "And this trademark nonsense? Vision meets legacy is Horizon's brand. You can't just yank it out from under us." "I own it," Elizabeth said simply. "I registered it 3 years ago. You've been using it without permission, and now you'll stop. That's not negotiation, it's the law." He ran a hand through his hair, desperation creeping into his tone. "Do you know what this'll cost us? We've built everything around that slogan. Website, proposals, pitch decks. You're gutting our rebrand." "Then you should have checked the trademark," she said, standing. "I have a meeting with Cascade Tech. Clara will see you out." As Ryan left, his shoulders slumped. Elizabeth felt a pang of something. Pity, perhaps, or the ghost of the mentor she'd once been to him. She'd taught Ryan how to read a client's body language, how to craft a pitch that spoke to their values. But he'd chosen ambition over loyalty, and now he was learning the price. The cease and desist letter hit Horizon like a wrecking ball. Within days, Diane reported that Horizon's attorneys had acknowledged Elizabeth's trademark ownership, their response laced with grudging compliance. They had no choice but to halt use of Vision Meets Legacy, pulling their new website offline, scrapping thousands of printed business cards, and redesigning proposal templates. The financial cost was steep. Diane estimated 6 figures. but the damage to Horizon's credibility was worse. Clients noticed the sudden pivot, and Portland's business blogs buzzed with speculation about Horizon's strategic misstep. Elizabeth, meanwhile, watched Pinnacle thrive. Her team, now 5 strong, ranged from 22 to 65 years old, each member bringing a unique perspective. Leo's minimalist designs won praise from Coastal Gear, while Aisha's poetic taglines landed a new client, a local winery. Clara kept the office running like a well-oiled machine, and Elizabeth hired 2 more, Mia Chen, a 25-year-old designer from Horizon, and Harold Brooks, a 62-year-old media strategist who'd retired but missed the game. Mia's hiring was a deliberate choice. Elizabeth had mentored her at Horizon, watching her grow from a shy intern to a bold talent. When Mia texted about Horizon's plummeting morale, "Everyone's updating their resumes," Elizabeth invited her for coffee at a Hawthorne cafe, its walls lined with vintage typewriters. "You'd really hire me?" Mia asked, her eyes wide over a matcha latte. "After everything at Horizon?" "What happened there wasn't your doing," Elizabeth said. "I've always believed in your work. Pinnacle needs fresh eyes like yours, but we also need to honor what lasts. You get that balance." Mia joined Pinnacle the next week, her digital savvy complementing Harold's old-school wisdom. Together, they crafted a campaign for evergreen health that went viral on LinkedIn, earning Pinnacle a feature in Portland Business Journal. The office felt alive, a blend of generations united by a shared belief in strategy over hype. Elizabeth often stood on the porch, listening to her team laugh over brainstorm sessions, and felt a warmth she hadn't known at Horizon's peak. But Horizon's decline was impossible to ignore. By late summer, they'd lost more clients, including a smaller account Elizabeth hadn't worked with directly. Rumors swirled at a networking mixer by the Willamette River. Horizon had laid off a quarter of its staff, and their once bustling office looked half empty. Ryan was out as managing partner, replaced by a consultant from Seattle, Laura Benson, tasked with restructuring. The bank, spooked by Horizon's dwindling revenue, had demanded immediate action, threatening to pull their line of credit. Elizabeth read about it in a business blog over breakfast, her oatmeal growing cold as she scrolled. The article included a photo of Horizon's office, its sleek desks abandoned, a far cry from the vibrant hub she'd built. She felt no satisfaction, only a complex knot of emotions. Horizon had been her creation, a testament to her grit and vision. Many of the remaining staff, junior designers, account coordinators, had nothing to do with Ryan and Sophia's decision to push her out. She thought of Mia, who'd described the layoffs with a tremor in her voice, and wondered who else was caught in the fallout. One afternoon, as Elizabeth reviewed a pitch for Coastal Gear, Clara knocked on her office door. "Sophia Nguyen's here," she said, her eyebrow raised. "No appointment, says it's urgent." Elizabeth's pulse quickened, but she nodded. "Bring her in." Sophia stood in the conference room, her usual polish dulled. Her silk blouse was slightly wrinkled, and her eyes darted to the garden outside, where Leo and Mia were sketching ideas on a whiteboard. "Elizabeth," she began, her voice softer than Elizabeth remembered. "Can we talk privately?" Elizabeth gestured to a chair. "We're private enough. What's this about?" Sophia sat, fidgeting with a silver bracelet. "Horizon's in trouble," she admitted. "The client losses, Pacific Wealth, Evergreen, the others, it's hit us hard. The rebrand's a mess without the slogan, and we're not landing new accounts. The bank's breathing down our necks." Elizabeth listened, her face neutral. "That sounds challenging." "It is," Sophia said, her voice cracking. "I came to see if there's a way forward. Maybe a partnership or Pinnacle could take on some of our clients as referrals, something to stabilize us both." Elizabeth leaned back, the weight of the moment settling over her. Sophia's offer wasn't just a business proposition, it was a plea. She remembered Sophia's practiced sympathy in that final Horizon meeting, her averted gaze as Ryan slid the buyout folder across the table. They'd calculated her exit, betting her age would fade her into obscurity. Now, they needed her to save them. "I'm not interested in rescuing Horizon," Elizabeth said, her tone calm but firm. "You and Ryan made a choice to remove me because you thought my experience was a liability. You're living with the results of that choice." Sophia's composure faltered. "We didn't mean for it to go this far. We thought we could pivot, bring in new energy." "You thought you could erase me," Elizabeth said, not unkindly. "But this industry isn't about energy alone. It's about trust, relationships, understanding what clients need. Pinnacle's doing well because we focus on that. Horizon's struggling because you didn't." Sophia stared at her hands, silent. Elizabeth softened, but only slightly. "I wish you luck, Sophia, truly, but Pinnacle's path is separate." After Sophia left, Elizabeth stood by the window, watching her drive away. The encounter left her unsettled, not because she doubted her decision, but because it forced her to confront the wreckage of her past. Horizon wasn't just a company, it was a piece of her heart, now fractured by ambition and miscalculation. Fall brought a new milestone, the Portland Business Association's annual gala, held at a waterfront venue with views of the Fremont Bridge. Elizabeth arrived in a tailored emerald dress, her silver hair swept into an elegant updo. The room buzzed with local luminaries, tech CEOs, nonprofit leaders, craft brewery owners, mingling over plates of roasted salmon and Willamette Valley peanut. When the MC announced Elizabeth as the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award, the applause was thunderous. She took the stage, a crystal sculpture gleaming in her hands, and looked out at the crowd. Victoria Langston and Marcus Reed sat at a front table, their smiles warm. Mia and the Pinnacle team beamed from the back, Clara raising a glass in a mock toast. Even Diane was there, her usual aversion to networking overcome for the night. In the corner, Elizabeth spotted Sophia, now Horizon's managing partner after Laura Benson's brief tenure. Their eyes met, and Elizabeth gave a small nod, which Sophia returned, hesitant but respectful. "When I was asked to leave Horizon at 60, Elizabeth began, her voice clear, I was told the industry needed a younger image. My wrinkles, my gray hair, they didn't fit the future my partners envisioned." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of empathy and indignation. "I could have fought, I could have sued, but I chose to build something new. Pinnacle strategies where experience and innovation coexist." She gestured to her team. "In 1 year, we've become one of Portland's fastest-growing agencies, with a client waitlist stretching 6 months. We've won awards, grown to 10 employees, and shown that marketing isn't about age, it's about understanding clients and their customers. Sometimes, the best opportunities come disguised as setbacks." The applause was deafening, a wave of affirmation that carried Elizabeth off the stage. Later, as she mingled with guests, Victoria Langston pulled her aside. "You didn't just build a company," she said. "You built a movement." Winter arrived, and with it a call from Laura Benson, the consultant tasked with salvaging Horizon. "I'm exploring merger options," Laura said, her voice measured. "The investors think Horizon would be stronger as part of another agency. Pinnacle's a natural fit. You know the market, the clients." Elizabeth sat in her office, the garden outside dusted with frost. "I appreciate the call, Laura," she said. "But Pinnacle isn't acquiring. We're growing on our terms, keeping our culture intact. Laura sighed. I expected that. If you change your mind, I won't, Elizabeth said, and meant it. After the call, she walked to the porch, where Mia and Leo were planning a holiday party for the team. The air smelled of cedar and impending snow, and the city twinkled beyond the trees. Elizabeth thought of her grandmother, who'd taught her to walk away with grace, and of Michael, who'd loved her but couldn't stay. She thought of Horizon, now a cautionary tale, and Pinnacle, a testament to her resilience. She hadn't set out to prove anyone wrong. She'd simply refused to let her age define her. In doing so, she'd written a new story, not just for herself, but for every person told their best days were behind them. As the first snowflakes fell, Elizabeth smiled, knowing her best work was still ahead.